Chen Lin, please don't go. Song Qingyue carefully clutched the hem of Chen Lin's coat, the once proud and aloof face, now filled with pleading and desperate eagerness. You are the only grandmaster in our shelter. If you leave, behind her all the survivors of the refuge had gathered together. Men, women, and children of all ages were present. They did not dare to speak, only raising humble gazes in a voiceless prayer. They were afraid of Chen Lin's departure. The world is fracturing. All those deeply hidden treasures and legacies are surfacing because of it, and among them there must be the opportunity for me to advance to legend. Chen Lin gently shook his head, his resolve already set. As long as you stay, whether it's me or Qingling or anyone within the shelter. Song Qingyue was still trying to persuade him, but Chen Lin had already pried her fingers from his coat. Only by becoming a legend will I truly have the qualification to shield people through the apocalypse. Staying here is nothing but clinging to a lingering breath. In the end, we will all fade into dust in history. With that, he turned away without the slightest trace of reluctance and left. The survivors did not dare to stop him. They could only remain in the shelter and pray. They prayed that Chen Lin would successfully ascend to legend, return to the shelter, and protect them through the apocalypse into the next epoch. In truth, I had barely left the shelter for half a day before I was crushed to death in passing by a divine aberration's single step. Chen Lin opened his eyes. Warm sunlight poured in through the window. Outside, rows of buildings stood in neat order, and people walked along the streets living their lives in steady peace. For now, Epic was only about to open its servers, the game's descent and the world's apocalypse were still far away. He exhaled softly, as if releasing all the gloom of his previous life. Thankfully, heaven has given me a second chance. As he spoke, he picked up the silver-white helmet brimming with futuristic design from the desk and settled it firmly onto his head. Entering Epic. Creating your character. Please name your character. Tian E. Living a second life, he would accept nothing less than being number one. Scan real-world appearance. No. Standard character model enabled. Would you like to make fine adjustments? No. Before synchronizing with his in-game character and truly obtaining power, he was nothing more than an utterly ordinary man in reality. To avoid attracting unwanted attention in reality, he still had to be cautious. Please choose your initial class. In the blink of an eye, Chen Lin arrived in a wide-open space where 3 statues stood before him. The statues' faces were indistinct, one clad in armor marked with a sun emblem, one in leather engraved with dark moon motifs, and one in robes patterned with scattered stars, representing the 3 major archetypes: warrior, rover, and caster. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Lin walked toward the robed caster statue. As soon as he approached, numerous additional class statues emerged behind it. Mage, priest, warlock, druid. As he moved closer to the mage statue, further specializations associated with the mage class appeared. Flame, frost, earth, storm, force, death. Just as in his previous life, Chen Lin grasped the skull that represented the Necromancer. Character creation complete. Entering the world of Epic. The Necromancer's summons might be of poor quality, mowed down like grass. The class might be universally shunned, even by its own kind, and heavily countered by holy light, life, and many other attributes. Yet the Necromancer was indisputably the strongest class in the early game, even if that supremacy lasted only until around level 20. Chen Lin had once weighed everything with great care, and discovered that rather than painstakingly compensating for a late-game class's early weakness, it was better to start rolling the snowball from the very beginning. If you are faster in the first step, every step thereafter will be faster. Armed with the information and experience of his previous life, he could not only move quickly, but also steadily and far. While others were bewitched by the dream of late-game invincibility, and still struggling around levels 40 to 50 by his plan, he would have already returned to the Grandmaster tier at level 70. What was a Grandmaster? To found one's own school and create a unique personal class. That was a Grandmaster. At that point, any ranking of class strength would lose all meaning. You are about to enter Jialong Town. Hearing the prompt, Chen Lin let out a quiet breath of relief. Thankfully, it was just like in his previous life. New players would descend randomly into a novice town. Each town was different, each had its own unique opportunities, and there was no fixed opening routine. Although he had allowed ample room for error in his planning, starting in the town he knew best was without doubt the ideal outcome. As the white light faded, a small town suffused with rustic charm came into view. Just looking at the loosely spaced, harmonious houses that blended perfectly with the surrounding nature, one could feel the town's usual tranquility and harmony. But today that tranquility had been broken. White lights flashed continuously throughout the town, each beam marking the arrival of a new player. Some sprinted straight for the outskirts the moment they landed, eager to rush out to grind monsters and level up. Some seized a passerby and began interrogating them, hoping to squeeze out a hidden quest. Others grabbed at their waistbands, trying to strip off their pants, and failing, then reached for the curves of a female passerby, only to fail again. Angered, he snatched up a stone from the roadside and hurled it at a house's window. A red bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere, striking him directly and ejecting him from the game. His companion in misfortune was another player who had tried to use a passerby to test a skill. Even though he had anticipated this long ago, Chen Lin still could not help but shake his head. Entering the game and immediately wanting to kill an NPC just to test how free the system is, that's a quintessentially chaotic player. After orienting himself, Chen Lin turned and walked toward the south of town. I wonder if the players being treated as nuclear-powered draft animals by the masterminds behind the scenes are even the same species as this lot before my eyes. His expression was relaxed, his pace neither hurried nor slow. If not for the novice's coarse robe and the player name floating above his head, he would have long since been mistaken for a long-time resident accustomed to everything here. Auntie, this bunch of roses is so beautiful. These are monthly roses. In the flower shop, a female player named Meow Meow Princess was pestering the owner Lena with endless questions. Lena frowned as she brushed the questions aside, growing more and more impatient. These adventurers never got up early without a profit in sight. They seemed diligent, but in truth were profoundly greedy. She was tempted to throw together some fashionable little trinkets as a delivery task to get this annoying adventurer out of her shop, yet worried that once the adventurer tasted a little benefit, she would cling and never let go. Good day, miss. Lena, may I ask, are you still open for business? Seeing the composed demeanor of the customer at the door, Lena could not help but compare him to the agitated Meow Meow Princess. How could there be such a gulf between adventurers of the same kind? Of course. What may I help you with? The newcomer was naturally Chen Lin. He withdrew all 10 copper coins granted at character creation and placed them in Lena's hand. Please give me a single white lily. As Lena took the money, she asked curiously, aren't you adventurers supposed to chase after powerful equipment? What makes you come to my shop for flowers? I saw the weathered marks on the town's walls and thought that for Jialong Town to stand here surrounded by monsters, it must have paid an immense price. Chen Lin received the bouquet with both hands, cradling it carefully against his chest. I have come here and received the town's protection. I believe it is only right to pay my respects to the forebears who sacrificed themselves for this place. Lena's already easing expression grew even softer at his words, a gentle smile blooming on her face. I did not expect there to be someone like you among adventurers. One who knows how to repay kindness. As she spoke, something seemed to occur to her. Could you do me a favor and deliver an item to Metatron, the cemetery's groundskeeper? Of course I will pay you for your trouble. Chen Lin's lips curved into a smile as well, and he nodded. It would be my pleasure. System prompt: you have successfully accepted the quest. Deliver materials. Lena stood inside the shop watching as Chen Lin stowed the box into his system backpack and walked away with both hands still protecting the bouquet. The smile at the corner of her lips did not fade. Such a good person. I want that too. I want that too. Lord Meow Meow rushed up to Lena, slamming 10 copper coins down on the counter with a bang. I want to visit the cemetery as well. Give me a bundle of white lilies. Lena's expression went completely cold. She had originally intended to placate this adventurer, but after meeting Chen Lin, she now felt the shop had become far too noisy. Too lazy to say anything more, she simply raised her hand, and with a single wave expelled Lord Meow Meow, along with the 10 copper coins from the shop. The cemetery lies at the end of the path on the west side of Jialong Town. At the beginning of the path, more than a dozen players have gathered in a circle. They all want to enter and see what treasures lie in the coffins. But an invisible barrier blocks them at the entrance. They cannot even see the gate, let alone enter to dig up the... This only fuels the players' enthusiasm rather than discouraging them. Such tight protection must mean something valuable lies within. Brother, you want to explore the cemetery too, right? Too bad there's a barrier blocking us. A player spotted Chen Lin approaching and took the initiative to greet him, hoping to enlist him in figuring out how to break through. But Chen Lin simply shook his head, walked past them calmly, and passed through the barrier without any difficulty. The players were left dumbfounded. Bro, I searched for half a day just to find the cemetery, and this guy already found a way in. One player couldn't believe it while another began to analyze. He's holding a bouquet of flowers. Could that be the key to entering? Actually, crossing the barrier isn't difficult. You just need to maintain a proper demeanor and a hint of respect in your heart. On the way, Chen Lin casually opened his character panel. Name Tianyi, level 0/100, class Necromancer, amateur, HB 150 base, 100 constitution, 10, MP 150 base, 100 spirit, 10, constitution, 5 effects, HP, carry, weight, stamina, toughness. It is the foundation that affects the final performance of all other attributes. Strength 5 effects melee physical damage attack speed, general movement ability agility, 5 effects perception reaction speed body control spirit 5 effects mana spell effects elemental perception, willpower intelligence, 5 effects skill casting speed, learning speed research ability, equipment novice, set no attributes expertise none skills, summon undead cooldown 20s. Cost 20 mana summons a level 5 skeleton servant to fight for you control range, depends on spirit, maximum. Summons level 1. There are no random personal talents, nor any hierarchy determined by the price of in-game tools. All players start with identical attributes. The only difference is the initial skill based on their chosen In Epic, everyone starts from the same line. Although in the beginning the Shield Guardian's HP matches the Necromancer's, and the Barbarian's intelligence rivals that of the Arcanist, which is often criticized. Before he knew it, Chen Lin had passed through the cemetery gate. Inside, a huge quadrangular obelisk stood facing him, its surface flawless, devoid of any patterns or carvings. He stared silently for a moment, then quietly walked around the obelisk. Behind it stood row upon row of simple tombstones bearing no names or dates, only inscriptions. Please for me witness the faint light of dawn. Hold fast to your faith. I have fought the good fight, I have finished the race, and henceforth there is laid up for me the crown of righteousness. Don't wake me up when I'm preparing for the final battle. The game is named Epic, and each generation of players is the protagonist of an era. When this era ends, the survivors become the natives of the next era. As a reborn player, Chen Lin witnessed the end of the Blue Star era. He naturally understood that the warriors sleeping in the coffins before him had sacrificed their lives to protect the remnants of the previous era. Having lived anew as a first-hand witness, he now gazed at these tombstones again with a different feeling in his heart. It's not surprising that a necromancer chasing death should be the first to arrive at the cemetery. But I didn't expect you to still hold respect for the deceased. An aged voice came from behind with neither displeasure nor satisfaction, only calm. I didn't choose necromancer to chase death, on the contrary, I revere death. Chen Lin didn't turn around, still gazing at the white obelisk. Whenever I use the blankness of deep sleep to speculate on the nothingness after death, I feel a deep fear from within. He gently placed the white flower in his hand. Therefore I am full of admiration for all those who knowingly face death and charge forward without hesitation. Your respect has been answered by the heroic spirits. You have received a temporary state blessing of the heroic spirits. You and your minions deal an additional 50 necrotic damage per attack. You have gained 1,000 experience points. Your level has increased to 2. Your base HP 40, a base MP 60, agility 2. You have gained 6 free attribute points. Ignoring the cascade of system prompts, Chen Lin turned around and looked at the old man behind him, dressed in pure white robes with flowing white hair. Metatron the Gravekeeper. Death means oblivion. The dead forget everything. The world forgets the dead. Fearing death is not a bad thing. Facing Chen Lin's gaze, the old man remained calm. Do you need anything else? It's like this. Lady Lena asked me to deliver this to you. Chen Lin took a box from his system inventory and handed it to Metatron. The old man nodded and accepted it calmly. After the exchange, Chen Lin did not wander around asking further questions like ordinary players would for hidden quests. After giving a bow, he turned and left. In later ages, Metatron would be ranked by players as one of the top 10 mysterious figures in Epic. Various hints suggested that he was extraordinary, his strength unfathomable, yet until the end of the era, and even the extinction of all natives including himself, he never acted, never truly participated in any event, as if he were merely an indifferent observer. Perhaps he possessed quests with immense rewards, but Chen Lin had no intention of exploring them. In Epic, opportunities were countless, no one could take them all. The opportunities Chen Lin remembered were enough to last him until the end of the era, yet in his plan, he gave up the vast majority of them. Because many opportunities were not worth the precious resource of time. Knowing what he truly needed, and letting go of greed for completeness was the way to go further. Thank you, Miss Lena. Stepping out of the flower shop, Chen Lin revealed a hint of a smile. In the plan, Lena's commission did not exist. After all, the flower shop and the cemetery were only a 20-minute walk apart, and there was no need to employ a player for errands. It was merely because he was the first to propose visiting the cemetery to pay respects to the fallen, which gained him Lena's favor. This task was just an excuse for her to assist him. You have completed the task, delivering materials. You gained 200 experience. You received 20 life recovery potions apprentice, 20 mana recovery potions apprentice, and 20 instant life return potions apprentice. Your level has increased to level 3. Your base health points increased by 20, base mana points by 30, agility by 1, and spirit by 4. You gained 3 free attribute points. In the era, each level up grants 8 attribute points, of which 5 are fixed according to profession and specialization, leaving only 3 free attribute points. Chen Lin allocated all 9 free attribute points to intelligence. Although intelligence seems to have the least direct impact on combat power, in Era the intelligence attribute truly represents the character's intellect. It determines skill learning, improvement, modification, and creation, making it the most critical attribute for all professions and specializations. In later periods, allocating all points to intelligence is considered the most versatile and correct choice for most professions. After finishing the allocation, Chen Lin arrived in front of a tall building made of rough logs and limestone. The Hunters Guild. 2 guards dressed in spiked leather armor and towering in stature stood with their arms crossed, expressionless, blocking the entrance adorned with the emblem of hunting dogs and spears. At this moment 2 or 3 dozen players had gathered in front of the door, the crowd restless and noisy. Why aren't we allowed in? It's just a broken guild. Hey big brother, please, is there a hidden task? Give us a hint. Yeah, we've been waiting here for almost an hour. A slightly bolder player attempted to approach the left guard, a fawning smile on his face. Guard brother, look, we came here sincerely. The guild should at least give us a chance, right? Do we need to do something like run errands or deliver messages for you? The left guard did not even raise an eyebrow, letting out a cold grunt from his throat. Hunters traverse between monsters for the safety of the town. You adventurers who don't even have a level should not seek to die. Level up and come back later. But those monsters are too strong. A trio could be countered by a level 1 monster. Someone complained. That's your problem. The other guard coldly interjected. If the noise continues, you will bear the consequences. The threat contained in those words did not quiet the noisy crowd. On the contrary, many seemed eager to try. If you cower in reality, at least don't dare to threaten me in the game. The tense atmosphere permeated the air like a volcano on the verge of eruption. At that moment, Chen Lin walked over with steady steps, his demeanor contrasting sharply with the anxious atmosphere. He did not attempt to befriend the guards like others. He didn't even glance at the congested crowd heading straight for the entrance. Hey, brother, don't waste your effort. They won't let you in. A well-meaning person whispered. However, to everyone's surprise, as Chen Lin approached the door, the 2 guards who had been as still as stone statues briefly glanced at him before stepping aside to open the path. The heavy wooden door was pushed open by 1 guard, just enough for a person to pass through. This instant was like cold water splashing into hot oil, causing an immediate uproar. Why can he get in? Hey, that guy. Stop. What's going on? Why the double standard? Brother, where's your spirit of sharing? Don't keep it to yourself. The suppressed atmosphere erupted instantly, with a few hot-tempered players leading the charge, and the rest followed, rushing toward the guards. The guards did not hold back, either, the glint of knives flashing in their hands. 921. 1201. The first few players were instantly killed by a single blow. Players froze in their movements, their expressions clearing considerably. At the very least. A female player adopted a pitiful look. You should give us an explanation. Explanation? You are level 0. The guard glanced back at Chen Lin, who had already disappeared inside the door. Is level 3. Clear enough. Level 3. What kind of joke is this? The game has only been running for an hour. How could he possibly be level 3? Normal grinding wouldn't even get you to level 1. That guy must have found a bug to level up quickly. Humph, the guard sneered. Just because you are incapable, do you think everyone is the same as you? After saying this, he ceased to speak, his half-drawn knife emanating a chilling aura, dissuading players from pursuing further inquiries. They finally realized that the guard before them was not a fixed program NPC, but a character with high intelligence and autonomous authority. In the face of absolute strength and rules, all entanglements seemed ridiculous and powerless. The crowd reluctantly quieted down, only able to watch as the great door closed again, completely isolating the world within from them, with various envious, jealous, and puzzled gazes firmly nailed to the door. Inside and outside the door seemed like 2 worlds. The clamor was abruptly cut off, replaced by train. The hall was extremely spacious, with thick wooden pillars supporting the towering dome, various beast heads, weapons, shields, and yellowed regional maps hung on the walls. Some formal hunters sat in 2s and 3s around wooden tables, whispering, polishing their weapons, or drinking ale heartily. Their gazes were filled with scrutiny and curiosity, but more so indifference. Chen Lin did not linger, his gaze sweeping across the hall as he directly approached the large wooden table beneath the enormous moose head trophy. A burly middle-aged man dressed in dark brown leather armor was sitting there, intently polishing a gleaming 2-handed sword. Broken Blade, Geller, the leader of the Hunters Guild. Chen Lin walked to the table and quietly waited. Geller did not look up until he was satisfied with the sharpening of the sword blade. He gently set the sword down and raised his sharp eyes to look at Chen Lin. A new face. Level 3. Good speed. What can I do for you, young hunter? Mr. Geller, I would like to take on the task of hunting the thorny porcupine. Chen Lin got straight to the point. Thorny porcupine. Geller raised an eyebrow, slightly leaning back in his chair. Young man, it's good to have ambition. But the thorny porcupine is a hurdle for novice hunters in this area. Its strength and defense, especially its spikes, are extremely dangerous for hunters below level 5. This task by regulation requires at least level 5 to accept. He paused, his tone becoming heavier, carrying the weight of an elder's warning to a junior. I understand your desire to improve your strength quickly, but aiming too high often means death in this continent. Go take on some tasks more suitable for your current level, like clearing out the giant rats in the barn or assisting the guards in patrolling the border forest. Chen Lin listened quietly, his face showing no signs of disappointment or defiance at the rejection. He had anticipated this outcome long ago. Mr. Geller, I understand your concerns and appreciate your reminder. Chen Lin said slowly, his voice not loud but exceptionally clear. However, I have received a blessing from the heroic spirit, and I hope to do more for the town before the blessing ends. Geller's eyes narrowed, sensing the faint, yet kind soul power emanating from Chen Lin. You are earnest. His initially distant demeanor softened slightly. Those recognized by heroic spirits are not reckless fools. I agree to your request. Geller reached under the table, retrieving a task badge engraved with the image of a wild boar, pushing it towards Chen Lin. The active area of the thorny porcupine is on the northern mountain's edge. Here is the map. He handed over a slightly rough parchment scroll. Be careful of its charge and spiked blasts. May the heroic spirit be with you, young hunter. Thank you. Chen Lin accepted the badge and map, slightly nodding and storing them carefully. Without saying anything more, he turned and left. At the village's edge, as Chen Lin stepped out of the town gate, he sensed two faint gazes behind him. He did not turn back, merely allowing a slight curve to form at the corner of his mouth. The novice village had two directions. The front faced the plains, where the nearest enemies were level 1 rabbits, and most players were crowded there fighting for kills. The rear faced the mountains, where only level 3 wild wolves roamed, making players scarce here. Occasionally a few oblivious ones would venture in, only to be swiftly dispatched by the wolves. The presence of these two individuals following him indicated they had at least died once, understanding the aggro range of the wild wolves. Chen Lin strolled leisurely, always staying just outside the wolves' aggro zone. At the same time, he began to cast the Summon Undead spell. Each profession's initial skill reflects its unique characteristics, and Summon Undead is certainly not as simple as summoning a mere weak skeleton. A cold light flashed, and intricate runes appeared on the ground before Chen Lin. As the light faded, a towering skeleton giant over 3 meters tall materialized before him. Fortune favored him. The Summon Undead spell would randomly summon one of 4 types of level 5 undead minions: Skeleton Warrior, Skeleton Archer, Skeleton Thief, and Skeleton Giant. The Skeleton Giant had the lowest probability of appearing at only 10%, while each of the other 3 had a 30% chance. Chen Lin glanced at the attributes of the Skeleton Giant. Skeleton Giant, a level 5. Health 850,850. Armor 10. Damage 30. Skill Heavy Strike. He nodded in satisfaction, then raised his hand to dismiss the Skeleton Giant. Although the Skeleton Giant was strong, it was not what he desired. The reason why Necromancers were the strongest in the early game, but the weakest later on, lies fundamentally in this Summon Undead skill. When other players were only level 1, you could summon a level 5 minion. When other players reached level 5, you could summon 5 level 5 minions. One against many, using high levels to overpower low levels. Who could compete in the early game? But as player levels rose, this advantage quickly turned into a disadvantage. Later on, even dozens of level 5 minions could not break through the defenses of a level 30 player. Leveling only increased quantity, not quality, making the strength curve quite apparent. Chen Lin cast Summon Undead again. This time a Skeleton Archer armed with a bone bow emerged. Skeleton Archer, level 5. Health 250,250. Damage 100. Skill Multi-Shot. He kept it, and summoned again. Skeleton Thief, level 5. Health 250,250. Damage 40. Skill Stealth. Once more it was the Skeleton Thief. He dismissed it, summoned again, and once again received a Skeleton Archer. A trace of helplessness flickered in Chen Lin's eyes. Summon Undead was akin to a card draw. One could not guarantee getting what they wanted. 50 meters away, 2 thieves marked with the prefix Fingyun were stealthily hiding behind a bush, fixated on Chen Lin's silhouette. This kid truly doesn't know how to stay alive. Walking deeper into danger alone, whispered Fengyun Xiaoshu, his eyes filled with envy. Necromancers are so fortunate. They can summon powerful minions that fight automatically right from the start. Unlike us, with low damage and fragile bodies, we can only engage in melee and can't compete with high-level monsters. Fighting low-level monsters. A single rabbit is watched by dozens, and those archers and mages have no mercy with their ranged skills. Fool, why are you even thinking about that now? Fengyun Dazhuang the thief had a serious expression. Moving while casting spells, actively dismissing summoned entities, and being able to control 3 at once. This game just launched. Are we even playing the same game? Fengyun Xiaoshu was taken aback, then realized you mean. He must have had a fortunate encounter to join the hunters. Fengyun Dazhuang narrowed his eyes. If we can find out the reason, the boss might just elevate us to the elite team. That makes sense. Let's follow closely. The two fixed their eyes on Chen Lin's back and continued to trail him. This seems about right. Chen Lin stopped as he reached a clearing. He turned around, his gaze landing on a seemingly empty rock. The skeleton archer beside him drew back its bone bow. An arrow shot forth, trailing a cold flame, and struck the ground in that clearing. A massive damage number popped up in the air, 150. Immediately after, a figure fell from stealth, an arrow embedded in his chest, eyes wide with disbelief, turning into white light and vanishing. How could you possibly discover us? The remaining thief dispelled his stealth and leaped out from behind another rock, staring at Chen Lin with shock and anger. He was from Fingyun and had never endured such humiliation. Chen Lin couldn't be bothered to respond. As he raised his hand to point at the thief, the skeleton thief had already approached from behind, its bone blade silently slicing through his throat. 90. I'm from Fingyun. Dare to kill us. Before he could finish, another bone arrow struck his chest, sending him back to the respawn point as white light. Chen Lin retracted his hand, his expression unchanged. Generally, mages have weak physical bodies, making them passive against the stealthy strikes of thieves. However, precisely because of this, dealing with ambushes is a necessary skill for any competent mage. In the eyes of this former master-level mage, these two amateur thieves who could only mechanically use skills were worse than not going into stealth at all. Such clumsy stealth only made their positions more conspicuous. Chen Lin turned and continued walking toward the mountains. Respawn point of Jialong Town. Two beams of white light lit up almost simultaneously. You have died, losing 5 of all attributes and gaining 1 reincarnation mark. Fengyun Xiaoshu and Fengyun Dezhuang emerged from the respawn point in succession, looking at the death penalty with faces as grim as if they had swallowed a fly. In the epic, the death penalty is extremely severe. A permanent loss of 5 of current attributes means that players with fewer deaths at the same level will inevitably have higher stats than those with more deaths. With more deaths, the account becomes completely useless. Not to mention the reincarnation mark, which is like a landmine buried here, its function unknown. Might as well delete the account and start over, but it's hard to part with an hour's worth of initial investment. If not deleting the account, they would be weaker than players who hadn't died. Damn it. Fengyun Xiaoshu kicked a nearby stone pillar only to forget that attacking buildings in the game would draw lightning. A red bolt of lightning suddenly appeared, knocking him to the ground. Are you crazy? Fengyun Dezhuang cursed, pulling him up from the ground. What are you kicking for? Fengyun Xiaoshu got up, his face filled with resentment. That kid is too strange. How did he discover us? How would I know? Fengyun Dezhuang gritted his teeth. Since we can't handle this secret, let's report it. Let the boss deal with him. Right? Fengyun Xiaoshu's eyes lit up. We can't keep up with him, but can't we block his way back to town? He will have to return to turn in his quests, right? A hint of malice flashed in his eyes. Let's go find the boss. Anyone who dares to provoke Fengyun will certainly pay the price. The two cursed as they headed back into town. The surrounding novice players watched this scene, exchanging glances. Fengyun, what guild is that? I don't know, but it sounds pretty intimidating. Come on, in the novice village, they're just forming cliques. It's ridiculous. The chatter quickly dissipated as players returned to their quests and monster hunting. At this moment, Chen Lin had already walked 5 miles away. He could roughly guess what had happened behind him, but did not. He had heard of the Fengyun Guild in his past life, a medium-sized player guild. They could bully casual players during the novice phase, but once they left the novice village, they wouldn't rank. He continued forward, his gaze resting on the distant outline of the mountains. Thorny Porcupine. This was his current target. If he could successfully hunt it down, not only would it complete a quest, but he would also obtain a crucial material, which was vital for an important plan ahead. Chen Lin checked the potions and equipment in his backpack and glanced at the 3 level 5 minions beside him, confirming their good condition before quickening his pace. In front of the mountains lies a gentle slope scattered with sparse bushes where one can spot several porcupines, each half the height of a person, wandering about. These thorny porcupines, bristling with sharp quills, are the targets of Chen Lin. However, he does not rush into action. Standing on a rock, Chen Lin scans the entire area carefully, observing the porcupine's movement patterns and aggro range. After a moment, he begins to move laterally along the edge of the cliff, maintaining a safe distance from the nearest. 3 summoned creatures follow behind him, a skeleton warrior bringing up the rear, a skeleton archer in the middle, and a skeleton rogue remaining in stealth. After walking 200 meters, an inconspicuous crevice appears on the mountain wall. The opening is very narrow, only wide enough for a single person. A skeleton giant would definitely not fit through. A glimmer of joy flashed in Chen Lin's eyes. Indeed, it was here. He is the first to enter the crevice, with the 3 summoned creatures following in a line. The narrow rock crevice only allows passage while turned sideways. After a few meters, the view opens up suddenly. This is a small basin surrounded by mountains with steep rock walls all around, and the only entrance and exit is the crevice through which Chen Lin entered. In the center of the basin lies a gigantic porcupine. Its size is double that of the ordinary porcupines outside, and each quill on its back is as thick as an arm, glimmering with a chilling sheen in the sunlight. Porcupine Leader, level 7 normal boss, just as I thought. It's here. Chen Lin breathed a sigh of relief. After reincarnating, there are so few things he can do in the early stages, and many plans are limited by his level and strength. Once an unexpected event occurs, there are almost no backup plans. Fortunately, this step went without a hitch. Go! Chen Lin raised his hand and pointed at the Porcupine Leader, prompting the 3 summoned creatures to move simultaneously. The skeleton warrior strides forward, brandishing its longsword, directly confronting the Porcupine Leader. The skeleton archer draws back, nocks an arrow, and a bone arrow flies through the air, embedding itself in the side of the Porcupine Leader. 73, a minor damage number pops up. Against a boss with armor, if it weren't for the additional damage granted by the soul blessing, this number would have been even lower. The Porcupine Leader was startled awake, letting out a deep roar, and charged directly at the skeleton warrior. Chen Lin's mental energy spread out completely, and the vision of the 3 summoned creatures appeared in his mind simultaneously. Most ordinary summoners give simple commands to their summoned creatures, allowing them to fight on their own. This is less efficient and causes poor coordination, especially since skeleton minions are notoriously low in intelligence, making them prone to failure when facing slightly agile monsters. But Chen Lin is different. He receives the perceptions of the 3 summoned creatures simultaneously and issues precise commands to each of them. While this does increase his mental burden, it is also a fundamental skill that any mature and competent necromancer must master. Since the minions have low intelligence, let the intelligent mage take over. The skeleton warrior sidesteps, angling its sword to block. The force of the Porcupine Leader's charge is halved, and 65 damage pops up above the skeleton warrior's head. At the same time, the skeleton archer's second arrow strikes the same spot again. 50 for the Porcupine Leader, in pain, turns to charge at the archer. But the skeleton rogue has already crept up from behind, plunging its bone blade deep into its rear. 147 weakness, critical hit. This strike thoroughly enraged the Porcupine Leader. Its quills stood on end, and with a fierce shake, dozens of quills shot out in a fan shape towards the front. Chen Lin was already prepared. Under his control, the skeleton warrior dropped to the ground, while the skeleton archer rolled sideways to evade the area covered by the quills. The skeleton rogue struck and then retreated, re-entering stealth. The quills clanged against the ground, with the skeleton warrior absorbing 2 hits, taking 32 and 28 damage. Continue. Chen Lin's voice was calm. The 3 summoned creatures moved in again. The warrior held the front, the archer provided ranged harassment, and the rogue darted around looking for opportunities. The Porcupine Leader's health gradually decreased. 1060, 850, 720, 610, 480. During this time, the Porcupine Leader unleashed 2 more volleys of quills, all of which Chen Lin predicted accurately, commanding the summoned creatures to avoid them. Although due to sporadic damage 2 skeletons did perish, they were quickly replaced, resulting in little consequence. There was no choice. The skeleton minions were known for being cheap. When the health dropped below 200, the Porcupine Leader let out a dying roar, its body glowing red. Chen Lin narrowed his eyes. This indicates it is about to unleash a powerful attack. All minions stand in front of me and block it. Minions can be summoned again, but if he dies, all would be lost, and he would have to delete his account and start over. The Porcupine Leader suddenly leaped up, curling its body in midair, and then all of its quills simultaneously exploded outward in all directions. This is its ultimate skill, the all-around quill storm. The skeleton warrior stood at the front, instantly sprouting over a dozen quills, and was instantly killed. The skeleton archer and skeleton rogue hid behind the warrior, using their bodies to shield Chen Lin from the remaining quills. The moment the quill storm ended, the Porcupine Leader landed, entering a brief state of weakness. Now's the time. The skeleton rogue dashed forward, its bone blade stabbing fiercely into the boss' rear once more. There was no choice. That spot was too effective. 121 critical hit. The Porcupine Leader let out a wail and crashed to the ground. You have slain the Porcupine Leader, level 7 normal boss. You have gained 850 experience points. Your level has increased to level 4. Your base health 20, base mana 30, agility 1, spirit 4. You have gained 3 free attribute points. 2 pieces of equipment dropped on the ground, glowing faintly green. Chen Lin stepped forward to pick up the 2 pieces of equipment. Thorned leather armor, green, level requirement, level 7 strength requirement, 12 armor, 15 effect, 10 chance to reflect 2 damage when hit by melee attacks. Thorned leggings, green, level requirement, level 7 strength requirement, 12 armor, 10 effect, movement speed, 3. Chen Lin shook his head. Both items have quite decent attributes for the early stages, but unfortunately they require strength. The fixed attribute points of a necromancer do not add to strength, and he does not plan to allocate his free attribute points to strength, as his current strength is only 5. He can only sell them or trade for equipment. Just as he put the 2 pieces of equipment into his backpack, the system notification suddenly rang. Congratulations player Tion E for completing the first boss kill of the Porcupine Leader Reward All Attributes 3. A full server announcement will be made. Would you like to remain anonymous? Chen Lin was slightly taken aback. A full server boss first kill? He had never obtained this achievement in his past life. It seems the butterfly effect brought about by his reincarnation has already begun to manifest. No. He shook his head. Although he did not care about fame, it still had some usefulness. Full server announcement player Tion E is the first to kill the boss Porcupine Leader, level 7 reward, all attributes 3. Special announcement. The moment the announcement was made, the world channel erupted. World Sword Dance of the Heavens. What the hell? Level 7 boss. How high is the highest level now? World Mage forever your grandfather. I killed 7 or 8 monsters just to level up once. How the hell did someone kill a level 7 boss? World A Cup of Murky Wine Tion E. I haven't heard that name before. Which guild are they from? World Gentle Breeze. It must be someone from a big guild. A solo player couldn't level up that fast. World Night Rain's Annoyance. Please Great One take me along. World Onlookers. I just want to know how he found the boss. I can't even get a normal monster. Outside Jialong Town, a group of players with the prefix Wind and Cloud are surrounding and killing a level 3 wild wolf. Boss. Wind and Cloud Little Mouse panted as he ran over. The person who killed us, is that Tion E? Wind and Cloud Mad Tiger paused with his giant axe, and the wolf leader seized the opportunity to claw at his shoulder, dealing 34 damage. Chen Lin put away 2 pieces of equipment and scanned the basin. The corpse of the hedgehog chief had begun to fade, and in a few minutes it would completely disappear. He did not rush to leave, but stood still, raising his hand to dispel the skeleton archers. What he needed to do next did not require ranged output. Taking a deep breath, he began to continuously cast the Summon Undead spell. Waves of light flashed by, revealing skeleton warriors, skeleton thieves, skeleton archers, and more skeleton warriors. He directly burned a bottle of blue potion. Chen Lin frowned slightly. His luck was not too good. He continued to summon, while slowly moving along the cliffside, carefully searching every corner of the rock wall. The basin was neither too large nor too small. The surrounding cliff walls were steep, almost vertical, with smooth surfaces and no obvious climbing points. But he knew that there should be a spot here. The summoning yielded results once again, and finally that massive figure, a skeleton giant. Chen Lin sighed in relief, glanced at the position of the skeleton giant, and continued to search along the cliff. He stopped when he reached the area near the opening. Above, about 7 meters off the ground, there was a recessed crack in the rock wall. The crack was not deep, and the situation inside could not be seen from below. However, the surrounding rock walls were smooth, with no footholds for climbing. Chen Lin's eyes lit up. This was the place. He took a few steps back, observed the contours of the rock wall, and quickly constructed a climbing route in his mind. Come here. The skeleton giant walked heavily to the base of the wall, crouching against it, as instructed by Chen Lin. The skeleton warrior climbed onto the giant's knee and then onto its shoulder, steadying itself against the rock wall. Chen Lin stepped forward, grasped the ribs of the skeleton giant, and climbed up using its hip bone. The skeleton warrior extended its hand to pull him up onto its shoulder. Standing on the shoulder of the skeleton warrior, Chen Lin looked up at the recess above. There was still more than 2 meters to go. Up. The skeleton giant slowly stood up. Chen Lin's body moved up with it, his view gradually approaching the recess. When the skeleton giant stood fully upright, he was already very close to the recess. He took a deep breath, exerted his legs, and leaped upward suddenly. His fingertips caught the edge of the recess, and his body hung in midair. He pulled himself upward with both arms, reaching into the recess. Inside was a stone trough approximately 3 meters deep, and in the center lay an egg. The egg was the size of a head, gray-brown in color, and covered with fine spike-like patterns. Chen Lin reached out to pick it up, and an attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Hedgehog egg type, pet egg quality green, good, hatching will yield a green pet hedgehog cub. A smile crept onto his lips. He didn't care why a hedgehog would lay an egg. After all, the first pet egg in the game was now in his hands. However, Chen Lin did not plan to hatch it or sell it. He set the egg aside and summoned Undead again. This time a skeleton thief appeared. He carefully placed the pet egg into the skeleton thief's chest cavity. The ribs of the skeleton thief bent inward, forming a natural cage that securely held the egg. Go down. Chen Lin issued the command. The skeleton thief poked its head out from the edge of the recess. Below, the skeleton giant and skeleton warrior had already formed a human ladder again. It climbed down the bodies of the 2 summoned beings and landed steadily. Chen Lin sat cross-legged in the recess, closing his eyes. His mental focus was entirely concentrated. His perception of the other summoned beings gradually weakened, while the skeleton thief's perception became exceptionally clear. This was a technique developed only a year after the game launched mental focus. By actively reducing the control precision over other summoned beings, he could concentrate his mental energy on one summoned being, achieving a manipulation distance and detail far beyond his own attribute limits. The vision of the skeleton thief appeared in Chen Lin's mind. It did not activate stealth, but holding the egg walked straight toward the opening outside the basin. Outside the basin, the thorny hedgehogs were wandering aimlessly on the gentle slope. The moment the skeleton thief stepped out of the opening, the closest hedgehog suddenly raised its head. Its gaze fell on the skeleton thief, or more precisely on the gray-brown egg covered in spike patterns within the skeleton thief's chest cavity. The hedgehog's eyes turned blood red in an instant. It let out a deafening roar, rearing up on its hooves and charging wildly toward the skeleton thief. The skeleton thief sidestepped nimbly, avoiding the charge, and then ran off into the distance. The hedgehog's roar drew the attention of its surrounding kin. The second and third hedgehogs raised their heads, quickly spotting the egg, as well sensing the aura of their leader, which was the hope for their future. Another hedgehog joined the chase. Roars echoed one after another, and more hedgehogs were stirred up. Those that had been wandering farther away and had not seen the egg instinctively followed upon hearing their companions' roars. This was a hatred linkage mechanism under special circumstances. In just a few minutes, all the thorny hedgehogs in the area were drawn over. 40 to 50 hedgehogs standing half a person tall converged into a gray-brown torrent, madly chasing after the slender skeleton figure ahead. Under Chen Lin's control, the skeleton thief darted left and right, narrowly avoiding the hedgehog spikes at the moment of impact. Its steps were agile and strange, maintaining a distance of less than 2 meters from the beast pack behind. Chen Lin was completely immersed in the experience. At that moment, the skeleton thief felt like a part of his body. He could clearly sense the position of each hedgehog, the direction of every spike, and the trajectory of each charge. An excellent necromancer must be the best cosplayer and epic, skilled in magic, warrior, archer, and assassin roles, even having knowledge of those bizarre spectral beasts. Haha, which one is the real me? The skeleton thief made a huge arc, linking all the hedgehogs into a long line, and then charged toward the narrow opening. The opening was extremely narrow. The first hedgehog charged and followed by the second, third. The hedgehogs crowded, pushing and shoving, roaring as they squeezed through the opening one after another. Their size was much larger than that of the skeleton thief, making movements in the narrow stone crevice difficult, yet they still pressed forward with bloodshot eyes. The skeleton thief was the first to burst out of the opening, returning to the basin. The hedgehog swarm followed, closely pouring into the enclosed space like a released flood. Chen Lin opened his eyes and looked down. In the basin, the skeleton thief had been cornered. Behind it was a smooth rock wall, and in front were dozens of crazily roaring hedgehogs. There was no space to dodge anymore, nor was it needed. A cruel smile crept onto Chen Lin's lips. Below, all the hedgehogs' gazes were fixed on the egg in the skeleton thief's chest cavity. They emitted low growls, their spikes standing erect, ready to charge at any moment. The skeleton thief extended its hand and took out the gray-brown egg from between its ribs. Under the watchful gaze of countless blood-red eyes, it raised its arm high. Then, it slammed it down hard onto the ground. Crack! The sound of the eggshell shattering was crisp and pierced. Gray-brown liquid splattered everywhere, soaking into the soil. The entire basin fell into a dead silence. All the hedgehogs were stunned. They stared at the puddle of shattered egg liquid on the ground, the red in their eyes gradually fading and replaced by confusion. Then roar. The group of porcupines entered a state of frenzy. Chen Lin chuckled lightly. Everything was going according to plan. He put 2 fingers in his mouth, took a deep breath, and then let out a sharp whistle. The sound of the whistle echoed sharply between the surrounding cliffs, sounding particularly piercing and mournful. The porcupines, already agitated by witnessing their kin being shattered, were completely triggered by the sound. Roar! The closest porcupine lost control first. Its muscles tensed up, the spikes on its back stood upright, and then without any target it wildly shot outwards. The spikes shot out like a torrential rain. The surrounding porcupines were pierced by the spikes, instinctively releasing their own spikes in pain. The chain reaction exploded instantly. All the porcupines indiscriminately shot spikes in all directions, not caring whether they hit kin or enemies. The sounds of spikes piercing the air, the anguished cries of porcupines, and the furious roars mixed together, turning the entire basin into a bloody slaughterhouse. Chen Lin pressed tightly against the sunken bottom, remaining completely still. Countless spikes whistled past the empty space in front of him, some shooting into the sky, others embedding into the surrounding rock walls, making a dull, thudding sound. Several spikes brushed past the edge of the depression. The closest one was less than half a meter from the tip of his nose. He did not panic. He even had the leisure to summon the undead again. A flash of light appeared, and a skeletal archer emerged in the depression. Then came the second and the third. 3 skeletal archers squeezed into the small depression, quietly awaiting orders. While continuing to summon, Chen Lin calmly pondered in his heart. The first pet egg in the entire server, if operated properly, could bring him immense benefits. But this required time. He needed to find buyers, negotiate prices, and avoid those who would covet and snap. Yet what he lacked most right now was time. Before his reincarnation, he was a level 79 master, which sounded impressive, but in that era where legends were everywhere, it could only be considered a top-tier mid-level. After merging with reality, not being a legend meant he was just one among the many helplessly watching the world shatter. His true informational advantage only lasted until mid-stage. As time passed, these advantages would gradually diminish. Rather than maximizing the benefits of every opportunity, it was better to gather quick gains. Extracting the highest possible benefits in the shortest time, then swiftly turning to the next opportunity, was what he needed most now. The sound of spikes piercing the air gradually thinned out. The roars of the porcupines also weakened. Chen Lin cautiously stuck his head out and looked down. The basin was a scene of devastation. Dozens of porcupines appeared exhausted, their spikes completely fired, and their bare backs looked both comical and pitiful. They were pierced all over by spikes shot by their own kind. Some with over a dozen spikes embedded, their health bars plummeting to the bottom. More importantly, the frenzy state had ended. The group of porcupines entered a weakened state. Chen Lin pointed with his hand. The skeletal giant that had long been waiting at the edge of the depression leaped forward and landed heavily at the opening of the basin. It did not initiate an attack, but instead took a few steps back, leaning its back against the rock wall, kneeling on one knee, and curling up with its hands covering its head. The massive skeletal body blocked the only opening completely. Meanwhile, the three skeletal archers in the depression stood up and drew their bone bows. The arrows shot down. 76, 52, 88. A weakened porcupine didn't even have time to scream before it turned into white light and vanished. The group of porcupines finally knew fear. They emitted terrified squeals, turning to flee, but the only exit had been sealed by the skeletal giant. A few porcupines at the front frantically slammed into the skeletal giant, biting with their sharp teeth and ramming with their bare backs. 12, 21, 15, 17. Damage numbers kept popping up above the skeletal giant's head. But the skeletal giant remained unmoved. Although so many porcupines crowded in the basin, due to the narrow terrain, only the 2 or 3 at the front could actually attack the skeletal giant. The porcupines behind, even if they wanted to help, were unable to approach due to being squeezed by their kin. The level 5 skeletal giant had 850 health points. In a weakened state, the porcupine's attack power was halved. By the time they gnawed through the skeletal giant's defense, the archers could have shot them down 100 times. Chen Lin sat cross-legged in the depression, overlooking the massacre below. The 3 skeletal archers stood high up, shooting downwards. Every arrow could take away the last bit of health from a porcupine. The arrows fell like rain, and white light continuously burst forth. The porcupines' collisions weakened, and their cries grew sparse. The first porcupine fell. The 10th. The 20th. The 30th. You killed a thorn porcupine, gained experience 85. You killed a thorn porcupine, gained experience 85. You killed a thorn porcupine, gained experience 85. The system notifications flooded the screen. Chen Lin glanced at the experience bar, which was visibly rising. Over halfway to level 4. Level 4 at 80. Level 5. Your level has increased to level 5. Your base health 28, base mana 30, agility 1, spirit 4. You gained 3 free attribute points. With the increase in level, the limit for summoning had increased by 1. He cast Skeleton Summon, adding another skeletal archer to accelerate the harvesting efficiency. Continuing to level up. Level 5 at 20. Level 5 at 50. Level 5 at 80. Level 6. Your level has increased to level 6. Your base health 28, base mana 30, agility 1, spirit 4. You gained 3 free attribute points. The number of porcupines in the basin was dwindling. The last porcupine was simultaneously hit by 3 arrows in a desperate screech and fell heavily to the ground. The entire basin fell silent, littered with porcupine corpses and scattered loot. The most eye-catching were the 30 or so pieces of equipment shimmering with white light. As expected of native monsters, the drop rate is high. In the era, monsters are divided into 2 types: native monsters that existed originally, and secondary monsters refreshed by the system after being killed by players. The former are stronger and more intelligent, but they also have a higher drop rate and provide more experience. It's just a pity that no green gear dropped. Though he said this, there was no hint of regret on his face. Because this was expected, in the era the quality of equipment would improve with the increase in level. Below level 10, one would basically only drop ordinary quality white gear. Excellent quality green gear is hard to obtain unless from bosses or quest rewards. However, as one progresses, low quality gear will become increasingly rare, while high quality gear will become more abundant. By level 30, there would be no ordinary quality white gear. After admiring his masterpiece, Chen Lin directed the skeletal giant to the rock wall beneath him, preparing to go down and clean up the battlefield. Just then a powerful roar suddenly rang out. Roar! The sound reverberated not from a specific direction, but echoed throughout the entire basin, causing the mountain walls to tremble slightly. Your cruelty and slaughter have provoked the wrath of the ancestral spirit. As the system notification appeared, Chen Lin's gaze fell upon the shattered eggshell. The pool of grayish-brown egg fluid was slowly evaporating, rising in misty vapor. The mist grew thicker, gradually coalescing into a massive phantom. The phantom towered over 3 meters, resembling an orc with a pig's head and a human body. Its muscles were bulging, wielding a totem pole taller than itself, covered in dense runes. As the phantom became more solid, it ultimately descended completely into the basin. Ancestral Spirit, Level 9 Boss. Chen Lin was not surprised, but rather delighted. Fortuitous Encounter. In Epic, fortuitous encounters are divided into 2 categories. One is open, such as a treasure chest in a cave or a hidden quest from an NPC. The other type is hidden encounters, which require specific conditions to trigger, such as slaughtering a tribe or destroying their sacred artifacts. Each hidden encounter is a unique, monumental opportunity. Once successfully completed, its rewards can create a legendary powerhouse. In his past life, he had heard of someone triggering an encounter by slaughtering monsters in a novice village, but he had never witnessed it firsthand. Unexpectedly, upon his rebirth, his first attempt was successful. The ancestral spirit was still in the process of descending, and the phantom had not yet fully solidified. Chen Lin did not waste this precious time. He raised his hand and continuously cast undead summon beams of light, flashing as skeleton minions appeared one after another. Simultaneously, the existing skeleton giant followed previous orders and formed a human ladder for Chen Lin to descend. He decided to engage the boss on the ground. The porcupine itself had ranged attack capabilities. It was unreasonable to think that the ancestral spirit summoned by the porcupine did not. Once the boss locked onto him, there would be no place to hide in that small sunken area. After coming down, he quickly retreated until he reached the edge of the basin, creating the maximum distance from the ancestral spirit that was about to fully descend. At the same time, while retreating, he picked up the white gear nearby and equipped everything he could. The ordinary quality armor only provided basic protection, by retreating to the back, Chen Lin's armor increased from 0 to 21. Next to him, 7 skeleton minions were already in position. The skeleton giant stood at the forefront, its massive bony body serving as the best meat shield. 2 skeleton warriors flanked the sides, ready to assist at any moment. 3 skeleton archers spread out, drawing their bone bows and taking aim. The last skeleton rogue entered stealth, disappearing from sight. 7 summoned creatures, 7 different positions, 7 different responsibilities. Chen Lin took a deep breath, fully spreading his mental energy. In the next moment, his consciousness was torn into 8 pieces. His main body was the first perspective, the skeleton giant was the second perspective, the 2 skeleton warriors were the third and fourth perspectives, the 3 archers were the 5th, 6th, and 7th perspectives, and the stealthy skeleton rogue was the 8th perspective. 8 images flooded into his mind simultaneously, and 8 bodies received commands at once. A sharp pain exploded from deep within his mind, like countless needles piercing at the same time. From the beginning until now, relying on the fixed attributes allocated by specialization plus the first kill rewards, his mental energy had reached 31. Warning: mental load has reached its limit. Please stop current actions or increase mental attributes. If overdrawn, attributes will be permanently reduced. The system notifications flashed rapidly, warning of the risks. Fortunately, he still had 9 unallocated free attribute points from leveling up. System allocate all attribute points to intelligence. With that, his intelligence rose from 17 to 26. His mind suddenly felt much lighter. It was not that his capacity had increased, but the raised intelligence allowed him to better understand the functioning of his minions, reducing losses. I want both the future and the present. Finally, the ancestral spirit fully descended. It opened its blood-red eyes, locking its gaze onto Chen Lin. The totem pole in its hand suddenly struck the ground, and a thick spike erupted from the earth, aimed directly at Chen Lin. He was already prepared. He rolled forward, the spike grazing his back, embedding itself in the rock wall behind him, sending debris flying. Meanwhile, the 7 skeleton minions moved simultaneously. The skeleton giant charged forward with heavy steps, followed closely by the 2 skeleton warriors. The 3 skeleton archers released their bows, and 3 bone arrows shot towards the ancestral spirit. 32, 18, 26. The damage numbers popped up pitifully low. Against a level 9 boss defense, without the blessing of the heroic souls, it would be difficult for a level 5 skeleton to break through. The ancestral spirit let out an enraged roar, sweeping the totem pole, while the skeleton giant raised its hand to block. 147 damage popped up from above. The 2 skeleton warriors took the opportunity to attack from the sides, their bone blades striking the ancestral spirit's legs. 18-17. The ancestral spirit lifted 1 foot, viciously stomping down on the right side skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior tried to dodge, but its speed was insufficient, getting stomped and turning into fragments. Your skeleton warrior has been slain. Faced with a formidable enemy, the low quality of the skeleton minions was exposed. Chen Lin remained unperturbed, raising his hand for another undead summon. A flash of light appeared, and a new minion emerged, a skeleton archer. Not a warrior. He frowned slightly, but showed no hesitation. The newly appeared skeleton archer immediately retreated to join the ranged attack. At the same time, the left side skeleton warrior moved towards the center to fill the earlier gap. The formation changed, but the encirclement remained intact. The ancestral spirit roared again, and another spike shot up from the ground, targeting Chen Lin. Chen Lin sidestepped to avoid it, simultaneously manipulating the skeleton rogue to sneak up from behind. The bone blade pierced the ancestral spirit's lower back, 63 weak point attack. The ancestral spirit recoiled in pain, attempting to pursue, but the skeleton giant had already charged in, blocking it with its body. The battle continued. Every second saw damage numbers popping up, every second had skeleton minions hovering on the edge of collapse. Chen Lin's mind felt as if it would tear apart, yet he remained calm. Another skeleton warrior fell. Summoned skeleton rogue. The formation changed again. The skeleton giant held the front line, while one skeleton archer moved forward to cover the gap. At the same time, the two undead rogues became much more aggressive in their backstab attempts, risking their lives to distract the boss. Although his game character had returned to an amateur level, his master-level combat experience had not diminished. Regardless of the configuration of his minions, he could instantly determine how to maximize the effectiveness of their formation and tactics. The ancestral spirit's health slowly declined. 90, 85, 80, 75. Chen Lin's main body continued to dodge. Spikes erupted from the ground repeatedly, each time barely avoided by him. His breathing grew heavier, and fine beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Yet his gaze remained calm. In his past life, during the fall of Chongzhou, to cover the retreat of civilians, he and his comrades held the strait for 3 days and nights. When he awoke from his coma, his mental attribute had permanently decreased by 13 points. Now how far had he come? The ancestral spirit suddenly threw back its head and held the totem pole, glowing with blood light. Chen Lin's pupils contracted. This was a precursor to a powerful attack. Scatter. The 7 skeleton minions simultaneously retreated, but it was too late. The totem pole struck the ground, sending out a wave of blood-red ripples in all directions. The 3 skeleton archers were swept by the ripples, turning directly into fragments. The skeleton giant moved slowly, could only endure, and similarly collapsed instantly. The 2 skeleton rogues, being further away, barely escaped the disaster. From 7 minions, only 2 remained. The ancestral spirit's health was still at 40. Chen Lin did not panic. After downing a blue potion, he raised his hand and continuously cast Undead Summon. Skeleton warrior, skeleton rogue, skeleton warrior, skeleton archer. As long as the mage did not die, the skeleton minions would be endless. Although the formation was incomplete and the class combinations were chaotic, Chen Lin's control remained precise. The newly appeared skeleton warrior took the front, the skeleton rogue entered stealth, and the skeleton archer began to shoot. The ancestral spirit's health continued to decline. 35, 30, 25. Chen Lin's main body dodged 2 more spikes, and his breathing became increasingly hurried. The pain in his mind had become numb, and the system warnings had gone off countless times. He had long since stopped bothering to look. Finally, the ancestral spirit let out a reluctant roar as its massive body crashed to the ground. You have killed the ancestral spirit of the porcupine, level 9 boss. You gained 4,100 experience points. Your level has risen to 7. Your base health 28, base mana 30, agility 1, spirit 4. You gained 3 free attribute points. Chen Lin knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. The pain in his mind persisted, but had begun to fade. He closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the discomfort to pass. After a long while, he opened his eyes and stood up. The ancestral spirit's corpse had turned into light points and vanished, leaving only one item on the ground. A pitch-black book. Chen Lin approached and bent down to pick it up. Shadow Scythe skill book. Effect: gain a shadow scythe that deals soul damage equal to your spirit attribute with each swing. Traits: harvest. When the shadow scythe delivers the final strike, it harvests the target's soul burn. Each attack can consume souls to deal extra soul damage. When enough souls are harvested, the skill levels up. Requirement: limited to player Tion E to learn. Umbral Scythe. The skill's damage multiplier was not high yet Chen Lin recognized its value at a glance. Even setting aside its unknown growth potential, the mechanism itself was already formidable. It reaped souls and then consumed them to amplify damage. In other words, he could slaughter hordes of low-level monsters to harvest souls in bulk, then expend them to one-shot high-tier bosses. Chen Lin raised his right hand. A pitch-black streak of light extended from the hollow of his spine and coalesced into a shadowy scythe half a man's height. The scythe had no haft, only a curved blade hovering behind him like a sable tail. At a thought it swayed. With another motion it sliced through the void ahead, leaving a faint black trail. It felt a little like Sima E from Honor of Kings. Chen Lin drew his thoughts back and scanned the area. The porcupine corpses in the basin had largely been picked clean, only a few scattered drops littered the ground. 7 skeleton minions were at his command, gathering the spoils and piling them together. There were no more monsters to harvest. But he had another plan. Come. The 7 skeleton minions walked up-handed over the collected drops and lined up. Chen Lin lifted his hand. The umbral scythe drifted out and sliced across the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior did not resist. Summoned by Chen Lin, it obeyed its master's will completely. Even if that strike meant its death, it accepted it quietly. The black blade bit through white bone. The skeleton warrior shattered into fragments and dispersed. You have harvested 62 points of soul energy. The scythe kept moving, cutting through a skeleton giant, a skeleton rogue, and a skeleton archer. You have harvested 120 points of soul energy. You have harvested 52 points of soul energy. When the last skeleton minion dissolved, the soul energy froze at 504 points. Chen Lin's mind cleared all at once. The tearing 8-fold pain vanished, replaced by an unprecedented lightness. It was like finally removing a heavy pack after running 10 kilometers. His whole body felt buoyant. He leaned against the rock face, closed his eyes, and breathed quietly. Controlling 7 minions at once had been a tremendous mental burden. Even though he had held on to the end, he knew he had reached his limit. After resting for a full 5 minutes, he opened his eyes. He could not relax yet. Chen Lin counted the loot aside from what he wore: 32 level 5 white items, 2 level 7 green items, and 720 copper coins, and some materials like porcupine hides with quills. Chen Lin tossed them into his pack, stood, and oriented him. To return to the newbie village from here, he had to cross the porcupine roaming zone, and then the wolf area, at least half an hour. In GUN, player characters only disappear when logged off in system-recognized safe zones. If you log out in the wild, your character will lie on the ground, as if asleep, utterly unresponsive. He did not want his body looted halfway home. Chen Lin drew a deep breath and headed toward the gap. Through it, a few porcupines had already respawned in the outer, but because he had slaughtered them earlier, their density was noticeably lower than before. Chen Lin paid them no heed and hurried along the path he had come. Along the way, he casually summoned skeleton minions and used the umbral scythe to harvest them, filling his soul energy. This was still too cumbersome. After his mana bar ran dry, he habitually opened his pack only to find the blue potions given by the florist quest had been exhausted in the recent fights. I need to develop a skill that extracts souls directly solely to charge the umbral scythe. The mental fatigue had not fully faded. His mind felt a little hazy. After more than 20 minutes walk, the wolf area came into view. From afar, he could already see some players leveling. Most were summoning classes like Necromancers and Nature Wardens. Their summons fought up front while they stayed back and watched with ease. A few were archers and mages, chipping away at health with ranged attacks. Inefficient, but safe. As for warriors, Chen Lin glanced at the players trapped in the middle and shook his head. At this stage, melee classes truly were low damage, uncontrollable attrition. Even fighting same-level monsters required potions. They had to team up and rely on numbers to grind. He kept walking. No sooner had he stepped into the wolf area than a sharp cry rang out. He's here. He's here. At the junction ahead, a group of players with the Fengyun prefix over their heads quickly congregated, blocking the road tightly. A rough count showed at least 20 or 30 of them. Nearby players paused their grinding and turned to look, eager for the spectacle. Fengyun Guanghu stood at the front, flanked by Fengyun Xiaoshu, Fengyun Dazhuang, and a crowd of underlings. He crossed his arms, arrogant, as if eyeing a lamb about to be slaughtered. You must be Tianyi, who claimed the first kill. His voice boomed so everyone could hear. Hand it over. Chen Lin did not stop and continued walking. Fengyun Guanghu frowned, but persisted. That rapid leveling method of yours, and the way you found that boss. Hand it all over. I could consider letting you join our phone. A black flash cut him off. Fengyun Guanghu's words halted mid-sentence. He stood frozen, still wearing a proud expression, when a massive damage number appeared above his head: 210. He instantly dissolved into white light. Fengyun Xiaoshu and Fengyun Dezhuang beside him were not spared. The black light swept them, and they too vanished into white light. 210, 210. Silence gripped the place. Everyone was stunned. One-shot kills. The Fengyun leader and his men. Weren't they already level 1? All felled by a single black flash. Someone muttered a curse. A Fengyun player on the periphery finally reacted and pointed at Chen Lin. You actually... Before he could finish, the black scythe behind Chen Lin suddenly lengthened and swept outward. The black light cut across, and the dozen or so Fengyun players at the edge, unable to react, turned to white light. 210, 210, 210, 210. White light spread in a sheet. The few remaining Fengyun players froze in place, too terrified to move. The onlookers fell silent, staring blankly at the spectacle. Chen Lin kept walking. The black scythe moved a third time. This time it did not sweep, but simply swung forward. 3 Fengyun players blocking his path fell to the ground, as if struck by thunder. 210, 210, 210. An empty road lay open before him. Chen Lin walked between them. From start to finish his eyes were half closed, he did not look up or respond, not even altering his pace. It was as if he had unconsciously crushed a few ants in his path without noticing. Only when his silhouette faded down the lane toward the newbie village did the held-back murmurs erupt. What the hell? What skill was that? One-shots. All one-shots. What's with that damage? Tianny. Is that the Tianny who got the first kill? Is this even a human? The server hasn't been up 4 hours, and someone can one-shot players. The Fengyun guys hit a wall, serves them right. He looks so exhausted as if he barely noticed he just killed people. Even scarier right. He casually one-shotted a whole group, without seeming to notice. You have died, all attributes reduced by 5%, and you have received 1 reincarnation mark. At the respawn point, Fengyun Kuanghu staggered out, his face ashen, eyes fixed on the death penalty displayed. Returning to the novice village, Chen Lin did not rush to log off. He walked through the street, and arrived at the exchange in the northwest corner of Jialong Town. It was a 2-story building made of stone and wood with a shield coin emblem hanging at the entrance. Pushing open the wooden door, he found more than a dozen players busy in the hall, some checking prices, while others were listing items for sale. Chen Lin chose an empty corner to sit down, and a trading panel appeared before him. The panel displayed a few scattered pieces of equipment, all level 1 white gear priced around 1 silver coin. 1 silver coin equals 1,000 copper coins, and according to the current exchange rate of copper coins to Huayuan being 1,001, this means a piece of level 1 white gear costs about 100 yuan. Chen Lin opened his backpack and began sorting his loot. There were 32 pieces of level 5 white gear, 2 pieces of level 7 green gear, along with a pile of miscellaneous materials. He first listed the 32 pieces of level 5 white gear on the trading market. Price set, 20 silver coins each. Compared to level 1 white gear, level 5 white gear indeed had enhanced attributes, but no qualitative difference. However, Chen Lin directly marked the price up by 20 times. Next, he listed the 2 pieces of level 7 green gear, the Thorns leather armor, and the spiked leggings. Price set, 200 silver coins each. On top of the already increased price, he raised it another 10 times. Are you insane? Suddenly a headless curse came from not far away. A player checking equipment prices suddenly looked up. Though he didn't know who listed the equipment, newly added items showed up in the latest list of the trading market. Yeah, how dare he? Another player chimed in, scoffing. Level 5 white gear sells for 20 silver. Selling level 7 green gear for 200 silver. Has he lost his mind? Maybe by tomorrow he'll be selling obsolete gear for 20 times the price. Oh, anyone who buys it must be a fool. If this weren't a game world, he'd probably be arrested for speculation. Who cares, it won't sell anyway. After a few discussions, they stopped paying attention. Chen Lin ignored them, closed the trading panel, and chose to log. Taking off the helmet, he was greeted by the familiar ceiling. The sharp pain from mental fatigue in the game had vanished, replaced by a gentle weariness akin to the fatigue felt after an intense morning of studying during high school. Chen Lin lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze for a few seconds. Returning to the civilized world, he felt a bit lost for a moment. What should he eat for lunch? He turned over and sat up, opening the door of his rented room. It was an old residential building with various items piled up in the corridor. Chen Lin walked down the stairs to the first floor. As soon as he exited the hallway, he saw the landlady sitting in a wrought-tan chair under the shade of a tree, fanning herself with a palm leaf fan. Hey, they're going out for lunch. The landlady in her 50s or 60s smiled and greeted him. Yes, I'm going down for lunch, Chen Lin replied with a smile. Once outside the residential building, he didn't walk far and directly turned into a nearby fast food restaurant. Boss, I'll have the 16th set of Longjiang pork knuckle rice. As he greeted the staff, he naturally walked over to the corner of the restaurant's refrigerator and took out a glass bottle of iced cola. The bottle was covered in fine water droplets, icy and refreshing. Soon a steaming bowl of pork knuckle rice was served. The pork skin and meat were separated, but both were stewed until tender and flavorful, glistening with a rich sauce color. Beside it were braised eggs, meat rolls, and pickled vegetables, all of which looked incredibly appetizing. Chen Lin took a bite of rice and pulled out his phone, logging onto the official forum of the game Epic. A video on the homepage was trending, featuring him standing at the edge of the Wild Wolf area with a black scythe sweeping behind him. The view count had already surpassed 1 million. Opening the comments, it was lively. Who is this person? Took down a bunch in seconds. Cheating. Is the guy in the comments new? This is Tian, the one who achieved the first kill of the server's boss. Is this guy a murderer? Just kills whoever he dislikes. Suggesting a serious investigation. Laughing my ass off, the guy from Fengyun blocked the road to show off, got counter-killed, and became a murderer. What skill is that scythe? Does the Necromancer have that? I also play a Necromancer, how come I don't have it? He already got the first kill, and you're still killing rabbits. Can it be the same? Do I think he looks pretentious with that half-dead demeanor? He walks around without even looking at people. He was just tired, okay? After killing the boss, he got blocked by a bunch of idiots. Oh, wouldn't you be famous too? Chen Lin scrolled down the screen to continue reading. Combined with the server announcement regarding the first kill of the boss, it had only been a little over 4 hours since the game launched, and he had already gained a bit of fame. However, the most popular wasn't his video. At the top of the forum, a post occupied the pinned position with a steep rise in popularity. Is Epic truly a game of this era? Clicking in the original poster wrote a lengthy piece. A game along with a helmet that allows consciousness to dive and only costs 500 yuan. Don't you guys think that's ridiculous? No matter how cheap a VR setup is, it should cost at least tens of thousands, and the experience is still rather rough. What does 500 yuan even mean? It's cheaper than some digital AAA games. I looked up this company and found nothing but as if it popped into existence out of nowhere. Moreover, the game's details are incredibly realistic. The NPC's intelligence is frighteningly high. I once chatted with the same NPC for half an hour and didn't encounter any repeated dialogue. If this technology were applied to military or medical fields, how much would it be worth? Yet it's just made into a game, and only sold for 500. The comment section was even more heated. Some thought the original poster was overthinking while others joined in the questioning, and some had already started with comments like, Epic is shutting down, everyone is selling their accounts, only am taking out loans to spend money. Chen Lin nodded slightly. After the cognitive barrier was lifted, many smart people began to notice the game's anomalies. The reason this game, which shouldn't exist in this era, was able to be smoothly promoted was due to the existence of a cognitive barrier. Everyone would subconsciously ignore the unreasonable aspects, treating it as an ordinary game. Now that the game had been launched and the cognitive barrier was removed, more and more people began to respond and notice its oddities. It's like the elephant in the room. Even if the people in the room don't know when the elephant came in, its mere presence is enough to draw attention. The world's adaptation to Epic has only just begun. Chen Lin logged off the forum, focused on finishing the last bite of his meal, and drank the remaining iced cola. Back at his rented room, he did not immediately put on the helmet. Instead, he lay down on the bed, set an alarm for 2 in the afternoon, and then closed his eyes. Those hardcore players and streamers were surely grinding levels fiercely now, competing to be the first to leave the novice village. Someone on the forum was already tracking the leveling progress of various novice villages. But Chen Lin knew this was a long-term battle. Rushing doesn't equate to going far. He turned over and fell into a deep sleep. At 2 in the afternoon, Chen Lin logged in on time. A flash of white light enveloped him as he appeared at the entrance of the trading house in Jialong Town. He pushed open the wooden door, stepped inside, sat down in a corner, and opened the trading panel. You have new trading records. Your bow and wrist guard, white, has been successfully sold for 20 silver coins. Your hedgehog leather armor, white, has been successfully sold for 20 silver coins. Your spiked leggings, green, have been successfully sold for 200 silver coins. System notifications kept popping up. Chen Lin glanced at his balance. 1041 silver coins. All the equipment he had listed in the morning had sold out. He opened the exchange rate panel and smiled slightly. The price of gold in the game was skyrocketing. In the morning it was 1 silver coin for 100 copper coins, but now it had changed to 1 silver coin for 10 copper coins. It had risen tenfold. This meant that the more than 1,000 silver coins he held were equivalent to over 1,000,000 yuan. He had gone from an ordinary person to a millionaire in just 4 hours. Chen Lin was not surprised by this. After the cognitive barrier was lifted, the existence of the era would likely have been laid out before the leaders of various countries and the controllers of financial groups. No power could remain indifferent to such technology that transcended common sense. Even if each force was cautious and only put forth 10 million to test the waters with so many governments, financial groups, capitalists, and wealthy individuals around the globe, that would still amount to several billion in funding. The attributes of a level 5 white gear compared to a level 7 green gear were indeed not qualitatively improved. But at this point in time, they were scarce resources in themselves. Amidst the frenzy fueled by billions of funds, there were people willing to pay for this scarcity, even at 10 or 100 times the premium. With the money in hand, Chen Lin closed the panel and stood up to head outside. Just as he walked out of the trading house, he frowned slightly. Someone was following him. A gaze seemed to be subtly resting on his back, positioned about 20 meters to his left rear. The footsteps were deliberately soft, but without stealth skills the attempt was rather amateurish. Chen Lin remained calm and continued walking forward. He crossed 2 streets and turned into a secluded alley. The person behind indeed followed him in. Master Tianyi. A youthful voice rang out, laced with evident excitement. Chen Lin turned around. At the alley's entrance stood a young man in his early 20s with a fair complexion and dressed in novice clothing. His ID displayed above read, Isan Yinyu. He had voluntarily revealed his ID. How did you know it was me? Chen Lin asked as he had hidden his player ID. Isan Yinyu scratched his head, smiling a bit awkwardly. I have been waiting in the auction house, and as soon as you entered, those pieces of equipment went on the shelf. Combined with this morning's first kill announcement, I guessed it was you. I kept waiting, and sure enough, I finally found you. His observation skills were quite good. Chen Lin remained silent and merely nodded slightly. Isan Yinyu, seeing this, quickly introduced himself. I am the president of Yinyu Tower. Yinyu Tower? Chen Lin had heard this name before. In his past life, this guild was just an inconspicuous small group at the start of the server, established casually by a few second-generation players to keep in touch. However, as the era gained attention from various nations, the resources behind them began to flow in, and Yinyu Tower rapidly grew, eventually breaking into the top 50 guilds in the country. Isan Yinyu noticed Chen Lin staring at him in silence, and anxiously rubbed his hands together, pulling out a skill book from his bag and presenting it to Chen Lin. The mana cost depends on the strength and position of the exchanging parties. This skill's function was simple, but Phantom Shift skill book. After use, you can learn the skill Phantom Shift. Affect exchange positions with one of your summoned creatures, or allow two of your summoned creatures to switch positions. The mana cost depends on the strength and position of the exchanging parties. This skill's function was simple, but simplicity did not equate to weakness. Exchanging positions with a summoned creature meant the main body could escape danger at any time, or allow a suitable summoned creature to instantly enter the battlefield. Allowing two summoned creatures to switch positions meant the formation could be adjusted at any time. This was a strategic skill. Chen Lin had originally planned to set aside time to acquire this skill. He didn't expect someone to deliver it to him now. Alright. Chen Lin took the skill book and used it on the spot. You have learned Phantom Shift. He then accepted Isan Yanyu's friend request. Isan Yanyu's face instantly blossomed with a smile, and he quickly accepted. Master, if you need any help in the future, just let me know. Chen Lin glanced at him and pondered for a moment before speaking. Does your guild have anyone at the Quiet Watchtower? Isan Yinyu was taken aback, then quickly replied, yes. We have 5 people at the Quiet Watchtower with IDs of. That's enough, Chen Lin interrupted him. Would you like to make a trade? Isan Yinyu didn't even ask about the trade details and eagerly nodded, of course. Master, just say. Chen Lin was not polite and directly stated. There is a graveyard north of the Quiet Watchtower. Deep within it lies a type of undead monster called Sleeper Level 7, but with a very slow movement speed and a long attack wind-up range. Classes can kite it without taking damage. Isan Yanyu's eyes lit up. That graveyard is a hidden area of the Quiet Watchtower. Normal players cannot find the entrance. The entrance is behind a tilted gravestone in the far corner of the graveyard, requiring 7 consecutive knocks on the gravestone with a 2-second interval between each knock. The sleeper respawns quickly, and upon killing it you will definitely obtain an item called Dream of the Deceased. In a few days, scholars will arrive at the Quiet Watchtower, and you can use the Dream of the Deceased to learn some decent skills from him. After finishing, Chen Lin looked at Isan Yinyu. This is information, and it's also my reward for you. Isan Yinyu was stunned, taken aback for a few seconds before reacting. Master, this. In return, Chen Lin continued, tomorrow at this time I want a complete set of the Tranquil set dropped by the sleeper. It must be intact. Isan Yinyu nodded repeatedly. Sure. I guarantee to complete the task. Chen Lin didn't say much, just nodded and turned to leave. Behind him, Isan Yinyu excitedly boasted to his friend, you won't believe it, I added Master Tianyi as my friend. Chen Lin couldn't help but smile slightly. The reward had already been given, and the two only had a verbal promise without signing any contract or leaving any means of counteraction. But Chen Lin did not mind. Not only had Yinyu Tower had a good reputation in his past life, but more importantly, he had the ability to take revenge. You may swallow the reward, but you cannot bear my retribution. Testing a person's character with a piece of inconsequential information was a worthwhile gamble regardless of the outcome. Bidding farewell to a rainy day in a bamboo hat, Chen Lin turned and walked towards the Hunters Guild. After crossing several streets, that rugged building made of timber and limestone reappeared before his eyes. This time the 2 guards at the entrance did not stop him. They merely nodded slightly and opened the large door for him to enter. The hall was still quiet, with a few formal hunters whispering in the corner. Chen Lin walked straight toward the large wooden table deep inside. Broken Blade Geller was leaning under the giant moose head trophy, flipping through a piece of parchment. Hearing the footsteps, he looked up and saw Chen Lin, a smile instantly appearing on his face. You've arrived. Geller stood up, walked around the table, and patted Chen Lin's shoulder firmly. I know all about what you've done. You ventured alone into the mountains, hunted the thorny porcupine, and even dispersed the spirit of your ancestors. Young man, you did well. He took a palm-sized metal badge from his waist and handed it to Chen Lin. The badge was shield-shaped with an engraving of a hunting dog and a spear, its edges lined with silver. This is your reward. The official member badge of the Hunters Guild. With it you can take on all public quests from the guild, enjoy supply discounts provided by the guild, and receive assistance at various hunter bases. Geller paused for a moment, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. So what do you think? Are you interested in challenging higher-level, more difficult quests? With your strength, you can totally try those bounty-level commissions. Chen Lin looked down at the badge, not reaching out to Mr. Geller, thank you for your kindness. He raised his head, his tone calm, but I am a mage. Instead of chasing after prey, I prefer to pursue knowledge. Geller's smile faltered slightly. Chen Lin continued, if possible, I would like to exchange this reward for a library borrowing certificate. I heard that the Hunters Guild has the authority to recommend people to the library. Geller fell silent for 2 seconds, his enthusiasm fading a bit, and his expression grew somewhat indifferent. He retracted the badge, turned, and took out a palm-sized piece of parchment from the drawer of the wooden table. The parchment bore the insignia of the Hunters Guild with a line of handwritten text beneath it. This is the library borrowing certificate. With it you can enter the library in Jialong Town and consult the basic collection. Geller handed the parchment to Chen Lin. Since you are keen on knowledge, I won't insist. He paused, his tone returning to a businesslike neutrality. However, the doors of the Hunters Guild will always be open to you. You can come back if you are interested in the future. Chen Lin took the parchment, nodding slightly. Thank you, Mr. Geller. He turned and took a couple of steps, then looked back and added, I appreciate your kindness. Geller waved his hand and returned to his chair, picking up the parchment to continue reading, no longer looking at him. Chen Lin said no more and turned to leave. As he stepped out of the Hunters Guild, he glanced back at the building. Completing a hunting task would reward a 10-level blue weapon for the profession. For the vast majority of players, this is the best weapon available during the novice stage. But it wasn't worth his time. He had more important goals. The library is located in the southeast corner of Jialong Town, a 2-story stone building that appears plain, with only an open book carved above the door as a sign. Chen Lin pushed the door open. Inside was more spacious than he had imagined, with tall bookshelves neatly arranged, filled with various books. A few scholars in robes were seated at tables by the windows reading. Hearing the sound of the door opening, they merely glanced up, and then continued reading. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged man with round glasses, recording something in a thick tome. Chen Lin walked over and handed him the parchment. The middle-aged man glanced at it, nodded, and took out a wooden plaque from under the counter. The borrowing certificate is valid for 1 month, with a maximum of 3 books that can be borrowed at a time, which cannot be taken out of the library and must be returned before closing. Any book on the shelves can be read, but the rare books section requires additional application. Chen Lin accepted the plaque, understood. He turned and walked towards the shelves. The first floor of the library was filled with various skill books displayed in categories. Chen Lin glanced at them. The price tags were affixed to the spines, with the cheapest starting at 1 silver coin and the most expensive marked at 30 silver coins. This price is astronomical for ordinary players. On the first day of the opening, most people couldn't even scrape together 200 copper coins. But for Chen Lin, who had over 1,000 silver coins, this was merely pocket change. He slowly walked along the shelves, his gaze scanning the titles of the skill books. Mage's Hand, Arcane Perception, Magic Detection, Magic Missile. These were all the most basic mage skills. Chen Lin learned these skills along the way, spending silver coins. Their power was modest, but very practical, and he would have to learn them eventually, so he might as well learn them now. Next came the professional skills. Bone Reinforcement increases the health of skeleton minions by 10. A bone armor increases the armor value of skeleton minions by 5. Directional Summoning. When casting Undead Summoning, you can specify the type of minion to summon. After spending 231 silver coins to learn all these skills, his gaze fell on the deepest part of the shelf, where dusty bookshelves leaned against the wall. The books on those shelves were unpriced, with no titles, and some even had damaged spines. They looked like mere decorative backgrounds, and players would not spare them a glance as they passed by. But Chen Lin knew that those were the true treasures. In the library of epic, real knowledge is not in the skill books marked with prices on the surface. Those are merely consumables for players to quickly boost their combat power. The truly valuable things are hidden among those seemingly useless background books: herbalism, notes, mineral distribution charts, legends of ancient relics, genealogies of certain fallen families. Any one of them could conceal rare recipes, hidden quests, or treasure clues. But these treasures require a key to unlock. Chen Lin sat down at a table in the corner and took out paper and pen from his backpack. He recalled memories from his past life and slowly sketched the outline of a jar on the paper. He drew slowly, each stroke deliberate. After finishing, he examined it for a few seconds to confirm there were no omissions, then folded the paper neatly and put it back in his backpack. Standing up, his gaze swept over those dusty bookshelves again. The key was not yet in hand, but it would. Chen Lin stood in the blacksmith shop, pushing a piece of paper depicting a jar toward the old blacksmith. The old blacksmith picked up the paper, glanced at it, and then looked up at Chen Lin, his brow furrowing. Enclosed jar body with a valve compressing air inside. He smacked his lips and asked, "Young man, what are you trying?" "This thing is not easy to craft." Chen Lin said nothing, simply taking out 10 silver coins from his backpack and gently placing them on the table. The coins clinked crisply against the wooden surface. The old blacksmith's gaze fell on the silver coins, pausing for 2 seconds. Simple. He looked up, a smile on his face. Come back tomorrow at this time to collect your goods. Chen Lin nodded and turned to leave the blacksmith shop. After exiting, he walked along the street toward the inn. Just as he reached the village entrance, Chen Lin paused for a moment. 2 faint gazes seemed to linger on him. He shook his head. The figures from Fengyan were truly relentless. Chen Lin did not look back and continued walking, only quickening his pace slightly. Passing through the area where wild wolves roamed, he turned into a sparse thicket. The 2 figures behind him indeed followed. Chen Lin halted and turned around. 2 thieves bearing the Fengyan prefix emerged from their stealth state, unprepared, as the shadowy scythe behind him swept across. 2 beams of white light flashed simultaneously. Chen Lin did not even glance back and continued walking into the mountains. Having crossed the wild wolf area and passed through the territory of the porcupines, ahead lay the activity range of the level 7 ferocious tigers. Chen Lin slowed his pace and carefully avoided the colorful behemoths wandering in the forest. He did not disturb any of them, moving quietly until he arrived in front of a hidden cave. The cave was located at the base of a steep rock wall, the entrance concealed by dense vines. If one wasn't searching for it deliberately, they would hardly notice its presence. Chen Lin pushed aside the vines and entered. Inside, the cave was pitch black, with only a faint stone path visible beneath his feet. He summoned 2 skeletal warriors to lead the way, following behind them. After about 5 minutes, the view suddenly opened up. This was a vast underground cavern with an immeasurable dome and jagged stones surrounding it. In the center of the cavern was a nearly 100-meter-wide pool, its surface a deep, haunting blue with no visible bottom. However, beneath the surface, a stone platform could be faintly seen. Something on the stone platform was emitting a dim glow. Chen Lin squinted, trying to discern it. It was a book. A slight smile curved his lips. This is the place. Chen Lin took a few steps back and found a suitable spot by the pool to stand still. Then he raised his hand and began to summon. With the passive enhancement of bone reinforcement, the attributes of the summoned skeletons were slightly improved compared to before. Additionally, with the expertise in targeted summoning, he no longer needed to summon randomly as before, but could directly begin to summon skeletal giants. Rays of light flashed, and massive skeletal figures appeared successively at the edge of the pool. 1, 2, 3. All the way to the 7th. 7 skeletal giants stood side by side, nearly filling that side of the pool's bank. Chen Lin did not stop and summoned another skeletal thief. 8 summoned entities, 7 giants on the far left and 1 thief on the far right. He closed his eyes, spreading his mental energy to connect with the perception of the skeletal thief. Opening his eyes, he looked toward the faint red dots visible in the depths of the pool. Begin. One of the skeletal giants took a step forward, bent its knees, and jumped. Boom. The 3-meter skeletal figure crashed into the pool, creating a massive splash. The pool instantly boiled. Beneath the haunting blue surface, dozens of glowing red eyes lit up simultaneously. Countless silvery figures surged from the depths, rushing madly toward the skeletal giant. Piranha level 7. Each one was as thick as an arm, with rows of sharp teeth glinting ominously in the dim water. They clamped onto the skeletal giant's leg bones, ribs, and arm bones, the sound of their teeth grinding against the white bones creating a piercing screech. The health bar of the skeletal giant visibly dropped. 12, 15, 9, 18, 11. Thump. The second skeletal giant crashed into the piranha swarm, split off, some of its members surging toward the new target. Thump, thump, thump. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th ones. 7 skeletal giants plummeted into the pool like cannonballs, causing the entire pool to boil over. The piranha swarm was thoroughly enraged, with countless silvery figures darting frantically through the water, tearing at every white bone they could reach. The skeletal giants did not resist or flee. They simply stood in the water, allowing the piranhas to bite them, while stirring their bodies as much as possible to churn the water even more. Amid the chaos, the skeletal thief began to move. Activating its stealth, it glided silently into the water, sticking to the shadows along the edge of the pool. Underwater was far more chaotic than on the surface. The skeletal thief sank to the bottom, stepping on the soft silt as it walked step by step toward the depths of the pool. It was merely a skeleton frame, needing no breath, no air. The frenzied piranhas were busy tearing at the 7 skeletal giants, completely oblivious to the smaller target lurking at the bottom. Chen Lin sat cross-legged by the pool, eyes closed, concentrating all his mental energy on the skeletal thief. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The water grew deeper and the surroundings darker. Only the faint red glows in the distance and the weak luminescence from the stone platform guided the way. 10 minutes later, it finally reached the stone platform beneath the surface of the pool. The skeletal thief began to slowly rise. Ding! Your actions have drawn the attention of the regional guardian. The moment the system prompt sounded, 2 massive red lights suddenly illuminated from the depths of the pool. The red lights were far brighter and larger than ordinary piranhas, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. A giant fish surged out from the darkness. It was over 5 meters long with dagger-like teeth, its silvery scales glinting with a metallic sheen in the dim water. It opened its massive mouth and charged toward the skeletal thief. Realizing it had been exposed, the skeletal thief no longer proceeded with caution, leaping up to the stone platform and grabbing the book. Position swap. A calm voice echoed in the cavern. In the next instant, the skeletal thief's figure vanished from its spot. In its place stood one of the skeletal giants at the edge of the pool. The skeletal giant had just jumped from the bank ready to crash into the water, but in an instant, it was transported to the center of the pool. It stood there in confusion at the spot where the skeletal thief had just been, still unable to comprehend what had happened. The giant fish's mouth closed. Crack! The skeletal giant didn't even have time to let out a cry before being bitten into pieces by the enormous fish. Bones splattered everywhere. The health bar emptied in an instant. But the skeletal thief was now safely standing at the edge of the pool, clutching the softly glowing book in its chest. Chen Lin opened his eyes, a hint of a smile on his lips. It was in his hands. Chen Lin stepped out of the cave, and the sky outside had already darkened. He did not linger, and directly followed the same path back, passing through the regions of tigers, porcupines, and wolves, encountering no obstacles along the way. It seemed the people of Fengyun had learned their lesson and no longer sent anyone to their deaths. Upon returning to Jialong Town, Chen Lin oriented himself and walked toward the Mage Guild in the town center. This was a building even more impressive than the Hunters Guild, constructed entirely of white stone. A massive magical crystal was embedded in the dome, exuding a soft glow even in the dim light. Chen Lin pushed the door open. The hall was brightly lit, with several robed apprentice mages organizing the bookshelves. Behind a long table directly facing the entrance sat an elderly man with white hair and beard engrossed in a thick tome. The ID above the old man's head read Jialong Town, Mage Mentor Alfred. Chen Lin approached the long table and quietly waited. The old man did not look up, still focused on the book in his hands. Chen Lin did not urge him, merely standing quietly. After about 2 minutes, the old man finally closed the book, lifted his head, and looked at Chen Lin. "Young man, what can I do for you?" Chen Lin took out the softly glowing book from his backpack and gently placed it on the table. "Excuse me, is this the book you lost?" The old man's gaze fell on the book, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He reached out, picked up the book, flipped through a few pages, confirmed something, then looked up at Chen Lin. "Indeed, it is the tome I accidentally misplaced before. How did you know this book was mine?" Chen Lin replied calmly. "A low-level mage lacks the capacity to pursue breadth and can only focus on a limited number of skills. High-level mages often delve deeply into their own paths, having no time to write such comprehensive and accessible introductory texts." He paused, looking at the old man. "So I thought the only ones capable of writing such a book must be mentors like you who need to teach other mages." The old man smiled upon hearing this. "Indeed, your observation is keen and your reasoning is sound." He stood up, patted Chen Lin on the shoulder. "You have helped me greatly. Though this book is not a profound tome, it contains my years of teaching insights, and losing it is truly a pity." He pondered for a moment and continued, "What kind of reward do you seek? You are a necromancer, right? I just happen to have a good skill." The implication in his words was so obvious it could hardly be described as a suggestion, but Chen Lin shook his head. "Thank you for your kind offer. However, I believe that knowledge is the essence of a mage. If possible, I would like to learn reading techniques and imprinting techniques from you." The old man, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of appreciation in his eyes. "Reading techniques and imprinting techniques." He chuckled. "These two skills are essential for any apprentice mage, and are indeed more fundamental than mere combat skills. I can teach you, but that cannot count as my reward. They are skills that every mage should master." Chen Lin contemplated for a moment, and said, "Then please give me a spell scroll for the lightning gun." The old man was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood. "You are exchanging a long-lasting skill for a one-time spell scroll." His gaze toward Chen Lin became more appreciative. "It seems you already have a plan in mind. Good, a mage should be like this, clear about what they need and not be blinded by immediate gains." He retrieved a scroll glowing with a faint blue light from a drawer under the long table and handed it to Chen Lin. "This is the lightning gun with a potency reaching the 30-level senior tier. There should be no monsters around Jialong Town that can withstand this strike." The old man smiled at him. "I have high hopes for you. If you ever need anything, feel free to come find me." Chen Lin nodded in agreement, then casually asked, "Mr. Alfred, I would also like to learn a few basic skills for the Necromancer amateur tier." The old man waved his hand. "Go ahead, the second shelf on the left side has the skill books you can learn. The tuition fees are marked on them." Chen Lin walked to the bookshelf and took a glance. Bone Spear Touch of the Undead Mental Scream. Although less important than necromancy, these are supplementary skills for the Necromancer amateur stage and can be learned directly. After leaving the Mage Guild, the sun was already setting. Chen Lin did not delay and headed straight for the library. Pushing open the library door, the magical lights inside were still on. Several scholar-like natives were still reading by the window, and the administrator behind the counter was still the same middle-aged man with round glasses. Chen Lin approached and placed his library card on the counter. "Hello, I would like to borrow theoretical books." The administrator looked up at him, nodded, and operated something beneath A new panel appeared before Chen Lin. Basic Mage Theory: A brief history of elemental theory, analysis of the nature of magic, origins of the necromancy school, principles of summon constructs. All were books from the previous background shelf. Each book had a price tag behind it, with the cheapest at 2 silver coins and the most expensive at 40 silver coins. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. "He'll take them all." The administrator was momentarily stunned. "All of them? There are a total of 342 silver coins." Chen Lin immediately stated the number and then took out 342 silver coins from his backpack, piling them on the counter. The silver coins gleamed softly under the magical lights, forming a small mountain. The administrator fell silent for 2 seconds, quietly collected the silver coins, then retrieved a cloth bag from behind the counter, packing the background books one by one and handing them to Chen Lin. "You can sell them back after reading at a 30 buyback rate." Chen Lin took the cloth bag and sat down at a desk by the window. He took out the first book. Opening the front page, a system prompt popped up. "You have read Origins of the Necromancy School and gained scattered and superficial mage knowledge." Chen Lin's spirit lifted. Mage knowledge. This was one of the most unassuming yet fundamental attributes at the start of Epic. If intelligence is the tool, then mage knowledge is the raw material. It does not directly increase damage or enhance defense, but every creation of high-level spells, every improvement of rare skills, and every breakthrough of professional bottlenecks relies on it. This is a true treasure that will never be too much or obsolete, even in the late stages. Chen Lin flipped through page by page, and as he finished the last page, the book's aura of age completely dissipated. Even if others obtain this book, they cannot directly gain mage knowledge through reading techniques anymore. Of course, the book remains the same, and the knowledge recorded within is genuine. As long as future readers are willing to spend a month diligently memorizing, learning, and researching the knowledge in this book, the mage knowledge acquired upon full mastery is also recognized by Epic. He set Origins of the Necromancy School aside and continued using reading techniques. "You have read Principles of Summon Constructs, gaining scattered and superficial mage knowledge. You have read Tam's Dictionary and you learned Dwarven Common Language. You have read Analysis of the Nature of Magic, gaining scattered and superficial mage knowledge. You have read Moon Stories and you learned High Goblin Language. You have read A Brief History of Elemental Theory, gaining scattered and superficial mage knowledge." The system prompts kept popping up. "Only after rebirth do I realize the weight of knowledge." Putting down the book in his hand, Chen Lin sighed. In his past life as a founder of a sect, he had already mastered most of the knowledge here, with only a few superficial pieces of knowledge that he did not grasp. However, an epic knowledge is in a sense material. Only by obtaining can one possess it. Unless he transcribes the knowledge in his mind into a book recognized by the system, the knowledge in his mind can only exist in his mind, having no real significance. Let's consider it a review. At least the knowledge I gained at this stage can be perfectly applied immediately. Outside, the night deepened and the natives in the library left one by one, while the administrator yawned and continued to keep accounts. After an unknown period, Chen Lin raised his head and glanced at the time. 5:20 p.m. He rubbed his eyes and closed the book in his hand. "Time to log off for dinner. Tonight I strive to finish reading all these books." You have gained a new proficiency, Breath of the Dead, by combining the spell formulas from Origin of the Necromancer sect and Principle of Summoning Constructs. Chen Lin was slightly taken aback, then a smile appeared on his lips. This is the power of knowledge. Breath of the Dead proficiency. Your necromantic summons are surrounded by an aura of death, dealing one of their maximum health as necrotic damage to nearby enemies every second and reducing their necrotic resistance by 10. It's quite a decent support skill. Although the damage is low for a necromancer, a 10 reduction in necrotic resistance is nearly as good as a 10 increase in damage. Chen Lin closed the skill panel and glanced at the time. It was 8:20 p.m. He had spent a full 10 hours in the game today. For those streamers and hardcore players, this was hardly anything. All-nighters were the norm. But he had accomplished. Chen Lin gathered the books he had been reading, placed them back into his bag, then stood up and walked towards the counter. "I'll come back to read these next time," he said to the librarian. The librarian nodded and noted down the titles he borrowed. Chen Lin pushed open the library door and stepped onto the street, choosing to log off. After removing the helmet, Chen Lin lay in bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze for a few seconds. The room was quiet, with only the faint sound of traffic from outside. He turned over, sat up, picked up his keys and phone, and pushed the door downstairs. Stepping out of the rental apartment, the night had deepened. This was a tree-lined path common in old neighborhoods with tall banyan trees lining both sides, their branches casting dappled shadows under the streetlights. The night breeze was slightly cool, carrying the unique freshness of early autumn. Chen Lin put on his headphones and casually opened a playlist. I don't have nothing belongs to anyone, from luck to confidence to the universe. He walked slowly, his pace neither hurried nor slow. He didn't like taking photos or documenting life, but he had a habit of regularly seeking out music he liked and adding it to his playlists. To him, those playlists were like volumes of an audio diary, with each song corresponding to a period in his life. As an orphan raised in an orphanage, he didn't have any deep-seated grievances or self-pity. On the contrary, he lived quite comfortably. Every year, he worked for 5 months, then lived off that salary for the next 7 months. It wasn't wealth, nor was there much margin for error, but he genuinely lived quite freely. In his past life during this time, he was still immersed in the thrill and joy of playing such an incredible game as Epic. Now, having been reborn, his starting point was already much better than in his previous life, yet he could no longer return to that pure joy. Chen Lin let out a soft sigh. Forget it, thinking about these things was pointless. He turned into a small alley and walked into a clean and tidy little shop. The shop was small, with only 5 or 6 tables, but it was kept very tidy. A sign reading Chun Village Noodles hung at the entrance, and the aroma of food wafted out. Oh, still the same. A woman in her 30s looked up from behind the counter, saw Chen Lin, and greeted him with a smile. She was dressed neatly with her apron tied snugly. Chen Lin nodded and walked to his usual spot. I'll have another bowl of snow fungus sweet soup. Sure thing, the woman replied, and turned to head into the kitchen. Before long, a steaming bowl of Chun Village noodles, a plate of golden fried king oyster mushrooms, and a bowl of goji berry snow fungus sweet soup were placed in front of Chen Lin. He picked up his chopsticks and was about to dig in when the conversation from the nearby table drifted into his ears. Epic is really amazing. Let's play together tonight. The speaker was a young man in casual clothes in his early 20s with an unmistakable excitement on his face. He was sitting across from a man in work clothes who looked exhausted with eyes barely open. The man in work clothes smiled wryly and waved his hand. I want to play too, but I'm dead tired today and just want to go home, take a shower, and sleep. The casual man looked a bit deflated, but quickly brightened up at a new thought. How about we make money in Epic? His voice involuntarily rose. You don't know, someone sold a few pieces of equipment this morning for 1,000 silver coins. He exaggeratedly gestured with one finger. At the current gold price, that's equivalent to 1 million. In 5 or 6 hours, they made 1 million. The man in work clothes was stunned, his tired face showing surprise. Is that for real? Of course it's real. It's gone viral on the forum. The casual man grew more excited as he spoke. Even if that's a scam, I just sold a level 1 white item for guess how much. He lowered his voice, but couldn't contain his pride. 12,000 copper coins. That's 1,200 bucks. The man in work clothes swallowed hard. He worked 11.5 hours a day, only taking 2 days off a month, toiling away for just 5 or 6,000 bucks. It seems there's a bit of potential here. Exactly. The casual man hurriedly seized the moment. Anyway, the game helmet only costs 500 bucks. I'll just treat you. Tomorrow, let's both farm gold together. You work during the day, and we'll take shifts at night. Chen Lin quietly enjoyed his late-night snack, listening to their conversation. He didn't look up or interject. The person they mentioned who would become a millionaire in a day was sitting right beside them. This feeling was somewhat peculiar. It felt like witnessing history. Epic had only launched a day ago, yet the changes in the world were already so apparent. When it truly descends. Chen Lin shook his head and continued enjoying his Chun Village noodles. Far away in the imperial capital, in a spacious office brightly lit, a middle-aged man in his 50s with a square face and thick eyebrows sat behind a desk, wearing a white shirt with his sleeves rolled up to his forearms. The powerful figure in charge of national public order looked grave as the ashtray in front of him was already filled with dozens of extinguished cigarette butts. A knock sounded at the door. Wang Wenyuan stood up and opened the door impatiently, asking, have the test results come out? Other bureaus are waiting for the report. A man in his 30s entered, accompanied by a sprightly, elderly man holding a document with a somewhat peculiar expression on his face. Minister, the test results are out. Wang Wenyuan looked up, his gaze sharp. Quickly tell me. The secretary swallowed hard, organizing his thoughts. We disassembled the game helmet. Inside, the wiring is quite simple, with only a few basic electronic components, and its sole function is to make the operating indicator light on the outside of the helmet glow. And then, Wang Wenyuan frowned. Then we broke the helmet down into thousands of pieces, each of which we examined under a microscope. They were all the most common materials: plastic, copper wires, silicon chips, with nothing special about them, easily available in the market. Wang Wenyuan's frown deepened. A new day. Chen Lin logged in on time, appearing on the streets of Jialong Town. Without delay, he headed straight to the blacksmith shop. The old blacksmith was hammering a piece of red-hot iron in the shop. Upon seeing Chen Lin enter, he laid down his hammer and took out 2 half-meter-tall cylindrical iron canisters from beneath the counter. They are ready. Chen Lin took the canisters and examined them carefully. The canisters were tightly sealed, the tops fitted with valves and pressure gauges, and a soft metal hose connected to the side, ending in a small biting nozzle. Compressed air. As you said, 1 canister is enough for half an hour. The old blacksmith wiped his hands. Shall we give it a try? Chen Lin opened the valve, aiming the nozzle at his palm, and a gust of air shot out. The pressure was sufficient. He nodded, stowed the 2 canisters in his backpack, and placed 10 silver coins on the counter. The old blacksmith accepted the payment and returned to his work. Chen Lin turned to leave. He arrived again at the hidden cave, traversing the long passage and standing before the dark blue pool of water. The pool remained deep and shadowy, its bottom unseen. Yet Chen Lin could sense something stirring beneath the surface. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that taking the book yesterday had indeed angered the guardian here. Chen Lin took a few steps back and raised his hand to summon. Skeleton giants 1, 2, 3. Still 7. 7 giants stood by the pool's edge while a thief crept into the shadows. Begin. Splash. The first skeleton giant crashed into the water. The pool erupted in a boil. The silver-white piranha swarm surged forth once more, tearing ferociously. But today they were even more frenzied than yesterday, attacking with greater ferocity, as if they wanted to shred every intruder to pieces. Splash. 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 The second, third, and fourth skeleton giants followed into the water. The piranha swarm was completely mad. However, Chen Lin's gaze was not on the fish. He was waiting. Deep beneath the water, 2 massive red glows suddenly lit up. The piranha boss it was even more violent than yesterday, its gigantic silver-white body thrashing wildly in the water, its mouth full of sharp teeth aimed directly at the nearest skeleton giant. The skeleton giant was being besieged by the fish, its health bar already halved. Just as the boss was about to bite, the skeleton giant knelt and leaped up. Boom. The 3-meter-tall skeletal giant broke through the water's surface, leaping high into the air. Below it, the piranha boss pursued relentlessly, also breaking through the surface in a leap. The enormous silver-white fish body was fully exposed to the air, sunlight reflecting off its scales, creating a blinding glare. It opened its massive mouth, intent on swallowing the airborne skeleton giant whole. But what awaited it was not bone, but a blinding blue light. In Chen Lin's raised right hand, the lightning spear scroll ignited instantly. What era is this still fishing traditionally? Let's try some new energy. A spear made entirely of pure lightning shot forth from his hand so fast that its trajectory was nearly invisible. Boom. The lightning spear struck the piranha boss. The searing electric light erupted upon impact, instantly charring its silver-white scales, flesh, and blood scattering. The enormous body didn't even have time to let out a mournful cry before it was reduced to ashes, plummeting from the sky. A level 30 advanced spell. Sufficient to deal with a mere level 9 BOSS, more than enough. Yet the power of the lightning spear was far from over. It pierced through the piranha BOSS, maintaining its momentum and directly plunging into the water. The blue and white electric light exploded at the water's surface, countless electric snakes spreading in all directions, instantly covering the entire pool in electric light. The silver-white piranha swarm couldn't even escape before being caught by the electric light. One after another, they floated to the surface, convulsing bellies up. You have killed a piranha, gaining experience 45. You have killed a piranha, gaining experience 45. You have killed a piranha, gaining experience 45. The system notifications flooded the screen. The experience bar surged at a visible rate. Level 8. Your level has increased to level 8. Your base health 20, base mana 30, agility 1, spirit 4. You have gained 3 free attribute points. Chen Lin glanced at the floating fish corpses in the pool, his expression calm. The obstacles were cleared. Floating in the pool were dozens of scattered white light orbs and a green orb. He commanded the skeleton thief to collect them, his expression joyful. Another 1 or 2 million in hand. After the battlefield was cleaned up, he summoned a skeleton warrior beside him, placing the compressed air canister in the warrior's hands. Then he opened the valve, held the nozzle in his mouth, and began to submerge. The pool was deeper than it appeared. Chen Lin clung to the bottom, stepping on the soft silt, moving forward step by step. The skeleton warrior walked in front of him, holding the iron canister, serving as a mobile oxygen supply station. The 6 to 7 meters of water pressure was somewhat uncomfortable, but still bearable. Ahead lay a dark expanse, illuminated only by faint light filtering down from above. 100 meters. Chen Lin felt the rocky wall on the opposite bank. He did not surface, but began to sink along the wall. The rock wall extended downward, yet tilted forward, forming a waterway. The water grew deeper and darker, with only the wall he touched confirming he was still on course. 150 meters. 200 meters. 250 meters. 300 meters. Chen Lin pressed forward, always keeping close to the upper rock wall, walking and diving. The water pressure intensified, causing a slight pain in his eardrums, yet his breathing remained steady, the iron canister clutched by the skeleton warrior, continuously supplying air. At last his hand was free. The rock wall came to an end. Chen Lin's heart surged as he swam a few meters forward before rising to the surface. Splash! He broke through the water's surface, gasping for air while observing his surroundings. This was a larger underground cavern than before. The dome was immeasurably high, equally dark and deep below. Compared to the surface, he had descended over 100 meters, but within this cavern it felt as though he stood at the edge of a cliff. Chen Lin clung to the rock face, gazing downwards. Although he had descended nearly 100 meters along the underwater passage, he still found himself at a high vantage point within the enclosed cave. Below lay an abyss of darkness with no bottom in sight. He raised his right hand and cast the light spell. A sphere of light the size of a fist emerged from his palm and slowly floated downward. Once the darkness was dispelled, Chen Lin discovered that the depth below was not as profound as he had imagined, merely 7 or 8 meters deep. The light illuminated the ground, revealing a layer of insect exoskeletons. Shells, limbs, and wings were piled high, accumulated over countless years. Chen Lin did not retract the light sphere. Instead, he raised his hand to summon. A skeletal thief appeared on the rock face beside him, also clinging to the stone, awaiting orders. Go down. The skeletal thief released its grip and leaped into the air. It deftly adjusted its posture, landing on the exoskeletons with its bony feet, producing only the faintest rustling sound. But that was already sufficient. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound of countless frictions echoed from all directions. In the darkness, numerous red light points flickered to life. These light points gathered like a tide, surging toward the skeletal thief. The sound of shells scraping against each other grew increasingly louder and denser. The skeletal thief turned to flee, but it was already too late. The swarm of insects engulfed it like a tidal wave. Black beetles crawled all over its body, covering its bones and burrowing into its ribcage. The skeletal thief's health bar plummeted at a visible rate, and within 3 seconds it shattered into fragments and vanished. Chen Lin inhaled sharply. Fortunately, it was a skeletal thief that he had sent down. If he had carelessly thrown a bone spear to test the waters or jumped down himself, it would not have been the skeletal thief that was devoured by the swarm. He looked closely at the bottom. Each of those beetles was only the size of a fist, pitch black all over, with shiny carapaces, strong limbs, and sharp mandibles. Their numbers were beyond estimation. The entire cave floor was writhing. Holy beetle, level 0, level 0. But their sheer quantity was overwhelming. Chen Lin glanced at the cave walls. Although they were nearly vertical, those beetles could easily climb them with their limbs. Being high up did not guarantee safety. He needed to hold them off. He raised his hand and began to summon. Skeletal giants, one after another, leaped down from above. Boom, boom, boom. The massive skeletal bodies crashed into the swarm, crushing countless holy beetles. But they were quickly overwhelmed, black beetles swarming over them, beginning to gnaw frantically. The health bar of the skeletal giants began to drop. But what Chen Lin noticed was not the health bar, but the layer of dark aura enveloping the skeletal giants. Breath of the dead. That layer of aura cloaked the skeletal giants entirely, slowly eroding the swarm of insects crawling on them. The health bar of the holy beetles began to drop at a visible rate. Although the damage per hit was low, it was relentless. The number of insects meant the targets being eroded. Every bone of the skeletal giants was covered in insects, each enduring the damage from the breath of the dead. Those holy beetles seemed tireless and fearless, still surging forward madly. The ones behind stepped on the corpses of the ones in front, layer upon layer, like a black tide crashing toward the skeletal giants. Chen Lin's eyes brightened as the shadow scythe manifested behind him, and then the scythe extended down, slicing toward the skeletal giant. 47, 52, 49, 51. A burst of white light erupted. The damage multiplier of the shadow scythe was not high, but against the level 0 insects weakened by the breath of the dead, each strike could reap a swathe. Moreover, you have harvested 120 points of soul energy. You have harvested 134 points of soul energy. You have harvested 127 points of soul energy. The system prompts flickered rapidly. Chen Lin was momentarily stunned. The level 0 holy beetles provided soul energy almost comparable to that of level 5 porcupines. His eyes gleamed. This was not just a swarm, it was a treasure. Chen Lin no longer hesitated and unleashed his mental power fully. 7 skeletal giants gathered together, their breath of the dead continuously eroding the surrounding swarm. Meanwhile, his main body stood on the cliff, holding the shadow scythe, harvesting from a distance. One strike, one burst of white light. Another strike, another burst of white light. The soul count soared rapidly. 1,000, 3,000, 10,000, 30,000. Chen Lin was completely immersed in the thrill of harvesting. With each swing of the scythe, the swarm surged like a tide, only to fall like a tide. The holy beetles devoid of fear advanced madly without retreat. Yet their numbers were visibly dwindling. Finally, you have harvested 100,000 soul energy. The Shadow Scythe has gained Evolution Shadow Scythe effect. Gain a Shadow Scythe. Each strike deals soul damage equivalent to 2 times the spiritual attribute. Traits reap. When the Shadow Scythe delivers the final blow, it reaps the target's soul. Soul burn. Each attack can consume souls to deal additional soul damage. Execution. Each attack deals additional true damage equal to 5 of the target's lost health. When enough souls are harvested, the skill levels up. Chen Lin paused momentarily, then a smile crept onto his lips. True damage. The most genuine damage in the entire epic. Ignoring defense, ignoring resistance, oh, whatever the value it is, that value. Although 5 of lost health seems insignificant, it signifies a clear execution line. Any boss, even one with hundreds of millions of health, as long as its health drops below 4.7, will be directly executed. Moreover, those bosses with critically low health often unleash desperate final moves at the last moment. The true damage from the execution can take them out before they unleash their big move. Chen Lin looked down at the swarm of insects. Those holy beetles that had once swarmed thickly were now much sparser. The ground was littered with their corpses and dropped loot. He raised his head, looking deeper into the cave. What else awaited him there? You have slain the holy beetle, gaining 12 experience points. Your level has increased to level 9. Your base health increases by 20, a base mana by 30, agility by 1, and spirit by 4. You gain 3 free attribute points. The last holy beetle turned into white light beneath the Shadow Scythe. Chen Lin sheathed his sword and surveyed the surroundings. The ground of the entire cave was covered with insect corpses and dropped items, with glimmering equipment scattered about. Among them, a green orb of light was particularly eye-catching. However, he did not rush forward. Chen Lin took a few steps back and raised his hand to summon 3 skeletal giants. Jump! The 3 skeletal giants leaped off the 10-meter-high cliff, one by one, crashing down onto the pile of insect corpses. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous tremor reverberated throughout the cave, and rubble fell from the rock walls. There was no unusual movement. Chen Lin waited a few more seconds to confirm that no hidden monsters were disturbed before summoning a skeletal rogue. The skeletal rogue crouched down, and Chen Lin mounted it, placing his hands on its shoulder blades. The rogue stood up and began to climb down the protruding rocks along the cliff step by step. Upon landing, Chen Lin walked directly towards the green orb of light and picked it up. Holy beetles, stinger quality, superior green type, ring level requirement, level 8 spirit, 3 special, affect your undead minions, deal 8 damage. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Chen Lin's mouth. After playing for a few days, he finally obtained a piece of equipment useful to him. In the early stages, the core of an undead mage is the summons. A 8 damage boost to minions effectively enhances his combat power by nearly 10. This attribute might seem trivial in the later stages, but during the initial launch phase, it is already top tier. He directly put the ring on his hand, and the attribute panel flickered. His spirit increased by 3 points. Chen Lin raised the orb and continued forward. The depths of the cave led to a naturally formed corridor with smooth rock walls that were clearly polished by human hands. After walking about 200 meters, he suddenly found himself in a circular stone chamber. The center of the chamber was empty, but the surrounding walls were covered with murals. Chen Lin approached and raised the orb to observe closely. The content of the murals was ancient. Humanoid beings performing rituals, enormous monsters descending from the sky, and crowds of people fleeing. The lines were bold, yet lifelike. He reached out to touch the murals, casting the reading spell. Ding! The text on the murals is mysterious and unfathomable. You cannot decipher it. Chen Lin was not surprised. He then cast another skill, the imprinting technique. Placing his palm on the mural, a faint light radiated from his palm. The lines of the murals seemed to come alive, copying themselves onto the blank parchment in his hand. A few minutes later, a complete imprint of the mural was finished. Chen Lin stored the parchment and turned to leave. Returning to Jialong Town, the sky was nearing dusk. Chen Lin headed straight for the Mage Guild. A long queue awaited in the guild hall with dozens of new players waiting to learn skills, each craning their necks to see ahead. Behind the counter, Alfred was leisurely explaining something to a fire mage. Chen Lin bypassed the line and walked directly to the counter. Hey, someone is cutting in line. A player in the queue immediately objected, pointing at Chen Lin's back. Chen Lin ignored him and placed the imprinted parchment on the counter. Mr. Alfred, please take a look at this. Alfred raised his head, his gaze landing on the parchment, his expression slightly tightening. He put down the book in his hand and carefully examined the parchment. The player who had just shouted saw that the mentor was ignoring him and did not dare to shout again, merely leaning in curiously to look. Where did you find this? Alfred raised his head, a rare seriousness appearing on his face. This seems to be the script of the Nimmo dynasty. In a cave leading to the depths of a pool, Chen Lin briefly recounted his experience. Alfred nodded after listening. Good lad, you came to ask me for the lightning gun scroll, just for this right. Chen Lin did not deny it. Alfred stood up, carefully rolled up the parchment, and tucked it away. Come take me to see it. He raised his hand and gently pointed at Chen Lin. A white light enveloped the two of them. Amid the astonished exclamations of nearby players, their figures vanished from the spot. Was that just teleportation? Who was that kid? Not only cutting in line, but also being personally taken away by the Minter. I don't know, but he looks like a big shot. No kidding, can someone who triggers hidden storylines not be a big shot? What is the Nimmo dynasty? How would I know? I've only been playing for a day. In the guild hall, the remaining players exchanged glances, wondering if they should continue waiting now that the Minter had left. Just wait. Who knows when the Minter will return? Come on, he might be back any second. Unconcerned about the wait, the white light flashed, and Chen Lin and Alfred appeared in the cave. The mage Minter looked around, his gaze sweeping over the scattered insect corpses and the runes on the rock walls, finally landing on the murals. He stepped forward, raised his staff, and the crystal ball at the top glowed softly, illuminating the entire stone chamber. Indeed, this is a relic of the Nimmo civilization. He pointed at the small engravings on the edges of the murals and said, these cuneiform characters are characteristic of the Nimmo civilization. Look at this. His finger pointed at a symbol resembling the sun. This word represents sun, and this three wavy lines with a cross represents death. These two concepts are the core of the Nimmo civilization, and almost all important documents revolve around them. Chen Lin stood beside him, quietly listening. Alfred did not stop, continuing to point at the text on the murals and explaining one by one. This section describes a priest. Look at this word. The spelling of priest is ding. The mage Minter Alfred is imparting Nimmo script to you. Learning progress 1. 5. 12. System notifications kept popping up. Alfred explained in detail, starting from the most basic characters, covering grammatical structures and common expressions. He pointed at the text on the murals, translating it for Chen Lin sentence by sentence. This story is about an overlooked ordinary priest who, during the turmoil of dynasty changes, secretly gazed at the civilization's treasure, the true scripture of the sun, and then fled. In the end, he was gravely injured in this place and carved these murals before dying. Chen Lin looked at the murals, and those patterns that were once incomprehensible began to take on meaning. Escape pursuers, severe injuries, the final carvings. He seemed to see the despair and unwillingness of the priest just before he died. Ding. You have initially mastered Nimmo script. You can continue to enhance your proficiency by reading the literature of Nimmo civilization. Alfred stepped back, surveying the layout of the entire stone chamber. Alright, I've taught you the basic characters. Now you can read on your own. Chen Lin nodded, walked to the first mural, and raised his hand to cast the reading spell. You read the murals of the Nimmo civilization, gaining a small amount of profound mage knowledge. The system's prompt invigorated him. Indeed, these murals are not just stories, they are carriers of knowledge. He continued to the next mural. Second mural, third mural, fourth mural. As he read through each mural, his accumulation of mage knowledge steadily increased. Some were about rituals of sun worship, some about the understanding of death, and others were the spell research notes of that priest during his lifetime. Upon reaching the seventh mural, the system prompt appeared again. Through combining the spell formulas in the murals, you have comprehended a new skill, Death Chill. Death Chill expertise. Your undead summons emit a cold that only the deceased possess, dealing cold damage equal to the summoner's spirit attribute to surrounding enemies every second and reducing their speed by 20. A smile appeared at the corner of Chen Lin's mouth. Another area damage skill that also provides control. The biggest deficiency of an early undead mage is area damage. Counting the previous skill Breath of the Dead, he now has 2. How about helping me with something? Alfred's voice suddenly rang out. Chen Lin turned his head. Oh. Ding. Alfred has issued you a quest, retrieve the life elixir. Alfred pointed to the large door sealed by a boulder deep within the stone chamber. According to the traditions of the Nimmo civilization, a bottle of life elixir is kept before the pharaoh's coffin, used for the pharaoh's revival to restore physical form. Since this priest fervently mimicked the pharaoh, there should also be a similar arrangement in his tomb. He paused, looking at Chen Lin. He'll help you open the door, and you go in and retrieve the life elixir for me. How does that sound? Without hesitation, Chen Lin nodded. Of course. Alfred did not waste words, raising his hand towards the stone door. He chanted incantations, and the gem at the top of his staff emitted a dazzling light. An invisible force field struck the stone door, causing the sealed boulders to begin to loosen, then collapse inward one by one. Boom. Amidst the swirling dust, a deep passage revealed itself. Alfred put away his staff and looked at Chen Lin. Although this tomb is shabby, it ultimately belonged to a priest. It may still have guards inside. You'd better bring a few more companions with you. Chen Lin shook his head. I am enough on my own. He didn't say anything more, nor did he make any special preparations, simply stepping into the passage. Alfred watched his figure disappear into the darkness, nodding slightly. An interesting kid. He turned and found a corner in the stone chamber to sit down, beginning to study the murals. Chen Lin stepped into the end of the passage, only to be met not by a tomb chamber, but by a complex web of diverging paths. 3 stone-paved corridors extended forward, each one dark and deep, obscuring their ends. The walls were etched with similar runes, and the floor was laid with the same stone slabs. A labyrinth. He paused, refraining from rushing in. Raising his hand, he summoned the undead. Flashes of light appeared as 7 skeletal thieves emerged before him in succession. These diminutive skeletons were significantly shorter than a giant, their ribcages slender, and their bone blades small, appearing to be frail and weak. The ordinary undead mage despised skeletal thieves the most. Their attacks were inferior to warriors, their defenses were weaker than giants, and their ranged capabilities paled in comparison to archers. Drawing a thief meant tainting the summon pool, wasting a chance to call forth an ally. Yet Chen Lin never viewed it that way. The strength of skeletal thieves lay not in frontal combat, but in their agility and information gathering. With a thought, the 7 skeletal thieves entered stealth mode, simultaneously vanishing from sight. Chen Lin closed his eyes, spreading his mental power, as 7 streams of perception flooded into his mind. The leftmost corridor stretched straight for 20 meters before turning right. The second left corridor had a loose floor tile 5 meters in. The middle corridor flickered with a faint red light deep within. In the rightmost corridor, 2 stone statue sentinels stood just around the corner. Information continued to converge. Chen Lin opened his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. With these eyes present, the labyrinth was no longer a labyrinth. He withdrew most of his focus, maintaining only a basic connection with the 7 thieves, and then began summoning the frontline advancing formation. 2 skeletal warriors stood guard to his left and right. 2 skeletal archers followed closely behind, ready to provide ranged support at any moment. He adjusted the overlapping range of the skills Breath of the Dead and Chill of Death, then designated the middle corridor as the safest path the thieves had scouted, advancing steadily forward. The corridor was narrow, allowing only 3 to walk side by side. Chen Lin walked behind the skeletal warriors, the sound of his footsteps echoing against the stone walls. The 2 skeletal archers held their bone bows, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. 5 meters ahead, a floor tile was a slightly darker color. Chen Lin raised his hand to signal the skeletal warriors to halt. He closed his eyes, connecting with the viewpoint of the second left skeletal thief. That loose floor tile would trigger a volley of stone spears to shoot from the walls the moment the thief stepped on it. A trap. Chen Lin opened his eyes and commanded the skeletal warriors to bypass that floor tile, continuing forward along the wall. Shortly after avoiding the trap, 2 stone statue sentinels appeared around the next corner. The statues held stone swords, their eyes glowing faintly red, making them particularly conspicuous in the dim corridor. Chen Lin did not stop his advance. With a thought, the 2 skeletal archers stepped forward from behind, pulling back their bows. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 bone arrows shot forth, embedding themselves in the heads of the left statue. 34-31. The statue was startled, its red light flaring, and it began to charge over with heavy steps. The skeletal warriors met it, heat and bone, shields blocking the stone swords, while bone blades struck at the statue's legs. The 2 skeletal archers continued to shoot, each arrow aimed at the head. Chen Lin stood back, the scythe of shadows extending from behind him, yet he did not make a move. He was observing. The movements of these statues were mechanical, their attack patterns fixed, only repeating slashes and sweeps. Once he grasped the rhythm, they would be easy to handle. 30 seconds later, the 2 statues crumbled into a pile of rubble. Chen Lin continued forward. The following advance was smoother than he had anticipated. The skeletal thieves scouted ahead, marking all traps and enemy positions. Chen Lin led the main force steadily forward, avoiding unnecessary battles, clearing obstacles only on the essential path. During this time, he discovered several spellbooks in a side chamber. Although they were all basic items, even a mosquito's leg is meat, so he collected them all into his backpack. Boom. As Chen Lin stepped onto a stone slab, the entire labyrinth suddenly trembled. The previously deadened walls slowly sank, revealing a spacious area. Light streamed from within, illuminating the corridor brilliantly. Chen Lin squinted, moving forward. At the end of the passage was a vast circular plaza. The plaza had a diameter of over 100 meters with a high dome and walls adorned with murals. The ground was covered with black stone slabs, and dark red liquid flowed between the cracks, exuding a faint scent of blood. In the center of the plaza lay a stone coffin. Surrounding the coffin were 24 stone statues, not as guardians, but as worshippers. Chen Lin stood at the edge of the plaza, surveying his surroundings. With twists and turns, a boss must be present. He lifted his hand, preparing to readjust his formation. As he readied himself and stepped into the plaza, the ground began to shake. From the shadows, a 5-meter sphinx-like statue slowly rose. It had the body of a lion and the head of a human with distinctly defined stone muscles, its eyes glowing with a cold light. Sphinx Guardian, level 15 boss rank apprentice tier. Chen Lin glanced at the attribute panel. Its attack and defense were alarmingly high. Given the current level of players, melee classes would likely struggle to even breach its defenses. If it were another team, they could only rely on ranged classes to kite it slowly, taking half an hour to an hour. Yet Chen Lin stood still. The Sphinx let out a silent roar and charged towards him. Each step trembled the ground, yet its speed was astonishing. A skeletal warrior stepped up to block. The statue raised its foot and stomped down. Crack. The level 5 skeletal warrior instantly shattered, not lasting even a second. This was not just a level 15 overpowering a level 5, it was an apprentice tier crushing an amateur tier. In Epic, the gap in tiers was far more daunting than the gap in levels. However, Chen Lin still stood his ground, not moving even a fraction. Behind him, the scythe of shadows gradually extended. On the pitch-black blade, countless white light points flickered, the radiance of soul's energy condensed from thousands of holy beetles. The statue was still 10 meters away. 8 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. Chen Lin's body remained unmoved while the scythe of shadows swept horizontally, the white light points on the blade bursting forth in a blinding flash. The statue's movements shifted from extreme motion to complete stillness. It halted less than a meter from Chen Lin, its raised paw suspended in midair, and then, boom. The massive 5-meter frame collapsed with a crash, turning into a pile of rubble and dust. A huge damage number slowly floated above the debris. 15,280. Chen Lin retracted his scythe, his expression calm. It was merely a wooden post with a numerical value. You have defeated the Sphinx Guardian, gaining experience 80. Your experience is full. Overflow experience will be stored. Please complete the apprenticeship progression to raise your level cap. He stepped forward, rummaging through the rubble. After a moment, he picked up a weathered tome. Nemo Priest's Journal, special item. Reading it grants knowledge of the Nemo civilization and a chance to comprehend skills. Chen Lin stored it in his backpack, then turned around, not moving forward, but stepping back. He backed up to the edge of the plaza, standing at the exit of the labyrinth, and summoned a skeletal thief. The skeletal thief, under his control, cautiously approached the center of the plaza. First, there was the stone coffin. The coffin rested on a raised platform, its lid tightly shut. In front of the coffin lay a palm-sized golden vial, emitting a soft glow in the dim light. The skeletal thief circled the coffin and picked up the golden vial first. No unusual movements. It cradled the vial and hurried back to Chen Lin's side. Chen Lin took the vial and glanced at it. Life elixir imitation, a spirit medicine crafted by the priests of the Nemo civilization, imitating pharaonic traditions. Though both craftsmanship and materials fall short, it can be used as a poison. He nodded and stored it in his backpack. The skeletal thief set out again. This time it approached the stone coffin. Chen Lin focused intently, his mental power fully connected to the skeletal thief. Based on his past experiences dealing with tombs, it was highly likely that the master would set a curse within the coffin. The skeletal thief reached out and pushed the coffin lid. Creak! The lid slowly opened a crack. In the next moment, a jet of pitch-black smoke surged forth from the gap, instantly enveloping the skeletal thief. The skeletal thief's health bar dropped at a visible rate, and in less than 2 seconds it turned into a puddle of black water. Chen Lin remained unfazed. The priest of the apprentice tier had only this level of trickery. He summoned another skeletal thief. The second skeletal thief stepped forward just as the poisonous smoke had dissipated. It pushed aside the coffin lid, revealing the interior. Inside the coffin lay a mummy wrapped tightly in grayish-white bandages. Yet upon closer inspection, golden patterns faintly glimmered in the darkness. The skeletal thief reached out, lifting the mummy from the coffin. Chen Lin stepped forward for a close inspection. The golden patterns on the bandages were not mere decorations, but a type of writing he had never seen before. Those characters seemed alive, slowly flowing across the fabric. He directed the skeletal thief to lay the mummy flat, then they worked together to begin unwrapping the bandages. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. After unwrapping over 10 layers, the entire piece of bandaging was finally removed. The mummy revealed a withered body. Holy Spirit bandage, special item, an ordinary piece of cloth made extraordinary by containing divine knowledge. Mummified corpse, a cadaver nurtured by curses and blessings. While it cannot be revived according to the deceased's wishes, it remains a peculiar and valuable material. Good stuff. Both the bandage and the cadaver were treasures. Chen Lin first stored the cadaver, then attempted to use reading magic on the bandage. Ding! The writing within is mysterious and unfathomable. You cannot decipher it. He was not surprised. Divine knowledge was beyond his current reach. Chen Lin stored the bandage in his backpack, then surveyed the area once more. Confirming there was nothing else of value, he turned and walked out of the labyrinth. Chen Lin exited the labyrinth, traversing the cavern littered with insect corpses, and stood once again in that stone chamber. Alfred was still studying the mural. Hearing the footsteps, he said without turning his head, "Not bad, efficient." Chen Lin walked to his side, took out the golden vial from his backpack, and handed it over. "The life elixir." Only then did Alfred turn around and take the vial. He raised it to his eyes, scrutinizing it under the light, then opened the cap and sniffed, nodding in satisfaction. "Very good. It has been preserved quite well, making it an excellent research material." He took out a small teacup from his robe and poured a few drops of murky liquid into it. The liquid was grayish-white, thick and murky, showing no particular characteristics. Alfred observed it for a while, and then took out another small vial from his pocket, dripping a drop of transparent liquid into the teacup. The moment the two droplets of liquid made contact, the murkiness in the teacup began to change. The grayish-white quickly faded, becoming clear and transparent, finally presenting a faint water-blue hue. The purity is acceptable." Alfred handed the teacup to Chen Lin. "A share for those who see it." Chen Lin took the teacup, and a system prompt appeared before his eyes. Life Elixir Weak Rank Apprentice permanently increases maximum health by 200 Constitution 3. This type of attribute-enhancing elixir at the same rank can only be effective once. A good item for permanently boosting attributes. He did not decline, tilting his head back and drinking it all at once. The elixir had no distinct taste, only a slight coolness slid down his throat, then transformed into a warm current spreading through his limbs and body. "You have used the Life Elixir Weak Maximum Health 200 Constitution 3. Chen Lin glanced at his attribute panel, noting that his Constitution increased from 8 to 11A and his health from 360 to 590. "Not bad." Alfred put away the golden vial and looked at Chen Lin. "All right, you've helped me once more. What reward do you want?" He hesitated before continuing. "As I mentioned, I have a nice necromancer skill." "Chen Lin, I want to learn skeleton reinforcement." Alfred's eyes narrowed. "Skeleton reinforcement." He repeated, his tone somewhat subtle. "Do you know what skeleton reinforcement is?" Chen Lin nodded yes. "It's a basic skill for apprentice necromancers that enhances the level of skeletal minions." Knowing this and still choosing it, Alfred stared at him. "You're currently level 9, just a step away from level. Once you advance to apprentice, you will naturally master this skill. Choosing it now is equivalent to wasting a reward opportunity." Chen Lin's expression remained calm. "I'm sure I want to try to complete the apprentice path solo." Alfred stared at him for a while before suddenly bursting into laughter. That laughter echoed in the empty stone chamber, leaving it unclear whether it was admiration or mockery. "You have ambition." He pulled out a yellowed skill book from his pocket and casually tossed it to Chen Lin. "Since you want to complete the apprentice path, you should practice walking for now." With that, he directly cast a teleportation spell and left, leaving Chen Lin standing in place. Chen Lin caught the skill book and used it right away. "You have learned skeleton reinforcement. Skeleton reinforcement specialization effect. The level of skeletal minions summoned by necromancy is raised to level 9. Chen Lin looked at the empty stone chamber and sighed softly. Having refused Alfred's goodwill twice in a row, even the most easygoing person would find him ungrateful. The last phrase, "walk back by yourself," obviously carried some dissatisfaction. But Chen Lin had no regrets. He had his own rhythm. Those players who pursued invincibility at the same level often ended up mediocre in the later stages, because they spent too much energy on making up for shortcomings, investing in transitional equipment and skills that would quickly become obsolete. The necromancer is indeed weak at the same level. It's determined by the nature of the profession, and there's no way around it. Other professions experience a qualitative change upon advancing to the apprentice rank, with their capabilities similarly enhanced to the apprentice level. But what about necromancers? Their essence does undergo a qualitative change, but the summoned entities that truly determine their combat power only experience a quantitative change. A necromancer at the apprentice stage no longer possesses the dominance of the amateur stage. They can barely maintain their strength solely because the gap between the amateur and apprentice ranks is not extremely vast, and they can still rely on numbers to overwhelm. Upon reaching level 20 in profession rank, the strength of the necromancer directly drops to T2. Indeed, a necromancer at the same level is weak, but what if there's a level suppression? Chen Lin raised his hand, summoning a tall, even stronger and more formidable skeletal giant. Skeletal giant, level 9, health 1650, armor 20, damage 55, skills heavy strike charge. At this stage, where players generally start at levels 2 or 3, a level 9 skeletal giant can dominate the guild's elites as if they were grass. Invincible at the same level. What I want is level dominance. Overdrawing the future, not grinding for equipment, not expanding, means everything for upgrading. Level 0 amateur, level 10 apprentice, level 20 professional, level 30 advanced, level 40 elite, level 50 expert, level 60 master. These game stages perceived by ordinary players can be quickly bypassed in Chen Lin's eyes. So what if he's the weakest? It's not too late to strengthen once he reaches the Grandmaster level. He took out the book that had just dropped reading while returning to Jialong Town under the escort of his skeletal minions. 10 level 9 skeletal minions are enough to rampage and dominate in the novice village without any worries. When Chen Lin returned to Jialong Town, the sky was already nearing dusk. He did not return to the inn to rest, but directly walked towards the library. The librarian was preparing to close the door, and upon seeing him enter, sighed helplessly and stepped aside. Chen Lin sat down in a corner and took out the book, The Journal of Priest Nemo, from his backpack. He opened the You have read the Journal of Priest Nemo and gained a small yet profound understanding of mage knowledge. As the system prompt appeared, a flood of information surged into his mind. The priest's notes recorded the systematic knowledge of the Nemo worship, though scattered, each sentence contained profound truths. Chen Lin turned the pages one by one. His knowledge steadily increased. When he reached the last page, a new system prompt appeared. You have combined mage knowledge and comprehended a new skill, Giant Skeleton Synthesis. Giant Skeleton Synthesis skill, fuse up to 5 skeletal minions to create a more powerful skeletal servant. The size and attributes are significantly enhanced with a certain chance to gain special abilities. Chen Lin, isn't this the signature skill of the legendary player breaker of cities who obtained the inheritance of the Nemo civilization in his past life? It was the source of his confidence to conquer cities alone. Just as he was about to carefully study the skill description, another system prompt appeared. Ding! The mage knowledge you have accumulated through continuous learning has reached a critical point. You can either continue to accumulate knowledge or seek a sage for enlightenment. As the first player in the entire server to elevate knowledge to this stage, no sage will refuse to help you. Chen Lin closed the journal and let out a long breath. Finally, in these 2 days in the novice village, he had read through all the mage books in the library, explored the Nemo murals in the ruins, and studied the lifelong teachings of the Nemo worship, successfully piling his knowledge to the critical point. Chen Lin leaned back in his chair, pondering whom to seek for enlightenment. Alfred was a good candidate. As a mage mentor, he was knowledgeable and had a relatively kind disposition. Although his previous refusal of Alfred's goodwill had caused some displeasure, he should not be difficult on serious matters. However, the system prompt that said no sage will refuse sparked another idea in Chen Lin's mind. He stood up, put away the journal, and walked out of the library. As night fell, the small road on the west side of Jialong Town appeared particularly tranquil under the moonlight. At the end of the road was the cemetery. Chen Lin walked to the entrance of the cemetery and gently pushed open the slightly ajar wooden door. Passing through the obelisk and navigating around rows of tombstones, he arrived in front of the caretaker's modest dwelling. The hut was very simple, the wooden door weathered and the window panes covered in dust. Chen Lin took a deep breath and raised his hand to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Is Mr. Metatron in? There was silence for a few seconds inside, then an elderly, calm voice replied. Chen Lin pushed the door open and entered. The interior was simply furnished with a wooden bed, a desk, and a cabinet. An old man with white hair sat at the desk holding a yellowed book and looking up at him. Metatron's gaze lingered on Chen Lin for a moment, then he nodded slightly. Have a seat. Chen Lin sat down at the edge of the bed. I read more books, but my doubts have only increased. He said, what confuses me even more is that I do not know what I am questioning. Metatron closed the book and longing to know, the thirst for knowledge becomes overwhelming. You have been learning, now it's time to contemplate. He paused and asked, as a necromancer, what do you understand death to be? Chen Lin did not hesitate. The disappearance of consciousness. Whether physical death, soul annihilation, or being cast into the void, as long as consciousness persists, it cannot be considered death. Conversely, if thought ceases regardless of other factors, that is also death. Metatron nodded, his expression unreadable. Then how do you face death? Chen Lin fell silent for a moment. He knew there was no standard answer to this question. He could guess what Metatron wanted to hear and give a grand answer. But as a former master, he scorned lying in a dialogue that pertained to his own path. I evade. He spoke, I will live on at all costs. Whether becoming a lich or embodying an evil spirit, even if it means stepping into a nearly certain death for the sake of future survival, as long as I can live, anything is acceptable. If my own death is unavoidable, then I will pursue procreation. To bear offspring, allowing descendants carrying my bloodline to live on in future generations. If even offspring cannot be left behind, then I will sacrifice everything for the greater good, allowing my kindred, who resemble me, to survive. If annihilation of my clan is inevitable, then I will create a legacy, hoping that future generations can inherit our civilization. He spread his hands, his tone becoming lighter. If even a legacy cannot be left, then I shall live on entirely. At least I can comfort myself that the traces left behind can be observed by other civilizations in the distant universe through beams of light. The hut fell silent for a few seconds. Metatron looked at him, his expression revealing neither admiration nor anything else. How selfish. He commented calmly. No matter how noble the subsequent words were, the essence remained self-centered. Chen Lin did not refute. Metatron turned his head, gazing out at the tombstones, standing silently in the moonlight. But this is not a bad thing. He murmured, as if speaking to Chen Lin or to himself. Everything for the sake of continuation. Continuance is everything. He retracted his gaze and looked at Chen Lin. Your recognition level has risen to scholar. Your intelligence 10. Chen Lin was momentarily taken aback. Before he could react, another system prompt appeared. You have comprehended the specialty survival instinct immunity to instant death. You can now analyze the skills you have mastered for greater freedom with the analysis speed depending on your intelligence and the mage knowledge you possess. He immediately placed the most important necromancer skill, necromantic summoning, onto the analysis interface. Chen Lin took a deep breath. This is enlightenment. The harvest exceeded his expectations. You went to that kid's grave, right? Metatron suddenly spoke. Chen Lin was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized. He took out the Holy Spirit shroud from his backpack, holding it with both hands and presenting it to Metatron. That's right, this is my harvest. Metatron didn't even glance at it. He turned and walked towards the cabinet, rummaging for something. Help me with something. In return, I'll teach you how to interpret the text on it. Chen Lin's heart moved. The priest had been hunted down and forced to flee for peeking at the Sun Scripture. Therefore, the records in this shroud were very likely knowledge of the Sun Scripture. As one of the two main sources of the Nemo civilization, the knowledge recorded within absolutely far exceeded anything he had obtained before. But he did not agree immediately. May I ask what exactly needs to be done? Metatron turned around and placed a strangely shaped key before Chen Lin. The key was entirely jet black, about the length of a palm, twisted in shape, as if made from a few bones intertwined. Help me open a door. Chen Lin looked at the key and cautiously asked what will happen after it's opened. Just opening it is enough. Metatron shook his head. If there is anything inside, you can just take it. Chen Lin fell silent for a few seconds, but ultimately decided to agree. It had only been 3 days since the server opened. If something went wrong, he could still delete his account and restart. He reached out and took the key. It's already night, and I would like to rest for a while. I want to open the door tomorrow in a better state, if that's all right. Metatron had already sat back at the desk, flipping through the book again. As you wish, he said without raising his head. When you open it, or when you don't, it's entirely up to you. Chen Lin stood up, put away the key, bowed to Metatron, and turned to leave the hut. The night breeze swept through the cemetery, casting long shadows of the tombstones under the moonlight. Chen Lin walked on the stone path, contemplating the arrangements for tomorrow. The next morning, Chen Lin logged in on time. When a skill is deciphered, it signifies that you have completely mastered it. There is no skill cooldown, instead you face mental pressure. As long as your mind can withstand it, you can cast spells instantly, repeatedly, or even in succession. The cancellation of fixed mana consumption means that the mage can freely decide how much mana to invest. The more you invest, the stronger the power. The less you invest, the lower the consumption. In summary, the degree of freedom has greatly increased, and the operational space has expanded significantly. After that, he first replenished a batch of consumables at the town shop, then checked his equipment durability. Confirming everything was in order, he headed towards the village's edge. As he walked, he cast the spell of Undead Summoning. A ghostly light flashed, revealing a towering skeleton beside him. It stood 4 meters tall, a full meter higher than an ordinary skeleton giant. Its bones were sturdier, covered in bone armor, with a faint aura of death visible between the gaps in its ribs. This was the skeleton giant, enhanced through skeleton reinforcement. In the wild wolf roaming area at the village's edge, several necromancer players were leveling up. Beside them stood skeleton giants, all at a standard height of 3 meters. They appeared majestic, but in front of Chen Lin's level 9 skeleton giant, imbued with the breath of the dead and the chill of death, they seemed weak and frail. In comparison, it was like an armored adult standing next to a naked child. What the hell? One player rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the massive creature next to Chen Lin. This can't be right. Can skeleton giants grow this tall, eh? It must be Tion. Don't forget, we have the #1 necromancer in the entire server in our town. Another player exclaimed, hurriedly waving at Chen Lin. Great deity. I want to grow big and strong. Please share a tutorial. Chen Lin ignored them and walked straight past, following the sensing of the key as he continued forward. Passing through the wild wolf area, crossing the porcupine territory, and circumventing the fierce tiger domain, he arrived once more at the concealed cave. As he walked through the long passage, he stood before a dim blue pond. The key in his arms suddenly began to radiate warmth. Chen Lin took out the key, and it floated in his palm, emanating a faint, ghostly light. The light projected onto the rock wall opposite, gradually coalescing into a phantom of a door. The door was rectangular, its edges carved with intricate patterns that subtly echoed the shape of the key. Chen Lin looked at the door and shook his head. What is this darkness under the lamp? He had been in and out of this pond yesterday, fishing and taking books, yet he had not noticed the door on the rock wall. However, judging by Metatron's serious act of handing him the key, this door must be extraordinary. Without the key, even evaporating the entire mountain would not reveal the entrance. Chen Lin collected his thoughts and stepped onto the water's surface. At the same time, he focused his mind, summoning a skeleton rogue in the water which appeared right beneath his feet. He stood firmly on the back of the skeleton rogue as it began to swim forward, carrying him deeper into the pond. Beneath the water's surface, the silver-colored piranhas sensed the movement and instinctively tried to gather around. However, when they entered the 10-meter radius of the skeleton rogue, they suddenly panicked and fled wildly. Breath of the Dead, Chill of Death. The two area skills combined continuously emitted an aura of death. For level 7 piranhas, this sense of oppression was enough to make them instinctively retreat. Chen Lin navigated through without obstruction, arriving at the stone platform in the center of the pond. He stepped onto the platform without even wetting the soles of his shoes. The key in his hand floated up suspended in midair and then slowly inserted itself into the projected door's gap. Click! The key turned. The door and key vanished simultaneously, revealing a deep entrance. Chen Lin took a deep breath and stepped inside. Behind the door was a spacious secret chamber. The style inside contrasted sharply with the natural cave outside, with smooth stone slabs on all 4 walls engraved with religious-themed reliefs. There were winged deities, kneeling worshippers, burning flames, and flowing rivers. In the center of the chamber stood a golden balance. The balance was about the height of a person, entirely cast in gold, intricately carved with beautifung patterns. At each end hung a tray. On the left tray lay a blood-red heart. The heart was still beating, thumping with a dull sound. With each beat, crimson light flowed across its surface. Heart of the eternal legendary item. Chen Lin's gaze sharpened. He had seen this thing in his past life, a legendary shield warrior fused with the heart of the eternal, renowned for having an extraordinarily long health bar and rapid recovery speed. Those forbidden spells that would deplete health points were used casually by him as ordinary skills. If he fused it himself, his survivability would increase several levels. However, his gaze quickly shifted to the other end of the balance. On the right tray lay a feather 1/3 charred and 2/3 pure white. The feather was very light and should have been lifted high by the weight of the heart. Yet at this moment it instead lifted the heart high. Even though 1/3 of it had turned charred due to Chen Lin's entry, it only caused the balance to tilt slightly, an almost imperceptible change. The last third of the pure white area was visibly spreading charred edges. Chen Lin hesitated for almost no. He stepped forward and reached for the feather. The moment his fingers touched it, a wave of heat surged, but it quickly, ding! You have obtained the Forbidden Feather. Forbidden Feather special item. This item cannot be stored in the backpack. It will drop upon death. Ding! You have gained the state Forbidden Mark. Forbidden Mark. Before discarding the Forbidden Feather, you cannot log off or perform any teleportation. At the same time, all monsters within the Novice Town range enter a berserk state, coming after you at all costs. As the system prompt ended, a thunderous sound came from outside the door. Chen Lin turned to look, and through the transparent door, he could see the pond outside boiling over completely. The silver piranhas jumped out of the water one after another, crazily rushing toward the door. But they lacked the ability to float. They could only leap to the highest point, biting at the air a few times before falling back into the water. 1 fish, 2 fish, 10 fish, 50 fish. The school of fish seemed to have gone mad, jumping recklessly. Chen Lin watched this scene with a smile creeping onto his lips. The stronger the wind and waves, the more valuable the fish. He did not rush to escape, turning to look at the golden balance. On the left side was the heart of the eternal. On the right side it was already empty. However, the golden balance itself was also a valuable item. Chen Lin quickly approached, directly placing the entire balance into his backpack. You have obtained the golden balance, a balance purely made of gold, a highly prestigious sacrificial vessel in the Nemo civilization. Then he plucked the beating heart from the tray. You have obtained the heart of the eternal, a heart that beats eternally, possessing an endless source of vitality. Who said you had to choose one? He swiftly took everything. He turned and dashed toward the door. Standing at the entrance of the secret chamber beneath him was the wildly jumping school of fish. Chen Lin attempted to use Shadow Shift to switch places with the skeleton servant waiting by the shore. Due to the influence of the Forbidden Mark, teleportation skills cannot be activated. As expected, it didn't work. He had anticipated this and leaped forward, jumping into the air above the pond. As he began to descend, he raised his hand to cast Undead Summoning. A burst of light exploded at the landing point, and a skeleton giant appeared out of thin air right beneath his feet. Chen Lin stood atop the skeleton giant's head and leaped again. Outside the cave, a level 7 ferocious tiger stared with blood-red eyes, madly pouncing towards the entrance. It was the first to arrive here, faster than a pack of wolves and fiercer than a horde of porcupines. Its fur bristled, and its sharp claws left deep marks on the rocks. Suddenly, the once furious beast became stiff in its movements. A foot emerged from the darkness. That foot was thicker than the entire body of the tiger, forged completely from white bone, with heavy bone armor covering its joints. The foot descended slowly, carrying an irresistible sense of oppression. The tiger looked up, fear flickering for the first time in its blood-red eyes. Then it was crushed beneath the foot. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed in the cave. The tiger didn't even have time to let out a mournful cry before being turned into mush by the gigantic foot. Boom! Boom! The ground began to tremble. Each rumble was accompanied by the quaking of the rock walls. Finally, the colossal creature emerged from the cave. Standing over 7 meters tall, its entire body was forged from bones. Its robust limbs supported a massive torso with several bone spikes extending from its back. Its head was a fusion of 2 skeletal giant heads, and ghostly blue flames burned within its 4 eye sockets. Bone Giant, level 10, Chen Lin sat within the chest cavity of the bone giant, connecting to the mental perception of his minions outside. The view was expansive, providing a commanding perspective. The bone giant continued its march, while 3 beams of light appeared on its shoulders. 3 skeletal thieves manifested, then entered stealth mode, scattering in 3 different directions. Their task was not to fight, but to scout. Glimmering summoning lights continuously flickered around the bone giant. 1 skeletal giant after another was summoned, but they did not linger for long. As soon as they stabilized, they began to merge with their surrounding companions. 2 skeletal giants fused into one, transforming into a stronger version of 4.5 meters. Merging again, they grew to 5 meters. Merging again. Chen Lin's spiritual power fully expanded simultaneously, controlling these fusion processes. Each second, new skeletal creatures were born, and taller figures stood up. When the last wave of fusion was completed, 6 skeletal giants ranging from 5 to 6 meters tall stood beside him. Meanwhile, the tide of monsters approached from the slope ahead. Wild wolves, porcupines, tigers, and giant bears. They no longer fought amongst themselves, no longer bit each other, all with bloodshot eyes madly rushing towards this side. Leading the charge was Chen Lin's old friend, the thorny porcupine. Those half-human tall porcupines sprinted with their short legs, their sharp quills standing erect, emitting piercing shrieks. Chen Lin's strategy was simple. Charge. The bone giant took a step forward, colliding head-on with the porcupine herd. On one side was the level 10 apprentice deer bone giant, nearly 10 tons heavy and 7 meters tall. On the other side were level 5 amateur deer thorny porcupines, less than half a meter tall and weighing barely 100 pounds. The result was self-evident. Bang! The first porcupine was struck directly by the bone giant's foot, its body exploding into a shower of flesh and blood. Bang! 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 The bone giant didn't even need to make a deliberate attack. Simply stepping, landing, and swinging its arms could crush several porcupines with each move. Those sharp quills, which usually gave novice players headaches, left no mark on its bone armor. Chen Lin sat within the chest cavity, looking through the gaps in the rib bones. At all of this, his expression calm. This was just the beginning. Meanwhile, on the other side of Jialong Town, at the village head's plain, a harmless level 1 wild rabbit was nibbling on grass. It was gray, and its ears drooped, looking no different from its companions nearby. A warrior player was engaged with the rabbit, having just reached level 1, and it was just right to team up with his companions to hunt a level 1 monster. The long sword slashed into the rabbit, inflicting 12 damage. The rabbit, in pain, charged at him with bloodshot eyes. This was normal combat, just like countless times before. But in the next moment, the rabbit's eyes suddenly turned blood red. Not the kind of red from anger, but a deeper, more frenzied red, identical to the monsters in the distant mountains. It leaped suddenly, its speed astonishing. The warrior player didn't even have time to react before the rabbit bit into his neck. 78 critical hit. The warrior instantly vanished into white light. His companions were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The rabbit landed on the ground, not even glancing at them, and without hesitation dashed off in a certain direction. What the hell? What's going on? His companions stared blankly at the retreating figure of the rabbit. Such scenes were unfolding in every corner of Jialong Town. In the wolf area at the end of the village, several wolves entangled with players suddenly went berserk, enduring the players' attacks to kill their opponents, then charging towards the mountains. In the northern woods, a level 7 tiger burst out from its hiding place, ignoring everything in its path, running wildly. Even the livestock in the town, several chickens that were originally kept in pens, suddenly broke through the fences, flapping their wings and rushing towards the town's exit. Some unlucky players were blocking the path of the gathering monsters. A 3-person team was leveling in the wolf area when they were collided by a charging group of porcupines from behind. More than a dozen porcupines trampled over them, without even glancing back, leaving behind 3 corpses that turned into white light. A lone mage gathering herbs was swatted away by the rushing tiger with a single paw. A team that was about to successfully defeat a boss was interrupted by a suddenly appearing giant bear. The monsters completely ignored them, merely rushing past, but the collision alone caused them to lose half their numbers. But more players did not die. They watched the frenzied monsters rush past them, stunned for a moment, then their eyes. A major event. A major event. Some began to call their friends. All the monsters have gone mad. Run into the mountains. Let's follow and see. There must be a plot. Livestream. This hype is not to be missed. Beams of white light lit up on both sides of the tide of monsters. Those were the resurrected players returning. They dared not block the path in front of the monster horde, instead following from a distance, recording as they ran. Even more people were rushing in from the town. At the entrance at the end of the village, more and more players gathered. Someone was live streaming, excitedly narrating, "Brothers, did you see that? All the monsters in the map are going berserk. This is definitely a hidden plot." The barrage in the live stream scrolled wildly. What the hell is going on? A major event on the 4th day after launch. Let's follow and see. That direction seems to lead to the mountains. Chen Lin was unaware of all this. All he knew was that the number of monsters was increasing. Behind the sea of monsters, a vast crowd of players followed. They dared not get too close, merely trailing behind at a distance, running and recording. Some were live streaming, others took screenshots to post on forums, while a few called their friends to come see. The monsters have gone to the end of the village. Are they attacking the city? On the 4th day of the server launch, monsters are attacking the city. How thrilling. Amid the discussions, the outline of the village's end gradually came into view. However, what the players saw was not an open village gate, but tightly shut doors and countless figures on the city walls. All the NPC guards of Jialong Town had been mobilized. They wore leather armor, wielding longbows or sword shields arranged in neat rows on the city walls. Behind the arrow slits, serious and grave faces were visible. Geller stood on the gate tower holding a longbow, his gaze crossing over the surging sea of monsters, landing on the most prominent figure in the distance. The players saw it too. At the center of the sea of monsters stood 3 skeletal giants towering over 7 meters tall. They were covered in thick bone armor, each step causing the ground to tremble. The surrounding monsters charged at them frantically, but were directly knocked aside and trampled. On that day, humanity recalled the terror of being dominated by giants. A player murmured to himself. The 3 giants rampaged through the sea of monsters, tearing a gap through the dense tide of monsters in the process. They charged in turn, alternating their cover as they pushed forward. Behind them lay a path littered with glowing equipment. White, green, and even occasional blue lights flickered among the monster corpses. Wow, so much equipment dropped. A player's eyes turned red, instinctively wanting to rush forward. But as he got close to the edge of the sea of monsters, he was knocked away by a frenzied porcupine vanishing into white light. Others instantly came to their senses. No matter how good the equipment was, one must be alive to collect it. "Is this a monster siege?" someone asked. "No, wait." Another sharp-eyed player retorted. "Look at the targets of those monsters. They are completely ignoring the city walls and are only chasing after those 3 skeletal giants." Everyone looked closely, and indeed, although the frenzied monsters charged towards the end of the village, their attention was entirely focused on the city gates. Their target from the very beginning had always been those 3 skeletal giants. "There's a person inside that giant," shouted an archer player, squinting his eyes. "I saw it, there's a figure inside." Just as he finished speaking, one of the skeletal giants suddenly froze in motion. The bone armor on it began to crack, fissures spreading from its chest outward. The surrounding monsters seized the opportunity, pouncing madly, biting, crashing, and attacking. Boom! The 7-meter turtle giant collapsed with a resounding crash, instantly submerged by the sea of monsters. "One down," players exclaimed in shock. Yet the remaining 2 giants did not stop continuing their charge forward. They moved faster, as if they understood this was their last chance. 300 meters to the city gate. 200 meters. 100 meters. On the city walls, Geller raised his right hand. All NPC warriors simultaneously drew their bows, arrows aimed at the 2 approaching giants. The players below were also eager to try. Some gripped their weapons tightly, while others adjusted their positions, ready to seize the monsters. Such high-level encounters guaranteed extraordinary loot. At that moment, one of the skeletal giant's chests suddenly opened outward. Its ribs spread apart, revealing the space inside. A figure of ordinary size sat within, hands resting on the edges of the ribs, looking up towards the city walls. He was channeling the faint glow that enveloped him, a radiant blessing from the heroic souls, standing out vividly amidst the sea of monsters and blood. "I am Tiani." His voice pierced through the roars of the monsters, reaching the city walls. "Entrusted by the Gravekeeper Metatron, I am here to find him. Open the gates." The crowd of players erupted. "Tiani, the one who got the first kill on the boss. Wait, is he a player? Did he do all this? How did he manage to attract so many monsters? What is that thing in his arms? Feathers." On the city walls, Geller's pupils suddenly constricted. His gaze was not on Chen Lin, but was fixated on the feather in Chen Lin's arms. The feather, once pure white, now retained only 1/5 of its original color, the rest charred black. The area of pure white was visibly shrinking. Geller took a deep breath and suddenly waved his hand. "Open the gates. Archers provide cover." As he spoke, the NPC warriors on the city walls simultaneously released their bowstrings. Arrows rained down, whistling through the air. Chen Lin sat inside the giant, watching as the dark rain of arrows shot towards him. He did not dodge, nor did he move. In the next moment, all the arrows landed before him. Each arrow struck the ground, forming an arc and clearing away all the monsters within a 5-meter radius in front of him. The frenzied porcupines, wild wolves, and fierce tigers were instantly shot to pieces. The rain of arrows extended forward step by step. Each time Chen Lin's skeletal giant moved forward, the rain of arrows advanced a step. A clear path remained in front of him, allowing him to advance unhindered. What was this? Su Jin's bullet screen. Chen Lin had no time to think further. He urged the skeletal giant to continue forward while the other giant finally collapsed. 50 meters, only he remained. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The skeletal giant took its final step, its massive foot landing on the ground before the city gate. Chen Lin leaped out of its chest cavity, and the moment he fell, a skeletal rogue was summoned beneath his feet. The skeletal rogue landed on all fours, carrying him as it dashed towards the city. Behind him, the sea of monsters crashed against the city walls, producing a thunderous roar. Inside the city, Fengyan Kuanghu stood by the street, watching Chen Lin's retreating figure, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He did not know what Chen Lin was up to, but seeing him in such a hurry surely indicated something significant. If he didn't stop him, how could he justify the face he had lost and those subordinates that had been slain? Go, he whispered to his underling beside him. Stop him. Just as the underling took a step forward, whoosh, an arrow pierced through the air, crackling with red lightning, directly penetrating his chest. The underling didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was obliterated, leaving not even a trace of white light. Fengyan Kuanghu abruptly turned his head, looking towards the city walls. On the city wall, Geller held a longbow, his face cold as he stared at him. That gaze was like looking at a pitiful ant unaware of its own mortality. Boss. Another underling trembled. Little mouse, he. What's wrong with him? He can't be reborn. The underling's face turned pale. He sent a message saying he can't resurrect. His character interface went black directly. He was deleted. Fengyan Kuanghu was stunned. Deleted? He had died so many times in the game, but had never heard of being deleted. He looked up at Geller, the NPC, still coldly staring at him, the bowstring in his hand drawn back once more. Fengyan Kuanghu swallowed hard, slowly raised his hands, and took a few steps back, retreating to the back of the crowd. The skeleton thief sprinted down the street, with Chen Lin on its back. Behind them, the monstrous roars shook the heavens. The sounds of heavy impacts and the whistling of arrows came from the direction of the city walls, where the guards were blocking the monstrous tide. Chen Lin did not look back. The cemetery was just ahead. At the end of the narrow path, the invisible barrier still stood. But this time, as he dashed through, the barrier did not obstruct him, allowing him to pass right through. The skeleton thief halted at the entrance of the cemetery. Chen Lin flipped off its back and looked inside. The cemetery had changed. The simple gravestones still stood, the obelisk remained pristine, but in the center there was an added altar. The altar was made of black stone covered in intricate runes. A white candle was lit at each corner, their flames remaining still in the night breeze. Metatron stood beside the altar. He was no longer the plain old man clad in a pure white robe with flowing white hair. At this moment, he wore a heavy and ornate white ceremonial robe embroidered with golden patterns, a silver belt around his waist, and a sun-shaped emblem hanging on his chest. His white hair was neatly arranged, cascading over his shoulders. He did not speak, merely raised his hand and pointed at the altar. Without hesitation, Chen Lin leaped onto the altar. As he steadied himself, gasping for breath, he wanted to ask what was happening. Then he froze. Before him, a phantom slowly materialized. The apparition was identical to him, maintaining the posture he had when he first leaped onto the altar, one knee slightly bent, one hand resting on the ground, looking up. Following that, a second phantom appeared. It resembled him as he had just entered the cemetery, leaping off the skeleton thief's back and landing forward. The third was the moment he passed through the barrier. The fourth was during his frantic run down the street. The fifth, a series of phantoms extended backward one after another, as if slices of time were being peeled away and displayed in the air. These phantoms passed through the barrier of the cemetery, through the outer street, and through the city gate. Chen Lin looked in the direction the phantoms extended. Outside the barrier, the players who had followed were blocked from viewing the scene in the cemetery. However, they could see the series of phantoms extending from deep within the cemetery, passing by them and continuing toward the village's end. The phantoms followed the route Chen Lin had taken, moving backward. They passed through the street, through the city gate, and through the wide-open door. Beyond the village, the monstrous tide continued to batter the city walls. Yet the series of phantoms completely ignored them, passing straight through the horde of monsters, following the path illuminated by the gleam of equipment extending toward the mountains. Each phantom corresponded to a previous state, a previous position of Chen Lin. Not a single detail was amiss. What is history? Metatron's voice sounded behind him. Chen Lin turned to look. The old man had stepped up onto the altar standing beside him. The phantoms passed through him, but left no trace. History is the scars time etches upon the world. Metatron raised his hand, pointing to the series of phantoms. From the altar to the secret chamber, Chen Lin's phantoms formed a complete line. The line trembled slightly in the air, as if it had torn something invisible. Metatron's hand reached into that fissure, gently pulling something out. A drop of liquid was retrieved. It was stunningly beautiful, constantly changing colors. Sometimes deep blue, sometimes fiery red, sometimes pure gold, and at times crystal clear. It slowly spun on Metatron's fingertip, as if containing reflections of countless worlds. Chen Lin's gaze fell upon the top of Metatron's head. There the originally unremarkable words, Gravekeeper, had vanished. In their place shone a brilliant heaven scribe. Metatron raised his hand and injected the stunning liquid into Chen Lin's body. Ding. You have acquired the auxiliary profession End of Day Scribe. End of Day Scribe. As a recorder, you can engrave things using yourself as the medium to bring them to the next era where they ought not exist. Each rank allows one engraving opportunity. Current engravings available 1. As the system prompt echoed, a torrent of information surged into his mind. Engraving. This is the core ability of the End of Day Scribe. To engrave an object, which could be an item, a skill, a memory, or even a record of a person, upon oneself, then cross the boundaries of epochs to bring it into the next era. Each rank can only engrave once. Before Chen Lin could examine it closely, Metatron had already extracted that feather from his embrace. The feather retained only a small bit of the shaft, still pure white, while the rest was charred black. The white area left was merely a narrow line as fine as a strand of hair. Metatron gently blew on it. The feather turned to ash, scattering in the air. Yet at the moment the feather dissipated, a phantom surged up in Chen Lin's eyes. It was an existence that could not be described in words. It was adorned with wings, not just 1 or 2 pairs, but countless pairs. Those wings overlapped, obscuring the sky. Between the wings were countless eyes. Some were tightly shut, some half open, while others stared directly at Chen. Its appearance was both eerie and sacred, resembling the angels described in the Old Testament. Suddenly, all the eyes turned in unison. Countless gazes fell upon Chen Lin. Ding. You have acquired the mark of engraving Michael Special Engraving. This engraving belongs to a special event and does not count against the engraving limit. Passive effect, immune to light attributes. Active effect, summon a forbidden phantom that ought not exist. The illusion shattered. Those wings, those eyes, that eerie and sacred existence, all vanished without a trace. The cemetery returned to its former tranquility. Metatron stood in place as if he had shed a tremendous burden. His back no longer stood as straight, and the wrinkles on his face seemed deeper, yet his expression grew relaxed and benevolent. Teacher. Chen Lin began to speak, but Metatron raised his hand to stop him. There is no need to thank me. The old man's voice remained calm, but carried a hint of relief. I did it merely to free myself. He pulled out a book from his robe and casually tossed it to Chen Lin. Never summon that phantom. That is my own. Chen Lin caught the book, which bore the image of a scarab on its cover, resembling the style he had seen in the ruins before. If you have a heart, then live well. Metatron looked at him, his gaze calm and profound. At all costs. Live like a coward, like a deserter. His words were vague. Yet Reborn Chen Lin understood his meaning. The progression of epics is divided into 3 stages. The first stage, the Titan's journey. Players explore the world, grow stronger, and uncover the secrets of this era. The second stage, the hero's old memories. Survivors from the last epic awaken from their slumber, rebuild civilization, and rise to glory, only to wither from that glory. The third stage, the dawn of terror. The game merges with reality. By then, aside from the player's memories, there will be no trace of the previous epic left in the world. Metatron's words to live well meant that he must survive through these 3 stages to live into the next epic. Perhaps the being known as Michael, considered a forbidden existence, was one that had already been submerged in the dust of history from the epic before last. Chen Lin fell silent for a few seconds. Then he raised his head and looked toward the massive 4-sided obelisk behind Metatron. The surface of the obelisk was smooth and flawless, devoid of any patterns or carvings. It stood quietly in the center of the cemetery, witnessing the rest of the countless departed. Chen Lin slowly spoke. Teacher, I wish to use my first engraving here. He pointed at the unmarked obelisk. Chen Lin stood upon the altar, his gaze fixed upon the blank stone tablet. Metatron turned to look at the obelisk, standing in the cemetery, slowly nodding. If you wish to inscribe it, then go ahead. The old man's voice was calm and profound. It will not disappoint. Chen Lin took a step forward. He focused entirely on the image of the blank stone tablet, channeling his mental energy to perform the inscription. In the next moment, a mirage slowly emerged. It was a sunny day. The cemetery was not yet called a cemetery, just an ordinary vacant lot. The obelisk had not yet been erected. Young Metatron stood in the center of the empty lot. He appeared to be in his 20s, his hair, not completely white, with only a few strands of silver mingling with the black. He wore a plain white robe, holding a soft orb of light in his hands. The orb gently rotated in his palm, emanating a warm glow. A robust middle-aged man stood opposite him. The man was tall, broad-shouldered, and wore a set of worn leather. His face bore several scars, yet his smile was hearty, and his gaze warm, evoking a sense of familiarity. Captain Jialong. Metatron stepped forward and presented the orb before him, saying, "This is entrusted to me by the Council to give to you. Please leave your legacy for future generations." Jialong looked down at the orb of light, shaking his head. "Me," he chuckled, his laughter hearty. "I am dull-witted, and have always merely imitated others' techniques, never creating anything groundbreaking. I am not qualified to leave a legacy." Metatron looked serious. "Captain, you have simplified high-level complex combat techniques to a level that ordinary practitioners can utilize. Such extraordinary ability deserves to be passed down to future generations." Ability? Jialong was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. His laughter echoed across the empty lot, startling the birds perched in the distant treetops. Is being dull-witted also a kind of ability? He laughed as he reached out his hand to take the orb, gently squeezing it. The light flowed in his palm, gradually solidifying and taking shape. Finally, it transformed into the rough shape of a four-sided obelisk. The stone was pure white, the surface smooth and flawless, devoid of any patterns or carvings. Jialong gazed at the obelisk in his hand, his expression softening. "My achievements belong to the foundation, and my skills are given freely." He spoke softly. "There is no need to leave a legacy. It would be better to build another sanctuary to protect more people." He returned the obelisk to Metatron. "What if future generations, after enduring numerous trials, finally obtain my legacy, only to discover it consists of trivial skills that everyone learns in their professional apprentice or even amateur stages?" He grinned, a sly glint in his smile. "Wouldn't that be disappointing?" The mirage began to dissipate. Jialong's figure gradually became hazy, but his smile remained clear. He was a genuinely magnanimous person, one who did not care whether he would be remembered. Ding. You have obtained the inscription seal. Jialong's blank tablet passive effect, all summon creatures levels 1 active effect, significantly enhances the combat skills and awareness experience of the user and their summons. Chen Lin opened his eyes. The illusion completely vanished. Metatron still stood beside the altar, gazing at the blank stone tablet. His silhouette appeared somewhat aged, yet also relieved. Chen Lin did not disturb him. He quietly bowed to Metatron and turned to leave the cemetery. Returning to his rented apartment, he removed the helmet. The sky had turned completely dark. On the third day of the game's launch, it was nearing its end. Chen Lin sat at the table, staring out at the night sky, lost in thought. He had gained a lot over the past 2 days. His cognition level had risen to scholar, he had learned giant skeleton synthesis, obtained the Heart of Eternity, and the Golden Scale, acquired the profession of Finality Scribe, and inscribed 2 seals. He truly possessed the capital to surpass ordinary players. Yet he found it hard to feel joy. The images from the illusion still echoed in his mind: young Metatron, the hardy Captain Jialong, and that phrase, "It would be better to build another sanctuary." He recalled those who had sacrificed themselves for the survivors in his past life. Those who knew they would die yet pressed on without hesitation. And he at all costs would carry the marks of the previous era and live to see the next. Chen Lin exhaled. Why think so much? Time to eat. He picked up his phone and casually ordered takeout, the same Chin Village rice noodles and fried king oyster mushrooms from that familiar place. While waiting for his meal, he logged onto the game forum. On the homepage, a video had surged to the top of the trending list. The cover featured him sitting inside the skeletal giant with its chest cavity opened. The monstrous sea raged, the giant's body was shattered and his face was clearly visible. He clicked in and the comments and bullet screens were overwhelming. Damn, a 7-meter skeleton giant. Is this a necromancer? My necromancer only has little skeletons. That chest cavity opening scene was so cool. Like a mech. I am Tion E. That statement gave me goosebumps. Could this Tion E be a closed beta player? Those streamers are at best level 4, and he can already command the monstrous sea. I think it's a snowball. He must have obtained the boss first kill for some reason, and then that triggered a series of quests leading to such a scene. Why didn't anyone say necromancers have mechs? Then why would I practice being a warrior? Forget it, I'm deleting my account and starting over. I want to play a necromancer. Suddenly, a bold comment popped up: a privilege only available to those who paid for top placement. The Penguin Club sincerely invites the Master Tion E to join with a base annual salary of 10 million and 5 club equity, more benefits negotiable. Following were comments from other capital clubs. Starry Entertainment offers 12 million annual salary equity, team configuration always ready to welcome the master. Lightyear Gaming Base provides comprehensive logistical support, 15 million annual salary, signing fee separately. Several local government media accounts also extended invitations. Hangzhou City Cultural Bureau welcomes Tian players to develop in Hangzhou, providing talent apartments and special subsidies. Chen Lin scrolled through each one, his expression unchanged. The speed of Capital's reaction exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, another video rapidly climbed in popularity, pushed up by a massive number of fake accounts. In the video, a sharply dressed white man stood at the center of the frame, with a luxurious office in the background. Two individuals stood beside him, a mature and sexy woman and a petite and cute girl. The man spoke in precise Mandarin. "I am Henry, CEO of BlackRock Group. I sincerely invite Mr. Tian to join the God Club under our group. The annual salary is no less than $30 million along with 10 equity in the club and a partner position. These two are key members of the God Club, and they will accommodate all your needs." The bullet screen went wild. Damn, $30 million. Tian, don't go. You are Chinese, how can you work for foreigners? BlackRock, the largest asset management company in the world. I can deal with that mature woman. 10 equity. Didn't the God Club invest $500 million? This is insane. Chen Lin leaned back in his chair, watching the video's popularity continuously rise. These people were truly crazy. Only 3 days into the game's launch, it was already evident to everyone that this game transcended the existing sciences and unknown existence. Countless capital, both related and unrelated to the game, rushed in, forming unions and clubs with investments of billions, all in an attempt to seize the opportunity. As the first legendary figure of the era, he was naturally pursued by everyone. Now outside various capitals, foreign spies, and even government officials must be searching for him in real life. Knock knock. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Chen Lin's expression remained unchanged as he got up to open it. A delivery boy in blue overalls and a helmet stood at the door, holding a takeout bag. He glanced at the door number and handed the bag to Chen Lin. "Your takeout." After speaking, he turned without looking back, hurriedly leaving to deliver the next order. Chen Lin closed the door, returned to the table, and opened the bag. Shin Village rice noodles, fried king, oyster mushrooms, and silver ear sweet soup. The taste was still the same. As he ate, he continued to browse the forum. Those invitation posts were still refreshing continuously, with new offers getting higher. Some even began analyzing his identity, trying to find the real person behind the clues. Jialong Town Necromancer Tian, this ID. Chen Lin's lips curled slightly. In reality, he still lacked power, remaining just an ordinary person. Yet he was not anxious at all. No matter how strong the forces outside were, they could not obtain the data of the era. The game helmet was merely a keychain. The real technology was not contained within the helmet, nor in the signals or any traceable locations. As long as he did not expose himself, who could find him? Who would have thought that the first figure of renown in Era was just a lowly nobody in reality, renting an apartment in the old city, living on 16 yuan meals of Longjiang pig's trotter rice and Shin Village noodles. Great concealment lies in the city. Chen Lin picked up a piece of fried king oyster mushroom and took a bite. Crispy, salty, still the familiar taste. He picked up the silver ear sweet soup and took a sip. Your skill shadow shift has been analyzed, canceling the skill cooldown and fixed mana consumption. When Chen Lin logged on, he immediately received this message. A flash of white light passed, and he appeared on the streets of Jialong Town. He then frowned slightly. Not the ordinary players, but there were new level 1 accounts everywhere on the streets, in front of shops, and in the city. They weren't leveling up or exploring. They were just chatting in groups, some pretending to set up stalls, while others hurriedly rushed by. But their eyes were casually scanning the surroundings. The moment Chen Lin appeared, at least a dozen gazes simultaneously fell upon him. Those gazes lingered on his unmodified system face for a moment before quickly shifting away. Yet Chen Lin could feel that they had locked onto him. The crowd around him began to slowly converge, their movements natural, as if by coincidence, but the encirclement was gradually tightening. Chen Lin ignored it. As he opened his friends list to message each one, "Yin, you come to the supply shop," he raised his foot and walked towards the town center's shop. Along the way, the number of followers increased. Some pretended to buy things behind him, others flanked him from the sides, and some in front feigned looking at the scenery, but were actually blocking his path. Though their techniques were amateurish, they had the advantage of numbers. Chen Lin entered the supply shop, where the owner, a plump middle-aged man, greeted him warmly upon seeing him. "Mr. Tian, what do you need?" 300 bottles of life instant recovery potion amateur, 300 bottles of life recovery potion amateur, 300 bottles of mana instant recovery potion apprentice, 300 bottles of mana recovery potion amateur, poison removal potion, speed potion. Chen Lin listed an enormous array of supplies, while taking out silver coins from his backpack. The total cost of these supplies was considerable enough to support a team of over 10 people. However, for Chen Lin, who had already sold the equipment that had exploded in the past 2 days, it was merely a small expense. The shop owner swiftly packaged the items and placed them into a belt. "Our entire town owes its survival to the great Jialong. If you are willing to carry his mark, we are all in your debt. Here, take this as my gratitude." Potion Master's Belt Blue Attribute Requirement 10 points feature gain a 10-slot exclusive potion backpack. Automatically use recovery potions when health and mana drop below 60, and instantly use recovery potions when below 20. This is like automatic healing, a good item. After expressing his thanks, Chen Lin stored the items and turned to leave. At the entrance, he had a hint of nervousness on his face, his eyes frantically signaling around, lowering his voice to say, "Master, it seems a bit too lively here. Those people are all watching you." Chen Lin glanced at the increasingly clustered followers around him, his expression calm. "I act openly and honestly, why should I hide?" He extended his hand. "Where are the items?" Yin Yu froze for a moment and quickly opened the trading panel. "Here it is." The trade box popped up, displaying 4 pieces of equipment. Silent Mask green, no attributes, reduces the wearer's scent. Silent Garb green, no attributes, reduces the wearer's life fluctuations. Silent Boots green, no attributes, reduces the wearer's movement traces. Silent Cloak green, no attributes, reduces the wearer's spiritual fluctuations. Set effect: 24 footsteps sound reduced by 30 when moving. Set effect: 44 reduces the wearer's sense of presence. Effect varies with the wearer's actions. Chen Lin donned each piece. The mask covered the lower half of his face. The garb fit snugly against his body. The boots were light and silent, and the cloak draped over his shoulders, making him instantly appear blurry, clearly standing there yet eliciting an instinctive desire to overlook him. Yin Yu looked at his assassin-like attire, his lips twitching. "Master, does this count as acting openly and honestly?" Chen Lin adjusted his cloak and replied calmly, "I believe it does." Yin Yu was left speechless. After completing the trade, he waved his hand. "Pleasure working with you. If you have any issues in the future, remember to look for me." Chen Lin nodded. "I will come to you if I need anything in the future." After speaking, he turned and walked towards the Mage Guild. Behind him, the followers exchanged glances. Just moments ago, they had clearly locked onto a target. How did it suddenly feel? Like there was nothing worth paying it. Someone rubbed their eyes and realized Chen Lin had already walked more than 10 meters away. They hurried to follow, but their attention kept unconsciously drifting. Chen Lin stopped at the entrance of the Mage Guild. He glanced back at the bewildered followers and pushed the door open. In the guild hall, Alfred was sitting behind the counter reading a book. Upon seeing Chen Lin enter, he looked up, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. "Your plan is indeed better than my suggestions." Chen Lin approached the counter, slightly bowing. "To be recognized by the teacher is also my fortune. My original intention was simply to clear the apprentice's path alone." Alfred set down the book and looked at him. "Now I somewhat believe in you." He took out a thick tome from beneath the counter and pushed it in front of Chen Lin. "Though you rejected me twice, I acknowledge your choice. Handing this book to you is not considered wasted." Chen Lin received it and glanced at the cover. Secrets of the Weaver's special item. Reading it can significantly enhance mage knowledge with a chance to comprehend Weaver series skills. He solemnly stored it. "Thank you, teacher." Alfred then took out a short staff and placed it on the counter. This staff was made of oak, simple in form, without carvings or additional decorations. "This is a gift from Geller." Chen Lin was somewhat surprised. "Mr. Geller?" Alfred nodded. "Geller is a follower of the Great Jialong. Since you have inscribed the unmarked monument of the Great Jialong, this is his token of gratitude. This is perhaps the greatest utility of the final book, not for battle, but for connections." Chen Lin glanced at Alfred. Was it also because of the inscription that he was given this seemingly remarkable book? Chen Lin received the staff, and the attribute panel popped up. Shepherd's Staff, purple level requirement, none agility 10, spirit 30, special effect, summons spiritual load 30, feature call holder can summon a skeleton priest through the undead summon skill. Feature spirit raising based on the number and quality of controlled summons. The holder gains resilience bonuses. When the number of deaths of summoned creatures accumulates to a certain extent, this equipment will gain enhancements. Exclusive Tion E cannot be dropped. Chen Lin's gaze slightly sharpened. The vast majority of items circulating on the market were white gear, with the only exceptions being the few green items he sold. There might not even be any blue gear available yet. Now a piece of purple growth equipment was in his hands. This gift could not be considered light. He put away the staff and solemnly said, "Please convey my gratitude to Mr. Geller." Alfred waved his hand, his gaze drifting past him and landing on the curious followers outside the window. "Do you need me to deal with them?" Chen Lin glanced back and shook his head. "These people come in waves. Clearing one batch is useless. I am preparing to embark on the apprentice's path now." He paused, looking at Alfred. "Can you send me on my way? I've traveled enough already." Alfred laughed heartily at his words. "Then let's go." He raised his hand, and a beam of white light, in the next moment Chen Lin's figure vanished from the spot. The followers outside were still bewildered, searching for their target, completely unaware that their target was no longer in the guild. In the imperial capital, in a room decorated with seriousness and tidiness, Yin Yu, or Ning Yue, was sitting upright. Their only task was to find Tion Yi's real identity. The table was spread with several sheets of paper densely recording every conversation between. As renowned case-solving experts in the National Criminal Investigation System, they were once the darlings of the public security systems of various provinces. Now a decree from the imperial capital had transferred them all to the capital. Their only task was to find Tian Yi's real identity. The table was spread with several sheets of paper densely recording every conversation between Ningyu and Chen Lin. There are only this many conversations between us without a single detail missing. Ningyu spread his hands. There is too little information. One of the middle-aged men sighed. You can go back now. If there is any further communication, reported immediately. Ningyu nodded, stood up, and walked towards the door. As he reached the door, he paused for a moment, glancing back at the several analysts who had lowered their heads, silently apologizing to Chen Lin in his heart. He was indeed a second-generation heir. His grandfather held considerable power in this country. But precisely because of this, he had to contribute something. The door closed. Only 3 criminal investigation experts remained in the room. At this moment, the helplessness on their faces faded, their eyes calmly scrutinizing every word. The past influences everything about a person. Perhaps even he himself did not realize he had already. I will look for you if I have something in the future. One of them heavily circled this sentence. Disordered syntax without self-awareness. Tian Yi, are you from Guangdong province? The so-called path of an apprentice is not a task chain or an experience of any particular kind. It simply refers to a road. The educational resources in the novice village are too scarce, allowing only for the acquisition of fragmented basic knowledge, barely enabling one to become an amateur. To gain a systematic understanding of extraordinary knowledge, one must pursue further studies at a vocational academy in the big city. The path of an apprentice is the road that connects the novice village and the big town. That is all. However, this road is not easy to traverse at the moment. As the white light dissipated, Chen Lin opened his eyes. He stood at the edge of a dense forest. Behind him lay an expansive plain where the walls of Jialong town glimmered faintly in the sunset. In front of him was an endless primeval forest with tree canopies obscuring the sky, casting a dark and deep shadow over the woodland. Chen Lin did not rush in. He first checked his status: full health, full mana, adequate supplies in his backpack, and all equipment in good condition. Then he raised his hand and began to summon. 10 ghostly lights flashed in succession, and 10 skeleton thieves appeared around him. 7 of them rushed straight into the dense forest, vanishing among the shadows of the trees in the blink of an eye. They maintained a stealthy state, nimbly weaving through the branches and leaves like 10 silent shadows. The remaining 3 stayed close to Chen Lin, forming a triangular formation, quietly guarding their surroundings. Chen Lin closed his eyes, expanding his mental energy. 7 perceptive images flooded into his mind simultaneously. The thief on the left was crossing a thicket, the thief ahead was jumping over a dry creek, and the thief on the right had climbed a tall oak tree, surveying the area from above. The vision gradually brightened. After confirming there was no danger ahead, Chen Lin stepped into the. As a physically defined road, the experience of traversing it varies greatly across different periods. Chen Lin was the first from Jialong town, and very likely the first in the entire game to embark on the path of an apprentice. He faced the most primitive condition: there was no road. The path that once existed had long been buried under dirt and fallen leaves, leaving only scattered half-decayed signposts that could barely indicate the direction. There was no safe zone, and he could not log off safely to rest. Most critically, this long road was already occupied by countless level 10, 20, and even 30 monsters. Under normal circumstances, clearing the path of apprentices would require the concerted efforts of over 10,000 players from the entire novice village, taking at least half a month or even more. Only by exploring and clearing bit by bit could a viable path to the town be forged from the dense forest. However, Chen Lin did not need to consider those who would come after. He only needed to get through himself. Moreover, in his previous life, he was also a player who started in Jialong town, making him very familiar with this route. He knew precisely where the water sources were, where dangers lurked, which paths led to the destination, and which areas were guarded by formidable monsters that could not be circumvented. The 7 skeleton thieves silently traversed the forest. When encountering powerful monsters, they observed from a distance, marking their locations to provide Chen Lin with precise positioning. When encountering weaker monsters, they simply took note, choosing not to disturb or disrupt the existing balance within the forest. The skeleton thieves, originally strengthened to level 9, due to the skeletal enhancement, had gained another level because Chen Lin inscribed the wordless monument of Jialong. Level 9 to level 10 is merely a single level difference, yet it signifies a vast chasm between the amateur and apprentice tiers. Skeleton thieves at the amateur tier are merely cannon fodder with stiff movements and dull senses. In contrast, the skeleton thieves at the apprentice tier are nearly indistinguishable from shadows when in stealth, moving without a sound, and even their breathing, if they had any, could be completely suppressed. Chen Lin continually compared the reconnaissance information relayed by the skeleton thieves with the roads in his memory, filtering out the most optimal route. Veering left for 300 meters to avoid a pack of corpse wolves lurking among the dead trees. Crossing to the right over a small stream where the water lizards would enter a dormant state after dusk. Proceeding straight ahead for 200 meters, then slipping under a fallen giant tree. Under an extremely conservative reconnaissance strategy, Chen Lin and his skeleton thieves resembled a group of non-existent passers-by. No monsters detected his presence. He made no alterations to the existing environment, thus no monsters noticed his departure. He didn't even snap a single twig. After passing through a patch of low bushes, Chen Lin slowed his pace. Ahead lay a valley with crystal-clear water flowing shimmering golden under the sunset. A group of forest deer were drinking, around 7 or 8 of them elegant in form with antlers resembling exquisite coral. Forest deer, level 5. Their antlers are key materials for crafting attribute-enhancing elixirs and are even related to a rather rewarding quest chain later on. Normally Chen Lin would not let such an opportunity slip by. However, he quietly circled around the deer herd without disturbing them. There is no safe zone in the wild, and he has no teammates. If he did not want to log off overnight in the dangerous forest, his time was tight. He must reach the first resting point before it was completely dark. After walking for about half an hour, Chen Lin suddenly halted. 50 meters ahead, in the hollow of a dead tree, there was a faint sound of deep snoring. The snoring was not loud, but carried a frequency that was quite annoying. A screeching beast. A level 15 monster, not particularly strong, but it possesses a troublesome trait. When attacked, it emits a piercing shriek, whose sound waves can resonate throughout the area, attracting all nearby monsters. In such a forest environment, being shouted at by it would be tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, it was blocking the only route, flanked by steep slopes, making it impossible to bypass. Chen Lin paused, closed his eyes, and quickly devised a strategy in his mind. Then he opened his eyes and raised his hand to disperse the surrounding skeleton thieves. New lights ignited. 10 skeleton archers materialized before him. These archers were taller than the ordinary version, with robust bone arms and bows strung tightly like steel wire. They silently arranged themselves into 2 rows, the front row crouching, the back row standing, bowstrings drawn tight, all arrows aimed at the dead tree. Chen Lin raised his right hand. 10 bone arrows were released simultaneously. There was no sound of bowstrings vibrating, no whoosh of arrows slicing through the air. The apprenticed deer skeleton archers had mastered the art of suppressing all sounds to a minimum. The 10 arrows struck their target almost simultaneously. 89, 92, 87, 94. The screeching beast didn't even have time to open its eyes before its health bar was emptied in an instant. Its massive body convulsed once in the hollow of the tree, then lay completely still. Chen Lin waited a few seconds, confirming there was no movement, before stepping out from his hiding place and swiftly passing by the tree hollow. As dusk fell, Chen Lin finally halted. Ahead, a low wall made of bricks appeared at the end of his vision. The wall was already in ruins, covered in vines, but one could still discern that it had once been a post station. That was his destination for the day. A relatively safe resting spot. Chen Lin glanced back at the path he had come from. The forest was deep and the twilight thickened. Everything behind him was swallowed by the tree shadows. He could see neither the way back nor the walls of Jialong town. He turned around and walked towards the post station. Chen Lin stood before the low wall, gazing at the building that loomed within the depths of the dense forest. The clear spring post. Suddenly, amidst the lush vegetation of the primeval forest, such a human structure emerged, evoking a sense of joy akin to finding a hidden village. The walls, made of blue stones, were mottled and old, with several missing tiles from the roof, while vines covered the courtyard walls, enclosing the entire post in a square. However, Chen Lin did not rush inside. He raised his hand to summon 3 skeleton thieves and pointed at the courtyard wall. The 3 thieves simultaneously scaled the wall and vanished silently into the courtyard. Moments later, the feedback arrived. The layout inside the courtyard was quite orderly. Directly facing the main entrance was the 2-story main building of the post, with a stable on the left and a well and firewood room on the right. In the yard, covered in fallen leaves, lay a colossal figure. A cyclops. It stretched over 10 meters in length, its bronze skin rough like rock. On its large head was a single closed eye, its mouth slightly ajar, snoring like thunder. Beside it lay a wooden club thicker than Chen Lin himself, covered in dried blood and moss. Cyclops, level 23 boss. Chen Lin narrowed his eyes. A level 23 boss was indeed an insurmountable presence at the novice village stage. The usual process of exploration required all players from the entire Jialong town to reach level 10 or above and form several teams to defeat it. However, he did not need to confront it head-on. Chen Lin commanded the skeleton thieves to first climb to 3 high ground spots, the roof of the main building, the top of the stable, and above the firewood room. The 3 thieves took their positions, covering the entire courtyard with their sight. Then he raised his hand to cast Shadow Swap. The 3 skeleton archers beside him instantly vanished from their spots and reappeared at the 3 high ground locations. They crouched on the rooftops, their skeletal bows drawn arrows aimed at the giant in the courtyard. Next came the ground forces. 3 skeleton warriors were positioned in front of the building's entrance, fanned out in a formation. Another skeleton warrior was placed at the gap in the wall as a backup and maneuvering force. With 3 in front and 1 behind, they sealed off all retreat routes for the Cyclops. For the last shadow swap, a figure cloaked in white robes appeared behind the 3 skeleton warriors, standing steadily under the porch of the main building. Its bones were pure white, standing in stark contrast to the grayish-white skeleton servants. The white robe was embroidered with simple silver patterns, and it held a bone staff in its hand. Skeleton Priest. This was a special summon from the shepherd's staff, not a combat unit, but a support unit. The skeleton priest raised its staff, and 3 gentle beams of white light fell upon the 3 skeleton warriors. Resilience, physical defense 20, swiftness, attack speed 15, mighty physical damage 15. After bestowing the 3 blessings, the skeleton priest then turned to the archers on the high ground and the stealthy thieves, granting them the swiftness blessing one by one. Frequent waves of magic energy spread out. In the courtyard, the Cyclops' snoring suddenly ceased. Its single closed eye twitched slightly as if about to open. Outside the wall, Chen Lin raised his hand. A phantom of an obelisk appeared behind him, the inscription mark of the Jialong monument. The phantom was only palm-sized but exuded a steady and profound aura. In the next moment, an invisible wave swept across the entire courtyard. The demeanor of all skeleton servants changed dramatically. The skeleton warriors, who had merely executed commands mechanically, now held their weapons with practiced ease, standing in stances that hinted at some combat technique. The skeleton archers drew their bows with greater fluidity, their breathing, if they had breath, perfectly synchronized with the rhythm of shooting. These were simplified combat techniques of the Jialong commander, embodying the essence of all basic skills. Chen Lin didn't need to micromanage, they instinctively knew how to fight. Chen Lin leaned against the wall, raised his hand, and let it fall. Fire! The 3 skeleton archers simultaneously released their bows. 3 bone arrows traced 3 straight trajectories, accurately shooting into the Cyclops' closed eye. 247, 252, 239 critical hit on a weak point. The Cyclops suddenly awoke. A skeleton thief hidden in the shadows revealed itself the moment the giant awakened, grabbing the thick wooden club and dragging it straight towards the stable. The excruciating pain made the Cyclops emit a muffled grunt, instinctively reaching for the club beside it, but the club was no longer there. It swiped at the air, unable to grab its weapon. With one eye still closed, it could only let out an angry roar, its arms flailing wildly. At that moment, 4 skeleton warriors had already advanced. The 2 in the front engaged directly, using their bone shields to block the giant's fists, while their bone blades slashed towards its knees. The 2 on the sides circled around, targeting its ankles and Achilles tendons. With the obelisk's enhancement, their movements were terrifyingly proficient. Every block was perfectly timed, and each attack landed in the most lethal spots. 4 apprentice-level skeleton servants managed to restrain a level 23 boss like this. Chen Lin stood outside the wall, observing the entire situation through the perspective of the skeleton thief. The battle situation was under control. The Cyclops' health slowly declined. 195, 90, 85. When the health dropped to 80, the Cyclops suddenly threw its head back, forcing its injured eye open slightly, its blood-red pupil exposed to the air. It took a deep breath, its throat bulging. This was a roar. Once the roar was released, monsters within several miles would be drawn to it. But the 3 skeleton archers on the high ground were already prepared. The moment the giant threw back its head, 3 bone arrows shot out simultaneously, accurately pinning into its throat. 198, 203, 194. Before the roar could be unleashed, it turned into a series of muffled whimpers. Chen Lin nodded slightly. There was a reason he didn't summon the skeleton giant. The skeleton giant was too cumbersome, unable to withstand the Cyclops' attacks in this terrain. If he fused a bone giant, it would become a battle of titans. The clash would be too loud, making it no different from directly provoking the giant into a roar. This current lineup was more suitable. The Cyclops finally opened its eye. It roared angrily, and suddenly turned charging towards the skeleton priest. As soon as 1 foot stepped out, the skeleton priest's figure suddenly twisted, transforming into a skeleton. It roared angrily, and suddenly turned charging towards the skeleton priest. As soon as 1 foot stepped out, the skeleton priest's figure suddenly twisted, transforming into a skeleton thief. The thief then entered stealth, vanishing into the air. Shadow swap. The giant missed its strike, its fist smashing into the ground, creating a large pit. One method failed, another was born. The Cyclops' single eye glimmered with a strange red light, and an invisible ripple spread from it, instantly sweeping over the 3 skeleton archers above. Chen Lin's expression changed. The control over the skeleton archers was snatched away from him. He could feel that the control over the 3 skeleton archers was being forcibly stripped away. The Cyclops' mental attributes were far superior to his own. If he were to contest fully, he could at most reclaim control over one of them. But why contest? He raised his hand, and 3 beams of light brightened beside him. 3 new skeleton archers appeared. Shadow swap. On the high ground, the 3 controlled skeleton archers were instantly replaced. He then raised his hand to dispel the 3 controlled ones, turning them into fragments that dissipated. One wasted, just replace it. The situation stabilized once more. For skeleton warriors restrained from the side, 3 skeleton archers maintained fire from above, a skeleton priest upheld blessings in the back, and a skeleton thief served as a mobile medium ready to cast shadow swap at any moment. Under this formation, the Cyclops' health began to slowly but steadily decline. Chen Lin leaned against the wall, his expression surprisingly relaxed. The Jialong Monument enhanced the combat skills and awareness of the skeleton servants. This passive effect, while seemingly lacking direct attribute boosts, had a tremendous impact on actual combat. He didn't even need to control them personally. He just needed to replace a new skeleton warrior when one was low on health and adjust positions with a shadow swap when necessary. The Cyclops' health continued to decline. 70, 60, 50, 40. As a boss that should be tackled by high-level players from the entire novice village, its health was extremely thick. But no matter how thick the health, it could not withstand the continuous consumption. 30. The Cyclops' skin glowed red, its muscles bulging, veins popping. Enraged state. Attack power 50, attack speed 30, defense 20. The Cyclops no longer paid attention to the skeleton warriors charging straight towards Chen Lin's position, finally identifying the true source of threat. Chen Lin straightened his body. It's my turn to operate. He raised his hand to dispel a low-health skeleton warrior and summoned another skeleton thief. The 2 skeleton thieves moved simultaneously, climbing up along the Cyclops' legs. Their bony claws dug into the giant's skin, moving quickly and steadily, reaching its waist within a few breaths. Shadow swap. One skeleton thief swapped places with the skeleton archer on the high ground. The skeleton archer appeared out of thin air at the giant's waist, its bowstring almost brushing against the back of its neck as it shot. 312. The Cyclops winced in pain, reaching out to swat. Shadow swap. The skeleton archer vanished. The skeleton thief reappeared, nimbly jumping onto the giant's shoulder and then swiftly sliding down its back. The giant slapped its neck, staggering from the impact. Its health dropped rapidly. 25, 20, 15, 10. The Cyclops realized that the tide had turned. It stopped attacking, threw its head back, and its throat glowed crimson. Chen Lin's figure suddenly appeared before it. Shadow swap. His real body exchanged positions with the skeleton thief on the giant's shoulder. He hung in midair, meeting the Cyclops' eye at eye level. The scythe of shadows behind him had already gathered power, its blade glimmering with countless white light points, particularly striking in the darkness. Characteristic execution, dealing 5 of already lost health as true damage. The Cyclops had only 5 health left. The blade swept across. A giant white number rose in the darkness. 15200. The light in the Cyclops' throat extinguished instantly. Its massive body froze in place, then crashed to the ground, turning into a cloud of dust and light points. You have successfully slain the Cyclops, level 23 boss. Your experience points have reached the current level cap. You have obtained Cyclops Eye Necklace Blue. Cyclops Eye Necklace increases the maximum number of undead minions you can control by 5. You have obtained Giant's Blood Special Material. Giant's Blood, after use, the ratio of vitality converted from Constitution increases by 5 points. The monsters in the Qingchuan post have been cleared, and this area has been converted into a safe zone. A series of system prompts popped up before me. Chen Lin let out a long sigh, leaning against the courtyard wall, watching the corpse of the Cyclops dissipate into specks of light. In his past life, it took him a whole week from the first player in Jialong Town, starting his apprenticeship, to breaking through the Qingchuan post. Faced with a boss that was 2 levels above them, the players were terrified of the harsh death penalty, all fearing for their lives, and unwilling to put in the effort. As a result, they wasted another 3 days, and seeing that the progress of other novice villages had surpassed their own, they barely managed to organize themselves. Over 1,000 players of levels 8 and 9 besieged the Cyclopes, luring it out of the gate, ultimately paying the price of over 100 deaths to finally pile up and defeat this boss. Now he had single-handedly taken it down. Chen Lin shook his head, pulling back his thoughts. The sky had completely darkened. He had already fought for 11 hours in the game today. Aside from a 5-minute break at noon in a relatively safe environment to eat 2 pieces of bread under the protection of his skeletal minions, he had not rested at all. Now that he had secured a safe zone, he could finally take a good rest. However, Chen Lin did not rush to log off. He glanced at the dimly lit main building of the post and decided to finish looting here before ending today's adventure. As usual, he sent out skeletal thieves to scout. Three thieves silently slipped into the courtyard heading towards the main building stable and woodshed. Only after confirming that there were no hidden monsters did Chen Lin step inside. The main building of the post was much more spacious than it appeared from the outside. The first floor was a hall with several long tables and benches covered in dust. On the walls hung a few faded tapestries, and the fireplace in the corner still bore the remnants of the last fire. On the wall opposite the main door, a huge stone tablet was embedded covered with dense writings and patterns. Chen Lin stepped forward and cast reading art. You have read the inscription of the Qingchuan post, gaining a wealth of rudimentary knowledge of magic. By combining the knowledge of magic, you have comprehended a new skill, Qingchuan Resonance. Qingchuan Resonance active skill consumes 30 mana to instantly purify one specified negative state. Cooldown 10 minutes. Chen Lin's eyes brightened. A purification skill. In any game, purification is a scarce resource. Although it could only purify one state, and had a significant cooldown, it could save lives in critical moments, especially against monsters that relied on curses and toxins. He continued reading. The inscriptions in the hall were not limited to one place. The walls, ceiling, and even the floor were covered with writings and patterns. Some were about the history of the post, some were notes left by passing travelers, and others were research notes hastily written by an unknown scholar. Chen Lin read through them one by one. You have read the inscription of the Qingchuan post, gaining a wealth of rudimentary knowledge of magic. You have read the inscription of the Qingchuan post, gaining a wealth of rudimentary knowledge of magic. You have read the inscription of the Qingchuan post, gaining a wealth of rudimentary knowledge of magic. System prompts kept popping up. The post was not large, but the knowledge of magic in the inscriptions and murals was truly abundant. Roughly estimated it was equivalent to half the collection of the novice village's library. Moreover, this knowledge was not scattered, but systematic. It included geographical records of the area, the history of the Qingchuan post, and some records about nearby mines and herb distributions. These were treasures. Chen Lin read all the inscriptions he could. After finishing the hall, he turned. The backyard was small with only a well and a low house. The well was covered in moss, but the water remained clear, shimmering with a faint glow under the moonlight. The door to the low house was ajar, and when pushed open, a wave of warm steam rushed out. Inside was a natural hot spring. The pool was small enough for 3 or 4 people to soak at the same time. The water in the pool was crystal clear, a thin white mist floating on the surface and faint glowing specks flickering within the mist. The bottom of the pool was covered with smooth pebbles, and bubbles occasionally rose from the cracks between them. Dense forest spring special environment. Soaking here can fully restore your state and has a chance to permanently enhance attributes. Chen Lin removed his gear and stepped into the hot spring. The warm spring water covered his ankles, knees, waist, and finally flooded up to his chest, an unparalleled sense of comfort sweeping over his entire body. This was incomparable to any hot spring in the real world. This was genuine hot spring water infused with extraordinary power. He could feel the energy from the water seeping into his skin, flowing through his limbs. The fatigue of an entire day, the exhaustion of mental energy, and the soreness of his muscles were all washed away in that moment. You bathe in the dense forest spring, fully restoring your state. Chen Lin leaned against the edge of the pool, gazing up at the night sky. The treetops of the dense forest formed an irregular circle above, revealing a patch of deep blue sky. The stars were brighter than any he had seen in the real world. He recalled the scene from his past life when he first arrived at the Qingchuan post. At that time, he had followed the main force and spent a full 10 days to break through this road. By the time he reached the post, it was already late at night. The exhausted ones had logged off to rest while the remaining people gathered together to chat. Some reminisced about the past, some talked about the future, and others cursed those guilds that refused to contribute. He stood among the crowd watching others scramble for the equipment dropped by the Cyclopes, but he had nothing. Now he sat here alone. You have absorbed the spiritual essence of the hot spring, gaining 5 spirit. As the system prompt appeared, the spiritual light in the hot spring visibly dimmed. The floating specks of light became sparse, and the white mist on the water's surface also thinned significantly. The pioneers who blazed the trail faced numerous unknowns and challenges, but were able to gain the most precious rewards. Later arrivals walk along the paths cleared by their predecessors with the maps they explored, able to log off directly to rest in the safe zones when they are tired. The difficulty was clearly lower, and as time went on, the difficulty decreased even further. By mid-game, a level 0 new character could run from the novice village to the big city without taking damage starting there. Who is superior, the pioneers or the latecomers? It varies from person to person. Some enjoy the thrill of pioneering and the exclusive rewards, while others prefer an easy gaming experience and a steady growth path. There is no right or wrong, only choices. Chen Lin closed his eyes. He chose to walk at the forefront. A new day dawned as Chen Lin logged in at the clear spring post. The morning light streamed through the broken windows into the hall, casting a faint glow on the walls etched with inscriptions. He checked his equipment and supplies, confirming everything was in order before pushing the door open. The road behind was significantly easier to traverse than the day before. Within a mile of exiting the post, the soil underfoot became firm and level, clearly having been manually tended to. As he walked further, he could even see the gravel-laid roadbed and the neatly arranged road stakes on either side. However, Chen Lin proceeded with increased caution. He did not walk on the road itself, but instead moved along the periphery, staying several dozen meters away, following the path at a distance. He dared not expose himself on the open road. This place was the most perilous stretch of the entire apprentice road. Clip-clop, clip-clop. The sound of hooves echoed from afar. Chen Lin immediately halted, darting behind a clump of bushes while commanding the surrounding skeleton servants to enter stealth mode. The sound grew nearer. Soon a cavalry unit appeared on the road. 4 or 5 knights in half-plate armor rode atop tall steeds, pulling a makeshift cart laden with the carcasses of several beasts. These beasts were enormous, at least level 15 or higher, yet at that moment they lay piled on the cart like corrupted servants. Level 15, when knights rescue them from ignorance, they choose to follow wholeheartedly. When the knights fall, they too become corrupted. Chen Lin held his breath. These were humanoid monsters. In terms of stats, they might be slightly weaker than the same level beasts. But they possessed intelligence, understood teamwork, grasped tactics, knew how to flee when at a disadvantage, and were skilled at calling for help in danger. Once discovered by them, it would attract more than just these few. The knight squad passed close by Chen Lin's hiding spot, the nearest being less than 20 meters away. He could even discern the intricate sun motifs on their armor. As the sound of hooves gradually receded, Chen Lin waited for a full 5 minutes, confirming there were no follow-up troops before emerging from the bushes. He glanced in the direction the knights had gone and continued forward. This was the heart of the dense forest, a place that should have been home to the most formidable monsters. Yet due to the knights' regular patrols and clearing efforts, there were surprisingly few beasts around. Chen Lin moved quickly, almost jogging. He planned to cover a long distance during the day, directly bypassing this stronghold, and re-enter the depths of the forest at night to adventure and rest offline. This was a calculated risk. The knights' patrol routes were predictable, active during the day and contracting at night. As long as he passed through their operational range before dark, the night would be safer than the day. Chen Lin quickened his pace. After about 2 more hours of travel, the trees on either side of the road became sparser, giving way to vast expanses of low bushes and grass. The view opened up considerably, but it also meant he was easier to spot. Chen Lin became even more cautious, pausing after every stretch to observe his surroundings. Suddenly, caw! A sharp eagle's cry echoed from above. Chen Lin jerked his head up. High in the sky, a hawk circled above him. Its wings spread wide, casting a moving shadow below. His heart raced. This was the knight's reconnaissance. Without hesitation, Chen Lin activated the shadow shift, disappearing instantly and swapping places with the farthest skeleton thief. Almost simultaneously, an arrow struck the very spot where he had just stood, sending dirt flying. More eagles shrieked as they converged from all directions. The sound of hunting dogs barking echoed from the depths of the forest, growing closer in a rhythmic pattern. He was being targeted. Retreat, Chen Lin decisively commanded. Taking advantage of the moment before entering the heart of the knight's territory, he retreated back into the forest, using the terrain to shake off the pursuit and plan anew. He released a skeleton thief, sending it racing back the way he came. The last time the tall boy's father received a single mouthful of wine at his company's annual banquet, he had talked about it at home for half a year. And yet a blind man living by the garbage, one swap took him back over 100 meters. Then the second skeleton thief dashed sideways. Swap. The third one rushed off in another direction. Swap. Chen Lin's figure flickered through the forest, appearing in different positions each time. Behind him, the barking of the hunting dogs grew increasingly chaotic. They had lost their target and did not know which direction to chase. But his speed was still not fast enough. Whoosh! An arrow shot from behind, accurately hitting one of the running skeleton thieves. The skeleton thief was instantly slain, turning into fragments. Chen Lin turned to look. A knight fully encased in sun-emblazoned armor with no skin or flesh visible through the seams rode out from the forest on a skeletal warhorse that glowed with ghostly blue flames. He held a long bow in his hand, its strings still vibrating. Behind him followed a dozen or so knight attendants galloping fiercely. Dark Knight, level 24 elite, to uphold their creed. The Dawn Knights sacrifice everything to ensure the permanence of their convictions. Chen Lin's pupils constricted. A level 24 elite, 13 levels above him. In a direct confrontation on open ground, he stood no chance. But he didn't need to win. He only needed to escape. Chen Lin turned, raising a finger. Summoning lights flickered in succession. 3 skeletal giants materialized out of thin air, forming a fan-shaped barrier in front of the Dawn Knight. 5 skeletal warriors followed closely behind, raising their shields to form a line. 3 skeletal archers jumped onto the high branches of trees, pulling their bows taut. One skeletal priest raised a bone staff behind them, blessings of light falling upon the front line. Finally, 3 skeletal thieves entered stealth, disappearing into the shadows. The 15 summoned minions were instantly in position, swift and decisive. They wouldn't be able to run far behind him. Chen Lin halted the phantom of the silent monument appearing behind him. He seemed prepared for battle, but in reality, he had a strategy. The skeleton thieves were flanking from the side. As soon as one found a suitable opportunity to approach the Dawn Knight, he would immediately activate Shadow Shift, attempting a lethal strike with the charged Shadow Scythe. A level 24 elite could certainly be slain if he expended all his soul energy. Chen Lin took a deep breath, concentrating his mental energy. The waves from the silent monument swept across the area. The Dark Knight suddenly reined in his horse. The skeletal warhorse raised its forelegs high, letting out a whinny as it halted less than 30 meters from Chen Lin. The knight sat upright on his mount, his iron bucket helmet fixedly staring at the phantom of the silent monument beside Chen Lin. Behind him, a corrupted servant failed to react in time and attempted to charge forward. The Dawn Knight quickly shot an arrow. Whoosh! The feathered arrow zipped past the servant's ear, embedding itself in a tree behind its fletching, still vibrating. The price of recklessness was evident. All the corrupted servants froze in place, too afraid to move. Chen Lin was also taken aback. What was happening? The Dark Knight dismounted, the clanking sound of heavy armor echoing sharply in the quiet forest. He took a couple of steps forward before stopping, his iron bucket helmet still fixated on the silent monument. He reached out his hand, seemingly wanting to touch something, but then withdrew. Chen Lin observed this, seeing his heart filled with speculation. Was it because of the silent monument? He hesitated for a moment. With the Dark Knight delaying him like this, it would be difficult to escape afterward. Rather than being chased to exhaustion, it would be better to see if there was a chance to solve the problem through negotiation. However, he never heard of any precedent for negotiations with the Dark Knight squad in his past life. These knights had a terrible reputation among players, killing on sight without asking for reasons. Countless players attempting the apprentice road had perished under their arrows. Chen Lin slowly exhaled. He gestured for the skeleton servants beside him to clear a path, then took a few steps closer to the Dark Knight. The phantom of the silent monument behind him remained in place. To hell with it. No one in his past life had ever held the position of the final Chronicle Keeper. Chen Lin stepped closer, crossing over the scattered skeletal servants, and walking past the silent, decayed attendants, finally standing before the Dark Knight. They were less than 2 steps apart, and he could clearly see every scratch and dent on the other's armor. The Dark Knight finally moved. He gazed at the silent shadow of the unmarked monument beside Chen Lin, remaining silent for a few seconds. Then he clenched his right hand into a fist, placing it on his chest, and performed a standard knightly salute to Chen Lin. Chen Lin was slightly taken aback. He quickly returned a mage's salute, placing his right hand on his chest and nodding slightly. The Dark Knight turned around, grasping the reins of the skeletal horse. He took 2 steps, then turned back, patting the saddle and looking at Chen Lin. Is this a signal for me to mount? Chen Lin pondered for a moment. Since a decision had been made, it should be executed to the end. He raised his hand and dispersed most of the skeletal servants, leaving only a few skeletal thieves that had activated stealth lingering at the edge of his mental control. Then he decisively mounted the skeletal horse. The Dark Knight led the reins, taking Chen Lin along the path forward as the surrounding decayed attendants grew ever more numerous. Chen Lin noticed several people dressed in rough clothing with whistles tied around their necks and wearing hard gloves. They were beast tamers. It was their trained hawks and hunting dogs that had discovered him. Several other Dark Knights converged from the distance. They glanced at the shadow of the unmarked monument beside Chen Lin, remaining silent, but circled around him on horseback. Some walked in front, others followed behind, and some were on either side. It felt like an escort and a guard. Chen Lin sat on the horse, beginning to reflect. He felt slightly overconfident. He admitted he had made a mistake daring to traverse the domain of the intellectual monsters while clad in stealth gear, thinking that he could evade all risks through shifting shadows and skeletal thieves. Ultimately, he was not a thief by profession. A stealth was merely a supplementary method, not his primary skill. He had been too reckless. However, Chen Lin did not fall into regret. He merely mentally reassessed the skills and supplies at his disposal, calmly considering the various situations he might face next. Everyone makes mistakes. The key is how to handle what comes after. As he contemplated, the path came to an end. Ahead, the dense forest had been cleared to reveal a large open area where a camp appeared in view. The camp was not large, but it was built very neatly. The wooden walls rose 3 meters high, tapering at the top, with an arrow tower every 10 meters. The main gate was made of heavy ironwood with a sun motif carved into the lintel. Chasing tribute camp, the gate slowly opened. Within, rows of Dark Knights stood tall. They were neatly arranged in the open space at the center of the camp, numbering at least several dozen. Their armor gleamed under the sunlight, pikes standing like a forest and flags fluttered in the wind. Goodness, could it be that all the Dark Knights have returned? The skeletal horse trod on ghostly flames as it entered the camp, with the knights on either side automatically parting to create a pathway. Chen Lin could feel dozens of gazes upon him, more accurately upon the shadow of the unmarked monument beside him. In the center of the camp, a figure stood out. The man stood nearly 2 meters tall, his armor heavier and more intricate than that of the other knights, with sun emblems carved on the shoulder plates and golden patterns inlaid on the chest plate. He held a lance over 5 meters long, the tip glinting coldly in the sunlight. Dark Knight Commander, level 36 boss. Chen Lin's eyelids twitched. Several Dark Knights approached from around him, holding swords, spears, and bows, respectfully presenting them to Chen Lin. Chen Lin glanced at the weapons, then at the commander before him, and finally at the silent knights surrounding him. Is this going to be a unknown duel? Huh. His expression began to tighten. Are you suggesting that a level 9 Necromancer faces off against a level 36 melee boss? That would take quite a bit of courage. Chen Lin took a deep breath, calming himself. I am a mage, he began, his voice clear in the quiet camp. Please allow me to prepare. A silence fell. No one opposed him. The commander stood silently, his lance unwavering in hand. The surrounding knights remained still, quietly watching him. Chen Lin took this as tacit approval. He dismounted from the horse and walked to the center of the open area. Raising his hand, a glow of summoning light began to shine from him. A Farandahalfma turtle skeletal giant rose. Chen Lin sat within the giant's bony chest cavity, feeling an added sense of security. The skeletal giant was at the 10th level apprentice tier. Its size had not increased much from before, but the density and strength of its bones had clearly improved to a new level. The sturdy skeleton was covered with naturally formed bone armor with bone spikes extending from the joints. With the second glow, 2 skeletal warriors appeared. They did not engage in battle separately, but approached the skeletal giant directly, their bodies transforming into flowing bone liquid that merged into the giant's form. One turned into armor. The bone armor on the skeletal giant became even heavier, intricate patterns appearing on its surface. Another turned into a weapon. A massive bone sword formed in the skeletal giant's right hand, the blade longer than Chen Lin himself. With the third glow, a skeletal thief appeared. It too merged into the giant. The skeletal giant's form did not change significantly, but Chen Lin could feel it becoming more agile. The sense of clumsiness vanished, replaced by an agility that belied its size. With the fourth glow, a skeletal archer merged in. The skeletal giant's left arm became a bit thicker, and several arrow-shaped patterns appeared on the bone armor. There were no other significant changes, but Chen Lin knew this meant it had gained the ability for ranged attacks. Bone Sentinel, level 15 elite. Chen Lin did not stop. Behind him, 5 glows shone in succession. 5 skeletal priests appeared simultaneously, then fused with each other. Their bones interwove, ultimately forming a skeletal priest that had no significant changes in shape, but bore 4 half-skulls stacked atop its own skull, like wearing a tall hat. The skeletal priest raised its staff. Resilience, swiftness, restoration, shielding, sharpness. A series of blessing lights fell upon the bone sentinel, each enhancing its aura. Chen Lin could feel that these blessings stacked together, far exceeding the effects of a single priest's enhancement. The surrounding knights quietly watched him arm himself piece by piece. No one urged him, no one spoke. They simply watched, observing this level 9 Necromancer calmly set up formations, summon, fuse, and enhance before the level 36 boss. Finally, Chen Lin raised his hand. The shadow of the Jia Long unmarked monument appeared behind him, and an invisible wave swept across the entire area. But this time the range of the wave expanded, covering both the Bone Sentinel and the Dark Knight Commander opposite. The commander's head suddenly lifted. He seemed surprised, astonished that Chen Lin was willing to share the enhancement with him. Chen Lin sat within the chest cavity of the Bone Sentinel on a seat woven from rib bones, calmly observing the tall figure across from him through the gaps in the ribs. The knight's respect and courtesy towards him were precisely due to the unmarked monument in his hand. Since that was the case, it would be better to display his sincerity. The Bone Sentinel took a step forward, its right hand bone sword resting on the ground, and its left hand on its chest. It performed a knightly salute to the Dark Knight Commander. In the center of the camp, the skeletal heavy guard faced off against the Dark Knight. The clearing was so quiet that the sound of the wind rustling the banners could be heard. The surrounding knights stood motionless, dozens of gazes focused on the two figures. No one moved first. Then the left arm of the skeletal heavy guard suddenly lifted. 3 bone arrows shot out from the gauntlet, flying in a triangular formation towards the Dark Knight's face. At the same time, 3 shadowy figures stealthily charged from behind the skeletal heavy guard, their bone blades thrusting towards the Dark Knight's back and waist from 3 different angles. The Dark Knight moved. The long spear quivered slightly, its tip tracing a small arc in the air. Clang, 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 3 bone arrows were simultaneously deflected, their trajectories precise, as if measured with a ruler. He didn't even turn around. The back end of his spear swept in a natural motion, blocking all attacks from the three skeletal thieves behind him. Chen Lin's gaze sharpened. Shifting shadows. The figure of the skeletal heavy guard instantly vanished from its original position, appearing behind the Dark Knight. The giant sword swung down with a whoosh packed with power capable of splitting even a stone block in half. The Dark Knight sidestepped the giant sword narrowly, missing his shoulder guard, carving a deep trench. He did not give Chen Lin a chance to breathe. The long spear was thrust forward, its tip aimed directly at the chest of the skeletal heavy guard, which was the position of Chen Lin's true body. Shifting shadows. Chen Lin exchanged positions once again with the lurking skeletal thief in the distance. Left behind was a scythe, glowing with the brilliance of the soul, its blade clashing against the long spear of the knight. When the brilliance of the soul clashed against the metal, sparking a shower of sparks. The two sides engaged in a stalemate for a moment. But Chen Lin frowned. Something was off. Very off. A level 15 apprentice should never be able to hold a stalemate against a level 36 advanced tier boss. This was not a gap that could be bridged by any technique. The level disparity was too great. The tier difference, even with the enhancement of the Jialong Wuji Steely, even with the fusion reinforcement of the skeletal heavy guard, it was impossible to engage in a frontal confrontation with a level 36 opponent. Unless Chen Lin examined the clash between the two again. No, it couldn't be called a clash. It couldn't even be called a duel or a contest. It felt more like a guidance. As the thought arose, Chen Lin's perception changed instantly. He felt a pair of warm, substantial hands gently grasping the hand of the skeletal heavy guard that held the sword. When the giant sword, guided by that hand, suddenly became nimble, the blade sliding along the spear shaft aimed at him, effortlessly lifting the long spear upwards. This strike was plain and unadorned, without any special effects or enhancements, but the timing and positioning were exquisite. Chen Lin sat in the chest of the skeletal heavy guard, feeling like a mere spectator. He could sense the presence of that hand, could feel someone fighting through him. It was not manipulation nor control, but teaching. A profound elder was using this battle to convey something to him. The giant sword swung out again, this time sweeping horizontally. The power was not great, but the angle was tricky, forcing the Dark Knight to take a half step back. The long spear thrust came and deflected by the side of the giant sword. The knight's spear swept, and the skeletal heavy guard ducked, the giant sword rising from below. Every move was plain and unembellished. There were no flashy skills, no dazzling effects. Just the most fundamental actions: slash, chop, sweep, stab, parry, block, dodge, turn. But each action was perfectly executed, every exchange of offense and defense seamless. Chen Lin watched in rapture. The Necromancer, as the best cosplayer of the entire era, exhibited master-level skills even in the warrior class. He could perform all these actions, even surpassing the skill level of all current warrior players. But it was precisely because he had some skill that he could see the profound mastery hidden within these seemingly simple techniques. This was legendary martial arts. At that moment, presented in this way, he suddenly understood something. Simplifying advanced complex techniques to a level that ordinary practitioners could use is not mediocrity, but an extreme form of excellence. When techniques are simplified to their most fundamental levels, they no longer depend on talent, bloodlines, or special opportunities. Anyone can learn, and anyone can use them. Ding! You have comprehended the universal breathing method. Universal breathing method: passive 1 constitution, 1 strength, 1 agility per level. Attribute adjustment: in progress, you gain 9 strength, 9 constitution, 9 agility. But it wasn't over. You have comprehended the specialty mysterious power. Mysterious power passive: your strength attribute is equivalent to additional spell power. You have comprehended the specialty foundation of wisdom. Foundation of wisdom passive: gain an additional 1 spirit and 1 intelligence for every 5 points of constitution. Chen Lin's eyes lit up. Strength turns into spell power. This means his melee capabilities are no longer just for show. The damage of the Shadow Scythe will receive a double boost from both intelligence and strength. Meanwhile, the foundation of wisdom ensures that constitution is no longer merely a tanking attribute. Every 5 points of constitution grants an additional 1 spirit and 1 intelligence. These two specialties combined significantly enhance his attribute efficiency. The final clash. The giant sword of the skeletal heavy guard collided with the long spear of the Dark Knight one last time, emitting a dull metallic sound. The Dark Knight's figure had become exceedingly faint. He stood there, his transparent outline nearly dissipating in the sunlight. The long spear leaned against the ground, the golden patterns on his armor had lost their luster, and even the sun banner had blurred. Yet he still stood tall. The Dark Knight performed a knightly salute towards Chen Lin, his right fist placed on his chest, bowing slightly. Then his figure completely vanished, turning into specks of light. On the ground was left a golden badge with a sun pattern. Chen Lin dismissed all his summoned minions, falling back to the ground from the chest of the skeletal heavy guard. After regaining his footing, he placed his right hand on his chest and lowered his head. This was not a mage's gesture, nor a player's gesture. It was a sign of respect from one person to another. The surrounding dark knights simultaneously bowed their heads, performing a knightly salute towards him. Then they transformed into streaks of ghostly light, merging into the badge in his hand. The camp fell silent. Dawn Emblem Purple Effect can transform skeletal warriors into dark knights. Limit 300, dispelling ignorance in lightning light. Chen Lin stood up, picking up the badge. The wind swept through the empty camp, the banners still fluttering and the bowstrings on the arrow towers still trembling slightly. But those silent figures had vanished. The chasing tribute camp has been cleared. This area has been transformed into a safe zone. Chen Lin stood in the center of the camp, looking down at the badge in his palm. The sun pattern shimmered with a warm glow under the sunlight. He suddenly recalled Metatron's words. Live well at all costs. Live like a coward, like a deserter. Yet some people never run away. Truly worthy of the legacy of Metatron, one of the 10 most mysterious figures of my past life, the profession of the Final Chronicle is indeed formidable. Chen Lin couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the empty camp after stowing away the Enlightenment emblem. Without any attribute bonuses or combat skills, even as a support profession, the stats of the Final Chronicle are dismally low. Yet the engraved marks and the hidden benefits they confer are alarmingly substantial. The Jia Long unmarked steel directly increases the level of all summoned creatures by 1, providing a significant boost and actively enhancing combat skills. Not to mention that he was regarded as the heir of Jia Long, with the alchemist's belt, the shepherd's staff, and the Enlightenment emblem, turning the respect of the other natives towards Jia Long into his own benefits. None of this can be measured by mere numbers. Chen Lin regained his focus and turned towards the barracks. Although he had already obtained the most valuable reward, there were still things to be scavenged. The interior of the barracks was very tidy. The wooden floor was spotless, the beds were neatly arranged, weapons were displayed in order of size on the racks, and armor was categorized and hung on the walls according to its parts. This place did not resemble a stronghold occupied by monsters. Instead, it looked like a barracks where someone could reside at any moment. Chen Lin approached the nearest wall where a row of long swords were hung. He reached out, took one down, and examined it closely. The blade was already rusted, but fine patterns could still be seen near the guard. These were not mere decorations, they were special runes used by combat professionals to enhance weapons. He cast the reading spell. You have read the battle rune notes of the Enlightenment Knights, gaining a small amount of mage knowledge. As the system prompt appeared, Chen Lin frowned slightly. These battle runes belonged to combat professionals and were completely different from the rune system of mages. He could read them, but many parts were incomprehensible. He set down the longsword and turned to the next piece of equipment. A breastplate, its inner side covered with dense lines. He continued to read. You have read the battle rune notes of the Enlightenment Knights, gaining a small amount of mage knowledge. Then came the helmet, shoulder guards, armors, and battle boots. Each piece of equipment bore different battle runes, some enhanced defense, others increased strength, and some improved speed. Some runes Chen Lin could understand to a fair extent, while others were barely comprehensible, and some were completely beyond him. Yet the system prompt continued to pop up. Knowledge was increasing, although each time it was a small amount, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Chen Lin shook his head as he read, feeling it was a bit of a waste. The runes inscribed on these weapons and armors belonged to combat professionals, and if a combat professional were to read them, they would likely grasp many combat techniques. In the hands of a mage like him, it could only be converted into knowledge, which felt somewhat wasteful. But it was better than having nothing. He continued to read. After finishing reading the equipment on the wall, he moved on to the racks. After finishing those, he read the contents of the boxes. The treasures in this barracks exceeded his expectations by far. The Enlightenment Knights seemed to have a tradition of collecting old equipment, from decades-old armors to the latest pikes. They had it all. Upon reading the 47th piece of equipment, a different system prompt appeared. Your specialty bone armor has been upgraded to enhanced bone armor. Enhanced bone armor passive, all skeletal summons gain 30 points of armor. Chen Lin was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. A pleasant surprise. Bone armor originally only provided a 5-point armor boost to summoned creatures. It was decent in the beginner village, but as he began his apprenticeship, that value became almost negligible. Now boosted to 30, it kept pace with the current version. 30 points of armor is no small number at this stage. A level 5 white breastplate only adds 15 points of defense, while 30 points of armor is equivalent to the defense of 2 pieces of armor. He continued reading. After more than an hour, once he had finished reading the last piece of equipment, Chen Lin finally stopped. The time was now 3 in the afternoon. He stepped out of the barracks, standing in the center of the camp, and looked up at the position of the sun. There were still 3 or 4 hours until dusk. This time point was quite awkward. If he moved forward, he would have to spend the night in the wilderness. If he stopped, it felt like a waste of time. Chen Lin returned to the main seat in the large tent, spread out the map, and contemplated his next actions. There was only one stronghold left on his path to apprenticeship, the Blood and Flesh Outpost. It was a truly complete outpost with walls, gates, and arrow towers. Inside were piles of flesh beasts ranging from a few to over a dozen levels, which would respawn after a period of time. They were endless and quite troublesome. Fortunately, the location of that outpost was already on the edge of the dense forest, and the surrounding wandering monsters had also decreased in level, unlike the elite ones in the nearby camp, which often ranged from level 20 to 30. According to the original plan, I should take a long detour and spend an extra day to bypass it. After all, it would be overly difficult for an amateur-level mage to besiege a stronghold. Chen Lin leaned back in the main seat, stroking the decorations on the armrest, and suddenly froze. No. The most powerful force in the entire dense forest, the Dark Knights, was at his disposal. He was now the strongest in the forest. What does it matter about spending the night in the wilderness? It is those monsters that should be running. As for the outpost, it is they who should be resisting to the death. He suddenly stood up and raised his hand to cast the Necromancer's summoning. A ghostly glow surged from the emblem, coalescing into the figures of knights on the open ground of the camp. Those knights were cloaked in silver-gray armor, mounted on skeletal steeds with ghostly blue flames burning in their eyes. No words, no expressions, only synchronized movements. 1, 2, 3. Until the 15th. Dark Knight, level 20 elite. Chen Lin raised an eyebrow slightly. Based on his skeletal enhancement, he could summon a level 9 skeletal warrior. Transforming the skeletal warrior into a Dark Knight increased its level to 19. Adding the passive effect of the Jia Long, unmarked steely, all summoned creatures gain an extra level. Level 20. Using his left foot to step on his right, a level 9 amateur necromancer summoned a level 20 elite knight. 15 Dark Knights lined up in front of Chen Lin, simultaneously kneeling on one knee, right hands on their chests, bowing in salute. The synchronized clang of their armor echoed crisply in the quiet camp. Chen Lin stood up, looking at this small cavalry unit before him. Gather all the corrupted servants. He issued the command. The knights acknowledged the order, mounted their steeds, and dispersed throughout the camp. They were no longer silent. The sounds of horns, commands, and hoofbeats blended into one. Before long, the sound of synchronized hoofbeats came from outside the camp gate. The first batch of corrupted servants had arrived. They were the patrols left by the knights around the camp, those beast-taming attendant scouts, and low-tier members responsible for daily patrols. In life, they were members of the Enlightenment Knights, and even in death, they maintained their habits and discipline from their living days. The second and third batches also arrived one after another. Chen Lin stood at the steps of the large tent, watching the team grow larger and larger. By 4 in the afternoon, hundreds of corrupted servants had gathered in the camp. Unlike the Dark Knights, they varied in levels ranging from level 10 to level 15. Their equipment was also not uniform. Some wore leather armor, some wore chainmail, and a few wore partial plate armor. But they had one thing in common: silence. No one whispered, no one looked around. Everyone was quietly awaiting. Chen Lin stood on the steps of the large tent, surveying the team. 15 Dark Knights and hundreds of corrupted servants. That was enough. He raised his hand, pointing in the direction of the Blood and Flesh outpost on the map. Let's go. The morning sun rose over the mountain ridge, its golden rays piercing through the mist of the dense forest, illuminating the orderly ranks of a troop in the valley. Chen Lin rode on a skeletal horse, while a Dark Knight walked ahead, leading the horse for him. Surrounding him were 14 Dark Knights and hundreds of corrupted attendants, their armor glinting with a metallic sheen in the morning light. The troop was eerily quiet, with only the sound of hooves crunching on the gravel path and the fluttering of flags in the wind. He stared ahead. In the center of the valley stood a complete watchtower towering between two hills. The stone walls rose 8 meters high with arrow towers at both ends. The city gate was made of ironwood, adorned with a carving of some emblem, though it was worn and indistinct with the passage of time. Yet there were no soldiers guarding the walls. Only pools of fleshly monstrosities barely resembling human forms writhed slowly between the crenellations. Their bodies constantly morphed, at times coalescing into human shapes, at others collapsing into puddles of muck. Viscous liquid dripped from the walls, pooling on the ground to form dark red streams. They emitted low, indistinct growls. The sound was neither angry nor threatening, but rather filled with pain, a suffering that had lingered for countless years in inescapable torment. Flesh beasts, level 515. Chen Lin furrowed his brow. How should he fight? He was not a commander skilled in warfare, but merely a mage. Yet he understood a fundamental truth: in a siege, as long as the defenders were strong, even poorly trained civilians could inflict considerable damage on well-equipped regular troops. And these flesh beasts before him lacked reason, feared nothing, and would not retreat. They would fight until the last moment, if they even had the concept of fighting. Chen Lin fell silent for a few seconds. Then he abandoned his thoughts. To hell with it, the advantage is mine. He raised his hand, and 5 summoning lights shone forth simultaneously before him. 5 skeletal giants appeared, quickly beginning to merge. Bones intertwined, reformed, and expanded. In just a few seconds, a 12-meter skeletal colossus rose from the ground. Its head even surpassed the height of the city walls. The skeletal priest raised his staff, and waves of blessing light cascaded down upon the skeletal colossus. Strength, speed, recovery, shield. The bone armor on the colossus grew increasingly thick, and the bone spikes at its joints became sharper. The skeletal colossus took its first step. The ground trembled with its first step. With the second, its speed increased. By the third, it had begun to jog. It grew faster, its heavy footsteps leaving deep imprints on the grass as the 12-meter white skeleton charged toward the city walls. The flesh beasts on the arrow towers finally reacted. Several blood arrows coated in corrosive liquid shot from the towers, striking the skeletal colossus. The liquid hissed as it contacted the white bones, corroding shallow pits. But to the 12-meter colossus, this damage was no more significant than a mosquito bite. It didn't even slow down. Bang! The skeletal colossus charged straight into the city walls. The stone walls crumbled like paper before that immense force, cracks spreading from the point of impact, and the entire section of the wall caved in before collapsing with a thunderous crash. The ironwood gate shattered into fragments, flying into the city and crushing several flesh beasts that were writhing behind it. A massive breach appeared in the city walls. Charge! Chen Lin pointed a finger. Hundreds of corrupted attendants rushed into the breach first. They did not charge in formation like regular cavalry, but rather spread out in groups of 3 or 5, surrounding and attacking the flesh beasts within the city with spears and swords. 13 dark knights followed closely behind. They did not join the melee, but cleared a space within the city, creating a safe passage for Chen Lin. Under the escort of the dark knights, Chen Lin slowly entered the city. The carnage within was even more brutal than outside. The flesh beasts were grotesque. Some were only half a torso, crawling on the ground, some melted like wax candles against the walls, while others curled in corners, twitching incessantly. Yet when they sensed the presence of a living person, they would spring up like activated mechanisms, lunging at the nearest creature. Bang! A flesh beast suddenly leapt from the shadows of the rooftop, lunging at Chen Lin like a mass of muck. It had no fixed form, dispersing in midair with countless tendril-like flesh strands extending in all directions. The Dark Knight leading the horse reacted quickly, sweeping with his spear and sending the flesh beast flying. But Chen Lin was faster. The shadow scythe behind him flashed, and the dark blade sliced through the flesh beast's body. 9,999. You have harvested 472 points of soul energy. The flesh beast hadn't even landed before it transformed into white light and dissipated in midair. Chen Lin was momentarily stunned. One hit kill. He glanced down at the attribute panel of the shadow scythe. There was no charge, no triggered slaughter, just a regular swing that had directly slain a creature of over 10 levels. This was unreasonable. Clear a path. Chen Lin instructed the nearby dark knights. Let a few in. The knights hesitated for a moment, but ultimately obeyed the command. They opened a gap, and 3 flesh beasts charged in through it. The shadow scythe swung again. 1 strike, 1 hit kill. You have harvested 511 points of soul energy. 2 strikes, 1 hit kill. You have harvested 624 points of soul energy. 3 strikes, 1 hit kill. You have harvested 527 points of soul energy. Chen Lin watched as the 3 flesh beasts transformed into white light and dissipated, pondering thoughtfully. The troops steadily advanced within the watchtower. Chen Lin did not rush to the center, but cleared his way through, using the shadow scythe to harvest each flesh beast he encountered. With each swing of the blade, a burst of white light would rise. With each soul harvested, the energy of the shadow scythe would grow. The knight attendants merely needed to drive the flesh beasts toward him, leaving the rest to the scythe. After several minutes, Chen Lin arrived at the center of the watchtower. It was a bottomless pool of blood. The pool exceeded 20 meters in diameter, the liquid within dark red and black bubbles continually rising to the surface. With each bubble that burst, a nauseating stench of blood wafted through the air. As the knight attendants slaughtered elsewhere in the watchtower, the blood pool began to churn, with new flesh beasts crawling out from the depths, their bodies damp and emitting cries akin to a newborn's wail. Chen Lin stood at the edge of the blood pool, observing those newly born flesh beasts. They were even less formed than their counterparts within the city, some merely a mass of flesh writhing, while others barely had limbs, but couldn't distinguish front from back. As they crawled out of the blood pool, they immediately lunged at Chen Lin. The shadow scythe swept through. White light erupted. Soul energy surged in. As time passed, he noticed the number of flesh beasts in the city was visibly decreasing, not because the knight attendants were killing quickly, but because they did not respawn after death, unlike in his previous life. The dissipating white light did not recoalesce, but vanished completely. Chen Lin closed his eyes, feeling the soul energy within the shadow scythe rapidly increasing. These flesh beasts provided soul energy several times greater than that of common monsters of the same level. No, even more than the saint beetles he had slain in the pond before. He recalled the anguished growls the flesh beasts emitted unconsciously. Perhaps the souls within these flesh beasts were yearning for liberation. Chen Lin squinted, slightly uncertain if his speculation was correct. But since the Shadow Scythe could kill in one blow and collect energy, then he would keep farming. With the protection of the Dark Knights, Chen Lin stood at the edge of the blood pool wielding the Shadow Scythe, harvesting those flesh beasts crawling out from the pool one by one. Those newly birthed monsters did not even have time to comprehend this world before being sent away by the scythe. You have harvested 327 points of soul energy. You have harvested 493 points of soul energy. The soul energy quickly surpassed 100,000. The last evolution of the Shadow Scythe occurred at 100,000 soul energy, and he wondered how much was needed this time. Chen Lin mechanically swung the scythe one strike after another tirelessly. Gradually, he noticed that the flesh beasts crawling out from the blood pool were fewer and fewer. From initially dozens in a minute to one every few minutes, and eventually, to just one small weak flesh beast crawling out every 10 minutes. Flesh beasts whose souls had been harvested by the Shadow Scythe would not respawn. When the last flesh beast was harvested by Chen Lin, the blood pool suddenly fell silent. The turbulent surface of the liquid calmed, no more bubbles rose, and the nauseating stench of blood began to dissipate. The dark red water gradually became clear, revealing the bottom of the pool, which was covered in white bones. Come back. Return my soul. The voice was grand and chaotic, resembling the overlapping sounds of countless voices, both male and female, young and old, echoing repeatedly in the enclosed space. Chen Lin opened his eyes. He stood in a dim corridor surrounded by boundless darkness. The cold stone slabs beneath his feet and the twisted runes carved into the walls were familiar to him. They were the binding runes of the necromancy school. He raised his hand, attempting to summon the undead. You are in an alternate space. Summoning is not possible. Chen Lin lowered his hand, remaining calm. He quickly deduced 2 points. First, he had truly entered in his physical form rather than being trapped in some kind of illusion. The sensation of weightlessness from being pulled into a blood pool, the cold touch of the stone slabs beneath him, and the pervasive smell of blood were all undeniably real. Second, this place was surprisingly designated as a safe zone by the system. He glanced at the interface. The logout button was lit up. This was quite intriguing. Chen Lin did not rush to log out. Behind him, the Scythe of Shadows slowly extended its dark blade, nearly invisible in the dim light. Only the white dots of spiritual light flickering on the blade were discernible. He stepped forward. The corridor was not long. He reached the end in about 3 minutes. There stood a large open door from which a yellowish light emanated. Chen Lin crossed the threshold. Behind the door was a massive circular plaza with an immeasurable dome and rough stone walls on all sides. Various peculiar instruments were scattered across the plaza, including iron bed frames tied with belts and locks, glass containers soaked with various organs, and metal frames with hooks and chains. It was hard to distinguish whether they were torture devices or research equipment. In the very center of the plaza stood a mountain of flesh. This entity could no longer be described as a living being. It was hard to distinguish whether they were torture devices or research equipment. In the very center of the plaza stood a mountain of flesh. This entity could no longer be described as a living being. A hand emerged from the side of the mountain of flesh, mindlessly grasping at the air, while a face was embedded in the surface, eyes tightly shut, mouth slightly ajar, as if silently screaming. Most disturbing were the eyes. Dozens, if not hundreds, of eyeballs were haphazardly embedded in various parts of the flesh mountain, some at the knees, others at the shoulders, and some in the palms of stitched-together torsos. Some of the eyeballs were open, some half-closed, and others merely hollow sockets. As Chen Lin entered, all the eyeballs turned to look at him. Dozens, even hundreds of gazes fell upon Chen Lin simultaneously. Soul Reaper, level 29 boss, health 2400002, 40000. Chen Lin's pupils slightly contracted. 2 million health. How could that be? At level 29, and with the class rank, how could it possibly have 2 million health? You despicable necromancer. The Soul Reaper roared again, the overlapping voices shaking loose stones from the dome above. Return my soul quickly. The voice echoed throughout the plaza, vibrating Chen Lin's eardrums. Yet this roar revealed its true nature to him. Chen Lin sneered. Aren't you also a necromancer? This monstrous figure had no mouth. It produced sound through the necromancer's amateur skill, the mental shriek. The massive body of the Soul Reaper trembled violently. No. Its voice became sharper, more chaotic, with countless voices competing to scream. I am not some filthy, decayed existence. I am an artist. An artist. The mountain of flesh trembled and turned slightly to reveal a particularly exquisite piece. Half of a young girl, her features beautiful, but her lower body was stitched to the torso of a beast, her limbs replaced with those of some arthropod. Look, my masterpiece is so magnificent. The Soul Reaper's voice grew intoxicated, and those eyeballs all turned towards the creation, revealing their fervent admiration. Perfect proportions, harmonious structure, the unity of life and death. It began to boast endlessly about its artistic achievements, discussing every stitch and every muscle selection from the arrangement of limbs to the binding of souls. It even forgot to threaten Chen Lin for his soul. Chen Lin listened quietly, forming a judgment in his heart. He had become obsessed. As a former master-level mage, he could see through the other's state at a glance. This Soul Reaper in life, or rather in existence, was likely a necromancer, possibly having made a mistake during some forbidden spell, or perhaps it was simply its nature that led it to become this way. With a shattered soul, a split consciousness, and a solidified obsession, such an existence was the most stubborn. Once grasped, its obsession would be easy to deal with, and might even yield considerable benefits. What kind of piece of crap is this? Chen Lin not only did not retreat, but instead took a step forward, pointing at the Soul Reaper with a tone filled with disdain. Randomly pieced together limbs devoid of any aesthetic quality. You can't even control the soul, merely relying on the original body to barely bind it. Is this worthy of being called art? The plaza fell silent for a moment. Then, what do you know? The Soul Reaper erupted in anger. The overlapping voices roared simultaneously, piercing Chen Lin's eardrums. The limbs on the surface of the flesh mountain began to flail chaotically, arms swinging and legs kicking like a boiling pot of porridge. A tremendous mental pressure descended from above, pressing down on Chen Lin. The pressure felt tangible, like an invisible mountain trying to grind him to dust. You, an amateur mage, what qualifications do you have to question me? Chen Lin did not yield. Instead, he felt more confident, standing straight against the pressure. Does such an ugly creation even need to be questioned? His voice was not loud, yet amidst the thunderous roars it was particularly clear. As for qualifications, even I, an amateur mage, can do better than you. The pressure suddenly vanished. The Soul Reaper was stunned. All the eyeballs stopped moving, and all the limbs froze in midair. Impossible. Its voice became hesitant, no longer roaring, but rather sounding self-reflective. Absolutely impossible. Can we? Chen Lin interrupted. Then how about we have a competition? The Soul Reaper remained silent for a long time. The eyeballs slowly turned, looking at each other, as if engaged in a silent exchange. All right. The voice calmed down, and for the first time the countless voices reached a consensus. All right. It repeated, its tone turning excited. You go. You start. I want to smash your pathetic toy to pieces. Chen Lin shrugged. I won't. Additionally, Chen Lin continued, grant me access to the outside world. The Soul Reaper's attitude began to shift again. The eyeballs were beginning to glow red. But Chen Lin did not give it a chance to erupt. Surpassing your ugly body requires no practice. A novice piece is more than enough. The plaza fell silent once more. The Soul Reaper stared at him, those eyeballs unblinking. Then it erupted into a furious laugh. The laughter echoed sharply from countless throats, reverberating throughout the plaza. Its limbs began to frantically claw at its own body, fingers digging into the flesh, tearing open gashes. It tore open its chest and abdomen. The stitched skin flapped to the sides, revealing layers of organs inside. Heart, lungs, intestines, all crammed together, beating at an abnormal rhythm. A pitch-black crystal was expelled from the depths. So it turns out that the ignorant are fearless. The Soul Reaper's voice grew deep, and for the first time the countless voices merged into one, sounding like the sigh of an old man. When you learn, you'll understand just how arrogant you are. I will swallow your soul and press it to the very bottom. The Soul Reaper's voice grew quieter, and the eyeballs began to close one by one. For 10,000 years. Profanation of life technique. Effect, a technique that uses life and corpses as raw materials, corrupting, splicing, and twisting them to create abominable creations intolerable to all living beings. Requirement, cognitive level reaches scholar. He applied slight pressure with his fingertips, shattering the black. At the moment the crystal broke, countless cruel pieces of knowledge surged into his mind. This knowledge was cold, precise, and devoid of emotion, slicing through the essence of life, like a scalpel, disassembling it into bones, muscles, blood, and nerves, and then reassembling it in a distorted manner. Chen Lin closed his eyes, digesting this knowledge. You have obtained the connection permission to the nest of peace away from the mundane. As the system notification popped up, Chen Lin felt a weak spatial connection. That nest should be the lair of the soul-harvesting butcher, a place where he could safely conduct his research. But he had no time to care about that now. He raised his hand, and 5 beams of summoning light shone simultaneously. 5 skeletal giants appeared in the square and began to merge. Bones intertwined, reorganizing, expanding, and within seconds a skeletal giant rose from the ground. Chen Lin looked at this giant and sighed softly. I didn't expect to resume my old profession so soon in this life. Under his control, the skeletal giant knelt down on all fours. Then, profanation of life. Chen Lin's hands glowed with a ghostly light, the ethereal strands extending out, wrapping around the bones of the skeletal giant. He began to disassemble and reconstruct. The first to be modified were the limbs. The human-like hands and feet were transformed into a structure similar to that of an elephant. The bones thickened and expanded, the joints were redesigned, and the originally slender finger bones were melted down into column-like feet. The skeletal giant's form gradually became shorter, transforming from a standing humanoid into a quadrupedal beast. Chen Lin occasionally summoned several skeletal servants, dismantling them for materials to supplement the skeletal giant. If a rib wasn't thick enough, he fused 3 into 1. If a piece of bone armor wasn't thick enough, he layered 5 pieces into 1. The modifications continued. The skeletal giant's appearance changed bit by bit. The original sense of decay from the remains of an unknown being gradually faded, replaced by a cold, precise mechanical sensation. Every bone was reshaped, every joint redesigned, not to mimic any biological form, but to execute specific functions. It no longer resembled a mere corpse. It resembled a skeletal war machine. The soul-harvesting butcher had been watching all along. All the scattered eyes were now fixed on the skeletal giant, unblinking. Its massive body trembled slightly, whether in anger or shock, one could not tell. Humph. It could no longer contain itself, its voice tinged with obvious disdain. It's just a pretty but useless toy. The limbs are stiff and bulky, lacking claws for attack and speed for running. The body is heavy and flat. What can you use to attack? It's not even fit to be a meat shield. Chen Lin did not turn around. He was focused on constructing a module, his demeanor reminiscent of a master from his past life. That calmness was not feigned, it was the confidence born from countless practices, failures, and improvements. Don't rush, he said, his tone as flat as if discussing a trivial matter. Watch carefully, learn well. He raised his hand, summoning a skeletal archer. It did not join the battle, but walked directly towards the skeletal giant, merging into the flat, broad left side of its body. Bones began to regrow, extending a module from behind the giant's left shoulder, with 6 sturdy bone tubes arranged in a circle protruding forward from the module. Then came the second skeletal archer, followed by the third and fourth. The skeletal giant's spine opened outward, revealing an internal cavity where bones began to grow. A 2-meter-long, 2-finger-thick bone spear extended from the spine, its surface smooth and tip-sharp. It slid forward along the prelaid meridians, filling one of the 6 bone tubes. Crack! The bone tube rotated, locking the bone spear into firing position. Then came the second, third, fourth. Soon all 6 bone tubes in that left module were filled. Chen Lin did not stop. He continued summoning skeletal archers, constructing the same module on the right side of the skeletal giant. 6 bone tubes, 6 bone spears. 1 set on each side. Profaned War Beast, level 19, Profaned Creation. Health 12,000. Armor 35. Skill Bone Spear Projection. Completion. Chen Lin clapped his hands and turned to look at the soul-harvesting butcher. The massive mound of flesh had completely frozen. All the eyes were wide open and all the limbs were suspended in midair. Its consciousness, composed of hundreds of souls, fell into chaos at this moment. You evaluate for yourself. Chen Lin said, his tone as flat as if asking about the weather today. How does my creation compare to yours? How could this be? The soul-harvesting butcher murmured, its myriad voices suddenly merging into a single tone, incredulous. How could this be? Its obsession would not allow it to admit defeat. But the disparity was stark. One side was a chaotic, meaningless pile of flesh, uncontrollable even by souls, while the other was a precise, efficient war machine where every bone served a purpose. The difference was unmistakable. Then the eyes of the soul-harvesting butcher lit up. All the eyes shone simultaneously, and that light was not anger or shock, but greed. I understand now. It suddenly let out a loud roar, its voice betraying uncontainable joy. As long as I fuse with it, I will be perfect. And you? Those eyes refocused on Chen Lin. As long as I fuse with your soul, I can become as clever as— I knew it. Chen Lin shook his head, his tone lacking surprise, even lacking resignation, only a calmness of as expected. The profaned war beast beside him moved. The left bone tube turned, aiming. Whoosh. A bone spear shot out at high speed, leaving a white trail in the air. The bone spear accurately pierced the foot of the soul-harvesting butcher, used for movement, pinning it to the ground. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 more bone spears pinned the other 2 feet of the soul-harvesting butcher. Then came the 4th, 5th, 6th. Those bone spears shot out one after another, unceasing. These bone spears, which a common knight would find heavy, were like ammunition for a crossbow before the profaned war beast's projection module, firing continuously without pause. But for every one it pulled out, 2 more shot in. Chen Lin stepped towards it. He walked past the scattered torture instruments, the shattered research equipment, and the limbs pinned, but for every one it pulled out, 2 more shot in. Chen Lin stepped towards it. He walked past the scattered torture instruments, the shattered research equipment, and the limbs pinned down by bone spears. His footsteps were steady, neither fast nor slow, as if taking a stroll. Chen Lin had reached its front. He extended his hand, probing into the chest cavity of the soul-harvesting butcher that he had torn open. His fingers closed, grasping nothing. The soul-harvesting butcher sensed something. Those eyes no longer looked towards the profaned war beast, but all turned to Chen Lin. Its struggles intensified. The limbs on the surface of the flesh mound began to scratch frantically at the ground, trying to drag its pinned body. No. Its voice changed, no longer a roar or a growl, but a tremulous sound, almost pleading. It can't be like this. You promised me we would attain eternal life together. Within the flesh and blood, countless souls surged, wailing. They vented long suffering and the joy of liberation. Don't rush, it will end soon. As Chen Lin moved, a scythe, glowing with white soul light, was slowly drawn from the flesh. Then he swung it down towards the massive mound of flesh before him. Anyone who has played games knows that the outcome for a numerical monster is to be killed by the mechanics. The scythe fell. In the instant of the white light exploding, the massive mound of flesh collapsed suddenly like a deflated balloon. The stitched limbs fell one by one, and the embedded eyeballs rolled away, transforming into ash as the body parts once belonging to different individuals lost their bindings. The entire process was eerily quiet, devoid of screams or struggles, only the faint rustling sound of flesh disintegrating. You have successfully killed the Soul Burial Butcher, level 29 Lord Boss. Your experience points have reached the current level cap. Although it was just an experience card, in this brief moment the soul energy accumulated by the Shadow Scythe reached 1 million. Your skill Shadow Scythe has evolved. Shadow Scythe. Effect: gain a Shadow Scythe that deals soul damage equal to 3 times your mental attribute with each strike. Traits: harvest. When the Shadow Scythe delivers the final blow, it harvests the target's soul. Soul burn. Each attack can consume souls to deal additional soul damage. Execution. When delivering the final blow, ignore the monster's second form or resurrection ability, executing directly. When enough souls are harvested, the skill levels up. Chen Lin had heard a saying: the mechanism yields to a higher mechanism. The Shadow Scythe obtained through an adventure clearly stood atop the mechanisms. At this moment the flesh was finally evaporated completely, leaving only a nearly 30 centimeter long massive key on the ground. Nest of Serenity. Far from the mundane world. Type: oddity. Pseudo. Effect: contains an independent space with endless uses. Too far to escape. A failed product. Chen Lin bent down to pick up the key. It felt cool to the touch, as if crafted from the bones of some creature. The surface of the key was engraved with intricate patterns, neither text nor runes, resembling a miniature map. The moment he grasped it, the authority of the entire space fell into his palm. He could sense the existence of that independent space, roughly the size of a village. Inside it was empty, devoid of anything, but it could store items, hide minions, and even allow him to construct. He could also envelop enemies in the domain he arranged, just like the Soul Burial Butcher. More importantly, that space was isolated from the outside world. Unless the holder of the key actively opened it, no one could enter. Chen Lin focused his mind. His body felt light, and the scenery before him shifted. He had returned from the underground plaza to the edge of the blood pool. Chen Lin focused his mind. His body felt light, and the scenery before him shifted. He had returned from the underground plaza to the edge of the servants who had always been silent, obedient, and loyal, now had eerie blue flames burning in their eyes, their hatred unabashed. Yet they were not staring at Chen Lin, but at the desecrated war beast. The war machine, on all fours, clad in bone armor and bearing a bone spear launcher, lay quietly beside Chen Lin. Its eye sockets held no flame, only pure darkness, but its very existence was enough to incite hostility from all undead beings. Wait! Chen Lin hurriedly raised his hand forcefully, suppressing the servant's impulse to attack through mental connection. It is not a desecrated abomination made from living beings. It is a war construct formed from summoned skeletons. The moment those words were spoken, the mental resistance of the surrounding servants clearly weakened. The raised spears slightly lowered, and the drawn swords were slowly sheathed. In their place emerged a sense of confusion. They were discerning, sensing, and confirming whether Chen Lin's words were true. Chen Lin commanded the desecrated war beast to rise. The war machine slowly turned in response to his command, exposing the structure within its chest armor, revealing layers of white bones devoid of flesh or organs. Ribs, phalanges, toe bones, vertebrae. Each bone originated from the summoned skeleton servants, reshaped, spliced, and assembled by the art of desecrating life. Its bones come from summoned entities. Its energy comes from my mana. Chen Lin paused. It has no soul. It is merely a machine shaped into a form of warfare. The hostility of the servants dissipated completely. Several dark knights sheathed their weapons and approached curiously to examine the desecrated war beast. They reached out, touching the cold bone armor and bone tubes, confirming everything Chen Lin had said. Chen Lin let out a sigh of relief. Abominations born of desecrated life were the common enemy of all living and undead beings. Even his servants possessing only basic sentience harbored extreme hostility towards abominations. If his own servants felt this way, one could only imagine the sentiments of the sentient natives. Fortunately, what he created was not a desecrated abomination in the traditional sense. This was a war machine developed by players in his past life, crafted through the art of desecrating life, utilizing summoned entities as materials with mechanical engineering as its framework. The technique was that of desecrating life, but the core path was utterly different. The natives of the previous era followed the path of individual power and alchemical creations. A single strong individual could destroy cities and annihilate nations, while an alchemical creation could alter the course of war. But he chose the path of collective and industrial development pioneered by players in this era. Every part could be standardized, every module mass-produced, and every war machine could be manipulated. Nevertheless, you really are not suited to be displayed in public. Chen Lin raised the key in his hand, focused his mind, and the form of the desecrated war beast began to twist and shrink, transforming into a wisp of ghostly light that entered the key. The desecrated war beast has been stored in the nest of serenity far from the mundane world. He turned around to look at the servants who were watching him. 13 dark knights and hundreds of corrupted servants stood quietly waiting for his next command. Chen Lin understood that as the possessor of desecrated life, he needed to make a statement. I swear. Chen Lin raised his right hand, his voice calm and solemn. Never to use life and its remains as materials, never to create abominations of desecration. Oath recorded. As the system prompt appeared, Chen Lin felt something settle upon him. It was intangible and invisible, but he knew it was there. In this world of extraordinary power, oaths cannot be made lightly. The more important the person, the stronger the power of the oath. An amateur player at level 9 could swear carelessly. Breaking such oaths would not matter, as no one would care. But the End Chronicles clerk was different. This profession was inherently related to recording and witnessing. A clerk's words must be accountable. The moment the oath was made, the servants around him finally put aside their doubts. The Dark Knights knelt on one knee, their right hands over their chests, bowing their heads. They were atoning for their earlier offense. Chen Lin stepped forward, helping each knight to their feet. Only those who can hold steadfast to their convictions can be called knights. He looked into their eyes, or rather into the eerie blue flames within their eye sockets. You chose to follow me because you possess your own judgments. How could I resent you for having independent wisdom and not being able to blindly obey me? The knights stood up and stepped aside. Chen Lin turned to face the corrupted servants. It was time to deal with them. As the guardians of the apprentice path, the knights' activities were limited here. They were bound to this area, unable to leave. If he did not intervene, they would continue to wander in this dense forest, waiting for the next passing adventurer. However, this time's gain provided him with another choice. Chen Lin turned the key in his hand, opening the door of the nest of serenity to its fullest. The entrance to the independent space appeared beside him, resembling a door made of light. Join me and fight for me. The corrupted servants fell silent for a moment. Then they bowed to Chen Lin, not the knightly salute, but a more ancient, simpler bow of respect. That was the gesture of servants towards their master. One group after another, they stepped into the glowing door, disappearing into the independent space. As the last knight servant's figure vanished into the light, Chen Lin put away the key and turned to face the watchtower. Everything had been dealt with. He casually picked up a bone inscribed with mysterious patterns from the ground and cast the reading spell. You have mastered the knowledge inscribed upon it, unable to gain any mage knowledge from it. What a pity. He tossed the bone aside. The knowledge within the watchtower was all derived from the desecration of life. Having already mastered the core techniques of desecrating life, he could no longer gain anything new from these remnants. He also couldn't be bothered to waste time doing something that harmed others without benefiting himself. Destroying these traces would do him no good. Chen Lin mounted the skeletal horse. Let's go. He urged the horse forward, heading out of the watchtower. Today we will reach the main city and complete the apprentice path. The Bloodflesh watchtower was the final hurdle. From then on, a smooth path awaited. The skeletal horse, treading upon ghostly blue flames, carried him through the collapsed city gates of the watchtower. Behind him, 13 dark knights formed 2 rows guarding his sides. The sound of hooves was orderly and muffled, echoing through the dense forest. The road ahead widened, the trees grew sparser. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon the gravel road. The sun was setting. The clouds on the horizon were painted in golden red, and the light spread across the vast plain. Chen Lin rode swiftly with 13 dark knights forming 2 lines behind him, their hooves striking the gravel path and kicking up a trail of dust. Ahead, the silhouette of a city became increasingly clear. The city walls towered high, constructed entirely of gray-white stones, exuding a warm glow under the setting sun. Atop the city walls, there was an arrow tower every 50 meters with flags fluttering in the evening breeze. The city gate was grand and wide enough for 4 carts to pass side by side. An open book and an upright longsword were carved on the lintel, symbols of knowledge and power. Chen Lin reined in his horse, and the skeletal steed beneath him came to a halt. He looked up at the city gate and let out a long breath. 3 days. It had been 3 full days since departing from Jialong town. Traversing dense forests, crossing valleys, navigating through over 20 levels of monster territory, single-handedly, slaying a cyclopes, clashing with the Dark Knight squad, delving into the bloody outpost, and exterminating the soul-harvesting butcher. Finally, he had arrived. You have arrived at the City of Wisdom. You have completed the apprentice's path calculating. Time taken 3 days. Evaluation has significantly increased completion time. Player arrived on the 6th day. Evaluation has significantly increased environmental difficulty. Primitive, first pioneer. Evaluation has significantly increased challenges overcome. Clear Spring Station Night Territory Bloody Outpost. Evaluation has significantly increased number of participants. Solo. Evaluation has significantly increased final rating. Legendary level. Chen Lin felt a surge of spirit. Legendary level. In his past life, the highest rating was achieved by a real-life Special Forces king. He began as a rogue, relying on no team, tracking clues, surviving in the wild, evading monsters, battling BOSSES, never entering a safe zone, and completed the apprentice's path all on his own. The final evaluation was merely master level, 2 tiers lower than legendary level. That Special Forces king might have done better, but he completed it a month and a half after the game launched. The pioneers had already done the groundwork, and even if the Special Forces king chose the most primitive route, he still benefited. Chen Lin understood that the key factor for his legendary rating was completing it on the 6th day of the launch. This was his direct reward for seizing time from the start and wasting not a moment. Swift steps, every step swift. Evaluation complete, rewards being distributed. Your maximum health 500, maximum mana 500, your all attributes 10. You have received the title Pioneer. Pioneer title experience gain 30. And for every level above the 2nd place, you gain 5 extra experience. You may make a reasonable request to the governor. You have gained 1 point of legendary degree. At the moment the system prompt fell, Chen Lin felt a warm energy surging from deep within his body, spreading throughout his limbs. The limits of his health and mana visibly surged, and with each attribute increasing by 10 points, it was equivalent to obtaining over 6 levels of free attribute points. The effect of the Pioneer title was crucial for maintaining his lead in levels. A 30 permanent experience boost combined with the extra bonuses from being ahead in levels would only widen the gap. Boom. The city gate slowly opened. It was not a typical door opening. As the gate swung outward, a squad of knights marched out in formation. Their armor was silver white with red feathers adorning their helmets, and the city's emblem was engraved on their breastplates. They stood on either side, positioned along the red carpet, holding their long spears upright with the flags at their spear tips gently waving in the evening breeze. The red carpet stretched from the city gate all the way to Chen Lin's horse. Uplifting and solemn music played, not the system's background music, but real music. Chen Lin looked in the direction of the sound, and there stood a complete band inside the city gate, dressed in formal attire, focused on playing the welcoming tune. The brass instruments rang out brightly, the strings were melodious, and the drums beat steadily. At the end of the music and formation, 2 figures stood at the forefront. One was a noble dressed in elaborate attire, tall and handsome, with meticulously groomed hair, the badge on his chest shimmering in the sunlight. Beside him stood a middle-aged man dressed as a scholar, wearing a dark robe and holding a scroll of parchment in his hands. The noble spoke first. "Welcome to the City of Wisdom, Serindia Pioneer." He bowed to Chen Lin, placing his right hand on his chest and nodding slightly, his movements impeccably standard. "I am Count Holman of the court. This is the affairs officer Wilder from the town hall." Chen Lin dismounted and returned a mage's salute. The gesture was subtle but standard, with his right hand hovering over his chest and his head slightly lowered. A glint of appreciation flashed in Count Holman's eyes. Truly, as a pioneer far surpassing others, he possessed his own grace. His tone became friendlier. "Your arrival has broken the past silence, bringing a rejuvenating spring breeze to this city. To commemorate your achievements, the Empire has decided to bestow upon you the title of Baron." The attendants behind him stepped forward in a line, each holding a velvet-laden tray, a short sword, a seal, and a neatly folded set of formal attire. The short sword's scabbard was silver, engraved with the city's emblem. The seal was made of copper with Chen Lin's name inscribed on the bottom. The attire was deep blue, with silver embroidery on the collar and cuffs. Chen Lin accepted these gifts and nodded slightly. "Thank you for the imperial grace. You have become a baron of the Empire. You have acquired the following rights: unrestricted access to most areas of the main city, the ability to mobilize a small number of city guards, issue commission tasks, and enjoy priority when purchasing properties in the city." He quickly glanced at the description on the attribute panel. The rights of the Baron title were considerable, but the most practical were the first 2 free access and guard mobilization. In his past life, the top 3 players to complete the apprentice's path received the title of Lord, while the top 30 received the title of Knight. In this life, due to his legendary evaluation, he directly skipped a tier and obtained the Baron title. This was the difference. After bestowing the titles, the serious expression on Count Holman's face softened into a warm smile. To celebrate the city's revival, Marquis Thistle will hold a ball in 3 days. He took out a gilded invitation from his pocket and handed it to Chen Lin. I hope our great benefactor can attend. Chen Lin took the invitation, glancing at it. It bore his name and title, the handwriting neat and beautiful. Of course, he closed the invitation. It would be an honor. The affairs officer Wilder stepped forward, taking a page of the contract from his sleeve and handing it to Chen Lin with both hands. To thank you for your contribution, the town hall has decided to grant you a property in the upper district. You can go there to rest at any time. Chen Lin accepted the contract, which detailed the property location. Upper District No. 7, Wudong Street. Count Holman smiled and gestured for him to enter. Pioneer, please get in the carriage. Let us escort you away. The carriage was very quiet. Count Holman leaned against the seat, resting his eyes. The clerk Wilder was bowing his head, flipping through the sheepskin parchment in his hands. Chen Lin sat opposite him, his gaze fixed on the flowing street scenery outside. The streetlights swept by one after another, casting shifting shadows of orange light within the carriage. My Lord Count, Chen Lin suddenly spoke, please take me to the vocational academy. Count Holman opened his eyes and glanced at him. Now, he asked, at this hour the academy's instructors have already finished their duties. Chen Lin replied, I believe that my identity as a pioneer should be enough to encourage the instructors to stay a bit longer. I would rather pursue the power that I have yet to obtain than enjoy the wealth that is already at hand, Chen Lin explained. Indeed, as expected of a pioneer, you possess such awareness already. The Count nodded. He said nothing more, merely leaned forward and tapped on the front wall of the carriage. The coachman immediately adjusted the direction and the wheels rolled around a corner onto another street. Power is everything. Count Holman returned to his seat, looking at Chen Lin with a calm tone. Go pursue your future while it has yet to fade away. The carriage stopped in front of a wide, tree-lined avenue. At the end of the road, a solemn stone archway stood against the twilight, behind which lay an expansive square surrounded by various uniquely styled buildings: the Mage Tower, the Warrior Training Ground, and the Shadow Guild. Chen Lin pushed open the carriage door and stepped down. Count Holman did not exit. He merely leaned out of the window and waved at him. The carriage turned around and slowly disappeared at the end of the tree-lined avenue. Chen Lin turned and walked towards the archway. The square was empty. At this hour, the apprentices had long since finished their classes and returned to their respective dwellings. Only a few magical lamps were still lit around the square, emitting a cold glow. Just as he reached the archway, a side door opened. An elderly man dressed in a deep blue wizard's robe walked out from within. His hair was grizzled, his beard neatly trimmed, and he wore round-framed glasses on his face. His steps were slow but steady, the hem of his robe gently swaying in the evening breeze. The Mage Dino, Pioneer, Orion nodded slightly, a gentle smile on his face. I received word from the town hall that you— I apologize for the inconvenience, Dean. Chen Lin returned the gesture. Not at all, the Dean replied, stepping aside and gesturing for him to follow. Come with me. He led Chen Lin across the square, heading towards the tallest building on the left. It was a 5-story stone tower, octagonal in shape, with protruding windows on each level. Atop the tower was a massive crystal sphere radiating a soft blue light in the night. The two entered the tower and ascended the spiral staircase. The staircase was spacious, with magical lamps embedded in the walls, every few steps casting warm and gentle light. Finally, the people at the town hall have done something good, the Dean said as he walked. You are the first adventurer to complete the apprentice journey. They should offer you the best treatment. Chen Lin replied, they provided me with a house in the upper district. Number 7, Wutong Lane. The Dean whistled. A nice place. Many nobles or wealthy merchants have tried to buy it, but the town hall has been holding on to it tightly. As they conversed, they soon reached the 4th floor. The Dean pushed open a heavy wooden door, revealing a spacious office. Against the wall was a row of bookshelves filled with various texts and scrolls. In the center was a large desk on which lay several open books and a tea set. Please sit. The Dean gestured to the chair opposite the desk while he seated himself behind it. Chen Lin sat down. The Dean took a crystal ball from a drawer and placed it on the table. The crystal ball was about the size of a fist, with a faint glow of mist swirling inside. Are you ready? The Dean asked with a smile. I can hardly wait to witness the birth of the first adventurer at the— Chen Lin gazed at the crystal ball and suddenly asked, do I need to pay tuition? The Dean paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Rather than taking your money, he chuckled and shook his head. I would prefer to seek reimbursement from those stingy folks at the town hall. You are their benefactor. the cost should come from them. He placed his hand on the crystal ball, and the mist inside began to spin faster, emanating an increasingly bright light. Place your hand on it. Chen Lin extended his hand, pressing his palm against the crystal ball. The mist instantly enveloped him. Upgrading tier in progress. Warm energy surged from the crystal ball into his palm, flowing through his arm to his entire body. The sensation was akin to soaking in a hot spring at the Clear Spring Inn, but deeper and more enduring. The energy permeated his muscles, bones, and blood, traveling through every corner of his body before settling down. Ding. Your tier has been upgraded to Apprentice Health 200 mana 200. All attributes. A 5-year level has been upgraded to level 10. Your base health 40, base mana 60, agility 2, spirit 8. You have gained 3 free attribute points. You have comprehended the specialty basic spellcasting passive, all spell mana consumption, 10. As the first player to advance to the apprentice tier, your title Pioneer has been upgraded. Pioneer title experience gain 40. And for each level above the second place you gain an additional 5 experience. Chen Lin opened his eyes. The mist within the crystal ball had calmed and returned to tranquility. He looked down at his hands. There was no visible change, but he could feel a much stronger power surging within him than before. The amateur advancement to apprentice was the player's first promotion and also the simplest among all advancements. The attribute increases were limited and there were not many new skills. But this was just the beginning. Do you want to use the accumulated experience points to elevate your level to 1471? With each tier advancement, the experience required to level up increases significantly. The experience Chen Lin had accumulated on this journey was more than sufficient for 20 players to level up from 0 to 9, but it was still insufficient to raise him 5 levels at the apprentice tier. Chen Lin chose no. He had other plans for this experience. The dean retracted the crystal ball and took out several thin booklets from the drawer, sliding them across to Chen Lin. I might as well teach you the skills of the Necromancer apprentice while I'm at it, so you won't have to make another trip. He lightly tapped his staff and the booklets transformed into specks of light and vanished. You have learned the skill Soul Summoning. You have learned the skill Skeletal Shield. You have learned the skill Necromantic Ray. You have comprehended the specialty Skeleton Manipulation. You have learned the skill Soul Summoning. Soul Summoning cooldown of 3 minutes, consumes 50 mana points. Summon a level 9 ghost to fight for you. The ghost is immune to physical damage, but takes double magic damage. You have learned the skill Bone Shield. Bone Shield cooldown of 1 minute, consumes 70 mana points. Summons bones to form armor around you, providing 15 points of armor for 10 minutes. You have learned the skill Necrotic Ray. Necrotic Ray channels necromantic energy into a beam, dealing 60 base damage, intelligence 1. 5 damage with a casting range of 30 meters. You have comprehended the specialty Skeleton Manipulation. Skeleton Manipulation specialty, gain an additional limit of 1 skeleton servant per level. Chen Lin confirmed 1 by 1. These are the core skills of an apprentice necromancer. Soul Summoning addresses the capability to counter physical immune units. Bone Shield resolves survival issues, and Necrotic Ray serves as the first serious single-target output skill. Moreover, Skeleton Manipulation directly increases the limit on the number of servants, meaning his army can be further expanded. The dean suddenly halted his actions, a look of astonishment on his face. You have actually learned Skeleton Enhancement Reading Technique, Imprinting Technique. He stared at Chen Lin, his gaze shifting from surprise to scrutiny. Even your cognition level has risen to Scholar. Chen Lin did not avoid his gaze. Without these I wouldn't have made it here. The dean was silent for a few seconds before smiling. As expected of a pioneer, he turned and took a thicker tome from the bookshelf behind him, handing it to Chen Lin. Then I'll give you this as well so you don't have to make a special trip again. Chen Lin took the tome and opened the cover. Your skill, Necromantic Summoning, has been enhanced. You can now summon a Skeleton Mage apprentice level. A faint smile appeared on Chen Lin's lips. A Skeleton Mage. A ranged magic output, a crucial part that had been missing from his lineup, now finally. His attributes are now as follows. Name Tion E. Level 10-0-100. Class Necromancer Apprentice. Secondary profession, End of Days Scribe, Imprint Michael's Silent Monument. Health 1740-1740. Base health 1200. Constitution 15. Mana 1800-1800. Base mana 1100. Spirit 10. Attributes Constitution 36, Strength 33, Agility 43, Spirit 70, Intelligence 70. Specialties Skeleton Enhancement, Directional Summoning, Universal Breathing Method, Mysterious Power, Foundation of Wisdom. Skills Necromantic Summoning, Shadow Scythe, Shape-Shifting Giant Skeleton Synthesis, Sound of Flowing Springs. A typical player at this stage would have a total attribute of 130, while Chen Lin's total attribute has reached 252, nearly double. He closed the tome, stood up, and bowed to the dean. Thank you, Dean. The dean waved his hand, leaning back in his chair, a satisfied smile on his face. No need to thank me. You have reached this point through your own efforts. I have merely done my duty. It's just a small favor. The dean chuckled lightly and nodded. Go on, pioneer. Your journey is still— Chen Lin turned and left the office, descending the spiral staircase, crossing the spacious square, and exiting through the stone archway. On the tree-leaned path, the streetlights were still on. He looked up at the sky. The stars were more numerous and brighter than those seen at the Clear Spring station. In the skyline above the city walls, the silhouettes of distant mountains could be faintly seen. At this moment, the final system prompt sounded. As the first player to advance to the apprentice level, a server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Tion E for becoming the first player to advance to the apprentice level, earning 500 reputation points and enhancing the title Pioneer. The level leaderboard has been opened. At this time it was already night. Some players were just starting their journey, while others had played for a day and were preparing to rest. At this time the world announcement sounded, immediately causing a stir on the forum. But the discussion was not about Tion E advancing to the apprentice level, but rather how he managed to do so. So advancing to the apprentice level triggers a world announcement. I thought Tion E had already advanced. Yeah, making such a big fuss on the third day of the opening. I thought he would have reached level 9 by then, and could hit level 10 on the fourth day. Still calling him a god. He doesn't seem that impressive. Players who can make the leaderboard are all level 9. Oh, and the fastest. Several streamers can complete the proof quest tonight. What is the proof quest? A player who was unaware inquired. It's to prove to the mentor that you are skilled enough to go to the big city for more systematic knowledge. This task can be quite troublesome. If Tion E were just one person, it would indeed be difficult to accomplish. Perhaps there are other more challenging requirements for advancement. What a load of nonsense. A streamer has already figured out that to advance to apprentice level, you just need to go to the vocational academy in the big city and pay a silver coin as tuition. Huh. Then why is he taking so long? Who knows, is the first god created by Epic also destined to be the first to fall? At this moment Chen Lin had already logged off and was snacking while opening the forum. The forum homepage was already flooded with various analysis and discussion threads. Several pinned posts had eye-catching titles. Tion E advances to apprentice, a milestone or a turning level. Leaderboard open. Tion E level 10-0, second place level 948. From leading to being caught up, what has Tion E experienced in these 3 days? Changes in various clubs' attitudes toward Tion E, from frenzied adoration to cautious observation. He clicked on the level leaderboard post and glanced over it. First place, Tion E level 10-0. Second place, Wan level 948. Third place, Penguin Sword Dance World level 941. Fourth place, Pylai Mage level 939. Fifth place, Unite Rain in Magic Capital level 937. After finishing his late night snack and taking a bath, Chen Lin prepared to rest. But countless people were fixated on this simple leaderboard, carefully studying any information within. The leaderboard only displayed the top 100, but among these top 100 everyone but Tion E was at level 9, with the lowest having 12 experience at level 9. The leaders of various clubs were all excited as their core members were not far behind Tion E, whether demanding overtime, incentivizing with money, or concentrating resources. In short, the core goal was to dethrone Tion E and let their club members branded with their prefixes ascend to the top of the leaderboard. At the same time, they were contemplating whether their fervent pursuit of Tion E was merely due to his mystery, and now that the mysterious aura had faded, was the previously offered treatment worth it? Many clubs quietly retracted their previous public invitations, while others that didn't retract also significantly lowered their offers. Sir, your black tea. A beautiful young girl dressed in a black and white maid outfit softly said, placing a steaming cup of black tea on the coffee table in front of Chen Lin. Chen Lin leaned back against the soft, exquisite chair, his expression somewhat dazed. He had initially thought that the house gifted by the city hall was merely an ordinary residence. At most it would be a standalone apartment, perhaps 2 or 3 stories tall with a small yard. Having a place to stay in the upper town would have been quite satisfactory. Who would have imagined it would actually be a luxurious villa covering more than 1,000 square meters? The high-ceilinged living room was adorned with a crystal chandelier, the light, soft yet bright. The walls were covered in light golden wallpaper, and the floor was laid with a thick wool carpet. Pushing open the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, he saw a neatly trimmed garden with a crystal-clear swimming pool at its center. The second floor housed the master bedroom and guest rooms, each equipped with an ensuite bathroom and walk-in closet. The third floor featured a spacious library filled to the brim with books. While most were leisure novels and travelogues, there were enough to be surprising. Even more extravagant was the fact that the city hall had assigned him staff. An elderly, dignified butler was responsible for managing the daily affairs of the entire estate. A chef was dedicated to preparing his meals. The young girl in the black and white maid outfit was his personal maid, tasked with looking after his daily needs. Downstairs there were 3 maids responsible for cleaning and miscellaneous tasks. The butler had just shown him around the estate, and at every stop the corresponding servants would bow to him. The feeling of being served made him a person accustomed to living in rented rooms feel completely out of place. Number 7 Wudong Street. This name sounds ordinary, but it is located in the upper town of Celindia, the most prosperous and central area of the entire City of Wisdom. The surrounding neighbors were either wealthy merchants or powerful nobles. The least among them was a knight. A luxurious 3-story villa with an independent garden, swimming pool, and library, along with 5 servants situated in the most central part of the city. The value contained within it could probably rival that of a courtyard in the inner ring of the imperial capital in the real world. Chen Lin picked up the black tea and took a gentle sip. The tea was rich and thick with a hint of fruity aroma. He recalled a book he had read in his past life, which mentioned a minor soldier named Yang Shi under Liu Bang, the founder of the Han dynasty. During the Battle of Gaixiaxiang, Yu committed suicide and his corpse was fought over by the Han soldiers. Yang Shi managed to snatch a leg from Xiang Yu, and as a result he was granted the title of Marquis of Qichuan with a fief of 1900 households. This title was passed down for a full 10 generations until the Eastern Han dynasty. An ordinary soldier changed the fate of his entire family simply by seizing a piece of a tyrant's corpse. His current situation was somewhat similar to Yang Zai's. In just 3 days he traveled from Jialong town to Celindia single-handedly, slaying a Cyclopes, capturing a Dark Knight brigade, and exterminating the Soul Butcher. In the end he was rated as legendary, awarded the title of Baron, and received this estate. A meteoric rise. However, that was all there was to it. Chen Lin put down his teacup, leaned back in his chair, and let out a long breath. In this world of extraordinary power, these things were ultimately just external possessions. No matter how luxurious the estate, it could not withstand the charge of a level 30 monster. No matter how many servants he had, they could not fight for him. Power was everything. He was only just starting out. Gathering his thoughts, Chen Lin began to contemplate the path ahead. Level 10 apprentice, level 20 profession, level 30 senior, level 40 elite, level 50 expert, level 60 master, level 70 grandmaster. Every advancement was a qualitative leap, especially the transitions from level 20 profession to level 50 expert, which were crucial. The current professional tier was the first threshold of the era, which would filter out nearly 50% of players. In other words, half of the players would find themselves stuck at level 19. Level 20 also marked the beginning of the fusion between the game character and the player's real self. This threshold would naturally not hinder Chen Lin. The key lay in the profession runes obtained after passing the assessment. They were not only an important part of the player's combat system, but also a prerequisite for all future advancements. To upgrade to the next tier, one must first elevate the profession runes to the corresponding level. If he could directly obtain Grandmaster level or even Legendary level runes during the profession assessment, it would undoubtedly save him a significant amount of time in the future. It was akin to taking the college entrance examination, where 3 years of study could lead to different colleges based on simple exam results. But missing the entrance exam made it exceedingly difficult to enter different tiers of various colleges from the lower levels. I need at least the strength to pass the Grandmaster level assessment. 2 paths lay before him, represented by 2 books. One was the Weaver's Secret Manual, gifted by Alfred. During his journey down the apprentice path, he had flipped through it briefly and knew it described a skill perfectly aligned with the requirements of the profession assessment. Alfred, as the mage mentor of Jialong Town, would not present anything ordinary to him. The other book was the Melting Gold Compendium, gifted by Metatron. This book documented the methodology for interpreting divine knowledge. The shroud might contain knowledge from the Sun Scripture of the Nimmo civilization, which was one of the 2 roots of the Nimmo civilization, encompassing knowledge far beyond anything he had previously acquired. However, divine knowledge was not something he could access at this moment. It required the right methods for interpretation. The Melting Gold Compendium was that key. If he could successfully interpret it, the benefits would not only apply to the current profession assessment, but would continue to be advantageous in the future. Both were valuable resources. Chen Lin leaned back on the sofa, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. The Weaver's Secret Manual corresponded to the present with clear input-output ratios and matching problems. The Melting Gold Compendium represented the future, where the time and effort invested were uncertain, but would not be less. Once successful, the returns would be substantial. Which one to choose? In the end, he chose the Weaver's Secret Manual. Even the same divine knowledge, not to mention Grandmaster level, interpreting the level 20 profession and level 19 apprentice, were worlds apart. The time he spent now was to save time in the future. As for the future, the memories in his mind were the best future. Short-sightedness was long-sightedness. He stood up and walked towards the library on the 3rd floor. The butler was commanding the maids to dust the furniture in the 1st floor hall, who, upon seeing him ascend the stairs, he slightly bowed in greeting. Chen Lin nodded in response as he walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor. The library was not large, about 30 square meters, with bookshelves on 2 walls. The bookshelves were filled with books, mostly leisure novels, travelogues, and biographies, along with some basic geography tomes and herb guides. These books were placed as decorations by the city hall to add a cultural atmosphere to the estate. Chen Lin sat down at the desk by the window, taking out the Weaver's Secret Manual from his backpack. This tome was thinner than he had imagined, with only a little over 200 pages. The cover was deep blue leather embroidered with a complex spell model pattern in silver thread. The paper was slightly yellowed but preserved in excellent condition, showing no signs of damage or insect infestation. He opened the first page. You begin to study the Weaver's Secret Manual. You gain a small amount of profound mage knowledge. As the system prompt appeared, a flood of information surged into his mind. This book was indeed exquisite and profound. It was not a simple skill book that could be learned just by its content concerned the underlying principles of spell model construction, the essential laws of mana flow, and the commonalities and differences between different spell systems. Every page contained profound truths that required careful pondering to understand. Even with the aid of reading techniques, Chen Lin would need to invest a considerable amount of time to interpret. He settled down, flipping through the pages one by one. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows on the floor. The maid quietly entered, replacing his cup of tea with a fresh one before silently retreating. The entire estate was very quiet, with only the occasional sound of pages turning. Meanwhile, in Blackstone Town, a player with the ID Pili Mage stood at the edge of the dense forest at the village's end in front of a virtual camera. He was a streamer for the Pili website with over 500,000 fans. Since the opening of the game, he had been leveling up at the fastest pace, one of the first players to reach level 9 in this era. Today he had finally completed the proof task for the Mage Mentor, obtaining the qualification to advance to an apprentice along with a map gifted by the Mentor. In the live stream room, the number of online viewers had surpassed 100,000. Brothers, I finished the proof task. Pili Mage exclaimed, holding up the parchment map in front of the camera. See this? This is the map to the main city. The Mentor said that if I follow the map and pass through this dense forest, I can reach the city of Wisdom Celindia. Go, streamer. Be the first to ascend to apprentice. Canny has already ascended, you're second. Canny doesn't count, he cheated. Keep going, streamer. Defeat Canny. Pili the Mage smiled faintly, but said nothing. He knew well enough that Canny's swift ascension must have had its own hidden advantages. Yet he was no slouch either, ranked among the nation's top 10. With steady, deliberate progress, he might yet close the gap. Enough talk, he said, rolling up the map and drawing his staff. Let's go. We'll reach Celindia City by tonight, and ascend to apprentice tomorrow. He stepped into the dense thicket. 10,000 viewers watched his retreating figure in the livestream, breathless with anticipation. The birth of the second apprentice was about to unfold. Confidence swelled within him. Then doubt crept in. He halted mid-step. Pili the Mage gazed at the thicket before him. Half the certainty had already bled from his face. The map depicted a winding line threading through several zones marked with red XS, terminating at Celindia. The line flowed smoothly, as if drawn in one confident stroke of a fountain pen, its arcs and turns precise and unmistakable. Yet no path lay before him. Before him stretched a tangle of shrubs, thorny thickets, and stunted trees pressed together so tightly there wasn't even room to set a foot down. Farther on, towering hardwoods blotted out the sky. Their overlapping canopies sealed off every ray of sunlight. The forest floor sank into deep shadow, concealing all within. He glanced down again at the map. There, starting precisely where he stood, the line extended straight ahead, cutting boldly through the thicket. Hold on, everyone, he said toward the livestream interface. I need a moment to study the route. In the stream, scattered comments drifted lazily across the screen. Only 10 minutes had passed since he'd left Blackstone Town, yet his live audience had already dropped from 100,000 to 70,000. The remaining viewers chatted idly, long since shifting their attention away from him to other topics. Pili the Mage paid them no mind. Zooming in on the map, he scrutinized the route with meticulous care. Then he froze. The map's annotations were perfectly clear. Blackstone Town was marked with a small circle labeled Blackstone Town. Celindia City bore a larger circle inscribed Celindia. Between them, the sinuous line connected the two settlements. But a sudden realization struck him. This very map now filled the livestream screen in full view. 100,000 people had seen it. Well, now 70,000. But 70,000 was more than enough. Everyone, he lifted his gaze, his expression oddly unsettled. I've just spotted a flaw. Comments flickered onto the screen. What flaw? Is Pili about to pull off something wild? He pointed at the map. To ascend to apprentice, all we need is to hand 1 silver coin to a mentor at the main city's Academy of Professions, correct? Right. That's it. Easy. Try getting there first. Pili ignored the mocking comments and continued. So here's the question. I already possess this map, and now you all see it too. You know the route. So why on earth must we complete that absurd proof task for some arrogant mentor? His voice grew sharper with each word. The proof task had consumed 2 full days. At first it meant running errands, delivering letters, procuring materials. Then came organizing the library, copying scrolls, cleaning laboratories. Finally, he'd ventured to the ruins outside town in search of a lost spellbook, only to confront a nest of gargoyle statues battling fiercely before retrieving the tome. Day after day he'd served that mentor like a menial laborer, and the mentor's demeanor never wavered. From start to finish it radiated condescension. "It is your privilege to serve me." Questions met with silence or disdain, task submissions earned not even a glance. Just recalling it ignited a fresh surge of fury in Pylai the Mage. "No, it won't do." "Wait." "No," someone countered in the stream. "Each starter village occupies a unique location. Your map only applies to Blackstone Town's route to Serindia. It's useless elsewhere." "Exactly. I spawned in Greenwood Village, miles and miles from Blackstone Town." Pylai scanned the comments and shook his head. "But Blackstone Town still has many players." He gestured toward the direction of Blackstone Town. "How many reside there?" "At least several thousand. Since only one player needs to complete the proof task to obtain the map, and then publish it, every single resident of the town could use it." For an instant the stream fell silent. Then the comment feed exploded. "Whoa, could this actually be true? Yeah, why didn't I think of that? So, does that mean anyone in our village who gets the map can just march straight to the capital? Damn, I'm still grinding that proof task. I've been at it for a whole day." "Brothers ahead, stop now. Just wait for the top player to release the map." "But who'd actually release it? Why would anyone share it? They'll just use it themselves and keep the advantage." "Exactly. I wouldn't share it either." Pylai watched the chaotic flood of comments and sighed deeply. "My luck isn't half bad after all." His tones softened, tinged with quiet reflection. If Tianni had released the map for Jialong Town, most players born there would likely have ascended already. Then, not only would second place vanish, there'd be no hope even for 200th. The stream hushed once more. Tianni, Jialong Town, the first to complete the apprentice path. The one who'd tumbled from his pedestal in the eyes of countless players. "Yeah, how selfish of Tianni. LMAO, would you release it if you got it first?" Looks like Pylai regrets it too. He should have cracked the map quietly himself. Now he's handed the edge to every other Blackstone Town player. Pylai did feel a twinge of regret, but fortune smiled as the discussion surged. His livestream viewership rebounded sharply, climbing from 70,000 back to 90,000. Comments scrolled furiously, some debating map-sharing ethics, others venting fury at their mentors, still others speculating on Tianni's true identity. Pylai glanced at the viewer count and nodded satisfied. Good. Topic secured, momentum secured. Time to return to the real work. He drew a slow, deep breath and refocused entirely on the thicket before him. Back to the first problem. There was no path. The map showed a clear line, but the ground offered nothing. Weeds, thorns, low shrubs, and gnarled branches twisted together into an impenetrable wall. He nudged aside a patch of brambles with his boot. Sharp thorns scraped against the leather, emitting a thin, grating squeal. This. His brow furrowed. This isn't right. He retrieved the map once more and checked it twice. Yes, the line began precisely where he stood. The bearing matched too, dead ahead, slicing straight through the thicket. Yet truly, no path existed. "Fine," he muttered, jaw tightening. "Wilderness survival begins now." Pylai the Mage tightened his grip on the staff and turned sideways, squeezing through the gap between two bushes. The thorns snagged his leather armor, and he tugged hard, the fabric tearing with a rip. A trivial damage number popped up. Pylai the Mage ignored it and continued to push forward. The soil beneath his feet was soft, sinking to his ankles with each step. Dried branches and fallen leaves formed a thick layer, requiring considerable effort for each step. After walking less than 50 meters, he was already drenched in sweat. Breathless, he said, "Brothers, this is harder than I expected." In the livestream, the comments began to roll in. "LOL, is this the path of an apprentice? I thought there would be a path. It's strange if there is a path. This is the first week after the game launched. Who would pave a road for you? Go Mage." Pylai the Mage gritted his teeth and pressed on. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. He had no idea how far he had walked, but looking back, the town gate was already out of sight. Surrounded by trees all identical, he couldn't tell which direction was which. He could only rely on the pointer on the map to confirm he was still heading in the right direction. The number of viewers in the livestream began to drop again. The journey was simply too dull. There was nothing in the dense forest, just trees, thorns, and the occasional bird passing by. Pylai the Mage was too tired to speak, occasionally mumbling to himself, while the comments were too lazy to respond. 30 minutes. He stopped to catch his breath and glanced at the map. After walking for so long, he had only moved less than half a centimeter on the map. "This scale," he muttered, "is a bit exaggerated." Just then the bushes ahead suddenly shook. Pylai the Mage's eyes lit up. "Brothers." Finally encountered. He lifted his staff and cautiously approached. Behind the bushes, a grayish-brown beast was lowering its head to nibble on something. It was about the size of a wolf, but with sturdier limbs and a row of short bristles along its back. Forest beast, level 10, level 10. Pili the mage smiled faintly. He had encountered many level 9 wolves outside Blackstone Town, and was not particularly afraid of a level 10 monster. Just a level difference, how strong could it be? Brothers, watch closely. This is the battle strategy of an ice mage. He raised his staff, sending a frost arrow toward the forest beast. The forest beast was hit, a thin layer of frost appearing on its surface, slowing its movements. It turned its head, its murky eyes fixed on Pili the mage. Then it lunged forward. Pili the mage was prepared, swinging his staff again, the frost nova exploding around him. The forest beast was frozen in place, giving him a chance to retreat 2 steps and fire another frost arrow. The frost on the forest beast grew thicker, its speed decreasing further. It struggled to take steps forward, but each movement resembled slow motion. Pili the mage's confidence grew with each strike. Do you see, brothers? This is the kite tactic of an ice mage. As long as you apply slow effects, the monsters can't touch you. The forest beast suddenly broke free from the frost. Its body suddenly swelled, muscles bulging beneath its grayish-brown fur, and its bristles stood erect. The frost covering its body shattered under this might. Then it bit down on Pili the mage's shoulder. 212 critical hit. Pili the mage's health bar dropped by half in an instant. Damn! He turned to run, but there was no path in the dense forest. As soon as he took a step, his foot was caught by a thorn bush, causing him to tumble forward. He scrambled to get up, but the forest beast's second bite had already sunk into his calf. 209, his health bar was down to a sliver. No, my one life, without dying. Pili the mage's voice changed as the forest beast's third bite came down. 301, white light rose. At the resurrection point in Blackstone Town, Pili the mage stood at the center, his expression blank. You have died, all attributes reduced by 5, he received 1 reincarnation mark. The system prompt flickered in front of him. He ignored it, merely staring blankly ahead. He had never died since the game launched. To maintain this record, he never fought monsters of a higher level and never took risks, so anything risky was left to his viewers. This was not just a gimmick for the live stream, but more importantly, the unknown effects of the reincarnation mark. 1 life without dying, and now it was gone. Killed by an ordinary monster by the roadside in 3 bites. No. He muttered, how can a level 10 monster be so much stronger than a level 9? With a level 9 wolf, I could kite 3 on my own. But against a level 10 forest beast, I can't even withstand 3 hits. This isn't just a level difference, it's 2 completely different tiers. He suddenly thought of Tiani. How did he manage to get through? Pili the mage remained silent for a long time, and then pulled out the map from his backpack. He spread the map open and carefully studied the scale. He gestured with his hand. From Blackstone Town to the first safe point, it was roughly a finger's length on the map. And he had just walked for 30 minutes the distance he had moved on the map. He extended his pinky finger. Comparing, even the tip of his pinky was longer than the stretch he had walked. He calculated. If he continued at the previous speed without eating, drinking, or resting, how long would it take to reach the first safe point? Then he gave up on the calculation. Tiani. He lifted his head, looking at the barrage of comments still flooding in on the livestream panel, asking in a tone of near confusion, how did you get to the main city? Inside the main city, Chen Lin was still tirelessly studying in the library. The spellbook, gifted by the mage mentor Alfred in recognition, was the core text of a school of magic. It could take a formal mage 3 to 5 years of concentrated study. Even though the book was enveloped in the breath of time, allowing him to use reading techniques to quickly grasp its knowledge, coupled with his intelligence of 70 points and a scholar's understanding level, it was still a challenging study. Fortunately, the constant system prompts announcing the knowledge he had acquired as a mage kept him feeling fulfilled, and he didn't feel fatigued. As night fell, Chen Lin closed the tome and let out a heavy sigh. He had already reached his stage limit, and continuing would render the time invested disproportionate to the gains. Moreover, he had achieved a milestone. You have comprehended the skill spell weaving by combining the spell formulas in the Weaver's Secret Tome. Spell weaving skill, you can weave 1 or more of your spells together in the form of fabric. This allows for long-term preservation of spells and grants them additional properties. Weaving spells into fabric. He closed his eyes, savoring the meaning of this technique. It is not merely sealing or storing, but interlacing the lines of 1 or multiple spells, like weaving cloth, forming a stable whole that can be preserved for a long time. The implications are vast. So vast that 7 or 8 uses have already emerged in his mind. The most direct is the pressured spells. When his mana is abundant, he weaves the spells in, and during battle, he can trigger them directly, effectively adding a few skills that require neither consumption nor incantation. Furthermore, different types of spells can be woven together. For example, embedding Bone Shield and Death Ray into the same piece of fabric creates both armor and beams upon activation, blending offense and defense. Taking it a step further, spells can be woven into a form that can be recharged repeatedly. Just like the Weaving Master's secret tome itself, this book is a massive spell fabric where the spell formulas are woven into the pages, and the act of reading is akin to deciphering its woven structure. If the skill is profound enough, an entire spell system could be woven into a piece of equipment, an article of clothing, or a banner. Wearing it would mean donning the effects of dozens of layered spells. Coincidentally, most mages, including necromancers, belong to the cloth profession. What is significant for Chen Lin is that the fabric woven from his own spells solely belongs to him. It conveniently circumvents the restrictions on external, non-exclusive items in the Occupational Advancement Assessment. Chen Lin opened his eyes, looking at the limitations in the system prompt. His rank is insufficient. His cognition level is inadequate. He needs the Weaving Master's tome as a reference tool and expert-level tailoring skills as assistance. Tailoring. He pondered slightly. In his past life, he had never studied tailoring. It was a life profession parallel to combat professions. In the mid to late game, players have limited time and energy, and most only choose 1 or 2 life professions to delve into. A very few manage to master all life professions. He is a necromancer specializing in the fields of summoning the undead and souls. He has never even touched a skill related to tailoring, which is tied to production. Starting from scratch now is not impossible, but it is not worth it. Learning a craft he has never encountered in either life just to utilize another skill. This calculation doesn't add up. Chen Lin's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the chair. Suddenly, a slender figure surrounded by thousands of red threads appeared in his mind, and his spirit focused. He cannot do it himself, but as long as there is someone proficient in tailoring he can trust to help him, it will suffice. Thinking of the difficulties he would face, Chen Lin felt a surge of eagerness. By the way, he planned to gain all the experience from level 10 to 19 at once. However, some preparations need to be made first. He reached out to pull a plush rope beside the coffee table. Moments later, the door to the living room was gently pushed open. The butler walked in with steady steps and a straight back. He stopped 3 steps away from Chen Lin and slightly bowed. "Sir, do you have any instructions?" Chen Lin looked at him. The butler's name is Hoffman Perry, a native of Serendia. According to his own introduction, he had served in a viscount's household for 15 years, and after that viscount's passing, he was hired by the town hall and assigned to No. 7, Wudong Street. 15 years is enough for a butler to understand the ins and outs of the noble circle. "Mr. Hoffman," Chen Lin said, "I will be visiting Viscount Mercury Alwyn Lorick tomorrow. Please arrange that for me." The butler did not ask why, only nodded. "May I ask the purpose of the visit?" Chen Lin pondered for a moment. Viscount Mercury Alwyn Lorick, nicknamed the Collector. His greatest hobby in life is collecting all sorts of strange and rare items. Oddities, antiques, artworks, spell relics. If he finds it interesting, he will collect it. Among his collection is something that Chen Lin needs. "Just say," Chen Lin slowly began, "that I discovered an oddity during my adventure and would like him to help me appraise it." The butler nodded again. "I will prepare the invitation and the gift. May I ask what time you plan to set off?" "Tomorrow morning." "Understood." The butler bowed. "I will arrange the carriage and attendance. Do you have any other instructions, sir?" Chen Lin raised his hand, and a small box appeared before the butler. "Here are 3,000 silver coins. You can decide how to spend it. Help me acquire a set of apprentice-level mage equipment and buy a few sets of decent clothing suitable for different ideas." As a pioneer several steps ahead of other players, the useless gear that wastes backpack space in his eyes is high-end goods sought after by professional players and streamers from various clubs. Just from dealing with garbage for other players, the money he earns can be considered a fortune. The butler nodded in agreement, elegantly and effortlessly lifting the box and exiting the door, closing gently behind him. Chen Lin leaned back in the chair, watching the closed door. The etiquette among nobles is intricate. He must present the invitation, wait for a reply, confirm the time, prepare gifts, visit in person, exchange pleasantries, and only then can he get to the main topic. Each step has its own significance. Without proper etiquette, they may not even let you in. He does not understand these, and is too lazy to learn. In his past life, he was a lone player, rarely interacting with the native nobility. Even though he has gained a baron's title in this life, he remains clueless about these social etiquettes. Fortunately, the town hall assigned him a butler. He can just use it directly. The next morning, Chen Lin changed into noble attire and stepped out of the door of No. 7, Wudong Street on time. The butler was already waiting at the door. He had changed into a more formal black suit, wearing a silver brooch on his chest and holding a dark wooden gift box. "Sir, the gift is ready." The butler handed over the gift box. "It is a frost crystal stone from the north, in excellent condition and quite valuable. This gift should suit his taste." Chen Lin took the gift box and glanced inside. The box opened, revealing deep blue velvet lining with a crystal the size of a thumb embedded in the center. The crystal is entirely transparent, with delicate frost patterns inside, shimmering with a light blue glow in the sunlight. "Not bad." He closed the lid. The carriage was already waiting at the door. It was a deep blue four-wheeled carriage with a silver doorplate number of No. 7, Wutong Street painted on the side. Two black stallions stood quietly in front of the carriage, their harnesses polished to a shine. The driver, a taciturn middle-aged man, jumped down from the driver's seat as soon as he saw Chen Lin and opened the carriage door. Chen Lin boarded the carriage. The butler sat opposite him, placing the gift box on his lap. The carriage started smoothly, the wheels rolling over the flat stone road of Wutong Street, producing a rhythmic clatter. Through the carriage window, Chen Lin looked at the street scenery outside. The streets of the upper town are wide and quiet. Tall sycamore trees line both sides, their canopies intertwining above the street to form a green corridor. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled spots of light on the ground. The buildings along the roadside are all individual mansions, each with its own style. Some are made of gray-white stone, some are of red brick, some have wrought iron balconies, and some have marble statues standing in front of their doors. They are not as uniform as the villas in modern cities, but each exudes a profound sense of weight accumulated over time. The carriage turned around two corners and stopped in front of a black wrought iron gate. Behind the gate is a mansion even more luxurious than No. 7, Wutong Street. The three-story main building is light gray, adorned with large floor-to-ceiling windows on its facade. The rooftop features a row of stone-carved railings behind which one can vaguely see a rooftop garden. Wings extend from both sides of the main building, forming a semi-open inner courtyard. In the courtyard there is a fountain, geometrically trimmed shrubs, and a small greenhouse constructed of colored glass. On the stone pillars flanking the iron gate, the family crest of Viscount Mercury is engraved, a drop of silver water falling in the center of rippling waves. The butler got down first and handed the invitation to the doorman. Moments later, the iron gate slowly opened. The carriage entered the inner courtyard and stopped in front of the main entrance. As Chen Lin got off the carriage, a man of medium build wearing a deep purple robe had already walked out from inside. Viscount Mercury, Alwyn Lorick. The butler Hoffman handed the gift box to the other party's butler while they trailed behind. Chen Lin was not adept at such noble socializing, but fortunately Alvin did not mind these things. The hall was exactly twice the size of the reception room at No. 7, Wutong Street. The ceiling was adorned with a celestial painting, and dozens of oil paintings hung on the walls. Display cases showcased gold artifacts, crystal sculptures, pottery, stone carvings, and several peculiar items emitting faint magical fluctuations. As an old money establishment, this place was evidently much more luxurious and noble. Alvin guided him to sit on a set of deep red sofas while a maid served tea and snacks. After asking a few questions about Chen Lin's experiences as an apprentice, Alvin eagerly shifted the topic to the core of his interests. Esteemed pioneer, his tone now carried a hint of urgency. Surely you have gained remarkable insights on your... Chen Lin nodded, and a golden balance scale floated upon the velvet tray that Alvin had prepared. As the container for the forbidden feathers and the heart of eternity in the secret chamber, he recognized the scale's extraordinary nature, but was unaware of its true significance. The moment the golden balance scale was exposed to the light, the entire hall seemed to fall silent for a moment. Alvin's breath caught. His hand instinctively rose, reaching towards the palm-sized golden scale. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the surface's patterns, he suddenly recoiled, as if scalded. Wait a moment. His voice tightened. He turned and walked to a cabinet against the wall, retrieving a pair of snow-white silk gloves from a drawer. The gloves were neatly stacked with silver thread embroidered along the edges. He donned the gloves slowly and solemnly, as if performing a ritual. Only then did he return, taking out a copper magnifying glass from his chest pocket, bending down to examine the scale closely. Chen Lin remained silent, standing quietly to the side. Alvin's magnifying glass moved slowly along the base of the scale. The base bore a circle of intricate patterns, not decorative, but a continuous relief. The magnifying glass paused at a spot, his eyes narrowing slightly. He examined it slowly from the base of the scale to the trays on either side, and then to the central pillar. Every pattern needed to be scrutinized repeatedly, every incision carefully discerned. His lips moved slightly, as if silently reciting something, yet no sound escaped. Throughout the process, he never touched the golden balance scale. His gloved hands remained half an inch above the surface, conducting all observations solely with his eyes and the magnifying glass. After a long while, he straightened up, putting the magnifying glass back into his chest pocket, removing the white gloves, and exhaling deeply. The breath carried a complex mix of emotion, satisfaction, regret, and an indescribable reverence. This treasure, he began, his voice softer than before. You obtained it from the ruins of the Nemo civilization, didn't you? Chen Lin hesitated. The secret chamber was indeed discovered next to the ruins of the Nemo priests. However, the key to the secret chamber was given by Metatron, and the decorative style inside the chamber was completely different from the solar motifs and scarab patterns of the Nemo civilization. It did not reflect their style. Yes and no was the only response he could give. Despite such a vague answer, Alvin nodded, a look of as expected on his face. This golden balance scale is a highly prestigious ceremonial object from the Nemo civilization. His gaze fell on the golden scale, his tone growing serious. To put it bluntly, this is not something you should be able to access at your current level. He paused, looking at Chen Lin with a sense of admiration and acknowledgement. Indeed, you are the pioneer. You must have undergone extraordinary adventures. He did not pry further, but redirected his attention to the golden scale. In the mythology of the Nemo civilization, after a person dies, their heart is placed on one side of the scale by the god of the underworld. If it weighs more than the feather on the other side, their soul will be devoured by a beast. If it weighs less than the feather, they can be reincarnated. His fingers hovered over the two trays of the scale, left and right, as if illustrating something. The golden balance scale you hold symbolizes this myth. Chen Lin listened intently. After a moment of contemplation, Alvin added, "This treasure itself holds no power. It is neither a weapon nor an armor, nor does it possess any spell effects that can be activated. However, in certain ruins and secret realms of the Nemo civilization, it allows you to attain privileges comparable to those of a pharaoh." Pharaoh, the ruler of the Nemo civilization, a fusion of divine power and royal authority. Privileges comparable to those of a pharaoh mean that within those ruins, the holder of the golden balance scale can pass unhindered, unlock doors that would otherwise remain closed, and bypass traps and curses aimed at intruders. Thank you for the clarification. Chen Lin nodded. He maintained a composed expression, but inwardly, he felt a sense of joy. His original intention was merely to use the excuse of identifying curiosities to cultivate a closer relationship with Alvin, paving the way for future requests. To his surprise, Alvin truly knew the origin of this object and its function. This was a pleasant surprise. Yet Alvin sighed. He waved his hand, his gaze lingering on the golden scale, reluctant to look away. If it were a more ordinary curiosity, I would certainly want to buy and collect it, even for the sake of our friendship. His tone carried a genuine sense of regret. But treasures of this caliber are not something I am qualified to collect. As a noble, one must maintain dignity. Even if reluctant, he shifted his gaze away from the scale. Never mind, never mind. To see it in person is already a form of fortune. He raised his head and glanced at the sky outside. It was already close to noon. Suddenly, he took a step forward and directly grabbed Chen Lin's hand. "The day is not early, stay for lunch." He spoke naturally, not sounding like he was being polite. "After lunch, I will show you my collection." Collection. The collection of the collector Viscount Mercury. One of the most famous private collections in Celindia City. The items displayed in the showcases were merely the tip of the iceberg. The truly valuable items were stored in a dedicated vault. Ordinary players, even after completing the prerequisite tasks, could at most take a stroll in the hall. Want to enter the vault? Not a chance. This request was precisely what Chen Lin desired. He did not show it, merely nodding subtly. "Then I shall impose on you. You have consumed dragon blood and flesh, increasing your life limit by 200 and your physique by 3. As the system notification flashed before him, Chen Lin was just setting down his knife and fork. The dishes for lunch were far more extravagant than he had anticipated. Roasted lamb chops, pan-seared fish fillets, creamy mushroom soup, a vegetable salad, and a basket of freshly baked white bread. The dishes were ordinary, yet exquisitely presented, and the ingredients contained extraordinary energy, with subtle differences in their preparation. This broadened his perspective as someone accustomed to Cantonese cuisine. He had thought it was merely a typical noble banquet, but when he tasted the roasted lamb chop, a warm power spread from his stomach, coursing through his limbs. Dragon blood and flesh. Not the flesh of a true dragon, but at least a creature with dragon lineage. Even a piece the size of a fingernail would be enough to cause a frenzy among players at this stage. Yet Alvin prepared it as an apparently ordinary dish to entertain a first-time guest. "How does it taste?" he asked with a smile, wiping his mouth with a napkin. "Very good," Chen Lin replied. This was the truth. Setting aside the attribute boost, the meat itself was impeccable. The outer skin was crispy, the inside tender and juicy, perfectly seasoned without a hint of fishiness. Alvin nodded in satisfaction and stood up. "Come, let me show you my collection." He led Chen Lin through the corridor, down the stairs, and opened the heavy iron door, entering the underground vault. The vault was illuminated by warm yellow magical lights, the air dry and warm, carrying a faint scent of sandalwood. Along the walls stood display cases reaching up to the ceiling, and in the center was a row of low display platforms, each treasure quietly resting in its place, illuminated to reveal every minute detail. At first glance, there appeared to be no protection. No glass covers, no railings, no glowing alarm spells. Those priceless treasures were casually displayed, as if one could reach out and touch them. But Chen Lin knew better. His perception, enhanced by 43 points of agility and 71 points of spirit, was constantly sending him warnings. The ruby ring floating on a crystal base in the left foreground was surrounded by 3 layers of triggering spells. Not simple attack spells, but spatial banishment magic. The moment any unauthorized finger touched it, the entire arm would be teleported away. The ancient books on the right display were inscribed with a text that itself formed a binding magic array. The patterns of the magic array spread from the book to the display platform, then extended down the legs of the platform into the floor, integrating with the entire protective system of the vault. The magical lights on the ceiling were not just for illumination. The arrangement of those light fixtures corresponded to some sort of array, with every third fixture housing a spell crystal inside. The energy within the crystals was in a semi-activated state, ready to be released at any moment. Chen Lin withdrew his gaze, not asking further. Alvin walked ahead, pointing out the treasures on either side, while recounting their stories. This piece was acquired from a bankrupt merchant. He pointed to a palm-sized jade statue. The merchant thought it was a mere decoration and sold it for a gold coin. After I had it appraised, I discovered it was a sacrificial artifact of the Moonlight sect from 1,000 years ago. He continued. Later, the merchant learned of its true value and wanted to buy it back. I offered him twice its actual worth, keeping the statue for myself. This one was auctioned. He then pointed to an oil painting depicting a storm at sea. The painter was a nameless figure, but this painting concealed a water spell of the sea tribe. There is also a letter from the painter hidden within the frame, stating that he concealed the spell in the painting in hopes that one day his daughter would discover it. Every piece in the collection had its own story. Not the dry and dull appraisal reports of era material origin, but vibrant stories connected to people. Who created it, who possessed it, what experiences it had gone through, and why it ended up here. Chen Lin listened to. When they reached a standalone display, Alvin stopped. On the platform lay a short dagger approximately 20 centimeters long, single-edged with a slightly thick spine and a finely tapered tip. The handle was made of ordinary hardwood wrapped in faded hemp rope, with no decorations at the pommel, only a severely worn iron plate. The entire dagger bore no embellishments, no inscriptions, and no fluctuations of extraordinary power, even below the level of a basic white-grade item. Yet the gaze of the Mercury Viscount upon it was more complex than any previous treasure. "Look at this one," he said. Chen Lin stepped closer. The dagger lay quietly on the platform, with a few slight scratches on the blade and tiny chips along the edge. This was a used dagger, not for killing, but for cutting something. Its birth stemmed from a tragedy. His voice grew somber. Once there was a person who lived under the manipulation and surveillance of others from birth to adulthood. The city he lived in was a stage, every person he met was an actor, and every event he encountered was a script. His laughter, tears, anger, love, everything he thought belonged to him was merely a drama for the amusement of. He paused. Until one day, he sensed that something was amiss. Chen Lin said nothing. Thus he began. After enduring countless hardships and overcoming numerous challenges, he discerned the lies of those around him, found the boundaries of the stage, and passed through the many obstacles set before him. Finally, he stood before the door named freedom. Alvin's gaze fell upon the short dagger. But what he did not know was that it was all part of a design. Breaking out of the script was part of the script. Beyond the stage lay a larger stage. He thought he was breaking free from control, but every struggle was anticipated within the script. He believed he was walking toward freedom, yet each step he took was pushing the drama toward its climax. His voice was soft. At the moment of the audience's eager anticipation for freedom, this person used this dagger to end it. His finger hovered above the display, not touching the dagger. That was his only free choice. Chen Lin remained silent for a few seconds. He stared at the short dagger. The scratches on the blade were faint in the light, almost invisible. The hemp rope wrapped around the handle had become shiny, a mark of being held for a long time. The dagger itself held no special significance. An ordinary person could acquire it for a few copper coins at any blacksmith shop. It was displayed here and presented by the Mercury Viscount in such a solemn manner because of the story it carried, not because of the dagger, but because of the hand that held it and the choice made by that hand. A piece that evokes deep emotions. Chen Lin spoke, his voice calm. "Your Excellency, is it possible to part with this dagger?" The Mercury Viscount turned his head, looking at Chen Lin. There was no surprise or displeasure in his gaze. He merely looked at Chen Lin as if confirming something. Then he laughed heartily. "Very well." He reached out and picked up the short dagger from the display. The protective spells hidden around the platform silently dissipated at his touch, as if recognizing their master. Alvin grasped the handle, laying the blade across his palm and presenting it to Chen Lin. "Let it serve as the beginning of our friendship." Chen Lin accepted it with both hands. The warmth of Alvin's palm still lingered on the handle. He looked down at the short dagger, the scratches on the blade becoming clearer up close, and the small chips on the edge more visible. "You have obtained the Blade of Freedom." The teleportation square is located in the northwest corner of Celindia City, covering a vast area, yet it feels excessively empty. Grayish-white stone slabs cover the entire square, each measuring about 1 square meter with joints so narrow that even a blade cannot fit through. In the center of the square stands a 3-story tall crystal engraved with runes of spatial coordinates, topped with a fist-sized amethyst. This is the body of the teleportation portal, currently dim and inactive. Occasionally 1 or 2 white-robed mages emerge from the nearby buildings, heads bowed, as they hurriedly cross the square, disappearing into another structure. The entire square is so quiet that one can hear the faint sound of wind passing through the gaps in the stone slabs. Esteemed pioneer, the white-robed mage presents 5 scrolls with both hands. These are your city return scrolls. Each scroll is the length of a palm, made of light golden parchment with a small amethyst embedded at both ends. The surface of the scrolls is bound with silver threads, through which extremely weak spatial fluctuations flow, as if something is sleeping within. City Return Scroll Celendia. Effect: tear the scroll in an area without spatial restrictions, and after 1 minute of guidance, it will teleport the binder back to the teleportation square of Celendia. Binder Tion E. Chen Lin's gaze lingered for a moment on the binder section. The City Return Scroll is likely the first bound item most players encounter. Not because of its high quality, but because its function requires binding to be realized. After all, this scroll merely serves as a signal transmitter. The massive crystal in the square is what truly sends you back. This binding mechanism also restricts players from recklessly trading City Return Scrolls. Each player can only use the scroll bound to themselves, and cannot shortcut to unexplored places by purchasing other scrolls. He stored the 5 scrolls in his backpack, scanning the empty square. It was desolate. Very desolate. Apart from him, and the old mage before him, there were only 2 apprentices in the distance cleaning the stone path. But Chen Lin knew that it wouldn't be long before players arrived, turning this into the busiest place in Celendia City. By then it would be impossible to stand here quietly for even a moment. He retracted his gaze and turned to leave. As he stepped out of the teleportation square, a summoning light flared beside him, and a dark knight appeared before him. Summoning undead servants within the main city safe zone is normally prohibited. But if nobles don't have privileges, are they still considered nobles? The knight dismounted, placed his right hand over his heart in a salute, then handed the reins to Chen Lin. Then his figure began to twist and shrink, transforming into a wisp of dark light that merged into the nest away from the mundane key at his waist. After Chen Lin mounted, he squeezed the horse's belly, and the steed galloped out of the city. Riding within the city was also a privilege of the nobles. The hooves of the skeletal warhorse struck the stone path, producing a crisp and dense sound. Passers-by distantly heard the hoofbeats and instinctively stepped aside, clearing the middle of the street. Some recognized Chen Lin and waved to greet him from afar, whispering to each other. Indeed, the pioneer. After just 2 days of rest, he's out adventuring again. In truth, he hadn't rested. Galloping through the main road of the lower city, passing through the central square, he approached the city gate. As soon as the gate guard saw his face, he did not obstruct him, but merely saluted and let him pass. Once outside the city, the view opened up. Here the visibility is clear with no obstructions. Confirming that no one was following, he took a crystal vial from his backpack. The vial was small, about the thickness of a thumb and a palm's height. Inside it contained a silvery liquid thick like mercury, yet brighter than mercury. Chen Lin examined the vial, feeling a faint pulse emanating from within. For the divination spell within the vial, the steward used his Baron seal, and spent 500 silver coins to retrieve this item from the Divination Mage Association's warehouse. 500 silver coins converted to today's gold price is roughly 50,000 yuan. As long as it proves effective, it will be worth it. Chen Lin tightened his grip on the blade of freedom, positioning the short blade across his chest. The tiny scratches on the blade were clearly visible in the afternoon sunlight, with several nicks glinting dully. He lowered his head and began to chant softly to the blade. Tell me your hatred, let me unleash your anger, and bring relief to your kind. Upon finishing, he swung the short blade to shatter the crystal vial. The moment the silvery liquid in the vial came into contact with the air, it completely evaporated, not turning into vapor, but transforming into a silvery mist. The mist condensed and coiled in the air like a silver serpent, then pointed straight towards the southeast. Chen Lin spurred his warhorse towards the southeast. At the same time, summoning lights continued to ignite beside him. 1, 2, 3. The skeletal warhorse stepped out from the light, leaving behind traces of azure flames with each hoof fall. Sitting atop the horse was a dark knight clad in full-plate armor with azure flames quietly burning in the gaps of his iron helmet. The hooves struck against the gravel and hard earth, producing a crisp and urgent sound that echoed far across the open fields. The dark knights remained silent, forming a loosely knit, yet meticulous cavalry formation around Chen Lin. Chen Lin was positioned slightly towards the back of the formation, with a knightly guard on either side and behind. The outer layer of knights spread out on both sides, widening the formation to ensure any enemy appearance from any direction would be detected and responded to at the first moment. The distance between the warhorses was maintained at about 5 to 6 meters, neither too close to cause interference nor too far to create gaps. The wind rushed into his cloak, causing the hem to flutter loudly and relieving the heaviness that had accumulated in his heart over the past few days. As a reborn individual who had perished at the final moment, even though he had already distanced himself significantly from other players, a heavy stone weighed on his heart. In his past life, he was a level 79 master considered an important figure in the province with an entire dedicated united front office established just for him. Yet this level 79 master had no qualifications to even overhear or be informed of the core decision-making during the terrifying dawn of the third stage of the epic. The information he possessed skimmed the surface. He knew nothing of the grand scheme or the core information. He was merely a person swept up in the catastrophic tide, struggling desperately only to be submerged. That was all. In this life, he would undoubtedly be the first pioneer to face the calamity directly. Could he truly do better than those legendary players? On many quiet nights, he would awaken from nightmares of monstrous horrors. However, at this moment, amidst the cacophony of wind, the sound of hooves, and the faint metallic clinks of the Dark Knight's armor, he felt a wave of tranquility. He suddenly let out a laugh. Why seek out those legends from his past life? Why cultivate relationships with them and exhaust efforts to build those fragile connections? Where were those renowned legendary players from his past life, those names that once shone during the terrifying dawn? They were still battling level 9 monsters in the novice village. Still begging for a map leading to the main city. Still asking tens of thousands of viewers in a live stream, how did Tion E get to the main city? In this new life, it should be they who desperately sought an opportunity to cling to him. He lifted his hand. In the distance, a beast lay sprawled across the center of the road. It was massive, nearly 2 meters long, covered in coarse, deep brown fur, with particularly thick hair on its neck and shoulders resembling a heavy mane-like shield. Its head was large and flat, with a raised bony protrusion on its forehead glistening like ivory in the sunlight. Its limbs were as sturdy as pillars, with hooves the size of wash basins, leaving deep imprints on the ground. Iron Bristle Beast, level 20 level occupational tier. At this stage, as many so-called god players could come as they pleased and slay as many. The Iron Bristle Beast, originally napping on the ground, was awakened by the sound of galloping hooves and began to raise its head. Its small eyes were murky yellow, filled with impatience from being disturbed. Chen Lin did not slow down. He raised his right hand and pointed ahead. Within the formation, a Dark Knight squeezed his legs against the horse's belly, and the eerie blue flames of the skeletal warhorse suddenly flared, increasing speed as he surged out from the ranks. The knight held the reins in his left hand, gripped the lance tightly with his right, and tucked the shaft under his arm. Lowering his body, he nearly pressed flat against the horse's back, with the eerie blue flames forming a straight line from the helmet's gap. The tip of the lance trembled slightly in high-speed charge, emitting a faint humming sound. The Iron Bristle Beast stood up. Its murky yellow eyes focused on the figure charging out from the cloud of dust. It was not one but a group. Not walking adventurers, but a fully armored cavalry charging at full speed. Its flat head finally recognized fear. Its stout limbs awkwardly moved, attempting to escape backward, but it was too late. The lance, glinting with cold light, pierced through the dust, its tip slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. The Iron Bristle Beast's once proud tough hide, that mane-like shield said to withstand blades, and its hard skull capable of shattering rocks, became no different from paper when faced with the full-speed charge of the armored cavalry. The lance penetrated its head, entering at a diagonal angle below the forehead bone and exiting through the back of its neck. A fragment of gray-white bone and dark red blood hung from the lance's tip, protruding from the back of the Iron Bristle Beast's skull. The Iron Bristle Beast did not even let out a scream. Its limbs instantly lost strength, and its massive body collapsed to the ground, pushed aside by the lance. A single strike, a one-hit kill. The obstacle had been cleared, and the speed of the Dark Knight also slowed down. Allies rushed past him one by one. The sound of hooves was dense and orderly. The Dark Knights swept past him, the airflow stirring the still twitching corpse on his lance. No one spoke, but each knight passing by would slightly turn their heads, the eerie blue flames flickering from the gaps in their helmets. As Chen Lin passed, one knight raised his lance, holding high the corpse of the Iron Bristle Beast strung up on it, displaying it to Chen Lin. The head of the Iron Bristle Beast hung from the lance tip, its limbs drooped, and its deep brown fur was stained with dust and blood. That posture was hardly graceful, but the sense of pride and desire for recognition was clear even from the silent Dark Knight. Huh. Chen Lin let out a hearty laugh. He raised his right hand, and a ghostly green touch of necromancy shot from his fingertips, landing on the knight's shoulder armor. The knight certainly did not need healing. He bore not even a scratch, his health bar full. Yet the spell still landed upon him, the ghostly green light lingering on his shoulder armor for a few seconds, like a hand gently patting it. This act of commendation made the morale of all witnessing knights soar even higher. They gripped their lances tighter, stood straighter, and their warhorses galloped with more vigor. No words were needed, no commands required. The entire formation's speed subtly increased once more. The knight receiving the commendation did not immediately chase after. He raised his lance, and after all his comrades had passed by, casually swung the lance to toss the iron-bristled beast's corpse aside. Only then did he spur his warhorse to catch up. It was as if he had returned to the past. Hey several. At the entrance of Castle Town, a group of players surrounded a middle-aged man clad in a dark robe, his chest adorned with a silver insignia. The speaker was a player dressed as a warrior, gripping an iron sword notched from repeated use, his face flushed with barely concealed fury. The days of you assigning players to unclogged toilets are over. He slammed the blade into the ground with a dull thud. Hand over the exit permit. Several Castle Town's guide regarded the dozens of furious eyes before him with serene composure. To obtain the capital city map and the town exit permit, one must first complete the certification quest. His tone was unhurried, almost pedagogical, as if explaining a simple truth to wayward children. It appears you have yet to fulfill it. At these words, the crowd's anger flared anew. When one of us was doing the townsfolk quest, you said it was almost done. A mage pushed forward from the throng, his finger nearly jabbing several's nose. Now the entire beginner village is collaborating, gathering materials, running errands, consolidating all tasks onto a single character for submission. And still you declare it almost done. His voice rose sharply. You never intended to let us leave. Murmurs erupted around him, swelling into a cacophony of agreement. Exactly. What kind of certification quest is this? It's bottomless. I've delivered 42 letters for you, 42. I've met every resident in this town, yet you claim it's unfinished. I've mined 300 ore veins, 300. The blacksmith's warehouse overflows, yet he demands more. Little wonder the players of Castle Town seethed with such rage. On launch day, while players from other starter villages scoured the streets questioning NPCs for hidden quests, or stampeded en masse through their town gates to contest monsters, Castle Town's newcomers entered a wide-open adventurers guild. It was a 2-story stone building. Long tables and benches filled its hall, and an entire wall bore a massive quest board. Parchments clung tightly to the board. Lost cats, slime-infested sewers, flower deliveries for the bakery, herb collections for the alchemist, so numerous and varied that the first arrival's eyes gleamed with delight. Holy hell, this starter village is absurdly rich in content. With so many quests, leveling up is effortless. Fortune has truly smiled upon us. That same day, Castle Town's forum section brimmed with jubilation. Players spread word that Castle Town was a treasure trove, quests overflowing, no need to compete for mobs, rapid progression guaranteed. But soon unease crept in. Yes, the quests were abundant, endless even. Yet every single one belonged to the same narrow category: courier runs, person searches, item retrievals. No exploration quests appeared. None required stepping beyond the town's boundaries. Every destination lay within Castle Town itself. Even the farthest led no farther than the cobblestone path just outside the gate. Their only adversaries were slimes, small, medium, large, and colossal, lurking in the sewers. Nothing else existed. They could not even pass through the town gate. No barrier stood there, no guards barred the way. Yet the moment one stepped across the threshold, a system prompt flashed: you lack an exit permit. Please return inside the town. Continued movement outward will be deemed a violation and penalized per the adventurer's occupational code. Initially, some dared defy fate, racing outward in hopes of glimpsing the world beyond. Within mere meters, ethereal chains materialized and dragged them back, followed by a 10-hour engagement. After that, no one dared try again. Day after monotonous day, they endured the same cycle: accept, quest, run, errand, submit, quest, repeat. Elsewhere, players from other starter villages debated tactics: how to form parties against wild wolves, kite porcupines, or skirt tiger territories. Castle Town's players debated optimal slime clearing efficiency in the sewers. Others boasted about white gear sales or vying for boss encounters with the guild. Castle Town's players posted screenshots of completed quests. Beneath one, a comment read: "Are you playing a game or working a shift?" What shattered them utterly was the certification quest, especially after Tier 1 apprenticeship unlocked, when more and more starter villages publicly revealed maps to the capital city. Each map differed, yet every village's players embarked together on arduous pioneering journeys, clearing paths, forging trails, venturing into the unknown. They got lost in dense forests, fled from beasts, died repeatedly. They raged on forums: "This map is impossible. Monsters are overpowered. The designers are inhuman." Yet they were on the road. They beheld new vistas, encountered unfamiliar creatures, gathered unique loot. Castle Town's players remained, unclogging toilets. The final straw was the certification quest. You never intended to let us leave. As those words left several's lips, his smile did not waver, nor did he deny them. Thus the scene unfolded. Damn it! The warrior tightened his grip on the iron sword. You've enslaved us as laborers. Now we'll show you what it means when commoners rise against tyranny. He swung his blade at several. Behind him, the crowd surged forward. ice arrows, daggers, and arrows striking several simultaneously. Meanwhile, another group bolted toward the open town gate, their sole chance. Amidst the chaos, they sprinted outward, praying distance might break the rule's hold. Several's expression darkened. You are not players. You are adventurers. Thus you must embody the spirit of adventure. He raised his right hand. Crimson lightning erupted from the sky, not a single bolt, but a storm. Dense, unrelenting bolts rained down, each striking precisely atop an attacker's head. A cascade of red damage numbers bloomed like a waterfall. Those who moments ago brandished weapons and shouted slogans dissolved into blinding white light, without even a cry. Meanwhile, those who dashed for the gate had already fled dozens of meters. The foremost among them glimpsed grasslands beyond, the land they'd never set foot upon, and the distant edge of a forest. A smile touched his lips, then a chain shot from the void, coiling tightly around his ankle. Not one chain, but countless. Every fleeing player was bound. The chain's opposite ends vanished into thin air, yet held with the immovable strength of iron riveted into stone. They were dragged backward, scraping fingers raw along the earth, powerless against the inexorable force. Several lowered his hand, watching them reel back into town, his countenance once more calm and detached. Violators of the adventurer's occupational code shall be dealt with accordingly. Those struck down by crimson lightning reappeared as white light at the resurrection point, only to receive another system. Notice you have assaulted the guide, violating Article 37 of the adventurer's occupational code. Sentence: 72 hours in-game time imprisonment. Those hauled back likewise received notification you attempted unauthorized exit without an exit permit, violating Article 12 of the adventurer's occupational code. Sentence: 72 hours in-game time imprisonment. Before the town gate, the remaining players stared at one another in stunned silence. Moments ago they'd roared with collective fury. Now they stood doused in icy stillness. Those who'd neither attacked nor fled remained rooted, gazing at the fading white light residues on the ground. What do we do now? Someone whispered, voice trembling. No one answered. Unconsciously, all eyes turned toward the massive greenstone slab beside the gate. Carved meticulously upon it was the full text of the adventurer's occupational code. Adventurers serve as problem solvers for the town and must unconditionally fulfill any request made by its residents. A minimum of 3 quests must be completed daily to retain residency rights. Without an exit permit, passage beyond the town gate is strictly prohibited. Assaulting townsfolk or the guide is forbidden. Unauthorized entry into unopened zones is prohibited, and so on, line after line filling the entire surface. Punishments for violations were spelled out with equal clarity. Minor infractions incurred debuffs, reduced stats, slowed movement, disabled skills. Moderate offenses triggered imprisonments ranging from several to dozens of in-game hours. Grave violations resulted in immediate death. No exceptions, no appeals, no bargaining. Shall we delete our accounts and begin anew in another starter village? A steady, measured tread approached from beyond the gate. Tap, tap, tap. It was a default face that every player would see when creating their character. No adjustments, no embellishments, no hours spent crafting a unique visage. It was the standard face provided by the system, with balanced features and no distinct characteristics, the kind that would absolutely go unnoticed in a crowd. Every player who had clicked skip appearance settings had seen the shadow of their character in that face. This peculiar sense of familiarity left the players momentarily stunned. Player. The thought sprang up in their minds. How could there be other players in the novice village at this time? In the crowd, someone suddenly pointed at that default face and exclaimed loudly, Tion E is here. The sharp and abrupt voice shattered the stillness before the town gate like a stone thrown into calm waters. Tion E. Those 2 words struck like an electric current, instantly penetrating the minds of everyone present. The one who was considered to have fallen from grace when the advancement announcement rang out, now realizing the difficulties of the apprentice path, was Tion E, who had fallen from grace once again. How did he get here? The crowd was in an uproar. Some instinctively stepped back, wanting to create distance. Others pushed forward, eager to get a better look. Someone was already flustered, opening the live streaming panel and pointing the camera towards the town gate. Brothers, Tion E has come to Castor Town. Oh my god, it's really him. That face I remember, it's the default face. How did he get in? Aren't you not supposed to go in or out of the town gate? It must be him, the only one who could possibly appear in another novice village at this stage is him. The comments in the live stream were rolling rapidly. The number of online viewers visibly skyrocketed, jumping from hundreds to thousands, then from thousands to tens of thousands. The name Tion E itself was a source of traffic, not to mention he appeared in a novice village that everyone thought was isolated from the world. Seville furrowed his brow. His gaze fell upon Chen Lin, and the default face caused him to pause for a moment. An adventurer? No, something was off. He stared intently at Chen Lin, his eyes sharpening, as if attempting to penetrate the unremarkable face to see what lay beneath. Then he stepped forward. On the surface he appears to be a down-and-out vagabond. Seville spoke, his tone no longer that of someone looking down on the players of Castor Town, but rather a peculiar rhythm, almost chant-like. But in reality, he is a scheming sorcerer. Oh, is that my identity? Chen Lin leisurely walked closer to him. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. His pace was slow, but each step was firm. Of course. Seville stood in place, his expression regaining the composure of someone who had everything under control. In Castor Town, everyone must act according to their identity. Adventurers are the problem solvers of the town, merchants are the distributors of goods, and guards are the maintainers of order. And you? His voice suddenly caught. Seville's eyes widened as he looked down, incredulously staring at his. Chen Lin's hand gripped a knife handle. The handle was made of ordinary hardwood wrapped in faded hemp rope with a heavily worn iron piece at the end. Where was the blade? Oh, it turned out he had already pierced himself. The blade, still warm from body heat, protruded from Seville's lower back, stained with dark red blood. Blood gathered along the curve of the blade, dripping drop by drop onto the cobblestone path. The area before the town gate was so quiet one could hear the sound of blood hitting the ground. Those players who had wanted to warn Tian about the strange occurrences and urged him to flee stared blankly at the bloody blade protruding from Seville's waist. Their mouths were agape, yet no sound emerged. Their hands were raised, but they did not know where to place them. That Seville, the one whom thousands of players in Castor Town had hated day and night, exerting all their efforts yet unable to defeat, was he truly pierced through just like that? 1 stab, no flashy skill effects, no earth-shattering battle scenes, not even a hint of hesitation. It was simply walking over, pulling out the knife, and thrusting it in. The immense disparity left the players at a loss. It was as if something had lodged in their minds. Clearly they had much to say and many emotions to express, yet all voices were stuck in their throats, unable to utter a single word. How could this be? Seville's voice turned hoarse and weak. He stared at Chen Lin, disbelief filling his eyes. Why did the rules not protect me? Chen Lin did not respond. He twisted his wrist, holding the knife handle, then withdrew it. The blade slid out from Seville's abdomen with a wet, nauseating sound. More blood surged from the wounds, soaking his dark robe as it flowed down the fabric. Seville's body lost all strength. His knees hit the ground first, followed by his entire body collapsing. Oh, so you had never followed the rules? Not from the very beginning. Seville's eyes lost all luster. His once pristine and untarnished robe instantly became dirty. Large patches of mildew and damage appeared on the fabric, the edges turning yellow, curling and cracking as if it had weathered centuries in an instant. The exposed skin began to wither. The once healthy and rosy complexion faded to a sickly yellow. It then further lost moisture, tightening against the bones, becoming a thin, translucent membrane. In less than a few seconds, Seville transformed from a well-kept, middle-aged man into a corpse that seemed to have been sealed away for 1,000 years. He fell to the ground. The moment he touched the ground, the corpse shattered into several pieces. There was no bloody scene, only dry, light fragments scattered across the cobblestone path, like a shattered plaster statue. A rapid ringing of bells sounded. The bells came from the towering castle in the town center, the sound heavy and urgent, ringing one after another, echoing over the entire Castor Town. The bell carried an indescribable sharp noise, like gears that had run smoothly for countless years, suddenly jamming, producing a harsh friction between metal and metal. The NPCs in the town halted their actions. The baker stood behind the counter, still holding a freshly baked loaf of bread, staring blankly in the direction of the castle. The blacksmith's hammer hung in the air, never to fall again. The florist stood at the door, her expression not one of fear, but a kind of bewildered blank confusion. They stood frozen in place like puppets from which a spring had been removed, while the players in contrast awakened from their previous state of confusion and began to realize what had happened. Seville was dead. The one who had trapped them in Castor Town, forcing them to flush toilets day after day, was pierced to death by Tian. The rules that protected him had not taken effect. Those red lightning bolts had not fallen, those chains had not shot out from the void. Nothing happened. He really died. Seville is dead. That guy is really dead. Voices rose sporadically from the crowd, turning from incredulous whispers into uncontrollable cheers. Someone turned the livestream camera towards themselves, their expression as if they were dreaming. Brothers, did you see that? Seville is dead. Tian killed him. 1 stab. Just 1 stab. The comments in the livestream had completely exploded. Oh my god. Oh my god. What was that stab about? Why did the rules not trigger? What kind of weapon was that knife? It looks so ordinary. The brothers of Castor Town have suffered. Tian, he has come to take revenge for you. Chen Lin did not look at the surrounding players, nor did he glance at the live cameras aimed at him. He raised the blade of freedom towards the castle. On the blade of the short knife, Seville's blood had yet to fully dry. The sunlight shone on the blade, the tiny scratches and chips glimmering dully mixed with the color of blood, indistinguishable as to which marks were old and which were new. I did not come to bring peace to the land, but to bring forth bloodshed. Boom. The summoned light soared into the sky. It was not just one or two, but dozens of beams of light exploded simultaneously. Dark blue, gray, white, and dark red, the different colors of the summoning radiance intertwined around Chen Lin, forming a dazzling light curtain. Within the curtain, the sound of bones growing was as dense as a sudden rain, and the rumble of hooves striking the ground caused the stone-paved road to tremble slightly. The first to emerge were two skeletal giants towering over 7 meters. Their feet landed on the stone pavement, each step kicking up a visible wave of dust. The low brick-and-wood houses built from gray bricks and timber collapsed with a thunderous crash as they brushed against the giants' shoulders. The walls caved in as if made of paper, the roof tiles fell like raindrops, and broken beams jutted out from the ruins resembling crushed bones. The skeletal giants did not even intentionally collide. They simply walked forward along the road, and the houses on either side crumbled like a line of dominoes. On either side, a 5-meter skeletal shield guard emerged from the light. They were shorter than the skeletal giants, but much bulkier. Covered in layers of bone armor, their left arm bore a massive bone shield studded with bone spikes and reinforcements, while their right arm had no weapon, but was transformed into a thick bone pillar. Unlike the rampaging skeletal giants, they stood firmly on the flanks of the formation like two moving fortresses. Behind them was another skeletal shield guard reinforcing the line. Together with the skeletal giants in front and their companions on either side, they formed a defensive node that completely enveloped Chen Lin and the core of the team. At the same time, a group of dark knights galloped out from the light. The hooves of their skeletal steeds crushed the rubble of the ruins, easily trampling the scattered guards of Cass Town. The guards, clad in standard leather armor, wielded short swords and round shields, surging in from various directions of the town. There was no fear or anger on their faces, only a mechanical numbness, as if driven by a preset program. They raised their shields, attempting to block the cavalry charge. The Dark Knight's lances descended. It was not a thrust, but a trample. The lance tips swept over the guards' heads, and then the hooves of the steeds crushed over them. The guards barely had time to scream before they, along with their shields and short swords, were trampled into the rubble. Chen Lin stood at the center of the formation, his gaze sweeping over the increasingly numerous players. Only a few minutes had passed since Seville fell, and the news had already spread among the players. The number of live streaming cameras was also increasing. Not only the local players of Cass Town were streaming, but also the streamers and informants keeping an eye on Tiany's dynamics were broadcasting the scene through various channels. This matter does not concern you. Chen Lin's voice was not loud, yet it echoed throughout the venue. He stood surrounded by the skeletal giants and shield guards, his gaze level with the front, not even bothering to look at the players on either side. Not only the local players of Cass Town were streaming, but also the streamers and informants keeping an eye on Tiany's dynamics were broadcasting the scene. Why should we? We are players too. What gives him the right to make us leave? Wait, could he be planning to raise Cass Town? Someone excited squeezed through the crowd, waving their arms and shouting, "Great God, Tiany! We will rebel alongside you. Seville is dead, the rules are gone, let's topple this broken town together." Others showed displeasure, crossing their arms and coldly saying, "We are all players, or what are you pretending for? You think being at a higher level makes you special? We have thousands, and you only have a few." Exactly. Let's all charge at him. What can he do? Are you crazy? That's Tiany. Did you not see when he stabbed Seville to death? Seville is an NPC, we are players, it's not the same. The noisy arguments spread through the crowd. Some pushed forward, others retreated, some raised their streaming devices in search of a better angle, while others opened their friend lists, frantically typing to call online friends to witness the commotion. Chen Lin paid no heed, his gaze not lingering on the arguing players for even half a second. He pressed his left hand against the key at his waist. The door to the remote haven away from the mundane world swung wide open. The key trembled slightly, and a wave of spatial fluctuation spread from his palm. A wave of corrupted servants emerged one after another. Once out, they spread out spontaneously, filling the gaps between the skeletal giants and shield guards. Although their individual strength was inferior to that of the Dark Knights, their numbers far exceeded them. They had once been the Knights' retainers, corrupted alongside their fall. Now they followed their new master, fighting for the same goal. In the center of the formation, Chen Lin's expression became serious. The phantom of the wordless steel of Jialong materialized, empowering the entire army. This battle is not a slaughter of the weak, but a righteous fight to liberate the prisoners. Advance. Chen Lin pointed the freedom blade forward. All summoned beings trembled. The breath of the dead and the chill of death, two area skills, were stacked to their maximum intensity at this moment. The pitch-black aura surrounding the skeletal giants suddenly expanded, intertwining with the deathly auras rising from the skeletal shield guards, Dark Knights, and corrupted servants. A black mist-like energy spread from each summoned being, connecting, stacking, and merging, constructing a visible gray domain around the formation. A death domain that eradicates the weak. Some civilians for unknown reasons did not flee. As the edge of the death domain touched them, their bodies stiffened slightly. Then, after a final look of gratitude in their eyes, they like Seville became like shells sealed for centuries, losing all moisture and vitality, shattering into dry fragments. Those players who did not heed Chen Lin's warning to retreat changed their expressions upon witnessing this scene. From the excitement of watching a spectacle, they turned to genuine fear. Some turned to flee, but the death domain had already enveloped them. A bone-chilling cold surged from their feet to the top of their heads. Their limbs felt as heavy as lead, and every movement became slow and stiff. They tried their utmost to take a step, but lifting their feet felt as slow as walking underwater. Within just a few seconds, a white light rose. 1 beam, 2 beams, 3 beams. Those players crowded at the front, shouting the loudest and refusing to back down, fell one after another under the death domain like harvested wheat. The barrage in the live stream exploded completely. Wow, he's really killing players too. What kind of skill is that domain? The range is too vast. Kenny, I warned you, you didn't listen. The brothers in Cast Town are truly tragic. They were locked by NPCs for a week, and just when they finally saw a savior, the savior took them out too. What about that guy who said we're all players? What are you pretending for? Is he still here? I'm at the revival point. Chen Lin's gaze swept past the areas where the white light had disappeared without any pause. The warning had been given, and whether they heeded it was their choice. The consequences of their choices were theirs to bear. At the end of the road, a righteous voice of reprimand sounded. The voice was loud and clear, carrying a deliberately trained tone, like an actor reciting lines on stage. The speaker wore ornate and luxurious armor adorned with intricate patterns, with shoulder guards raised high, and a large red gem embedded in the center of the chest plate. A long white feather was inserted into the helmet, fluttering slightly in the wind. Behind him followed 2 rows of equally ornate knights, looking more like a ceremonial team than a combat force. Their armor was similarly intricate and exquisite, embedded with various gemstones. Their steps were synchronized, each footfall in perfect rhythm, resembling a ceremonial guard on parade. I am the leader of the Cast Town Knight Brigade. He raised his sword high, the blade reflecting the sunlight and dazzlingly bright. I vow to defend my town and eliminate all invaders. What greeted him was a rapidly shot tumter-long bone spear 2 fingers thick. Before the Knight Brigade leader could react, the bone spear struck the large red gem on his chest. The gem shattered, instantly scattering red fragments everywhere. The tip of the bone spear pierced through the ornate chest plate, without hindrance, penetrating his chest and emerging from his back. With his armored body hanging on, the spear's speed did not diminish. It then pierced through a knight behind the leader. The knight did not even see what struck the leader. He only saw the leader's back suddenly explode, and then a blood-stained white spear appeared before him. It similarly pierced through his body. Then came the third knight. Finally, the momentum of the bone spear, it came to a stop within the third knight's body, stringing together 3 corpses clad in ornate armor, nailing them to the wall at the end of the road. Behind Chen Lin, the desecrated war beast completed its trial shot. On its massive quadrupedal skeleton, 2 6-barreled bone spear launchers began to slowly rotate. The left launch tube rotated a notch, pushing a new bone spear into the firing position from the spinal cavity. The right launch tube similarly rotated a notch, aligning another bone spear. Then it fired. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bone spears shot out one after another at incredible speed from the launch tubes. Those heavy bone spears, which ordinary knights found heavy to even wield, were unleashed like arrows from a crossbow in front of the desecrated war beast's launchers, firing in rapid succession without pause. Even after their leader's death, the remaining knights showed no signs of retreat. They maintained their formation and charged at Chen Lin, only to collapse in batches like harvested wheat. In just a few moments, the once glorious Knight Brigade at the end of the road became a field of bone spears strung with corpses. It was not a more powerful troop type that eliminated the knights, but machine guns. Mandatory emergency mission: expel the invaders. Mission reward: level up to level 10 apprentice tier pass for entry and exit hidden class apostle. Seeing the system prompt, the players watching from a distance exchanged glances. Huh, am I fighting? The players certainly would not foolishly rush to their deaths. The alert for the forced urgent mission continued to flicker in the corner of their vision, the red exclamation mark jumping like a persistent mosquito. Yet among the thousands of players in Cast Town, not a single one answered the call. They merely watched from a distance across the ruins of collapsed houses, beyond the knight's corpse, pierced by bone spears, and through the shattered stone road, crushed by the giant skeleton. No one pushed forward any longer, nor did anyone shout, "We are all players, what are you pretending for?" The livestream camera was still running. The number of online viewers was steadily rising, but the hands behind the camera remained steady, unwilling to cross the line. In the formation, 2 giant skeletons led the way. Towering over 7 meters tall, they moved side by side like 2 massive white bone ridges. The giant on the left raised its foot, crushing the remnants of a house that had not fully collapsed, while the one on the right swung its arm, tearing through a stone wall that stood in its path, as if peeling an orange. 3 skeletal shield guards defended the flanks and rear. Their 5-meter-tall bodies were shorter than the giant's, yet much bulkier. Their bone shields leaned forward, the spikes and reinforcements on the shield glimmering coldly in the sunlight. The corrupted minions filled the battlefield, not rigidly forming a human wall, but instead operating in squads, either launching proactive assaults to scatter the enemy formation or flanking and retreating to encircle strong foes. The Shadow Knights, as the strongest force, would not be fixed in one spot, but continuously patrol and fill gaps. The entire team advanced with the defiled war beasts at its core. The piercing shriek of bone spears slicing through the air rang out every few moments, with each sound resulting in one or more targets being pierced, nailed, or torn apart. Enemies surged from all directions. Some could hardly even be called enemies. A blacksmith wearing a leather apron burst out from the collapsed forge, his face marked with despair and anger, wielding a still warm iron hammer as he charged toward the corrupted minions. Behind him, a young woman fled in panic, clutching a bundle. It was a scene of the multitude caught in disaster. In the live stream, the number of comments had noticeably dwindled. It wasn't that the number of online viewers had dropped, but rather that the audience didn't know what to say. The camera followed the advance of the legion, sweeping over the faces of those blacksmiths, women, and elderly. Their faces displayed fear, anger, confusion, and resentment. Every expression was too genuine to be that of NPCs in a game. That blacksmith. He's truly fighting to protect something, isn't he? Someone commented. No one responded. But whenever some players started to feel pity, the dried corpses of the townsfolk reminded them that things were not so. After the blacksmith fell, his body began to dehydrate, shrivel, and shatter the moment it hit the ground. The leather apron, stained with soot, turned gray and tattered, as if weathered for centuries. The iron hammer in his hand also lost its luster, rust spreading from the head to the handle until the entire hammer shattered into several rusty fragments. He was no longer a blacksmith. He had become a pile of remnants from an unknown era. As the young woman dashed into the alley, the edge of the realm of death brushed against her back. She ran 2 more steps forward, but her pace slowed and her body felt lighter. When she collapsed, the bundle in her arms hit the ground first, scattering clothes and black bread everywhere. Like the blacksmith, she instantly transformed into a dried corpse sealed for 1,000 years. The clothes and black bread scattered around her lost their color at the same moment, becoming gray remnants. You have killed a soul puppet, experience 1. You have killed a soul puppet, experience 1. You have killed a soul puppet, experience 1. Chen Lin sat atop a skeleton horse, scanning the ever-jumping system notifications. From entering Cast Town to now, every target he had killed, whether it was the guide, Seville the Knight Captain, or ordinary townsfolk, had received the same notification from the system. No matter how strong their group's momentum was at its core, they were just a dozen professional tier Shadow Knights, accompanied by several hundred apprentice tier corrupted minions, along with a few war beasts. Naturally, they could crush any player guild at their current stage, but against any NPC forces, including normal novice towns, they were no different from a speed bump. Fortunately, this place clearly had nothing to do with the norm. Thud, thud, thud. A solemn symphony. The music came from the high platform of the castle, the melody luxurious and cheerful, as if celebrating some grand festival. The orchestral sound felt particularly jarring amidst the ruins, and the sounds of battle almost absurdly out of place. For attendants carried a luxurious reclining chair, appearing on the high platform of the central castle. Sitting in the chair was an extremely rotund nobleman dressed in formal attire. His body piled on the chair like a mountain of flesh, layers of fat spilling out from the gaps in the buttons of his. Is this meat mountain the mastermind behind it all? Players whispered among themselves. In front of the reclining chair, a man dressed in a colorful skin-tight outfit resembling a jester exaggeratedly spread his arms and recited loudly. The peaceful and harmonious Cast Town welcomes a terrifying sorcerer who wields evil powers, acting lawlessly and disregarding all rules. His voice was shrill and high-pitched, carrying a deliberately trained chant-like tone, each word elongated, as if reciting an ancient epic. His arms swept through the air in an exaggerated arc, pointing at the collapsed houses, the shattered corpses, and the knights pinned to the walls by bone spears. Heroes sacrificed, civilians slaughtered. His voice rose even higher, the bells on his hat jingling with his exaggerated movements. Then his tone abruptly shifted from sorrowful to passionate, arms raised high, as if welcoming some greater. Fortunately, our great lord, the Viscount of Cast, holds the ultimate power to uphold justice. The Viscount's eyes, squeezed into 2 small slits by his layers of fat, narrowed even further, not because of the blinding light, but because he was smiling. It was a smile of satisfaction and triumph, despite the corners of his mouth being nearly obscured by fat. That sense of joy radiated from every pore in his body, conveying feelings without the need for facial expressions. His chubby hand adorned with a gold ring grasped the scepter and swung it fiercely. Boom! Amidst the tremendous roar, the towering and thick stone castle, standing at the center of Cast Town, cracked from its foundation, uprooting itself from the soil and rock layers. The castle stood up. What does it mean for a castle to rise? Players watching from afar stared blankly at the fortress giant that seemed to transform and rise. The stone castle, standing in the center of Castor Town, which had been there for countless years, was cracking at its foundation. According to some predetermined joints and structures, the limbs that were originally folded and hidden beneath the foundation began to extend segment by segment. The towers on both sides flipped outward, and the heavy stone walls folded and unfolded like origami, transforming into two immensely powerful arms. Beneath the castle's foundation, more structures were being pulled up from the soil and rock layers. They were legs, two massive legs formed by the foundation and basement of the castle. The surface of the legs was still coated with dirt and rubble that had not yet fallen off. The soil tumbled down, striking the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The originally 7-meter skeletal giant had become immensely huge. It stood between the low houses of Castor Town, its shoulders towering above the rooftops, its head higher than the clock tower, and every step could crush a house. But now, in front of the rising fortress giant, the skeletal giant appeared small. Players stood behind the ruins in the doorways of houses that had yet to collapse on the stone steps at the edge of the square. They looked up, their necks craning higher, their mouths opening wider. The live stream faithfully captured it all, and the barrage of comments exploded. Bow down. The voice of the jester on the platform became sharper and more piercing. He stood before a recliner, arms raised high, the bells on his hat ringing chaotically. His white face, paint reflected glaring light under the sun, the red smile exaggerated and distorted. O wicked sorcerer! Bow down before this absolute justice. His voice echoed among the ruins and rubble, the brass and string instruments continuing to play the solemn symphony, mixed with his sharp shriek, absurd and jarring. The Viscount of Castor still sat in his recliner. His eyes, squeezed to mere slits by his fat, squinted even tighter. The ruby at the tip of his scepter shone with blinding light, casting a dark red reflection on his chubby face. He said nothing, merely smiled contentedly and smugly. A display of bravado. Chen Lin withdrew his gaze. Seeing this scene, he felt a sense of relief. Chen Lin placed his fingers on the blade of the Freedom Blade. The blood of the guide Seville had not yet completely dried on the short blade. The dark red bloodstain spread along the curve of the blade from the tip to the hilt like a dried-up river. When his fingertips touched the bloodstain, an extremely faint cold pulse transmitted from his fingertip. Since it was you who misled the players, let it be you who unveils the truth behind this. Using this bloodstain as a medium, Chen Lin cast a general spell he had only learned at the amateur level. Light spell. A wave radiated outward from Chen Lin. It was not light, but a power closer to. The wave swept over the ruins, over the rubble, over the shattered corpses, over the players watching from afar, over the entire Castor Town. Then everyone saw it. Red threads. Countless red threads descending from the sky, covering the entire town. Not just a few, not dozens, but thousands upon thousands. They fell from the high vault of heaven, straight and densely packed like a still red rain. Each end of the red threads was connected to a person. Those NPCs who had originally given them quests, who had interacted with them. The bakery owner, the florist, the blacksmith, the apothecary, the grocer, the townsfolk, the guards, the knights. Beneath their skins there was no flesh and blood, no bones, no organs, only a tangle of intertwined red threads. The red threads penetrated through their heads, filling their limbs and bodies, exiting from their fingertips and toes, connecting to other red threads. Every movement they made, every word they spoke, every expression they wore was guided by these red threads. They were not living beings, they were merely shells filled with red threads. Even the Viscount of Castor, who was viewed by the players as the mastermind behind it all, was the same. Red threads penetrated through his head, filling his massive body, exiting from his fingers, and connecting to the scepter in his hand. Even the players themselves had already been entangled by red threads. Some looked down, seeing their arms wrapped in circles of red threads. Some looked at their companions beside them, discovering that their faces, necks, and chests were all covered in red threads. The red threads had not penetrated their bodies, but they were tightly entwined around their limbs and torsos like the strings of a marionette, yet to be pulled. What the hell is this? Some reached out to tear at them. Their fingers passed through the red threads, touching nothing. The red threads were not physical, not a spell, not anything that could be touched. They existed there, visible, yet untouchable. A red thread also extended from Chen Lin. Unlike the dense threads of others, the red thread on him was extremely thin, thinner than a hair, loosely wrapped around his left wrist. That was all. Impudence. The jester on the platform could no longer maintain his operatic tone. His voice became sharp and piercing like nails scraping against stone. Beneath his white face, paint, his face twisted, the red smile contorted into a grotesque arc. He jumped up, the bells on his hat ringing chaotically, the colors of his tight-fitting clothes flashing glaringly in the sunlight. How dare you? How dare you? His voice shrieked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Chen Lin did. He placed the freedom blade across the red thread on his left wrist. The blood of Seville glimmered with a dull red light under the waves of the light spell. The red of the blood and the red of the threads converged at the edge of the blade. A gentle cut. Bang. A soft sound. It was not the sound of metal clashing, nor the sound of threads breaking, but something closer to the sound of a string instrument's string snapping. Clear, brief, with a lingering resonance. The red thread on Chen Lin's wrist snapped. Then hundreds thousand. Those red threads that fell from the heavens filled the shells of the soul puppets and entwined around the players' bodies began to snap one by one from the tiny break in Chen Lin's wrist. The speed of the breaks increased like a tsunami, radiating from Chen Lin to all directions, to the entirety of Castor Town, to the immeasurable vault of heaven endlessly spreading. Bang, 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 bang. The dense sound of breaking threads merged into one like thousands of strings being cut simultaneously. The sound was sharp and chaotic, causing one's eardrums to ache. The soul puppets fell down. Those shells filled with red threads lost all support in the instant the threads snapped. Their bodies collapsed limp onto the ground like puppets deprived of their bones. Like Seville, like the civilians who died in the realm of death, they transformed into corpses that seemed to have been sealed away for centuries, shattering into dry remnants. The red threads on the players were also snapping. The threads entwined around their limbs and torsos broke one by one, sliding off their bodies and dissipating into red specks in the air. Some gasped for breath as if they had just surfaced from underwater. Some knelt on the ground, hands pressed against the surface, cold sweat soaking their backs. No. On the platform, the jester let out a shriek. That voice no longer resembled a human's. It was sharp, piercing with a metallic rasp. He reached out with both hands, futilely trying to grasp the breaking red threads. The threads slipped through his fingers, continuing to snap, completely ignoring his obstruction. The Viscount of Castor slumped in his recliner. His eyes, squeezed to mere slits by his fat, finally opened. The scepter slipped from his chubby hand, adorned with a gold ring, and the ruby at the tip shattered as it fell. He wanted to say something. His thick lips moved, but no sound came out. His massive body, filled with red threads, was collapsing from within. The shell began to wither, the fat began to shrink, the gown started to lose its support, collapsing inwards. The fortress giant, which was being lifted by the red threads, also halted its movements. It maintained the posture of rising, one leg still pulling up from the foundation, its arms still propped against the ground. It paused for a moment, then. The Titan fell. The castle had turned into a pile of ruins. The entire structure plummeted from dozens of meters high, crashing down as the stone walls, towers, domes, and foundations shattered into fragments upon impact. The ruins formed a small hill, the highest point exceeding 10 meters, while the lowest area was a gentle slope covered in rubble and debris. The dust had yet to settle, a gray haze enveloping the entire town's center as sunlight filtered through the dust, turning yellow and hazy. The dark night and the corrupted attendant ascended the ruins. The hooves of the skeletal warhorse crunched against the stones, making a crackling sound. The boots of the corrupted attendant stepped over the rubble, stumbling as they moved toward the highest point of the ruins. Their formation automatically spread out as they climbed, resembling a net that ensnared the entire area of ruins within their control. They lifted the fool into the air. His tight-fitting attire was covered in dust and debris, the red and green hues of his pants indistinguishable. Several bells from his hat had fallen off, leaving the remaining ones to jingle, but the sound was now fragmented and broken. The white paint on his face was smeared with dust and sweat, the red smile painted on his face bleeding out at the corners, resembling a melting grin. He did not look at Chen Lin. His eyes were fixed on the rubble before him, as if he were gazing through it, seeing something else entirely. This is not how it should be. He murmured, an adventure game is not like this. His voice had lost the sharp, high-pitched cadence of his earlier chant, becoming dry and flat, as if he were speaking to himself or explaining something to an absent audience. You should pretend to cooperate with my plans. Act as if you are a scheming sorcerer enduring the world's wariness and rejection, while seeking ways to exploit the rules and uncover the truth behind the events. You will encounter those who help you as well as those who hinder you. Gradually you will uncover the history of Cast Town, discover the secrets of the soul puppets, and unveil the existence behind the red thread. His fingers moved unconsciously over the rubble. After countless battles of wits and courage, you will slowly reveal the truth of the matter. You think you are resisting, that you are breaking free. But you do not realize that each time you comply with the rules, each time you search for loopholes within the framework, you are digging your own grave. The rules themselves are a trap. The longer you remain within them, the deeper you sink. He raised his head. The face smeared with paint revealed no expression, but there was a genuine confusion in his eyes. When all the rebels gather to fight for freedom, you and your like-minded companions will stand beneath this high platform, raising your weapons and shouting thunderous slogans. Then, his voice suddenly rose in pitch as if recalling an exhilarating scene. The Titans will descend from the heavens, slapping you all dead in one blow. Heroes will fall, freedom will perish, and evil will achieve a temporary victory. But the spark of rebellion will not extinguish, it will pass on to the next rebel, and the next, and the next. Until one day someone truly finds a way to break the rules. He paused. This is how an adventure game. Chen Lin approached slowly, wielding the blade of freedom. His boots crunched against the rubble, making a crackling sound. The fool knelt on the ground, needing to look up to see his face. I am not clever enough to outsmart someone who has meticulously arranged everything, Chen Lin said, so I choose to fight directly. The fool's gaze fell upon the dagger in Chen Lin's hand. The blade was stained with the blood of Seville, not yet wiped clean. The hilt was made of ordinary hardwood wrapped in faded hemp rope with a heavily worn iron plate at the end. It was an ordinary dagger inferior to even a level 1 white equipment one that could be bought for a few copper coins at any blacksmith shop. The fool's eyes suddenly widened. Is it a? He recognized the blade of freedom. His body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from a more complex emotion. Surprise, anger, disbelief, and a hint of absurdity. He has already destroyed my proudest work, and now it is this again, ruining the stage I built at the cost of a legendary status. His voice became sharp again, akin to his earlier chant, but this time it was not for performance, but a genuine loss of control. Chen Lin had reached him. The fool looked up at that unremarkable face, gazing at the dagger that had ended the life of his most cherished creation. His lips moved as if wanting to say something. Chen Lin did not give him the chance. The blade of freedom plunged directly into his heart. The blade pierced through the tight-fitting attire, the skin, and the gaps between the ribs, stabbing into the still-beating heart. There was no hesitation, no pause, no unnecessary movements. The dagger was fully inserted with only the hilt remaining outside. The fool's body stiffened. He looked down at the dagger embedded in his chest. The hilt pressed against his chest, the pattern of the hemp rope clearly visible. The blood of Seville mixed with his own, indistinguishable. No matter how strong the scheme, there must be strength to support it, Chen Lin said. This was the only evaluation he offered. He had no intention of torturing the fool, nor did he plan to imprison him. He was not a detective, not a judge, not one of those protagonists who liked to chat with the villain for half an hour before their death. Death was the greatest punishment. A swift execution was the judgment he delivered. The fool looked down at the dagger, his tone inexplicable. Indeed, no matter how strong the scheme, it must have strength to support it. His voice became calm. It was not the calm of resignation, but a sense of relief after coming to an understanding. Fortunately, he raised his head. I have. A force that transcended all beings began to rise slowly. It was not a spell, not a skill, that felt like the instinctive shudder of a creature facing its nemesis, like an ant confronted by an impending foot filled with helpless despair. There was no tangible impact, yet everyone felt it. The warhorses of the Dark Knights stepped back in unison. The skeletal warhorses' hooves danced with flickering blue flames like candles in the wind. The knights tightened their grips on their lances, the blue flames flickering violently in the gaps of their helmets. The corrupted attendants halted, their formation wavering. Players observing from a distance felt it as well. Some dropped to their knees while others braced against nearby walls to avoid falling. Some gasped heavily, feeling as if something was pressing down on their chests. The fool looked down at the blade of freedom still embedded in his chest. His aura was rising. I should not be enamored with this old work that has long been completed. His voice became deep and distant, no longer the sharp fool-like tone, but a more ancient, essential sound. It is time to reclaim my power. Thank you for awakening me. In his eyes the pupils began to split. His eyes transformed into a pair of compound eyes composed of countless tiny pupils glimmering with dark light under the yellow sunlight. As a reward, his eyes transformed into a pair of compound eyes composed of countless tiny pupils glimmering with dark light under the yellow sunlight. As a reward, his lips curled open. It was not a smile, but a literal tearing apart. The skin at the corners of his mouth split wide, revealing beneath it a non-human pitch black and hard tissue. Let you become my new creation. 8 long spear-like spider legs manifested behind him. Dramatist cast, level 80 legendary in transformation. His eyes turned to Chen Lin. Dramatist cast was waiting for that unremarkable face to reveal fear. Waiting for the player who had stabbed Seville, severed the red thread, and pierced his heart to finally show the expression he should have. But it never came. Chen Lin's face showed no fear. He saw the splitting of Cast's pupils, the 8 spider legs illusion, and the transforming torso. His expression remained unchanged. In his hand, a black scythe materialized. My ritual has long been completed. Caster's voice became urgent, no longer that distant and deep tone. My transformation is irreversible. If you kill me, I will immediately complete my transformation. If you do not kill me, I will complete it anyway. His words sped up as if he needed to finish them before something. You cannot stop it. You bang. A dark knight had approached him from behind, delivering a brutal kick with his iron greaves to his knee. The legendary knee knelt on the rubble, his upper body forced forward, hands pressed against the ground, facing the ruins of Castor Town, the castle that had turned to ruins, the shattered corpses, the red lines that were breaking and dissipating. Facing the stage he had built by hand, a hint of mockery appeared on Chen Lin's face. It was not the joy of victory nor the disdain for the enemy, but a more subdued understanding, as if he had anticipated this outcome. He walked up to the jester. The scythe of shadows extended slowly behind him, the countless white specks on the blade igniting simultaneously. The scythe fell. In the blood-soaked outpost of the apprentice's journey, with the aid of countless souls enslaved by the Soul Reaper, Chen Lin's scythe of shadows gained a particular characteristic. Finality when delivering the final blow. Ignore the monster's second form or resurrection ability, directly execute. Among over 2 billion players globally at this stage, perhaps only Chen Lin could kill him. Castor was right, his ritual had long been completed, and his transformation was irreversible. If killed, he would immediately transform. If not killed, he would also complete the transformation immediately. But finality does not concern itself with reversibility. Finality only cares about one thing: to draw a conclusion. The self-proclaimed master of fate welcomed the only player capable of killing him. Was this not a form of fate as well? The rising momentum of the playwright Castor suddenly came to a halt, as if someone had pressed a switch, cutting off all sound, all momentum, all changes in an instant. The 8 shadowy spider legs behind him froze in midair, their fur-like barbs standing erect, then silently shattered like popped bubbles. Gray-white fragments floated down, dissipating in the air before reaching the ground. His compound eyes were still open. 1632-64 tiny pupils reflected Chen Lin's face simultaneously. That unremarkable default expression was replicated 64 times in the 64 pupils. Unbelievable. Each pupil mirrored the same disbelief. Then all changes burst like bubbles. His body began to disintegrate. Unlike Seville, unlike those, his body shattered from the inside out. Countless fine cracks appeared on the surface of his skin, through which gray-white light shone. The light grew brighter, the cracks denser, and then, a very faint sound like a bubble bursting. All light dimmed at once, and in this abrupt change the legend ended. Ding! The system prompt exploded in Chen Lin's ears. You have successfully killed the playwright Castor, level 80 legend. Your level has risen to 19 at 1. Your base health 360, a base mana 540, agility 18, spirit 54. You have gained 27 free attribute points. Your experience is full and excess experience will be stored. Please complete the job advancement to increase your level cap. Your experience pool is full. The overflow experience is being converted. You have obtained the Crystal of Experience sublegendary. From the 10th level at 11 as an apprentice to the 19th level at 100 at the pinnacle of apprenticeship, the immense experience caused Chen Lin to unconsciously smile. And this was merely the most trivial of gains. As an apprentice slaying an ancient legend, you have comprehended the specialty Brave. Brave specialty: ignore high-level pressure. No matter how powerful the entity, your mind will not be intimidated by its momentum. You gaze at them as if looking at any ordinary person. You have gained 1 point of legendary status. Your enlightenment medal has transformed. Your blade of freedom has transformed. Congratulations to player Tian E for completing the first kill of the legendary boss, rewarded with all attributes 20. The King's Staff of Wonders will soon make a global announcement. Would you like to remain anonymous? Chen Lin took a glance and shook his head. In this situation, it made no difference whether to hide or not. Thousands of players in Castor Town witnessed the entire event from start to finish, with hundreds of live streams broadcasting the battle to global audiences. When he stabbed Seville, when his legion trampled through Castor Town, when he cut the red line, when he ended the jester with one blow, every scene was watched clearly by countless eyes. Hide my name. The player named Tian E, at level 19 on the leaderboard, is the answer. No. Global announcement: player Tian E has completed the legendary slaying killing playwright Castor, levels. Reward all attributes 20. The King's Staff of Wonders hereby announced. Ignoring the waves caused by the global announcement, Chen Lin's eyes were fixed on Castor's disintegrating body. Stepping over the corpse of Castor, Chen Lin walked towards the rear of the castle. The Dark Knights and corrupted minions had already established a defensive line around the ruins. The Bone Giants and Bone Shield Guards flanked the entrance of the stairs, their massive skeletal bodies blocking the entrance like 2 great doors. A blasphemous beast lay atop the highest point of the ruins, its 6-barreled bone spear launcher slowly rotating, aiming in various directions. Skeleton thieves emerged from the shadows, obediently following their master's orders to search for potential targets. After Castor's death, the castle collapsed, revealing areas that had been concealed by the castle walls. The skeleton thieves searched the perimeter of the ruins and found a door behind the castle. The door was ajar. Intricate patterns now blurred were carved into the frame, resembling some kind of seal, but the lines were broken as the one who set the seal had perished, rendering it ineffective. Behind the door was a descending staircase. Wall-mounted sconces illuminated the stone walls. Every few steps their surfaces rusted, the lamp oil long dried, and the wicks reduced to gray powder. Chen Lin stood before the door, hesitating to enter. With a thought, a summoning light flickered to life beside him. It was not the cold azure light of the dark nights, nor the murky gray light of the corrupted minions. Instead, it was a deeper, more refined, dark golden hue. Within the light, a figure clad in full armor slowly materialized. This figure was taller than the Dark Knight. The full plate armor was embossed with sun motifs, intricately detailed and solemn, extending from the breastplate to the limbs, resembling a radiant sun. On the left arm hung a kite-shaped shield, also adorned with sun motifs. In the right hand, a long spear was gripped, its tip resting on the ground, the blade longer than that of the Dark Knight's lance, with edges on both sides, capable of both thrusting and slicing. Dark Knight Commander, level 36, senior rank. Chen Lin's face revealed a hint of a smile. Long time no see. After liberating the souls trapped in Liberation Town, the Qiming emblem underwent a transformation. Qiming emblem purple effect can directly summon Dark Knight Commander. Can convert skeleton warriors into Dark Knights with a limit of 300 break through ignorance, enlightened illumination. In simple terms, it means he can summon the commander. The commander took a step forward. The full armor crunched against the rubble, producing a dull metallic sound. He halted before Chen Lin and knelt on one knee. His right fist pressed against his breastplate, the helmet lowered, dark golden flames quietly burning within the shaped slit. Once Chen Lin returned the gesture, he rose, turned towards the open door, and boldly stepped inside. Chen Lin followed closely behind. The passage was deeper than expected. The staircase descended continuously without turns or platforms, just a series of steps extending deeper into the mountain. The sconces on the walls had long since extinguished, but the dark golden glow from the commander was sufficient to illuminate a few steps ahead. The air grew colder. This was not the natural chill of an underground cavern, but a more essential cold, as if the heat had been drawn away by something. The breath exhaled formed a white mist in the air, lingering longer than usual, as if even the flow of air. Then Chen Lin saw the red threads. The first red thread appeared on the wall of the passage, emerging from a crevice in the rock, extending half a meter along the wall before disappearing into another gap. The deeper he went, the more red threads appeared. 2, 3, 5, 10. They emerged from every crevice in the wall, ceiling, and floor, intertwining and weaving an increasingly dense web within the passage. They were neither taut nor completely slack, suspended in a state between the two, as if the force pulling them had long since departed, yet a faint lingering tug remained. The commander's spear pushed aside the obstructing red threads. As the spear blade brushed against them, the threads did not break, but were simply pushed to the sides. They were too soft to withstand even cutting. At the end of the passage was a wall woven from red threads. Countless red threads converged here, intertwining and forming numerous knots. Some of the knots on the wall had already been untied. The loosened red threads hung down their ends, still maintaining the curvature from when they were knotted, but the knots themselves had come undone. You have entered the domain of weaving fate. Untie the knots to comprehend the associated skills. Chen Lin stood before this wall of red threads, his gaze sweeping over the dense knots. Thousands upon thousands of knots, each representing a segment of woven fate, a script that had been written, a skill sealed within the red threads. Now it was clear why Castor had remained here. Not only out of a fondness for his old work, but because he could not part with this wall. He had only untied a portion of the knots to comprehend the manipulation of the red threads. To further understand and untie the knots, he had sacrificed his legendary rank to construct an entire stage with the red threads. But it was also because he had sacrificed his power to build the stage that allowed Chen Lin to successfully slay the legendary figure, surpassing 7 ranks with his mechanisms. Now none of that mattered. Chen Lin looked at the wall in silence for a few breaths. Then he took out the blade of freedom. The scars and chips on the blade slowly shifted. Seville's blood had been completely absorbed, leaving only the scars that were rearranging on the blade. Blade of freedom type, unique artifact effect, counteract concepts of fate, manipulation, binding, etc. Fate is constant, human hearts ever-changing. What does that saying go? With a crusher, only the crusher remains at home. Holding an artifact that counters the bindings of fate and facing a wall of red threads representing manipulation, could he really refrain from taking action? It took an unknown amount of time for the legendary rank Castor to untie just this small portion. Chen Lin did not believe he could do better. In that case, there was no need to waste time. Chen Lin gripped the knife handle and struck towards the wall of red. The red wall, which had trapped the legendary powerhouse Castor for countless years, parted like warm butter under a hot knife, spreading to the sides. Along with it, the profound skills and knowledge contained within dissipated. He felt not a shred of regret. Only that which is useful to me holds value. The red wall crumbled under the blade of the Freedom Blade. Those deep crimson lines as fine as hair curled, shattered, and turned to ash from the point of impact like a spider web licked by flames. Countless knots before the edge of the Freedom Blade resembled frost flowers under the scorching sun. Behind the red wall was a stone chamber. The stone chamber was small with rough, unpolished rock walls chiseled directly by tools just like the rock walls in the passage. There were no wall lamps, no torches, no traces of illumination, yet the stone chamber was not dark. The light emanated from the center of the stone chamber. There lay a stone platform. The stone platform was about half a person's height, its surface flat with uncarved edges as rough as the walls of the stone chamber. Upon the platform lay a person. A woman. She wore an unadorned black and white long dress, the fabric heavy and firm resembling a gown, but excessively simple. The collar, cuffs, and waistline were adorned with white satin ribbons, pure white, without a hint of color. There was a stark contrast between black and white with no gradients. Her hair was a pure white like fresh snow. The long strands cascaded down from the stone platform, almost touching the ground. In the absence of any light source, her hair glimmered faintly with a phosphorescent glow, the only light within the stone chamber. Her features were so exquisite, they seemed not of this world, not the kind of beauty that could topple cities, but a perfection too orderly, too symmetrical, without a single flaw. Like a masterpiece crafted by a master artisan, using the finest materials sculpted with precision cut. She did not breathe. Her chest did not rise and fall, her nostrils did not flare, and the fingers crossed over her abdomen showed no slightest tremor. When the last strand of red turned to ash and dissipated into the air, her emotionless, wide eyes opened. There was no confusion typical of awakening, no vigilance in the face of strangers, no curiosity, no fear, nor any semblance of what could be termed emotion. "Are you my destined master?" Her voice was gentle and melodious. Each word was pronounced clearly and smoothly with the rise and fall of tone perfectly calibrated like a finely tuned instrument. Chen Lin looked at her, sheathing the Freedom Blade. "Compared to destiny, I prefer to seize it by force." He gestured behind him. Those knots he had severed, the dissipating ashes of the red lines, the wall that no longer existed. The woman's gaze drifted over his shoulder to the remnants of ash dissipating. Her expression remained unchanged, neither relief at the severed knots nor regret at the destroyed wall. She simply watched, as if observing something unrelated to herself. "According to the command left by the Creator," she said, "the one who awakens me is my master." She sat up from the stone platform. Her movements were smooth and natural, with no stiffness or slowness typically associated with long slumber. The hem of her dress slid off the stone platform, reaching the ground. She took a step forward. The black and white hem gently swayed at her ankles, and her long white hair cascaded from her shoulders to her chest and back. She stopped in front of Chen Lin, less than a step away. Then she lowered her head, her hands hanging naturally at her sides, her upper body slightly leaning forward, and her chin tucked and eyes cast downwards. Like a machine that had completed all adjustments waiting for its first command. "Ownership has been transferred. Achilles serves you, my master. You have gained the legendary follower Cloth of Fate, Achilles." Her voice gently echoed in the small stone, gentle, melodious, devoid of emotion. Achilles was not a living being, but a creation, a treasure placed here. Who was Achilles' creator? Even her previous master, that daughter of future, who resembled a reincarnator more than a reincarnator, could not say for certain. But Chen Lin now had a clue. He placed his hand on the key at his waist. The enormous key, nearly 30 centimeters long, seized from the soul-reaping butcher, was now trembling slightly. "Do you recognize it?" Chen Lin unfastened the key from his waist, holding it in his hand. Achilles' gaze fell upon the key. "It is a failure in the process of creating great works by the Creator." She did not show excitement at recognizing an item from her former master, nor disappointment at facing a failure. She merely stated a fact, like a book opened faithfully displaying the printed text within. Her fingertip gently touched the surface of the key. "You have obtained the highest authority for haven away from the mundane. You can now perform any operations on it, including altering, destroying, or devouring." The pioneers truly had surprises everywhere. Chen Lin tightened his grip on the key, feeling the restructuring of the authority within. "Who is your creator?" He pressed on. "He is Miracle." Then Achilles fell silent. No explanation, no elaboration, no further words. Chen Lin did not press for more. After obtaining the highest authority, he did not need to hold the key. A simple wave of his hand sent the summoned wave spreading out. Outside the stone chamber, above the ruins, those vigilant, corrupted servants simultaneously halted. Their bodies began to twist and shrink, transforming into wisps of gray-white light, rising from various spots of the ruins like rainwater, flowing upstream, merging into the open door of the haven. Before the desecrated battle beast appeared a light gate that matched its size, swallowing it whole. "You should go in too," Chen Lin said to Achilles. "Let's go back." Achilles nodded obediently. She stepped forward, treading over the rough rock floor, stepping over the remnants of the severed red lines in the passage, approaching the light gate. The black and white hem swayed gently at her ankles, and her long white hair swayed slightly behind her. She did not ask where they were going, why they were going, or what to do after entering the haven. Her master said to go in, so she went in. Her master said to go back, so she returned, and that was all there was to it. Ashilia's figure vanished into the light gate. The black and white long dress, the white long hair, and the wynard eyes vanished together into the grayish space behind the door. Chen Lin closed the light gate. He stood alone in the center of the empty stone chamber. The ashes of the red lines had completely dissipated, leaving not a trace. The stone platform was empty, the rock walls bore rough chisel marks, and the entire stone chamber resembled a well drained of water, leaving only silent rock. The jester was dead, the red wall had collapsed, Ashilia had awakened, and those soul puppets from Cast Town, who had played their roles for countless years, all turned into dried corpses at the moment the red lines broke. This stage had completely come to an end. Chen Lin took a scroll from his backpack. The pale golden parchment with small amethysts embedded at both ends was bound with silver threads. Weak spatial fluctuations flowed through the thread. Return scroll, Serindia, binder Tion. He tore the scroll apart. The light of the amethyst illuminated from both ends of the scroll. The silver threads snapped one by one, and the parchment turned into tiny points of light in the radiance. Those points of light did not dissipate, but began to spin around Chen Lin, growing faster and denser. A vortex composed of spatial power enveloped him completely. Guiding time 1 minute. Chen Lin stood in the center of the vortex, looking at the rock walls of the stone chamber, at the empty stone platform, and at the faint, nearly invisible marks left on the ground where Ashilia had walked barefoot. He felt no sentiment, no nostalgia. The stage had ended, the actors had exited, and it was time to move on to the next stop. 1 minute was up. The vortex suddenly contracted, the white light carrying Chen Lin's figure through the earth, vanishing towards the horizon. The stone chamber returned to darkness. No red lines, no light, no sleeping woman, no intruder with a short knife. Only the rough rock walls, the empty stone platform, and a faint trace of exceedingly weak, dissipating spatial fluctuations in the air. In Castor Town, all the players gathered around the descending gate. Behind the gate lay a staircase leading down into a pitch-black abyss, its bottom unseen. Tion had descended from here, and he had never returned. After a long wait, silence hung heavily until someone could bear it no longer. A few bold players ventured down together. Their figures were swallowed by the darkness at the bottom of the staircase, their footsteps echoing in the narrow passage, gradually fading away until they were completely unheard. The people above craned their necks in anticipation, while someone aimed a live stream camera at the dark void within the doorway, and scattered comments floated by in the chat speculating, is there a boss inside? Is Tion engaged in an unknown battle? Could it be a treasure trove? The footsteps resumed. The group of players emerged from the darkness, their faces showing a hint of confusion. The person at the front lifted their head, meeting the countless expectant gazes surrounding them, and shook their head. There's nothing inside. What should we do now? Someone in the crowd spoke up. The voice was soft, but it resonated clearly in the now quiet center of the town. No one responded. Not because they had answers, but because no one knew the answer. This was starkly different from the heated discussions about Tion on the forums. At that moment, the forum homepage was teeming with dozens of new posts with each refresh. Some players analyzed the damage mechanics of the Shadow Scythe frame by frame, while others debated whether a level 10 apprentice could defeat an 80-level legend by exploiting a plot loophole. One player turned Castor's last words, "My transformation is irreversible," into a meme. The footage of Tion's battle had been sliced, slowed down, and narrated, amassing a view count exceeding 10 million across various platforms. Yet on the faces of the Castor Town players, confusion prevailed. The town core has been rendered ineffective. This area has transformed into a non-safe zone. A system notification popped up before the eyes of every player in Castor Town. If you log out in a non-safe zone, your game character will enter a dormant state at the current location rather than disappearing immediately. Why? A female player spoke up from the crowd. Her voice was soft, tinged with a sense of lament that seemed directed both at herself and those nearby. "You saved us, yet abandoned us." One player beside her scoffed. He was a young man dressed as a warrior, his expression a mask of derision. "Saving you, what does it have to do with me? Abandoning you, what does it have to do with me?" His tone was light, almost indifferent. "Did you breach the defenses again? You." The female player's expression of lament instantly transformed into anger. She spun around, glaring fiercely at the warrior. Those around them wore expressions of amusement, with some even whistling. But this small episode did not alter the bewildering reality of the Castor Town players. What direction should they take next? "Adventurers!" Suddenly a voice called out from a distance. The voice came from the other side of the ruins, distorted by the wind, yet it was still clear that a man was shouting. The players turned their gazes in unison toward the source of the voice. In the distance, a man dressed in scholar robes was waving his hand. Behind him, a woman tightly hugged a girl. A vortex of white light gathered around the three of them, swirling in. Aren't they the only crazy scholars in town who never issue quests? Someone in the crowd recognized. With the demise of the puppet master, the thousands of NPCs in Castor Town had all turned into mummies, or rather finally revealed their true forms. Why are they still alive? No one dared to voice this question, but every face bore the same expression. Upon noticing the players' gazes focused on him, the crazy scholar ceased waving. He pointed toward the northwest. This place is not far from the city of wisdom, Celindia. His voice was soft, yet every word penetrated the ears of everyone present, clearly carried by the wind and across the ruins. If you head northwest along the main road and overcome some difficulties, you will arrive. His finger indicated the northwestern direction. That was the direction outside the Castor Town gates, a wilderness the players had never set foot in. The town gate had shattered along with the castle's collapse, the frame leaning askew to one side, while the stone-paved road outside extended into the distance, swallowed by weeds and bushes within a few dozen meters. Further away lay a gently undulating hill with a road obscured by wild grass faintly visible between the hills, disappearing into the mist of the horizon. Wait! Several players reacted at once. They dashed out from the crowd, their boots crunching on the gravel and debris, making a hurried clicking sound. Leading the charge was a rogue, his agility allowing him to move faster than the others. He reached out as if trying, "Let us." The crazy scholar merely smiled and waved his hand. "Good luck to you." The white light enveloped his face, his smile, and the hand he waved. At that same moment, the woman and the girl were also completely engulfed in the white light. 3 beams of light shot up from the edge of the ruins, tracing 3 straight paths across the yellowed sky, flying toward the horizon northwest, towards the city they had just pointed out, named Celindia. The players stood amidst the ruins, looking up at the direction where the 3 beams of white light had vanished. The sky returned to its empty appearance, with only a few wisps of dust raised by the castle's collapse slowly drifting in the air. Silence lingered for a long time. Then someone took a step forward, not toward the northwest, but back into the ruins, returning to the places where the mummies lay shattered. He bent down, searching for something on the ground. Hadn't all the NPCs died? Weren't all the quests? Suddenly a player realized. The town's warehouse was still intact, the blacksmith's forge still stood, and the apothecary's cabinet remained. Seville was dead, the rules were gone, but the things guarded by those rules still remained in this ruin. More and more people started to realize. They spread out like a flock of birds released from their cages, flocking to every corner of the ruins. Some pried open the blacksmith's warehouse, pulling out a whole box of whiteboard weapons. Others found the storage room of the apothecary, clutching a pile of potion bottles tightly. Some squeezed into the partially collapsed town hall, digging up a few skill books amidst the rubble. No one organized or allocated, everyone instinctively fought for the last remnants left by this dead town. With the rules gone, chaos began to spread. Then those who had obtained items started heading toward the town gate. 1-2-10-50. They carried the supplies they had gathered, wielding the weapons they had obtained, crossing the crooked door frame and stepping onto the stone-paved road half buried in weeds. No map, no guide, no clear destination. They only knew the northwest direction, only that they should follow the main road, only that they had to overcome some difficulties. That was enough. At least they knew where to go. The first person disappeared into the weeds, followed by the second. More and more people exited the town gate, forming a long, fragmented line on the indistinct road. Castor Town grew smaller and more blurred behind them. The collapsed castle, the shattered corpses, and the days spent trapped, only able to farm slimes in the sewers, were all left behind. The wind blew from the northwest, stirring the wild grass, ruffling the players' disheveled hair and tattered armor. The one at the front squinted, gazing at the faint outlines of mountains shrouded in mist at the horizon. Celindia, the city of wisdom. They were coming. "Madam, your coffee." In the reception room of No. 7, Wudong Street, the little maid Selena placed a cup of coffee in front of Ashelia. She used the most ordinary white porcelain cup, not the fine bone china set that Chen Lin used for drinking black tea. The motion of setting down the tray was heavier than usual, the cup's bottom clinking against the tray, producing a crisp and unnecessary sound. Her face was filled with seriousness. It was not the professional, emotionless seriousness of Butler Hoffman, but that of a 17 or 18-year-old girl trying hard to maintain a stern expression while her eyes betrayed her inner thoughts. Her gaze lingered on Ashelia, especially when it landed on her black and white long dress, the hostility in her eyes intensifying. "All right, Selena." Chen Lin's voice came from across the coffee table. He did not look at Selena, his gaze fixed on Ashelia, observing her wynard eyes and that exquisitely beautiful face that seemed almost unearthly. After emerging from her cozy nest, Ashelia maintained her posture with her hands folded neatly on her lap, her back straight, but not stiff, her gaze level with the front. It was not the tension of waiting for orders, but rather a blank state of readiness. like a terminal that had completed all startup procedures and was now awaiting the first command input. She will be one of us from now on. Chen Lin turned his gaze towards the butler. Hoffman stood at the entrance of the reception room, his hands naturally hanging by his sides, his back straight. His gaze did not linger on Ashalia for even a moment. His expression remained that professional, gentle, and measured demeanor. Help Ashalia arrange for a room, Chen Lin said, although it's highly likely she won't need it. By the way, help her customize a few dresses. The butler nodded without asking what won't need it meant. He simply stood up respectfully and left the room with the maid. Although it might be a bit over the top, Chen Lin took out the secret tome of weaving from his backpack and pushed it in front of Ashalia. The heavy tome landed on the marble surface of the coffee table with a dull thud. But the direct reason I sought you out is for this. Ashalia lowered her head, gazing at the tome. The intricate pattern on the cover reflected in her wide eyes the layers of dark red structures within her pupils slightly shifting. I will be undergoing a professional advancement assessment soon, where all non-exclusive external items and enhancements will be prohibited. All non-exclusive equipment and powers from outside oneself will be stripped away the moment the assessment begins. The only things that can be taken in are those that belong solely to oneself. He paused. And the fabric woven from one's own spells can indeed be brought in. My goal is to achieve a master level or even a near legendary rating. Although they had not spent much time together, Chen Lin had already found a way to interact with Ashalia. Be straightforward. He articulated his goals, explained the fact that spell-woven fabric could be brought into the assessment, and discussed the relationship between spell-weaving skills and expert tailoring skills. Then he paused. I hope you can assist me. Ashalia did not agree immediately. She extended her hand, opened the tome, and carefully assessed her abilities to determine if she could truly provide help. Chen Lin did not disturb her. He opened the communication panel and sent a communication request to his only friend in the contact list, Yisui Yanyu. The communication was connected almost instantly, and Yisui Yanyu's face appeared on the panel, his expression filled with an uncontainable excitement, the corners of his mouth curling up in an unmistakable grin. Having the status of a Tiani friend, he looked as if he were basking in reflected glory. Master, you're amazing. His voice was pitched higher than usual, and his speech was at least 30% faster. The forum is buzzing with discussions about you. The battle at Castertown is being broadcast across all platforms, and the total views have surpassed 10 million. I really can't imagine how he restrained himself from reaching out to Chen Lin earlier. Chen Lin tapped the table twice. Master, please speak. The soft voice seemed to sever Yisui Yanyu's flow of words, abruptly halting his excitement. He straightened up seriously, his eyes filled with a sense of purpose like a soldier awaiting orders. You need to help me gather some special items. Just some things with stories, a sense of mystery, and uncertain functions. The significant gains from the trip to Castertown were directly attributed to the Freedom Blade given by the Mercury Duke Alvin. Chen Lin naturally returned the favor by sending back some items that piqued his interest. I'll ensure the task is completed. Yisui Yanyu immediately patted his chest in assurance. No need to be overly selective, though I'll choose again myself. Chen Lin slightly nodded in return. What kind of information do you want? For example, a strategy guide for the apprentice path in your beginner village. The other party did not yet have the qualification to make Chen Lin run a special errand for him, so the best compensation could only be various pieces of information. Yisui Yanyu did not decline, but instead began to ponder seriously. It's like this. His voice returned to its normal speed and tone, and his expression shifted from fan meeting idol to guild leader discussing business. The apprentice path has stumped everyone. He paused as if organizing his thoughts. You might not know, but the road from the beginner village to the main city is too difficult for players other than you. His speech quickened again, but this time not out of excitement. Rather, he had already rehearsed these words in his mind many times. The death penalty is too severe. Dying multiple times means your account is essentially wasted. Therefore, both professional players from clubs and ordinary players are hesitant and progress extremely slowly. He paused and looked seriously at Chen Lin. I don't want the strategy for my own beginner village. I want you to provide a universal guide for all players. If you think my work is unworthy, giving a few suggestions will also be fine. I will make it public without hiding anything or modifying it. A guide. Chen Lin's fingers gently tapped on the armrest of the chair. He did not reject the idea of writing a guide, but neither was he particularly enthusiastic about it. It was not about hiding information or fearing others catching up with his progress. He simply did not care. In this era where power is derived from the self, the highest combat strength determines everything. No matter how many masters there are, they cannot surpass a normal legendary figure. 50 billion of the weakest globally advancing to level 50 as experts cannot compare to the strongest taking one step further. In this life, he aspired to the position and power that dictated everything in Tiani. Writing a guide to help thousands of people navigate the apprentice path, allowing them to die fewer times and progress faster. What benefits would it bring him? What drawbacks? It was meaningless. But since this was what Sui Yin desired as compensation, then so be it. I can do it. Ashalia closed the book in her hands. The heavy cover of the Weaver's secret tome thudded back onto the marble surface of the tea table, producing a dull sound. Her wynard eyes gazed at Chen Lin as the layers of dark red structures deep within her pupils ceased their rotation, signaling the end of her calculations. I can accomplish the task. Then let us begin now. As a legendary follower, Ashalia's title is the Needle of Clotho. In certain myths, Clotho is the name of the goddess of fate. As the needle that weaves destiny for the goddess of fate, Ashalia's sewing skills are legendary. He recalled the description of the spell weaving technique. Spell weaving technique: you can weave one or more of your spells together in the form of fabric. This allows the spells to be preserved for a long time and grants them additional properties. Spell weaving spells, but can it only weave spells? Chen Lin raised his hand, and a shadowy figure, indistinct in features and clothing merely a silhouette of a person, appeared beside him. A wraith. A skill learned by apprentices of the Necromancer's hierarchy, a summoned entity called forth by wraith summoning. It is immune to physical damage, but takes double damage from magical attacks, attacking by passing through the bodies of enemies, taking a small portion of warmth and a snippet of life. As a summoned entity, its attributes are mediocre, its damage average, and its survival ability is nearly zero against spells. Although it had been enhanced by the imprint of the Silent Stone of Galen, boosting it from a level 9 amateur to a level 10 apprentice, it still held little significance for Chen Lin. It was better than being useless. All right, Ashalia said. As a tool, she had no concept of doubt or question. Experience points are being consumed to cast the technique spell weaving. As the system notification popped up in front of Chen Lin, his experience pool, now at its limit, began to slowly decrease. The massive experience gained from caster, which had more than sufficiently pushed his level to 19, was being drawn out in a specific manner, transforming into invisible threads. They extended from his fingertips, drawing energy from his mana pool and extracting the imprint of his existence as a caster from his experience pool, landing in Ashalia's hands. The threads drawn from his experience pool were being organized, straightened, and lined up at her fingertips. Then the weaving began. The first wraith was dismantled, becoming something akin to leather. Then came the second. Chen Lin continuously summoned wraiths. The summoning light flared up beside him time and again and was sent to Ashalia's fingertips. Rather than being an assistant, she was more akin to a weaving machine named Ashalia, completing all the tedious, monotonous, and intricate tasks, then handing over the power to unleash creativity to her master. Chen Lin connected the leather made from the wraiths with threads of his own experience. During this, he also employed the technique of desecrating life. Fortunately, the wraiths, like the skeleton servants summoned by necromancers, are aggregates of negative energy, not the true corpses and souls of living beings. The entire process was remarkably smooth. Was it due to the recent acquaintance of the two working in harmony? No, it was Ashalia unconditionally acquiescing to Chen Lin. The final product from a tailor's perspective was far from perfect, but it fully embodied Chen Lin's intentions. Each imperfection was a reflection of the master's desires. When the master wanted those threads to tighten there, she tightened them there, even if the structural forces at that position dictated that tightening would cause the edges to curl up. When the master prioritized that functional module, she completed that module first, even if it meant compromising the overall balance of the fabric. She did not correct, did not remind, and did not attempt to influence the master's decisions with her professional judgment. A tool does not correct the hand that holds it. Weaving Soul Cloak type equipment, like spell, like summon, like effect. Weaving Soul, the cloak, is composed of 36 level 10 wraiths. Any non-penetrating mental attack will be absorbed by the wraiths. Transport: the wearer can gain a near-flying levitation effect with the help of the wraiths. Dominion: the wails of the wraiths respond to the wearer's commands. Through orders, other summoned entities' powers can be integrated into one. Chen Lin took the cloak. It fell into his palm, almost weightless. The grayish-white fabric had a surface of fine, ghostly ripple patterns resembling a cloud woven into cloth. He draped the cloak over his shoulders. There were no ties or fastenings. The fabric conformed to his shoulders the instant it made contact, like a shadow that had fallen. Then his feet left the ground. Like a leaf lifted by the wind, he slowly and steadily rose a few inches. His body maintained the stance of standing, gliding smoothly and evenly across the space above the tea table, as if his feet still touched solid ground. The hem of the cloak gently unfurled behind him as the abstract outlines of 36 wraiths flowed slowly across the surface of the fabric. As a summoner, over 90% of Chen Lin's combat power derived from his summoned entities. He had no intention of forsaking the foundation to pursue combat strength. This Weaving Soul Cloak was based on his conception, addressing his weaknesses in terms of defense, flexibility, and functionality. Chen Lin fell from the air, the soles of his boots once again pressing against the marble floor. The hem of the cloak slowly drooped behind him, returning to its grayish-white, subtly rippling appearance. I suddenly had an idea. After verifying the effects of spell-weaving, Chen Lin was flooded with more thoughts. He did not sit down or retract the cloak, but stood still with his right hand raised. The phantom of the silent stone of Galen emerged from his hand. Let us see if we can imprint the inscriptions of Ashalia calmly nodded. As a creator, she would unconditionally fulfill all of her master's requests. Failed. Ashalia calmly rendered her judgment. Her voice remained gentle and melodious, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, as if she were reporting the weather for the day. The phantom of the Jia Long Wuji monument hovered in front of her, slowly rotating above the cloth she had just woven with red thread. Yet nothing was left on the fabric. The imprint did not adhere. The monument's shadow rotated a few circles above the fabric, then shattered and dissipated silently, like a reflection scattered by the wind on water. Not necessarily. Chen Lin did not retract the phantom of the Wuji monument. As the final scribe of the imprint, he sensed that the power of the imprint had indeed attached itself to the fabric. It was merely elusive, unable to solidify. Like overly pure water vapor, even when the temperature is below zero, it cannot freeze. He took out a feather quill. Future planning type unique item effect consumes experience points to write phrases, and fate will guide living beings to attempt to fulfill them. Water will flow along the riverbed, but not always along it. This unique item originated from the manipulative K-site, and its ability naturally lies in controlling living beings. But Chen Lin had no intention of doing so. Rather than transforming others into puppets that comply with his will, it was better to utilize their talents, allowing suitable individuals to become what he envisioned and needed. Chen Lin thought of the Dark Knight, who followed him, due to the Jia Long Wuji monument, reflecting on the suppressed beliefs beneath their silence. Will your followers' pursuits align with your creed? Contemplating, Chen Lin wrote, "Break the ignorance, enlighten the light" on the red cloth, a phrase derived from the enlightening emblem. A tremendous pulling force emanated from the feather quill. Perhaps even if he filled it with 100 of his level 19 experience, it would only amount to a drop in the ocean. Fortunately, Chen Lin had prepared in advance. His other hand was already gripping a white crystal stone. Experience crystal sub-legendary level contains enough experience for an adventurer to level up from level 0 to level 79 at 100 effect before the experience in the experience crystal is exhausted. Whenever the holder gains experience, they will additionally receive an equal amount of experience from the experience crystal. The vast experience flowed through his body into the feather quill, providing it with power. When the last stroke was pinned, the writing began to fade while the power of the imprint coalesced. An image manifested upon the fabric. On the red cloth's base, a beam of light slashed diagonally from the upper left corner to the lower right corner. Light pierced through the long night. The night remained, but the light had already entered. Chen Lin looked at the image and immediately thought of the purpose of this fabric. He placed the key on the table, opened the door to the nest of comfort, and walked inside. Inside the nest of comfort, there was no light or moon. The only thing associated with the structure was the motionless, desecrated war beast. The war construct, with all 4 limbs on the ground and 2 6-barrel bone spear launchers on its back, lay quietly near the entrance. When Chen Lin entered, its bone spear launchers slightly turned, recognizing their master, before reverting back to a state of stillness. On the desolate ground, only the corrupted servants practiced against each other. In the center of the nest of comfort, Chen Lin took out a staff from his backpack. King's Scepter type unique item effect. You can transfer any contract below legendary level to this. Mastering the scepter means mastering all the contracts within it. Grasping the scepter makes you a king. Putting down the scepter, who are you again? Chen Lin planted the scepter into the ground. A glow summoned forth, and one dark knight after another emerged from the light. 1 to 10. Soon the number of dark knights present exceeded the limit of his necromantic summons, yet the summoning did not cease. After all, the summoning contract is also a contract. When the last beam of light extinguished, 300 dark knights had formed a neat square formation. 10 in a row, 30 rows. The spaces between the warhorses maintained perfect equality, and the heights of the lances remained uniformly aligned. No one issued orders, no one commanded. They merely stood there, naturally forming this array. It was not the result of training, but something deeper than training. The Dark Knight commander stood before the array, commanding the entire Dark Knight regiment. Chen Lin released the scepter, turned around, and faced the 300 Dark Knights. The red cloth in his hand gently unfurled in the motionless air of the nest of comfort. The deep red base was marked by a dark golden light, slashing diagonally from the upper left corner to the lower right corner, dividing the entire flag into light and dark halves. Break the ignorance, enlighten the light. Those 8 characters had already sunk deep into the fabric, becoming invisible, yet the power of the imprint coalesced within every fiber. During this time you have worked hard following me. This is a gift for you. He unfurled the flag forward. The red cloth completely unfolded in his hand, and dark golden light emanated from the flag's surface, illuminating the armor of the nearest row of dark knights. The dark knights stood silently, but their bodies trembled slightly. The commander raised his head, the soul fire from the gaps in his shaped helmet, gazing at the red cloth. The pattern of dawn breaking spread quietly across the surface of the flag. He slightly turned the spear in his hand, the blade tracing a very narrow arc in the air, producing a clear metallic ringing. Behind him, a troop of knights advanced on horseback. 13 dark knights emerged in single file from the formation. The hooves of the warhorses moved in perfect unison, creating a dull echo on the gray-black wasteland. They reined in their reins beside the commander, dismounted, and the sound of metal clashing from 13 suits of armor coalesced into one. The foremost knight stepped forward, gripping the long spear horizontally with both hands, holding it level against his chest, then knelt on one knee. The 12 knights behind also knelt on one knee, their 12 long spears positioned horizontally in front of them. Chen Lin understood his intention. He stepped forward and wrapped one end of the red cloth beneath the tip of the foremost knight's spear. The long spear transformed into a flagpole, and the red cloth became a flag. When the knights rose, their figures grew taller. It was not merely a visual effect after standing, but a literal change. As the 13 dark knights stood up, their armor began to expand, the edges of the armor plates extending outward, making the already heavy chest plates even thicker. Dark Flag Bearer, level 29. The flag bearer stepped back and took the position of the commander's aide. The flag unfurled in his hands, and dark golden light shone through the flag, illuminating the armor of the first row of dark knights. I'm glad you like it. A smile spread across Chen Lin's face. Since you have chosen to follow me, I will not let you down in your trust. The sound of armor clashing echoed. This was the synchronized metallic sound produced when 300 suits of armor moved simultaneously. The commander's long spear rose vertically toward the sky before descending, the butt of the spear striking the ground with a dull thud. He knelt on one knee, his right fist pressing against his chest plate, the dark golden flames in the shaped gap burning quietly and steadily. Behind him, 300 dark knights knelt on one knee simultaneously. 300 kite-shaped shields pressed against the gray-black wasteland, and 300 lances pointed straight toward the lightless sky. If the previous following was an acknowledgement of the heir to Jia Long, then now it was the knights' loyalty to their lord. Your Enlightening Emblem has undergone a transformation. Enlightening Emblem Purple Effect can directly summon a complete Dark Knight regiment, including 1 Dark Knight Commander, 13 Dark Flag Bearers, and 287 Dark Knights. Exclusive Tion E Break the Ignorance, Enlighten the Light. Not only does it not require skeletal servants summoned by necromancy as a transitional vessel, it can directly summon an entire complete knight regiment. After changing to exclusive equipment, it can also be brought into the Apprentice Advancement Assessment. Meeting the level and combat power standards, what else is there to say? Charge forth. In that case, my knights. His voice resonated across the vast wasteland. Let us secure the Occupational Advancement Assessment. The affairs officer Weirder walked alongside Chen Lin in the corridor of the town hall. Are you sure you want to make this request now, eh? Weirder turned his head to look at him, his tone serious. You are the first to bring revival to our city. We all owe you a favor. He paused, shifting the parchment in his hand to the other side. Even when you reach the ranks of Master Grandmaster, or even Legendary, this request can greatly aid you. The reward from a main city is not something that can be obtained at any time. Chen Lin did not refute. The affairs officer spoke the truth. The opportunity to make a reasonable request to the governor granted by the legendary level evaluation is one of the most valuable chips in your hands right now. I believe this timing is just right, Chen Lin said. Weirder glanced at him, but did not say more. Having been an affairs officer in this town hall for over a decade, he had seen too many adventurers clutch the hard-won opportunities in their palms only to realize at the end that they could no longer utilize them. He had also seen too many people hastily throw their opportunities away for a pile of things that would soon be obsolete. When to hold on, and when to let go, everyone has their own judgment. He merely nodded. As long as you have a plan. At the end of the corridor stood a heavy oak door. There was no nameplate on the door, no identifying mark, only a magic lamp embedded on either side of the door frame, casting a warm and steady light. Weirder stopped in front of the door and knocked. Come in. The voice from inside was deep and steady, slightly muffled by the heavy oak. Weirder pushed the door open, stepped aside to let Chen Lin in, and quietly took a step back to close the door from the outside. The door hinge made no sound as it turned. The office was more spacious than Chen Lin had anticipated, though not extravagant. Directly opposite the door was a large desk. On the desk lay several stacks of documents neatly piled, not in a deliberately organized manner, but rather a habit formed by someone who processes a large number of documents daily. Behind the desk sat a man. Benjamin, the governor of the City of Wisdom, a level 89 legendary power. He appeared to be in his early 40s with a dignified and serious demeanor, a faint vertical wrinkle etched between his brows, a mark of years spent frowning. At that moment, he was focused on correcting a document. The quill pen glided across the paper, producing a fine rustling sound. When Chen Lin entered, he did not look up. The quill continued to move across the paper until he finished a segment, placed a period at the end, and then set the pen back beside the inkwell, finally raising his head. His gaze fell upon Chen Lin, not just a casual glance, but an appraisal. From his face to his shoulders, from his shoulders to his hands, as if reading a document just delivered to his desk. When he sensed that Chen Lin was a necromancer, his brows furrowed slightly. I believe you have thought this through before deciding to make this request now. Benjamin spoke. His voice was as deep and steady as it had been when heard through the door, with each syllable pronounced clearly. He did not elaborate on the matter of Chen Lin being a necromancer. After the brief frown, he resumed his businesslike demeanor. Speak, what is it that you seek? I need you to conduct a sub-legendary level professional assessment for me. Benjamin said nothing. He leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk. Different levels of professional assessments require a stronger powerhouse of one tier higher to preside over them. Most instructors at the vocational academy are expert level and can only conduct elite level apprentice assessments at most. The first hurdle of the sub-legendary level professional assessment is not the content of the assessment itself, but finding a legendary powerhouse to preside over it. And, Chen Lin emphasized, I would like to ask for your help in passing the assessment. Benjamin's fingers paused. A legendary powerhouse already had the ability to influence the content of the assessment. Chen Lin made this request for that very reason. With various summons, the Necromancer is considered quite versatile. However, there were still many natural enemies, not to mention those bizarre creatures with strange mechanisms. It was not about having Benjamin lower the difficulty of the assessment, but rather to influence the direction of the assessment. The same level of difficulty, but different directions can lead to vastly different outcomes. I can influence the content of the assessment, Benjamin said, looking at Chen Lin with a cold tone. But I cannot change the difficulty of the assessment. He paused for a moment, tapping his fingers on the desk again, this time heavier than before. As far as I know, you have only been in Celindia for 6 days. You adventurers have only been here for 13 days now. The implication was very clear. You spent 7 days traveling from the novice village to here. For such an important career advancement assessment, is it not a bit arrogant to think you can level up in just 5 days? The professional assessment is to obtain a professional rune. Benjamin's voice remained steady, but his pace was slower than before, each word pronounced clearly, as if afraid Chen Lin would miss something. And it is the only opportunity to directly obtain a high-level rune. He looked at Chen Lin. That gaze did not seem to regard him as a benefactor who had just brought revival to the city, but rather as a young man who was moving too fast and was about to fall. It was not disdain, but rather a kind of examination that came with experience, tinged with a hint of regret. You are a pioneer. But do not cling to the title of pioneer and hastily seek advancement with a professional level or senior level rune. After the professional level, runes become a hard requirement for promotion. To advance to senior requires senior level runes. To advance to elite requires elite level runes. Your current haste will cost you 10-fold, 100-fold of time to make up for it later. Geniuses may move quickly, but they are also the ones who are most likely to stumble. Because those who move quickly often believe they can move quickly in everything, taking sprinting as the norm, mistaking luck for strength, and assuming the benefits of being a forerunner are rightfully theirs. Then at a crucial moment that truly requires consolidation, they stumble harder than anyone else. As you said at the beginning, I made this request after careful consideration. Chen Lin opened his palm to him. The enlightenment emblem shone brightly in his palm. At the start, he was entirely unprepared, with no level, no skills, no equipment, and even had to rely on random draws for skeleton summons. In the small pond of Jialong Town, every step had to be precise. Because one misstep would mean losing the opportunity and requiring more time to make up for it. After arriving in Celindia, things were different. The space for activities had expanded significantly. The things one could do, the resources one could leverage, and the powers one could combine had increased by more than an order of magnitude compared to when he was in Jialong Town. The snowball had already begun to roll, and development could no longer be viewed through the lens of common sense. Benjamin's gaze became fixed. The Enlightenment Knights. He recognized that emblem, but quickly shook his head. No, it could not be referred to that way now. I underestimated. Benjamin nodded. There was no embarrassment, no concealment, admitting his misjudgment as straightforwardly as crossing out a wrong number while correcting a document. I will accept your request. I will preside over your assessment and do my best to help you. He stood up from behind the desk. His deep gray coat slightly unfurled as he rose, the hem hanging past his knees. He walked around the desk and stood in the central space of the office, then turned to look at Chen Lin. Let's begin. Benjamin did not say much more. He did not ask, "Are you ready?" Nor did he ask, "Do you need more time?" When Chen Lin said now, it was indeed now. He raised his right hand, and a beam of teleportation light shone from his palm, enveloping both of them. Benjamin stood at the edge of the quiet room, leaning against the now-closed door. He remained silent, simply raising his right hand with his fingers slightly spread. A halo of light unfolded behind him. It was his legendary essence of projection of the rank of a level 79 legendary powerhouse in reality. The halo was blue, reminiscent of the colors beneath the deep sea, yet also akin to the last glimmers of twilight in the sky. Composed of countless small crystalline planes, it was arranged in layers to form a complete ring suspended behind him, slowly rotating. The array on the floor of the quiet room lit up completely. The system prompted guiding occupational assessment. Assessor level 19-100, allowed to proceed with occupational assessment. Guide rank legendary. Assessor cognitive level scholar 12. This assessment's difficulty cap, sublegendary. The system prompts jumped up one by one before Chen Lin's eyes. White text emerged line by line, then faded away one by one. He did not look at those words, his gaze fixed on the center of the array beneath his feet. Blue light rose from the ground, spreading up along his boots, flowing over his calves, past his knees, and over his waist. The light enveloped Chen Lin, detaching external objects. The first to disappear was the level 19 mage green gear prepared by his. Then the future plans, the king's scepter and the blade of freedom. These three extraordinary items also lost their connection, followed by the closing of the remote haven. The key at Chen Lin's waist trembled for one last time as he felt the presence of that independent space being severed. It was like a door closing behind him. Everything inside remained, but he could not return for now. In the end, only 3 items remained on Chen Lin. He was left with the shepherd's staff, given by Gu Lu, the soul-weaving cloak woven by Ashilia, and the enlightenment emblem loyal to himself. The light faded away. Chen Lin stood in a desolate desert faced with a goblin wolf cavalry. The goblin stood at the height of an adult human's waist, with gray-green skin tightly wrinkled against its thin skeletal frame, currently riding on the back of a gray wolf. The goblin held a rusty long spear in its hand, its small gray-green eyes fixated on Chen Lin, its mouth curling to reveal a row of jagged, uneven, sharp teeth. Goblin Wolf Cavalry, level 20, current difficulty, occupational level. The system prompt jumped before Chen Lin's eyes, white text hovering against a gray-yellow sky backdrop. The subsequent advancements would have various requirements, but there was only one task for occupational advancement: combat. As long as he killed it, he could obtain the lowest level occupational rune and complete the advancement. In my past life, with a strategy in hand, it still took me over a month to barely pass, and then I hastily advanced, adding difficulty for myself. As the first threshold of the era, it was to send a level 19 apprentice with no equipment to challenge a creature that wasn't weak in level 20 and wasn't particularly intelligent. One must kill a level 20 creature to advance to level 20, yet one cannot kill a level 20 creature without being at level 20. A seemingly unsolvable, closed loop. To break the deadlock, one needs both fortune and skill. The more fortuitous encounters you gain to genuinely enhance yourself, the less skill you need. The fewer fortuitous encounters you receive, the more you must rely on skill to compensate. If one fails to gain any encounters, then the player must possess genuinely occupational level skills to succeed. Not the occupational level within the game, but the occupational skills of a person in reality, as a human, as a warrior. Even in the final phase of the terrifying dawn, over half of the people neither had the fortune to gain encounters, nor had the talent and effort to hone their skills, forever remaining at level 19, a stage utterly unhelpful in reality. Seeing that Chen Lin ignored him, the Goblin Wolf Cavalry let out a howl. The sound was sharp and brief, like nails scraping across metal. The gray wolf moved almost simultaneously, its limbs pushing off the ground with force. The gray-green goblin crouched on its back, the rusty spear held low, its tip almost touching the ground, carving a thin groove in the yellow earth. A sturdier spear thrust from the side. The spear blade cut in just below the tip of the bone spear and was suddenly thrust upwards. The goblin's spear slipped from its hand, tumbling through the air before landing several meters away in the yellow earth with a dull thud. The gray wolf's charge was deflected by this thrust, its forepaws struggling on the cracked ground before sliding half a meter sideways, barely stabilizing itself. The goblin was nearly thrown off, its hands clutching tightly to the gray wolf's mane, fear finally appearing in its small gray-green eyes. A dark knight stood before it, clad in full-plate armor adorned with sun motifs, a kite-shaped shield hanging from its left arm, and in its right hand it gripped a spear even sturdier than an ordinary lance. The skeletal warhorse's hooves struck the cracked yellow earth, and ghostly blue flames quietly burned where the hooves met the ground. From the shaped gap in the knight's helmet, the ghostly blue flames flickered steadily and coldly. Despite being of the same occupational rank, their power, wisdom, size, equipment, and presence were in entirely different leagues. Behind him, an entire night brigade was descending. Summoning light flashed repeatedly in the desert, expanding from behind Chen Lin to the sides like a pair of wings of light, slowly stretching. From each beam of light emerged a knight, the hooves of their warhorses striking the cracked yellow earth as ghostly blue flames burned beneath them. The standard-bearer rode at the forefront of the formation. His spear bore a banner with a red background and golden patterns which hung naturally in the windless air of the desert, the dark golden light depicting a design that quietly unfolded, cutting through the long night. The greater the fortuitous encounter, the less skill required. Coincidentally, Chen Lin had received a rather significant amount of fortuitous encounters. Don't let him disturb me. Chen Lin had not glanced at the goblin even once. And don't let him die. One by one skeletal servants appeared beside Chen Lin, and he immediately threw himself into the real work at hand. He needed to quickly create a defiled war beast before facing a true formidable enemy. A skeletal giant lay on its back, its limbs extended skyward. Chen Lin raised his hand, summoning 4 skeletal warriors who walked up to the giant. A sinister glow of life desecration extended from his fingertips, wrapping around the skeletal warriors' bones. The skeletal warriors' bodies twisted together like a braided column. The base of the column sharpened and drove into the ground. The top of the column connected to the side of the skeletal giant's torso, firmly anchoring the entire skeletal structure to the ground. The skeletal giant's forearms were entirely removed, and its shins were similarly detached. The thighs and upper arms began to be reinforced with bones layered upon one another, while the knee and elbow joints were disassembled, deepening the joint sockets and leaving uneven interfaces. The forelimbs transformed into 4 short platforms pointing upwards. The surfaces of the platforms were flat, their edges slightly raised, resembling 4 stone altars yet to receive offerings. Chen Lin took a step back, raising his hand to initiate the synthesis of the giant's remains. 5 beams of summoning light illuminated simultaneously, and 5 skeletal mages appeared beside him. Their skeletal frames were draped in tattered gray robes, with dark purple soul flames burning in their eye sockets. The 5 figures began to twist and merge, their bones interweaving with a series of crisp cracking sounds. The merged figure was only slightly larger than an average human. Skeletal spellcaster level 19, its stature was similar to that of an adult human, with a proportionate skeleton devoid of unnecessary bone spikes or adornments. The lone skull shed its skeletal pallor, transforming into a warm piece of jade white, radiating a soft glow under the gray-yellow sky. From the torso extended 10 skeletal arms, each with elongated finger bones and agile joints. The 10 arms raised simultaneously, performing the same spellcasting motion. The 10 fingers traced identical paths in the air, stacking the 5-fold insight technique upon themselves. In the eye sockets of the jade white skull, 5 rings lit up sequentially, slowly rotating as if they could see everything. Chen Lin reached out and removed the skull. The moment the jade white skull left the spine, the skeletal spellcaster's torso and 10 arms turned into gray-white powder, cascading down through his fingers. He cradled the skull and walked back to the skeletal giant, placing it on the short platform formed from the modified left forelimb. The fracture at the base of the skull automatically aligned with the surface of the platform, and fibrous bone grew from the edges of the platform, intertwining, wrapping, and securing. The first piece is installed. Meanwhile, the state of the goblin wolf cavalry was quite miserable. The gray wolf lay on the ground, its neck pierced by a spear, dark red blood seeping into the cracked yellow earth. The goblin fell off the wolf's back, its spear broken into 2, leaving only a short stick still in its grasp. It scrambled to get up, trying to flee. A spear thrust from the side, its tip embedding itself less than half a foot into the ground before it, the shaft vibrating ominously. The goblin's legs buckled, and it slumped to the ground. Fear was etched on the gray-green face, its uneven sharp teeth clattering against one another, making a faint sound. The dark night reigned in the warhorse, the skeletal steed's hooves taking 2 steps in place, the ghostly blue flames quietly burning beneath its feet. The knight did not look at him. The soul fire peering through the gaps in the shaped helmet was focused on the master busy in the distance. Even as a knight transformed into an undead creature, they would not torment their foes for pleasure. Suddenly, the goblin's body also began to become ethereal, its outline blurring at the edges like ink soaked in water, gradually fading away. At the same time, the gray-yellow boundary in the sky began to glow faintly, as if something was pressing into this space from the outside. The trial would not allow the examinee to delay indefinitely. Seeing this, the dark knight raised the spear, pulling the tip from the ground, kicking up a small cloud of dust, and then thrusting it forward. The tip pierced through the goblin's chest. Relief shone in the goblin's eyes, its body becoming entirely transparent just before death, silently dissipating into the air. Professional difficulty assessment completed. Would you like to settle? No. Chen Lin did not lift his head. The ground cracked open with 3 fissures extending from different directions and converging far from where Chen Lin stood. From the fissures surged earthy yellow light, which coalesced into 3 giant bears. The giant bears were a full size larger than ordinary brown bears with robust limbs and arched backs. Covered in a layer of earthy yellow rocky armor, dark yellow light filtered through the fissures. Adult rocky armored bear, level 22, current assessment difficulty senior level, facing 3 level 22 beasts with tough hides and magical abilities, posed a challenge for a level 19 apprentice. This was the challenge one had to face when wanting to bypass the lengthy process of rune upgrading and directly obtain senior level runes in the assessment. They crouched low, emitting deep muffled growls from their throats, then curled up like 3 massive stone balls rolling toward the Dark Knight regiment. The stone balls rolled across the yellow earth, plowing deep furrows into the ground with rubble and dust spraying outwards. The cavalry commander pointed his spear. 13 standard bearers spread out on horseback, not charging Hedon, but flanking from the sides. The skeletal steeds deftly sidestepped, brushing against the rolling stone balls, the spear points scraping against the rocky armor, creating sparks and a harsh grinding sound. The stone balls collided with empty space, rolling for dozens of meters before halting and reconstituting into giant bears. They turned their earthy yellow eyes locking onto the elusive knight figures, curling up once more and rolling again. The knights did not engage them directly, always sidestepping at the last moment before impact, leaving shallow scratches on the rocky armor with their spear tips. At this moment, Chen Lin finally fitted the mage skulls imbued with the 5-fold insight technique onto the limbs of the giant. Synthesis of the giant's remains. 5 skeletal thieves appeared amidst the summoning light and then merged. Skeletal Scout, level 19, its stature was even smaller, reaching only to Chen Lin's waist. Its skeletal structure was half that of a skeletal thief, replaced by a shadow that seemed to have substance. Chen Lin crouched down, reaching into the scout's chest cavity to extract the entire spine intact. The joints were finely detailed, each segment gleaming with a dark silver sheen. The moment the spine detached from the torso, all shadows converged upon the spine, while the remaining bones collapsed like dust scattered by the wind. Chen Lin stood up, pressing the spine against the inside of a rib in the skeletal giant's chest. The spine automatically bent, conforming to the curve of the rib, and fine bone spurs grew from the gaps between the segments, embedding into the ribs and securing firmly. Time passed slowly, and as the 3 giant bears perished, Chen Lin finally completed the installation of. He stood at what used to be the skeletal giant's hip joint, meeting the gaze of the giant skull opposite him, their spirits connecting deeply through the contract. Instantly, Chen Lin sensed 4 distinct perspectives from different directions, all keenly focusing on the center of the giant's open chest cavity. The modified ribs next to him extended shadowy tendrils awaiting commands. Desecrated Workbench, level 19, Desecrated Creation. Chen Lin closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, completely immersing his consciousness in the workbench. The precision of a person's operation has its limits. This time, in order to create the delicate artifact he had designed, he could only first create a workbench. On the platform, 4 skulls with the 5-fold insight spell rotated, observing the center of the chest from floating. There was a peculiarly shaped skull resembling multiple skulls stacked together, or like wearing a crown made of stacked skulls. That was the skull of a skeletal priest fused into a bone cleric. Multiple shadowy tendrils extending from the ribs simultaneously performed the desecration of life and the art of spell weaving, carefully dismantling and reassembling. Current assessment difficulty, elite level. As the system prompt appeared, a roar came from the direction of the battlefield. A one-eyed giant appeared on the yellow earth. It was half a head shorter than the one Chen Lin had slain on his apprentice path, but its limbs were more robust, its bronze skin covered in scars. The one-eyed giant turned, locking onto Chen Lin, and charged forward with heavy steps. The Dark Knights attempted to hold it back, their lances piercing into the giant's legs, creating gashes. But the giant showed no response, its eyes fixed on Chen Lin, closing the distance with each step. The Dark Knight could only charge forward. He did not swing his lance, but instead collided with the giant's knee with his mount. The hooves of the skeletal warhorse struck with a ghostly blue flame, the shoulder armor crashing into the giant's leg. The one-eyed giant tilted and fell heavily to the ground. Dust was kicked up as it struggled to rise, while the knights swarmed over it. Some pinned its arms, some stepped on its legs, and others used their lances to pin it to the ground beneath its armpit. The giant struggled fiercely. Its muscles bulged, and its veins swelled, shaking off the Dark Knights on top of it. But for every knight it shook off, another took their place. Its health bar was dropping, not only due to the knight's attacks, but also because the struggle itself consumed its life. Yet it did not care, its gaze always fixed on Chen Lin, who sat cross-legged in the distance. As the assessment difficulty increased, the intelligence of the monsters also rose. It had already understood the knight's purpose. Even if it could not defeat the challenger, it would not allow him to delay. The allowed time for the assessment was getting longer, but the actual time that could restrain the monster was getting shorter. The one-eyed giant's muscles suddenly swelled, shaking off all the dark nights on top of it. But it did not rise. That one eye gazed at the empty sky, the light in its pupil extinguished. It was dead. Current assessment difficulty expert level. The system prompt appeared once more. The environment showed no changes. The sound of the wind did not cease, and the gray-yellow boundary in the sky still shimmered faintly. No new monsters appeared, and the surroundings were so quiet that only the sound of flags being blown by the wind remained. A dark flag bearer guarding beside Chen Lin suddenly waved the Qi Ming flag. The red background with golden patterns unfolded, and a visible wave spread from the flag, extending in all directions. As the wave swept past within 10 meters of Chen Lin, it revealed a shadow that was sneaking. The shadow had already crept very close to Chen Lin, crouching down with one hand stretched forward. The wave of light illuminated it for an instant, and its movement froze. The Dark Knight decisively threw his lance. The lance spun through the air, the tip accurately piercing the shadow's chest, pinning it to the ground. The shadow struggled a couple of times, its limbs twitching, then transformed into a cloud of black mist and dissipated. Current assessment difficulty master level. Challenger, you truly possess extraordinary talent. A beam of light descended from the heavens, and a voice of joy echoed from within the light. A middle-aged man stepped out from the beam. He wore heavy armor, silver-white in color, without any adornments, only a religious emblem symbolizing light engraved on his chest. In his left hand, he held a scripture wrapped in iron, while his right hand gripped a flail, the head of which was 3 spiked iron balls connected to the handle by short chains. His gaze fell on the Dark Knight, blocking his path, his expression turning cold. Necromancer. His eyes passed over the shoulders of the knights, landing on the corpse altar, emanating a tainted aura. On the altar floated 5 skulls, each connected to a bone wing, continuously radiating a holy light. That was the path of his cultivation, the faith he followed, yet at this moment, it was wrapped in the power of desecration, becoming a creation of the altar. The 4 corner skulls of the mages observed the center of the chest from different angles. The shadowy tendrils continued to modify a half-finished product. Desecration? What an abomination! The cleric's face instantly turned red. He exerted himself to invoke divine magic, and holy light surged from the scripture, enveloping his armor, scripture, and flail. He charged towards Chen Lin, while light flames continuously shot out from the scripture. The flames burned with a bright white color, trailing a long tail as they flew toward Chen Lin. The Dark Knights did not evade. The front row raised their shields, while the back row held their lances upright. The flames collided with the wall of knights, exploding in a burst of white light. Several knights had their plate armor scorched with blackened dents, but they did not retreat a single step. The cleric rushed in front of the knight commander, swinging the flail down. The knight commander raised his lance to block it. The iron ball struck the shaft, sparking a shower of sparks. The cleric's assault was fierce, the flail coming down one after another, the iron balls tracing chaotic arcs in the air. But the knight commander's lance was steady in each block, not retreating even once. The surrounding knights encircled from both sides, their lances stabbing toward the cleric's back and waist. The cleric was forced to divide his focus to block, disrupting the rhythm of his flail, and his offense gradually fell into a disadvantage. Ultimately, he was merely a mark descended to test the apprentices. And the Dark Knights were already strong presences at their advanced rank, not to mention they were surrounded by knights who coordinated seamlessly with him. The cleric looked at the altar with anger and sorrow. On the altar, a shadowy tendril placed a mage's skull in the center, while 6 other tendrils arranged 6 clerical skulls connected to bone wings around it. Though I am powerless, I will not let you have your way, the cleric whispered. He released the flail and embraced the scripture, the light on the scripture suddenly surging. His body began to turn transparent from limbs to torso, from torso to heart, until only the scripture remained suspended in midair. A blazing light descended from the heavens. That light was thicker than any previously seen, carrying a scorching wave directly crashing towards Chen Lin. In the instant the light fell, the ground was burned into a charred circular pit. Crushed stones melted into a glass-like substance flowing at the bottom of the pit. The cleric's figure completely vanished. This was a strike he had sacrificed himself to achieve. Within the flames, Chen Lin opened his eyes, calmly glancing toward the direction where the cleric had disappeared. He was unscathed. The current assessment difficulty master level. A beam of light shone in the center of the sky, thicker than any before. A green claw stretched out from the beam, its scales delicate and claws sharp, resembling polished jade. Then came the entire forearm, followed by the head, torso, and wings. A green dragon emerged from the beam of light. It was not large, measuring only 5 or 6 meters from head to tail, its wings folded like a cloak draped over its back. Its scales were jade green, glistening with a moist sheen under the gray-yellow sky, like leaves washed by rain. The neck was long, the head triangular, and its nostrils exhaled faint wisps of white mist. Green Dragon Growth Stage, a level 39. A faint dragon might emanated from its body, a form of invisible oppression that felt like a giant hand pressing down on each person's chest. Ordinary people would have likely knelt in fear. The Dark Knights remained unmoved. The warhorses did not retreat, the lances did not tremble, and the soul flames flickered quietly in the crevices of their helmets. They gazed at the green dragon with no signs of fear in their eyes. The knight pointed his lance, and the hooves of the horses moved, followed by 13 standard bearers, with 287 knights forming a phalanx charging towards the green dragon. The hooves of the skeletal warhorses thudded against the yellow earth, with ghostly blue flames flickering together. The green dragon lowered its head and glanced at them. Its vertical pupils carried no emotion, neither anger nor fear, only a faint disdain. It spread its wings, the wingspan exceeding 10 meters, and the jade-green membranes quivered slightly in the air before it suddenly flapped. A fierce wind whipped up dust as the green dragon soared into the sky. The knight's lances stabbed into thin air, and the warhorses charged past the spot where it had just stood, only kicking up a few fragments of dust lifted by the gust. The green dragon circled in the air, its gaze sweeping across the ground, and its vertical pupils instantly locked onto Chen Lin, folding its wings and diving down. Its speed was incredible, the jade figure like an arrow shot from a bow, plunging straight down from the sky. The air was ripped apart, emitting a sharp howl. Chen Lin opened his eyes, and the workbench before him opened. Like petals, a circular wheel extended outward with 6 bony wings. The circular wheel formed by his spine floated beside him, with 6 divine bone skulls symmetrically distributed around its edge, each extending a nearly 2-meter-long bony wing outward. At the center of the wheel, the cursed spirit skull resided in the core, 5 circular rings within the bone, slowly rotating. The wheel slid behind Chen Lin, hovering at the position of his spine. From the perspective of the green dragon, it looked as if Chen Lin had grown 3 pairs of bony wings. The dragon's sharp claws had already reached before him. The spectral cloak on Chen Lin trembled, and the outlines of 36 specters emerged simultaneously on the fabric surface. His body was lifted by an invisible force rising from the ground and drifting several meters to the side. The dragon's claw swept through where he had just stood, tearing through the air before crashing down onto the workbench below. With a thunderous boom, bone fragments scattered as the desecrated workbench, which Chen Lin had poured so much effort into, was shattered by a single claw. The green dragon turned around, its vertical pupils relocking onto Chen Lin, who was floating in midair. It flapped its wings again, soaring into the air and changing direction. Behind Chen Lin, one of the divine skulls on the wheel faintly illuminated, golden flames igniting within its eye sockets. The gift of spiritual vision, an invisible wave radiated from that skull, sweeping over the entire area. Chen Lin's vision changed in an instant. The green dragon's movements slowed in his eyes, the trajectory of its wing flaps, the angle of its body tilt, and the moment its claws extended. All intentions were clear and visible. The green dragon dove again. Chen Lin sidestepped the bony wings, carrying him sideways, the dragon's claws barely grazing the hem of his clothes without making contact. The green dragon rushed past him, the airflow it created stirring his cloak. For the 3rd time, and then the 4th, the green dragon missed again and again, but it remained unhurried, a hint of amusement in its vertical pupils. Like playing a game of hawk catching a chick, it savored the feeling of its prey struggling beneath its claws. However, Chen Lin had no intention of playing games. The green dragon dove for the 5th time. Chen Lin executed a shift in shape, his figure instantly vanishing from his original spot, appearing at the position of a standard bearer on the ground. The moment Chen Lin landed, another divine skull on the wheel lit up. The gift of divine power, golden light, surged from the skull, transforming into countless tiny light particles that descended upon each dark knight. The knights were enveloped in a layer of white light, their might greatly enhanced. On the ground, the knights, regarded as mere background by the green dragon, simultaneously hurled their lances. The knight's lance was the first to strike. The shaft spun through the air, and the tip accurately pierced the membrane of the green dragon's left wing, pinning it at the joint. The green dragon let out a painful roar as its body suddenly tilted. Following closely were the standard bearer's lances. 13 lances shot in from different angles, penetrating its wings, hind legs, and tail. The green dragon's body rolled twice in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Dust flew up. It struggled to rise, but its wings were pierced by the lances, and every flap only tore open larger wounds. Several lances remained embedded in its body, preventing its wings from closing and rendering it unable to fly. The green dragon opened its mouth, a dark green light glowing deep within its throat. A breath of dragon fire was unleashed, dark green poisonous mist pouring from its mouth, spreading out like a tide. Where the mist passed, the yellow earth bubbled, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. Behind Chen Lin, a 3rd divine skull lit up. The gift of spiritual light, a holy light, emanated from the wheel, enveloping every dark knight. The light formed a thin protective membrane on their armor, causing the poisonous mist to slide off, and unable to erode even a fraction. The knights charged into the poisonous mist. Their figures flickered in the dark green mist, the sound of hoofbeats dense, and even without a hint of hesitation. A fourth divine skull lit up. The gift of divine weapons light gathered in the knights' empty hands, forming lances made of pure holy light in their palms. The lances radiated a blinding white light, their tips sharp enough to pierce through anything. The knights surrounded the green dragon, the knight in front, the standard bearers on either side, and the ordinary knights behind. The lances stabbed towards the green dragon from all sides, piercing its neck, its abdomen, and its wings pinned by the lances. The green dragon fought back fiercely, its tail sweeping, sending two knights and their horses flying. With a swipe of its claws, a kite-shaped shield was torn in half. However, more and more lances were embedded in its body, and its health bar grew shorter. Despite being trapped, the green dragon remained fierce, but the end was inevitable. Chen Lin stood at a distance watching this scene, nodding in satisfaction. During the trial, he had no intention of creating a hulking monster like the desecrated battle beast. Being overly cumbersome would compromise the Knight Brigade's agility, neglecting it would render it useless. Since the Knight Brigade was his support, he would assist with all his might, maximizing this advantage. With a soft thud, the knight pulled out the lance embedded in the green dragon's neck. Jade green blood gushed from the wound, and the dragon's vertical pupils finally lost their luster. You have slain the green dragon, level 39. A system prompt appeared, but Chen Lin did not look at it. His expression turned serious. The next challenge was the final barrier. A beam of light descended from the sky, brighter than any before, yet lacking the dazzling brilliance of prior beams. A man walked out from within the beam. He wore only a pair of shorts, revealing a bronzed upper body, and held an ordinary long lance in his hand. The Bishop of Salvation, level 20 profane creator, calculated the cards he still had to play, while below two sides faced off. One side was a middle-aged man wearing only gray shorts, standing alone with a wooden spear in hand. The spear was straight, lacking a tassel, with a polished iron tip gleaming brightly. On the other side, 300 armored knights were mounted, their spears like a forest. The skeletal warhorses' hooves tread upon the ghostly blue flames, creating a silent sea of fire in the gray-yellow world. Yet Jiang Chun sensed the knights' hesitation. Through their mental connection, he could feel the fluctuations of that emotion. It was not fear, but a deeper They were assessing whether they could conquer the figure before them, a being that had once left a deep shadow, now merely a level 1 opponent. The warhorses gently pawed at the ground, and the tips of their spears trembled slightly. Arterius spoke. You have followed Galen to spread martial arts empowering the weak, yet now the outcome is set. How many of the weak you aided have survived? He sneered. Those who survived did so by luck, not by your assistance. He cast his gaze towards Jiang Chun, who stood behind the knights. Now your power is concentrated here, allowing this adventurer to reach this level. If he can attain the highest tier in the future, your contribution, this time, will surpass all previous efforts combined. Pursuing the path you recognize, following your heart, is correct. What significance or value must you outsiders judge? Jiang Chun responded coldly, realizing he understood. Arterius meant no harm. He simply had ideological differences with the Dark Knights, or rather with Galen. Galen sought to popularize the basics, allowing more people to grow stronger. Arterius seemed to pursue concentrating power, making the strongest even stronger. He could not let us achieve victory for me. His voice descended from the air, not loud, but clear. I believe in you. Arterius glanced at him without responding. The Dark Knight lowered his head, the soul fire flickering twice in the gap of his helmet. Then he raised his right arm, pointing the spear skyward. Behind him, 13 flag bearers simultaneously raised their flags. The red fabric with golden patterns unfurled under the gray-yellow light. The 300 knights moved simultaneously. The sound of hooves transitioned from disorder to order, then to a deafening roar. The knight commander charged at the front with flag bearers flanking him and ordinary knights behind. The sharp spearhead of the phalanx pointed directly at the figure clad only in shorts, holding a wooden spear. Behind Jiang Chun's 6 divine skulls glowed simultaneously. Bestowed divine power, bestowed spiritual light, bestowed divine arms, bestowed divine armor, bestowed spiritual vision, bestowed healing. 6 blessings fell from the heavens, landing upon each knight. At the same time, the illusory image of the unworded monument appeared behind Jiang Chun, its steady and heavy aura sweeping across the field. Arterius raised an eyebrow slightly. Secretary, you made a good choice. He had already moved. The knight commander was the first to charge forward, thrusting his spear directly at Arterius' chest. Arterius sidestepped, shaking the spear shaft, and unexpectedly deflecting the knight commander's spear at an unusual angle. The knight's spear glided past his armpit, and the two brushed past each other. The second knight had already charged in. A spear thrust came from the left, while the knight commander simultaneously countered with a thrust from the right. Attacks from all directions enveloped Arterius at that moment. Arterius' spear touched the ground, his body leaping into the air. The wooden spear in his hand acted like a spring, propelling him out of the encirclement, soaring into the sky. He turned in midair, the spear tip pointing downward, accurately stabbing into the gap between a knight's helmet and chest plate. The knight's body stiffened, then both knight and horse dissolved into white light. The bones of the skeletal warhorse scattered, the knight's armor shattered, and the soul fire turned into a wisp of green smoke. A white light rose from Arterius. Level 2 Jiang Chen's heart sank. He had originally thought the enemy was only a level 1 body. A single hit would be fatal. His original plan was to rely on attrition and overwhelming numbers to gamble on Arterius making a mistake. However, each knight Arterius killed would level him up, and as his level increased, so would his health, defense, and by that time the Knight Order's crushing advantage would be lost. But Jiang Chen did not change his strategy. He maintained the 6 bestowed blessings and the spiritual connection with the Dark Knight. What he could comprehend, the Knight Commander in the fray could undoubtedly also understand. Since they chose to trust, they would trust to the end. Arterius passed through the first wave of charges, and the moment he landed, the second wave of knights was already charging towards him. Their speed had fully picked up, the warhorse's sword and the spears were held high, resembling a moving wall of spears. At this point, Arterius had already reached level 8. Among the second wave of knights, there were no knight commanders or flag bearers, only ordinary knights. The outcome was predictable. The wooden spear in Arterius' hands moved like a living snake, the tip tapping against a shield, using the force to bounce off, and then stabbing into another knight's throat. He sidestepped a spear thrust, countering with a thrust that pierced the horse's belly. The warhorse collapsed, throwing the knight off, who was pierced by another spear before he even landed. White light rose in waves. Each burst of white light caused Arterius' level to jump up by 1. The Dark Knight did not look back. He led the first wave of knights in a wide arc, their hooves drawing a broad circle in the yellow earth. They regrouped at a distance, accelerated, and then merged with the third wave of knights from the front. Over 200 riders converged into a stream of iron. It seems you have lost your only chance of victory. Just as Arterius finished speaking, the third wave of knights had already charged in front of him. At this point, he was already level 23. Even in terms of stats, the knights no longer had an absolute crushing advantage. His wooden spear could pierce through armor now, and even if he took a hit, he wouldn't die immediately. But the Knight Order grew quiet at this moment. Now was the time. The soul fire of the Dark Knight flickered violently, and Jiang Chen sensed that signal. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Behind him, the skull of the cursed spirit at the center of the circle emitted a blazing white light. Promotion. Light surged from the eye sockets of the cursed spirit's skull, transforming into a beam that fell directly upon the Dark Knight. The ominous aura enveloping the knight dissipated completely within the light. The soul flames, cold and tinged with a scent of decay, began to purify, becoming warm and resembling true flames. The sun pattern on the armor shone once more, not as a cold metallic reflection, but as an inner spontaneous radiance. He was no longer an evil undead creature. He was a noble spirit embodying glory and reverence. The enlightened knight, a level 49, laughed heartily. Well said. His body suddenly contracted. He did not truly shrink. Rather, his muscles tightened to their utmost limit, each fiber unleashing its full power. He concentrated all his strength into the wooden spear, aiming the tip at the knight's thrusting lance. The tips of the two lances collided midair. Sparks flew. The shrill sound of metal grinding pierced the eardrums. The knight's lance trembled, and so did Arterius' wooden spear. A brief stalemate occurred between the two lances, lasting less than a breath, with neither side retreating. The flag bearer rushed in from the side. The banner with a red background and golden patterns unfurled at the edge of Arterius' vision, the tip of the flagpole wrapped in sacred light piercing towards his flank. Arterius had already repelled the knight and calmly adjusted the spearhead. Victory! Chen Lin's thoughts merged with those of the flag bearer as he commanded in a deep voice. The Dominion feature of the soul-weaving cloak activated, and the outlines of 36 ghosts simultaneously appeared on the surface of the cloak. An invisible force surged from Chen Lin through the Dominion feature of the cloak and the support of the circular wheel behind him, concentrating the power of the entire legion onto that one banner. The flag bearer's arm suddenly sank. Arterius' gaze sharpened, and he slightly angled the spear, attempting to relieve the pressure. In that instant, his body executed a series of intricate movements, guiding the force thrusting towards him to either side, like water flowing around a rock. But the force was too great. The banner shattered the wooden spear. The spear shaft broke in the middle, splintering into fragments. The tip of the flagpole pierced through Arterius' chest, emerging from his back. The scene instantly fell silent. The sound of hooves ceased, the fluttering of the banner stopped, and even the wind held its breath for a moment. Arterius looked down at the flagpole, penetrating his chest. Well, that's some progress. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, as if smiling, yet also filled with lamentation. Then his body began to crack like shattered porcelain, with the fractures spreading from his chest to his limbs. White light seeped through the cracks, growing brighter and denser. Ultimately, his form shattered into points of light. It was over. Chen Lin let out a long sigh. In order to save time, he calculated all possible combat power, just managing to cross the threshold of the sub-legendary difficulty before immediately commencing the trial. Fortunately, he had completed everything in the theoretical plan, and Benjamin, outside the assessment, had randomly summoned enemies that the Night Order could handle. The Light God Priest Shadow Assassin Green Dragon Altreus. Each was challenging to deal with, yet manageable. If an elemental creature, a massive beast, or a necromancer or summoner of much higher rank than him were to appear, that would truly be insurmountable. Fortunately, it was all over. He had accomplished everything planned, and was due to reap the rewards of his efforts. In the sky, a rune composed of bones, yet pure and gentle, gradually descended. Spirit King Sublegendary level, you can gradually elevate the undead to spirits, and the more spirits you command, the higher your rank will be elevated. It felt a bit strange. Chen Lin looked at the now solidified rune and furrowed his brow. In his previous life, rune choices were directly presented as several phantoms. Only after making a selection would the chosen rune solidify. While he pondered, the second rune also solidified. Summon God Pharaoh Sublegendary level, your skill Giant Skeleton Synthesis transforms into the Summon God ritual, using skeleton servants as offerings to summon deities from the myth of Nemo. Is it due to the peculiar nature of sublegendary runes? No, it's not. Sublegendary levels, rather than being a dilution of legendary status, are more akin to the limit of a master. Logically, there shouldn't be a qualitative difference between runes of the Expert Master and Grandmaster levels. The third rune appeared. Netherworld Incarnation Sublegendary level, the soul energy of the Shadow Scythe will replace your life force. You will not die until the stored soul energy is depleted. No, that doesn't feel right. Driven by unease, Chen Lin finally discovered the problem. He had already defeated Altreus, yet there was no system prompt indicating the trial's completion. The fourth rune appeared. Blasphemous Art Sublegendary level, your skill Desecration of Life transforms into the skill Blasphemous Creation. You can create creations that defy the natural order. If you can reach the pinnacle, perhaps you can personally create divine abominations. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Chen Lin reached out to grab the Spirit King rune closest to him. A change was occurring, and he wanted to end this trial immediately. The rune deftly evaded his grasp and flew away. During its flight, the fifth rune took shape. Omni Illumination Sublegendary level, for each spell mastered, all spell effects increase by 1,000th. For each spell improved, all spell damage increases by 1%. For each spell created, all spell mana and spiritual consumption decreases by 10%. The 5 runes formed a ring not far from Chen Lin, with the center revealing an old man. The old man wore a plain astronomer's robe of deep blue adorned with patterns of several stars. His hair was gray, his face kind, and a hint of a smile played on his lips. He stood at the center of the rune ring, as if he had walked out of the void, or perhaps had always been standing there. The long-awaited system prompt finally resonated in Chen Lin's mind. You have witnessed the Phantom of the Three Realms Transcendent Sage, and gained a wealth of profound mage knowledge. You have witnessed the Phantom of the Three Realms Transcendent Sage, and gained a wealth of profound mage knowledge. You have witnessed the Phantom of the Three Realms Transcendent Sage, and gained a wealth of profound mage knowledge. Chen Lin began to sweat coldly. He knew that above level 80 legendary was level 90 sage, and he had even witnessed the scene of the highest human combat power in his understanding, the level 99 ultimate sage in action. But what exactly is this Three Realms Transcendent Sage? The more he knew, the greater the pressure became. The circle of 5 runes rotated around the old man, and at that moment the Blasphemous Art rune moved to the front of him. The old man smiled as he extended his finger and lightly touched the rune, spreading a thin membrane in the sky. The membrane was dark red with fine patterns on its surface resembling the outer wall of blood vessels and the fascia of some organism. It slowly writhed in the sky, enveloping the entire gray-yellow trial space. Young scribe, this place has been completely sealed off. The old man's voice was gentle, as if chatting with a junior. Let us begin. Current assessment difficulty legendary level. I am Cavendish, also known as the Rune Master. The old man introduced himself while rotating the rune ring. The ring slowly spun on his fingertip, with 5 runes passing by in succession. He stopped in front of the rune called Summon Pharaoh, flicked his finger, and the rune turned to face him. A giant spirit image appeared in the sky. The apparition stood over 100 meters tall, with a human body and a jackal head, holding a curved scepter. It looked down at the ground, and seeing no offerings revealed an expression of anger, opening its mouth to roar silently, pointing the scepter at Cavendish, demanding offerings. Cavendish chuckled, placing one hand on the rune of all laws unveiled. while casually flipping the Summon Pharaoh rune. The giant's expression shifted from anger to terror. Its apparition began to tremble, violently shattering from the feet as fragments turned into light points and fell. In just a few breaths, the entire apparition completely disintegrated, and the light points rained down like a storm onto the gray-yellow ground. Where the light points landed, the yellow earth cracked open, and mummies wrapped in gray-white shrouds crawled out from the fissures. They moved stiffly with hollow eye sockets emanating a dry, dusty aura. Thousands upon thousands, densely packed, covered the entire field of vision. Mummy offering level 5, Chen Lin withdrew his gaze and performed a mage's salute to Cavendish, placing his right hand lightly on his chest and slightly bowing his head. "My name is Tion E, and I am a necromancer and end-of-day scribe." Cavendish nodded, still wearing that gentle smile. Chen Lin felt a stirring in his heart. Cavendish had referred to himself as scribe, so was his arrival related to the profession of end-of-day scribe? It was highly likely. Cavendish spun the rune ring again, bringing the rune of Spirit King to the forefront. He extended his finger and gently tapped the rune. The mummies on the ground simultaneously ceased their movements. The shrouds fell away, revealing their withered bodies. Those bodies began to swell, muscles regrowing, and their skin changed from gray-brown to deep black. Their heads elongated and deformed, the snouts protruding forward, taking on a jackal-like shape. Warriors with dog heads and human bodies rose from the remnants of the mummies. They were clad in golden armor adorned with the sacred scarab and solar bow patterns unique to the Nemo civilization, radiating an aura of majesty. God's Guardian, level 29, thousands of level 29 warriors formed an orderly line, utterly silent. Chen Lin observed the divine fluctuations emanating from them, akin to the radiance of the Bishop of Gospel behind him. He assessed that his Dark Knight might not stand a chance on unknown. He began to summon. Waves of summoning light ignited beside him, and the Dark Knights emerged from the light. The knights lined up behind Chen Lin, their armor clashing, hoofs striking the ground. However, the summoning light extinguished in less than 10 instances. The soul energy in this area has been nearly completely harvested. Summoning is not possible. Chen Lin understood that this was due to the slightly glowing rune of the underworld incarnation beside Cavendish. This system prompt was not surprising at all. Even if he summoned all 300 knights, they would merely serve as a backdrop. They could not possibly win. What should he do? In fact, Cavendish had already made his intentions quite clear. "Your Majesty." Chen Lin spoke, his voice not loud but clear in the vast testing space. "My position as the end-of-day scribe was granted by Master Metatron. Along with it, I received an imprint." He paused for a moment. "Next, I will attempt to use it." He made no sudden moves. In the presence of such a powerful being, any small action would be foolish. He recalled Master Metatron's warning, never use it. Yet in front of a benevolent being whose power surpassed his understanding, he had no choice. Cavendish smiled, reiterating his earlier words, "This place is completely sealed off." Chen Lin took a deep breath, cautiously activating the imprint. A vast, immense aura seeped from the imprint. Only a thread, an extremely fine thread, like a breeze squeezing through a crack in the door. It did not fully descend, it merely merged into the Bishop of Gospel behind Chen Lin. The bishop began to the circular wheel formed by the spine transcended into a pure light circle, no longer possessing the texture of bones, transforming into a ring of light suspended in the air. The 6 skulls of the priests converged toward the center, merging with the central skull of the cursed spirit to form a platinum-colored energy heart. The heart pulsed slowly in the center of the light circle, with each contraction sending a ring of light patterns radiating from the center to the edges. The 6 bone wings on the periphery sprouted feathers. The feathers were pure white, each clearly defined, growing from the wing bones and layering outward. The bone wings transformed into true wings longer than any bird's, with a faint golden hue along the edges. The Bishop of Gospel floated behind Chen Lin, the light circle heart and wings quietly spinning. This was merely the minimal activation of the Michael imprint, resulting in the most trivial effect. The true core was a simple yet brutal ability. Annihilate. Chen Lin softly uttered this word. A wave of bland disturbance swept from behind him. No sound, no light, no airflow. Annihilate. Chen Lin softly uttered this word. A wave of bland disturbance swept from behind him. No sound, no light, no airflow. The golden armor did not shatter, nor did the jackal heads deform. They maintained their standing posture, but the light in their eyes extinguished simultaneously. One after another, like candles snuffed by the wind, they fell and rose. In the instant they hit the ground, their bodies turned to gray-white dust, piling into small hills. Thousands of troops were completely erased in less than a breath. Life and death ignore all immunities, directly erase all beings below level 100. In the vast majority of cases, the imprint of the Deputy Lord of Heaven should not be used. The consequences of using it are far more severe than you can imagine. The disturbance continued to spread, sweeping over Cavendish, who stood at the back. The so-called shadow of a transcendent saint in 3 realms was no different from a level 29 guardian in the face of this seemingly ordinary disturbance. Starting from his limbs, he transformed into tiny light points that drifted upward. His expression remained unchanged, still wearing that gentle smile, as if he had known it would be like this all along. His voice remained clear even as he disintegrated. But creations born of him can be used more often. The so-called side effects are also an extremely precious opportunity. As his words fell, his body completely vanished. After the light points dissipated, only a stone apparition remained. The apparition was the size of a fist, shaped like a heart, with a fine pattern on its surface resembling the traces of blood vessels. It floated half a foot above the ground, slowly rotating. Chen Lin approached the apparition and activated the ability of the End of Days scribe. Engrave. Cavendish, you chose to practice the runes I created because you trusted me, yet you treat me this way. The voice was filled with anger and despair. At this moment, the mountains, rivers, sun, and moon had all perished, leaving only an indescribable torrent filling the entire space. The once legendary powerhouse, proud and aloof, was now grasped by Cavendish like a chick. He still had the appearance of a kind old man, but the star-like patterns on his robe shone even more brightly, his eyes filled with a childlike, pure thirst for knowledge. The runes are the fundamental rules of the world. I merely discovered them, not created them. The man who was captured had a face full of terror, already somewhat incoherent. A legend represents a sanctuary. If you kill me, at least 1 million civilians who could live to the next era will die as a result. Cavendish was indifferent. The continuation of life always prioritizes the next generation while undervaluing the previous one. Our generation's mission is complete. It's time to think more about the next generation. With that, he threw the man into the torrent outside. The man's body was instantly obliterated, revealing the castle built of steel and blood within which was his legendary essence. The essence was also rapidly wearing away, exposing the constantly shifting 3-dimensional legendary runes within. The runes were polyhedral, each face etched with dense patterns that flowed, reconfigured, and transformed continuously. Then the runes also began to collapse, revealing even more fundamental entities. Cavendish took out a heart-shaped stone to record all this and continued to deduce and perfect the rune system within the stone. The pioneer entrusted his heart to me. I do not wish to be outdone by Galen and Anya. The illusion ended here. You have obtained the inscription Heart of Runes. Passive effect: your reading skill can gain a wealth of mage knowledge from the career runes of other adventurers and record. Active effects: simulate the recorded runes based on your own cognitive level. Current record: sub-legendary, heroic, king, underworld, avatar, god, summoning, pharaoh, blasphemous techniques, omniscient. The sky, shrouded in a membrane of blood vessels, reappeared. A 3-dimensional rune resembling a carving knife slowly descended from the air, landing in front of Chen Lin. Compared to the legendary rune of the man in the illusion, this carving knife appeared plain to the point of simplicity. Unremarkable, yet it seemed as if it had always existed since ancient times. Wedge of the Old Days legendary creates a physical symbol for your imprint, significantly enhancing its capabilities and maintaining it for a long time. This must be Cavendish's true intention. A realization flashed through Chen Lin's mind. The acquisition of career runes is not entirely random, but related to the player's past experiences. God, summoning, pharaoh, underworld, avatar, blasphemous techniques correspond to the 3 skills or arts of colossal skeleton synthesis, shadow scythe, and profaning life. Heroic, king, corresponds to the main career of necromancer, while omniscient corresponds to scholar-level cognition. Why is there no corresponding rune for the auxiliary career of endgame scribe, which influences Chen Lin the most? Perhaps the lowest level rune corresponding to endgame scribe is this legendary level Wedge of the Old Days in front of him. Do you wish to merge the rune and advance your career level? Warning: once merged, the game character will be completely bound to the player and the character cannot be deleted. Reborn, constantly seizing opportunities, racing against time. Was this not the moment he longed for? Yes. The carving knife-shaped rune merged into Chen Lin's chest. There was no pain, no impact, just a gentle warmth, like a drop of warm water falling into his palm. A tremendous power surged from within, spreading to his limbs and bones. You have merged the legendary level rune Wedge of the Old Days. You have gained the specialty basic legendary transformation, immune to any amateur and apprentice tier skill effects. You have obtained legendary runes. As an apprentice, gaining 1 point of legendary degree. Your legendary degree has reached 3 points, beginning to generate exclusive legendary specialties generating. You have obtained the legendary specialty Legion Command. You can organize multiple summoned entities into a team. This team is regarded as a whole, occupying a summoning slot. Its health, resistance, essence, etc. are considered the total of all team members. Chen Lin's consciousness fused with the rune. He saw 2 images. One was a high-altitude perspective looking down at his game character Tion's default face set by the system. He had seen that face countless times during character creation in the mirror in the game, in others' live streams. Familiar yet strange. The other image emerged from below. He lay on the bed still in the pose of wearing a helmet, breathing steadily, eyes tightly closed. That was his body in the real world, an ordinary person living in a rented room in the old town. The rune floated between the two images like a bridge connecting them. Its light flowed from one end to the other and back again, cycling endlessly, binding the two originally independent existences together. Chen Lin looked at that default face, which was beginning to change. The contours of the features subtly adjusted, the arch of the brow, the height of the nose, the thickness of the lips, all moving closer to another direction. That face began to resemble him. Not completely identical, but with some resemblance. Like a brother, like a distant relative, like someone seen in a mirror, but unable to name. Current fusion degree 10. A simple description meant that he possessed 10 of the extraordinary power of his game character in reality. Reborn Chen Lin knew that his real combat power was far beyond 10, as all skills and spells could be cast, and exclusive equipment could also be brought over. It was merely that the final effect was only 10 of what it was in the game. Fusion complete. The next step is advancement. Your rank has been upgraded to career health 1000, mana 1000, all attributes 20. Your level has been raised to level 20. Your base health 40, a base mana 60, agility 2, spirit 8. You have gained 3 points of free attribute points. Your specialty-based casting has been upgraded to advanced casting passive. All spell mana costs 25. As the first player to advance to career rank, your title Pioneer has been enhanced. Pioneer title experience gained 50. Moreover, for every level above the second person you gain an additional 10 experience. Your performance has drawn the attention of a legendary pursuer who will descend upon you in 3 days to unleash an endless hunt. 720000 715959 715958. Each second ticks by like a slowly blinking eye. Chen Lin gazed at the string of numbers, his mind heavy with concern. The legendary pursuer was unlike any monster he had encountered before. It was a Ming Sha, symbolizing the collapse of order, and one of the two true enemies he would face in the future. The legendary pursuer is a trial that everyone who has condensed their unique legendary talent must face. How did he survive it in his past life? He recalled that the nation had sent a true legendary powerhouse to deal with it. And now he had become the first to confront the pursuer. Chen Lin felt a twinge of difficulty. He had originally planned to achieve only a sub-legendary level rune in the assessment, never expecting to attain a third level of legendary, here, leaving him unprepared. Tian, why are you hiding your identity from us? Chen Lin turned to see Benjamin had approached without him noticing. He had changed from his previously aloof demeanor to one full of warmth, an eager smile on his face, the lines on his forehead relaxing slightly. Thank you for your help. Chen Lin expressed his gratitude. Although he had made that request, he still believed in maintaining the proper etiquette. No need for formalities. Benjamin energetically placed an arm around Chen Lin's shoulder, in action that would have been unthinkable just moments ago. You are the secretary, one of our own. Helping each other is nothing unusual. He waved his hand dismissively. This request doesn't count. I propose something more significant. His earlier arrogance had turned into humility. What did that mean? Chen Lin, not one to dwell on the intricacies of human relations, was not a dullard. He looked at Benjamin's suddenly warm expression and understood the obvious implication. Is there anything I can... Benjamin's face showed a hint of flattery. I know your imprint position as a secretary is valuable. However, it is something that must be used eventually. I wonder, could your imprint position be chosen for Solundia? For the sake of remembrance. The position of the End's secretary was indeed terrifyingly high. Chen Lin nodded affirmatively. Solundia holds great significance for me. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have engraved it. Benjamin's joy was evident, his voice rising slightly. That's wonderful. I will report this to the city lord. Rest assured he won't let you down. He produced a silver badge and handed it to Chen Lin. The badge was engraved with the city's emblem, featuring an open book and an upright sword with intricate magical patterns along the edges. Before that, go to the library and raise your recognition level to scholar. With this token, all the books will be open to you. I'm afraid that's not feasible right now. Chen Lin accepted the badge but declined his plan. I have condensed my unique legendary talent and must now deal with the impending pursuit of the legendary pursuer. Benjamin's expression also turned serious. He released Chen Lin's shoulder, took a step back, and scrutinized him from head to toe. The Ming Sha is not easy to deal with. I will go ask the city lord to intervene. It won't be a problem to protect you. No need. Chen Lin shook his head in refusal. The Ming Sha fundamentally restrained the remnants of the last epoch. Even the city lord as a saint-level figure would still have to pay a heavy price. Moreover, he already had a plan in mind. If possible, please introduce me to a scholar who studies the Nemo civil. After bidding farewell to Benjamin, Chen Lin exited the governor's office, traversed the corridor, and pushed open the doors of the town hall. The carriage waited at the entrance with the coachman dozing against the carriage. Upon seeing him emerge, he hurriedly jumped down and opened the door for him. Chen Lin boarded the carriage, and it started smoothly. A system message popped up in front of him. You have accepted the main quest, the Titan's Journey. Quest description: after the calamity, civilization lies in ruins. As an adventurer, awaken the dormant gathering places and restore connections between them. The task is simple: continuously explore the world, bring revival to the dormant human gathering places, clear the path, exterminate beasts, and re-establish connections. This is a task that requires all players to work together. When Benjamin assigned the task to Chen Lin, he specifically reminded him not to concern himself with the ordinary tasks released by the Adventurers Guild. Once he completed the special imprint, there would be more important tasks entrusted to him. Chen Lin leaned against the soft cushion of the carriage, gazing out at the street scenery. The street lamps flickered past one by one, and the sky had darkened. The streets of the upper city were sparsely populated. The Titan's Journey, unlocked by professional levels, marked the beginning of players truly understanding the epic world. Similarly, the extraordinary powers gained in reality due to professional levels also signified the start of humanity's true recognition of the epic. Having advanced his profession, it was time to share some information with them. Before he truly stood above the masses, it was still best to maintain order. Lost in thought, Chen Lin opened the communication panel and dialed up Yichuan Xinyu. The communication was almost instantly connected. The face of Yichuan Xinyu appeared on the panel with a simple study in the background and neatly arranged folders on the bookshelf. Congratulations, oh great one, you have progressed another step. His voice carried an unmistakable excitement. When he completed his advancement, the system had sent out a server-wide announcement. Chen Lin had not paid attention, likely choosing not to hide his name as usual. I have received quite a few special items for now. Yichuan Xinyu said, trading a string of strange items. A rusty copper coin, a feather from an unknown bird, a piece of pottery inscribed with faint writing, and several miscellaneous small objects of unclear use. And then there's that strategy guide. His eyes glinted with some anger. Others really don't recognize a treasure when they see one. The strategy guide Chen Lin presented was not short, but could be summarized in one sentence: adventurers must dare to take risks. To expand slightly, fighters must know how to fight, spellcasters must know how to cast spells, and rogues must be sufficiently sharp. However, players' focus was mostly on whether this was the first statement from the previously silent Tian Yi, or just a deceitful attempt to gain attention under Tian Yi's name. Jokes were more common regarding the content. Few genuinely studied it. Not important. Whether believed or doubted, Chen Lin did not care. After advancing to the professional level, I made an extremely important discovery. He spoke, his tone a touch more serious than usual. About the professional level and the epic itself. Yichuan Xianyu's expression changed instantly, his excitement fading and replaced by serious focus. What discovery? How important is it? So important that you might not be able to handle it. Chen Lin looked at him. Go fetch your master. I'm just a commoner. How could I know any big shots? Yichuan Xinyu instinctively retorted, but his voice grew quieter until it was almost inaudible. He fell silent for 2 seconds, and then sighed. All right, please wait a moment. Returning to No. 7, Wutong Street, Chen Lin directly ascended to the study on the 3rd floor. The butler had already placed a fist-sized crystal on the desk, which was a pale purple with delicate light dots slowly flowing within. This was a professional crystal containing the core skills and expertise of that profession at this rank. Ordinary players would naturally learn skills from their mentors after progressing at the vocational academy. However, Chen Lin had no intention of going to the vocational academy, so he had the butler request this professional crystal from the dean. He sat down at the desk holding the crystal in his palm and focusing his mind into it. The light dots inside the crystal suddenly accelerated, swirling into streams of light that surged into his mind. You have learned the skill Summon Undead Warrior. Summon Undead Warrior, cooldown of 3 minutes, consumes 200 mana. Summons up to 4 level 19 Undead Warriors to guard your side. You have learned the skill Undead Rebirth. Undead Rebirth, cooldown and consumption depend on the level of casting. Use on a corpse, depending on the integrity of the corpse, its strength before death, and the level of casting. Summon an undead creature that obeys your commands. You have comprehended the skill Dark Aura. Dark Aura, no cooldown, consumes 250 mana when activated. Once activated, it continuously heals the undead within, while dealing continuous damage to all non-undead creatures. You have comprehended the specialty Life Link. Life Link specialty 15 of all damage you receive will be borne by your summoned creature at a 10-fold cost. Your skill Undead Summon has been enhanced, and you can now summon a skeleton summoner. The skeleton summoner is inherently weak, but possesses independent undead summoning skills equal to that of the player. The flow of light calmed, and the crystal returned to stillness. Chen Lin opened his eyes and placed the crystal on the desk. The professional rank was the first qualitative change for players. The professional rank Undead Mage finally acquired the ability to create undead creatures, and the doors to advanced beings such as bone dragons, black knights, and liches seemed to have swung open. However, this was also the first step of the undead mage falling from grace. The glory is gone. Chen Lin sighed at the end of the undead mage's advantageous period. The professional rank undead mage theoretically possessed the ability to unleash a cataclysm of summoning 40 skeleton summoners, each able to summon another 40 skeleton summoners. When stacked, could ultimately raise an army of tens of thousands of skeletons. However, since the summoned skeletons are only level 9, they may appear numerous, but in reality, they would simply be mowed down by players of the same rank. As a lowly warrior in the novice stage now with attribute skills, specialties, and equipment in place, facing a high quantity but low quality of undead mages, to perform a legendary feat of defeating thousands was not particularly difficult. From level 20 onwards, the undead mage would become a representative profession of overwhelming yet lackluster power. But how does the weakness of the undead mage concern me, who commands an entire Dark Knight order? Chen Lin leaned back in his chair, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. A communication panel popped up with an alert. The avatar of Yin Yu was flashing. He clicked on it, and the other party sent a friend request. Ning Fanyuan LV0A requesting to add as a friend. Chen Lin looked for 2 seconds and clicked to agree. The video connected. On the other side was a spacious study with a wall of bookshelves in the background, the spines of the books glimmering. Sitting in front of the camera was an elderly man with black and white hair, slicked back neatly. His square face bore wrinkles, but did not appear aged, rather he radiated vitality with piercing eyes. His authoritative expression was now smiling, resembling a kindly elder from the neighborhood. Comrade Tianyi, hello. His voice was steady with a moderate pace. I am Ning Fanyuan, and I am honored to consult you regarding matters of the epic. His tone was very humble, yet direct. There were no pleasantries, no probing, he got straight to the point. Chen Lin also did not beat around the bush, directly stating the information. After advancing to a professional rank, my game character has fused with my real self, granting me some of the powers of the game character in reality. Is that so? Ning Fanyuan showed little surprise on his face. It was clear that the think tank in the research room had already conceived various scenarios regarding the possible impacts of the epic. Can you prove it? I'm merely informing you of this news. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Chen Lin leaned back in his chair. In any case, advancing to a profession is not overly difficult. You will soon be able to verify it. Ning Fanyuan paused for a moment and then nodded. Thank you for the information. He expressed his gratitude, did not linger, and ended the connection. In the real world, in the imperial capital, Ning Yu and dedicated secretary Zhao Yanba sat in their chairs, watching Ning Fanyuan take off his helmet. Their eyes held questions, but no one spoke. Ning Fanyuan remained silent for a few seconds, glancing at Ning Yue, then at Zhao Yanba. Yanba, prepare the car immediately. The two understood each other, standing up simultaneously and quickly leaving the study, closing the door behind them. Ning Fanyuan picked up the red desktop phone next to the table and dialed a number. Today the imperial capital was calm, with sunlight streaming through the windows, traffic moving slowly as usual, and pedestrians hurrying by, oblivious to any anomalies. However, those at the center of power felt a surge of undercurrents. The ministers and directors at the peak of power canceled their original schedules to attend a non-public meeting that was not planned and whose theme was unknown. Vehicles approached the same destination from various directions, windows tightly shut, curtains drawn. When this meeting concluded, the only outcome presented was establishing a dedicated agency to investigate and record the real identities of all players on the rankings in the epoch, with the imperial capital dispatching officials for face-to-face discussions. They also demanded local authorities to keep track of people's movements, understand their difficulties, and provide assistance. Thunderous sound, light rainfall. Such a high-level meeting clearly could not yield such a simple result. It was illogical. Others who could not help but pay attention to this matter continued to search for clues, ultimately finding what seemed to be an unrelated message, establishing a research discussion group on compulsory education. No one knew what connection there was between these two matters. The real outcome of the meeting had already been relayed to the military through the hands of generals who attended. First, organize elite special forces to immediately enter the epoch. Second, spare no effort to swiftly produce a professional-level player. Third, prepare for a large-scale mobilization of the entire army. Awaiting a verification. Chen Lin sat in the study, a volume of the Melted Gold anthology spread open before him. He stared at the book for a while, his face revealing a hint of difficulty. The knowledge contained within this book was too profound, requiring repeated readings of each page to comprehend, and what he lacked most was time. A wave of spatial fluctuation passed by. Asheria appeared in front of the desk, holding a not-sosmal box. The box was made of dark wood, its surface polished smooth, without any unnecessary decorations. A gift, she said. Chen Lin took the box and opened it. Inside was a set of dark red mage armor. The armor consisted of 4 parts: a top, long pants, wrist guards, and a belt crafted from thick, firm fabric with intricate dark patterns on its surface. The dark red was not the kind of glaring red, but rather the last hue of color on the horizon, just before the setting sun, deep and restrained. The collar and cuffs were trimmed with black edges, and the buttons were silver polished to a bright shine. Crimson Sun Blue set level requirement level 20 armor, 100 spell resistance, 300 undead spell effect, 20 light resistance, 100 set skill. Crimson Sun's Remnant grants a layer of dispel resistance to all summoned entities. Exclusive Tian E. Chen Lin looked at the attribute panel and took the armor out of the box. Thank you. Summoned entities have virtually no resistance to dispel-type spells. As Chen Lin grew stronger, he would inevitably encounter such natural enemies of summoning. Now he at least had some means of resistance. He said you would be pleased. Asheria's expression remained calm, her wine-red eyes looking at him with tranquility. Indeed, I am very pleased. He had Asheria follow the butler to learn about daily life, and did not expect her to have learned this. Chen Lin immediately removed his old equipment and donned the dark red mage armor. The top fit his body snugly, neither too tight nor too loose, with the collar resting just below his collarbone. The wrist guards, once fastened, did not hinder finger movement, and the belt secured the top with the hem falling to his knees. The long pants were tucked into his boots, allowing for movement without unnecessary friction. The set was specially woven by Asheria's legendary tailoring skills, perfectly fitting Chen Lin's form. He moved his arms and twisted his wrists. Asheria watched her master don her creation, a barely perceptible satisfaction and joy flickered across her calm and indifferent eyes. A knock was heard at the door. Come in. The butler pushed the door open, his gaze lingering for a moment on Chen Lin's dark red armor, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Sir, a father and daughter wish to see you. They claim to be scholars researching the Nemo civilization and say they are here to assist you on behalf of the governor. Chen Lin nodded, putting away the melted gold anthology and rising to go downstairs. In the reception room stood two people. The man was a middle-aged scholar dressed in a brand new deep brown scholar's robe, which fit his body perfectly, yet his subconscious movements betrayed a notable discomfort with the attire. His face bore an expression of clear excitement, rubbing his hands by the coffee table, as if he had many things to say, but didn't know where to start. Behind him was a girl a head shorter than the man, with golden long hair, cascading over her shoulders, dressed in a light blue dress, with a white short coat on top. Her demeanor was gentle and graceful, with light gray eyes fixed on Chen Lin, filled with unabashed admiration. Chen Lin stepped forward. Mr. Tiani. The scholar stepped forward, his voice somewhat tense. I am Edmund Gray, an expert archaeologist specialized in the relics of the Nemo civilization. This is my daughter Elena, a senior alchemist, and also a scholar specializing in Nemo ritual studies. He then took out an envelope from his pocket and respectfully presented it. This is a letter of introduction from the governor. When I learned it was your commission, Mr. Tian, I eagerly took it on. We will do our utmost to assist you and not let you down. Was it a bit too enthusiastic? This made Chen Lin somewhat uncertain. Surely Benjamin wouldn't be promoting his identity as the author of the End of Times everywhere. He solemnly accepted the envelope, glanced at it to confirm the seal was indeed from Benjamin's hand, and without further ado passed it to the butler. Since it is the governor's recommendation, I naturally trust it. Chen Lin nodded. Please have a seat. The three sat on the sofa, and a maid served tea and snacks before quietly retreating. Mr. Tian, we also came to express our gratitude. Edmund's tone was filled with deep appreciation. Our family was trapped in Cass Town by a playwright, and despite our desperate struggles, we could not escape the manipulation. Fortunately, you killed him and gave us our freedom back. No wonder their goodwill was so high upon meeting, but stemmed from this. This piqued Chen Lin's curiosity. In an environment where others were reduced to sole puppets, your perseverance is even more admirable. The farce of caste will eventually be destroyed. I merely happened to be there. Edmund waved his hand and took out an item from his pocket. It was a piece of amber, palm-sized and completely translucent. Inside the amber was a pupa, its back already cracked open, with a cicada connected by a translucent yet enfolded wing struggling to break free. It was halfway out of the pupa, frozen in that moment. Stagnant amber-type oddity effect. When life and thought are fixed in a stagnant state, the passage of time in the body will also be stagnated. The passage of time drives events to unfold, while in some adventure games events unfolding drives the passage of time. Quite an interesting concept. It was passed down in the family. Edmund carefully returned the amber to his pocket. Otherwise we wouldn't have lasted until your arrival. Chen Lin did not pursue the topic further. I need your assistance. You say it. I would like you to help me open a relic of the Nemo civilization not far from Cass Town. Could it be the legendary relic that buries the true scriptures of the sun? Elena suddenly spoke, her voice gentle as she looked at her father, her expression somewhat odd. You know of that place too? Chen Lin asked. Yes. Edmund's expression changed, not surprise, but a kind of knowing acceptance. He sighed in relief. I was captured by Cass precisely because I was researching that relic. He gave a bitter, "Well, it seems to be fate." Chen Lin stood up. "My time is tight. Let's get on the road to the relic and we can discuss the rest along the way." After revealing the identity of the scribe, Benjamin arranged for Chen Lin to have a larger carriage. The carriage, made from deep brown wood, was intricately engraved with magical patterns through which a faint blue light flowed. 4 white horses pulled the carriage, their harnesses adorned with silver metal pieces, producing crisp sounds with each step. Edmund insisted on driving for Chen Lin. Unable to refuse him, Chen Lin sat beside him at the front of the carriage. The carriage left No. 7, Wutong Street, heading towards the city gate along the streets of the upper town. As the wheels rolled over the cobblestone road, the magical patterns on the carriage glimmered slightly in the morning light. Passing by the city gate, Chen Lin saw several figures guarding either side of the gate. The affairs officer Weirder stood at the forefront, beside him a middle-aged man dressed in noble attire, accompanied by several attendants carrying trays. The tray held something that shimmered with a golden light under the sun. This scene seemed somewhat familiar. Chen Lin asked Edmund to stop the carriage and leaned out to inquire, "What is this for?" Weirder turned around, and upon seeing Chen Lin, immediately bowed. He was aware that Chen Lin was the scribe, so his demeanor became much more respectful, bending deeper than before. "Another group of adventurers is about to arrive," he pointed outside the city gate. "This is a reward for them." Following his gesture, Chen Lin looked out and saw the main road outside the city gate was empty, with only the distant boundary of the dense forest faintly visible in the morning mist. So soon? He felt puzzled, recalling that in his past life it took at least 3 weeks for the fastest to complete the apprentice path, starting from the first person who finished the proof tasks, and that was in another main city's novice village. This time, excluding him as a reincarnator, it had been less than a week. Weirder smiled, but did not respond. Perhaps it was the butterfly effect. Chen Lin shook his head, no longer thinking about it. He bid farewell to Weirder, and Edmund flicked the reins, driving the carriage out of the city gate. The wheels rolled over the gravel road, causing the carriage to jolt slightly. Chen Lin turned to the scholar and continued the previous topic. "The words of molten gold recorded in the collection of molten gold possess inherent power. Unfortunately, the interpretation is too slow, otherwise it should have played a significant role in this relic." Edmund smiled mysteriously and glanced back at the carriage. It seemed like he could see the calm appearance of his daughter through the carriage door. "My daughter is a scholar studying the rituals of the Nemo civilization. The words of molten gold hold great importance in Nemo rituals. Although there are no systematic texts left, she has conducted specialized research on this, so she should have some understanding." He paused. "Perhaps she could explain some basic information, or it might help you in interpreting the texts." Chen Lin detected the scholar's cautious tone and smiled. "Knowledge does not diminish through sharing. On the contrary, the time saved can be used for greater endeavors." He stood up, lifted the carriage curtain, and climbed into the carriage. "It is I who should ask her for assistance." Edmund chuckled heartily and continued to drive the carriage. The carriage moved forward along the main road, with the trees on either side gradually becoming sparse. The gravel road had not been maintained for years, with some sections overgrown with wild grass, yet the basic direction of the road remained clear. Along the way, the carriage passed by 4 weary figures. All 4 were dressed as thieves, their leather armor caked with dirt and dried blood, their faces showing evident fatigue. One of them had a tear in his boot, revealing a foot wrapped in cloth. They stood by the roadside looking up as this exquisite high-end carriage passed by. Edmund cast a glance at them and gently shook his head. Is this the adventurers that Weirder mentioned would soon arrive at the main city? In terms of mere demeanor, they fell far short compared to Tiani. The carriage did not slow down as it passed, raising a cloud of dust that settled on several of them. One thief gazed at the receding carriage and sighed. "I wonder what kind of important figure is sitting inside that carriage." He stroked his chin. "I wonder what kind of high-level opportunities are hidden within. To gain is my fortune, to lose is my doom." The leader of the weary man shook his head. He was half a head taller than the other 3, with a scar that extended from the tail of his brow to his chin, and his leather armor bore several worn metal badges. "Our most important and only goal right now is to be the second to enter the main city after Tiani." He gazed at the outline of the city, now clearly visible in the distance. The city walls shimmered with a gray-white glow in the morning light, and the flags atop the towers fluttered in the wind. "We can be ahead because we were fortunate enough to be born in Jialong Town, just like Tiani. Success is within reach. We cannot falter before dawn." "Indeed, indeed," another companion echoed. "What if you don't find the opportunity and end up being killed by him instead? That would mean all previous efforts go to waste." The experiences during this time had already made the players aware that they were currently at the very bottom of the game. There truly are NPCs who might suddenly turn hostile and kill for various reasons. The weary man ceased further discussion and quickened his pace along the main road. The exploration progress in Jialong Town was not fast. By the time the novice village conquered the first stronghold, he, as an ordinary scout, had only just reached the Springwater post. Standing in the now safe post, he did not go in to loot nor report back to the main force. He realized that Tian Yi, as the pioneer from Jialong Town, had likely already cleared all strongholds along the apprentice path in Jialong Town. This meant that the real obstacles blocking everyone had disappeared, as for other risks lurking in the environment. As agile and keen wanderers detecting danger and hiding became their strengths, he immediately gathered his 4 friends who were also scouts and made a decision. Leveraging the feature that the game character wouldn't disappear, when logging out in non-safe zones they took turns carrying their teammates to rest. One person would travel, while another rested on their back. They kept moving forward day and night. As they had expected, they encountered no significant difficulties. Even the midsection, deemed the most dangerous by other novice villages, turned out to be the easiest. A flat main road lay across the open ground. The road bore traces of wheel tracks, and the shrubs on either side had been trimmed with fallen tree trunks dragged to the roadside. Aside from some ordinary monsters wandering here, there was nothing else. They did not know where the monsters that originally guarded the most difficult sections had gone, nor did they care to be curious. After running non-stop for 13 hours at the cost of 1 companion, they finally stood before the gates of the City of Wisdom. The city gates were tall and wide, with the gray-white stone walls engraved with the city emblem. Guards stood straight at both sides of the gate, their armor gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The affairs officer and the nobles were already at the entrance waiting to welcome them. The weary man stopped in his tracks and glanced back at the road they had traveled. The morning mist had dissipated and the path back was clearly visible. He opened the live broadcast panel, directing the camera towards himself. A young face covered in dust, but with bright eyes, appeared on the screen, completing the apprentice path across the entire game, bringing you a tour of the main city of Celindia. He paused, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Success and fame are at hand. Today is the day. This is a poem praising the pharaoh. Alina's fingers pressed against the words of the melted gold anthology, reciting in a language imbued with mysterious power. The voice was soft, gently echoing in the carriage. Each syllable was clear and round, woven together like an ancient ballad carrying a peculiar rhythm. As the last line was spoken, the air trembled slightly. She had long been curious about this sacrificial language, rich in mysterious power, having spent some time studying it. Unfortunately, the remaining materials were too scarce, leaving her at a loss. Now, with a systematic text laid before her, how could she not feel joy and excitement? Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her fingers trembled gently on the pages. Chen Lin sat beside her, holding a phantom of a heart-shaped stone in his hand. The stone slowly rotated in his palm, revealing the outline of a rune on its surface. The rune carried a divine quality, resembling a miniature altar with the flame pattern at its center dancing continuously. Simulated runes summoned. The Pharaoh sublegendary level required cognition level scholar, current cognition level insufficient to use, although he could not use it. Possessing the summon the Pharaoh rune made grasping the mysterious power contained in the melted gold words feel instinctual to him. He opened his mouth and recited the poem Elena had just read. Though it was his first time speaking, his words carried a subtle resonance, with each syllable landing precisely where it should. Elena was taken aback for a moment, then repeated it, turning to the next page. She had a profound accumulation of knowledge about the Nemo civilization, while Chen Lin possessed the summon the Pharaoh rune and the ability to directly grasp the content of the text through reading skills. Together they quickly deciphered and interpreted the anthology. The carriage sped forward under the power of magical light. The 2 white horses moved gracefully and swiftly, their speed astonishing as the wheels crushed the gravel road, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ahead, players appeared once more. Dozens of players formed a loose yet meticulous formation, advancing along both sides of the road. Leading the way were several warriors, vigilantly scanning their surroundings with shields raised, followed by archers and mages, and behind them were players burdened with various supplies, clearly responsible for logistics. Some were scouting, some on guard, and others documenting with clear divisions of labor. Upon seeing Edmund's carriage approaching from afar, some players recognized the mad scholar, who had both guided and abandoned them. "It's that mad scholar," someone shouted. "Mr. Edmund," a warrior player raised a hand in greeting, the edge of his iron shield clanging against the ground, making a dull sound. "Where are you going? Do you want to go together?" Another mage stepped forward, arms outstretched to block the carriage. "Uncle, didn't you say you'd lead the way, eh? Why are you running off on your own?" Edmund shook his head, flicking the reins, and a path of light extended forward from beneath the wheels of the carriage, lifting the entire carriage into the air, soaring over the heads of the players. The players looked up, watching the exquisite carriage arc through the air before landing on the distant road. Beyond that lay even more players. They divided into several groups, helping one another and taking turns to advance. The front group was responsible for clearing the path, while the rear group handled supplies, rotating out when fatigued. Further back was a campsite. The camp had no tents, only simple bonfires and makeshift shelters made of branches and vines. A throng of players lay on the ground, most already offline, their characters sprawled, as if asleep beside the bonfire. Others stood guard with weapons patrolling, and occasionally bending down to check on their companions. Compared to the atmosphere in other novice villages which appeared cooperative, but were riddled with intrigue, the players of Cast Town were more united, having lost their safe zone from the very beginning and endured shared hardships. With continuous coordination from the organizers, the players moved busily, yet orderly, functioning steadily. They understood that one could not traverse this road alone. Only by helping one another could they reach the destination. Overall, the era was fair. The players of Cast Town faced difficulties leaving the city, and correspondingly the difficulty of the apprentice's path was significantly lower than that of other novice villages. In a few days they too would end this journey of wandering and arrive at Serindia. Inside the carriage, Elena closed the last page of the Melted Gold anthology. In summary, her voice was gentle. This anthology describes how after the calamity the pharaohs returned from death resplendent in glory. They will lead those commoners who survived the calamity through their piety, guiding the entire civilization back. As the last syllable fell, you have mastered advanced knowledge. Melted gold words, a language imbued with the power of the sun. With this language one can directly use all light and fire spells below the professional rank. Moreover, it serves as a bridge for communication with the Nemo deities and the cornerstone of advanced Nemo rituals. The so-called melted gold words signify that the pharaoh's oaths made to their faithful followers are enough to melt gold. Chen Lin nodded slightly. He felt the knowledge that had just settled in his mind. Those syllables and rhythms were no longer foreign things to be memorized, but rather innate instincts awakened deep within his consciousness. The rhythms that previously required the fluctuation of runes to grasp had now become part of him. After Elena made her final summary, she turned to Chen Lin with a smile, her face radiating satisfaction and joy. If her earlier admiration for Chen Lin stemmed from the infinite imagination inspired by his heroic demeanor that saved her, then through this journey of study, she felt in him a rationality that resonated with her own and a steadiness that made her trust and rely on him. But as newcomers, we all know that before the calamity arrived, the Nemo civilization had already collapsed and vanished from history. Chen Lin commented. He too felt a surge of excitement. With mastery of the melted gold words, the doors to becoming a scholar had already opened for him. At that time, combined with the summon, the pharaoh, his combat power would be sufficient. After passing the legendary hunter phase, he could quickly level up to 20 and directly ascend to the elite rank. Wouldn't that be truly taking flight? Thud thud. Edmund's voice came from outside the carriage. We have arrived, and there is a situation. The carriage came to a halt in front of a ruin. The ruins covered a vast area with rubble and debris strewn across the ground, remnants of walls appearing faintly in the cold atmosphere. The wind swept through the ruins, emitting a low wailing sound, as if something were sighing beneath the ground. Edmund jumped down, his expression serious as he stared into the depths of the ruins. Figures slowly rose behind the piles of rubble. They wore tattered mage robes, their exposed bones pale gray, with dark purple flames burning in their eye sockets. Some held bone staffs, while others had their fingers spread wide, a ghostly green light gathering at their fingertips. Corpse demon, level 34. Edmund stepped back, blocking the front of the carriage, his expression grave. Elena, protect Tion E. Don't be nervous. The carriage door swung open, and Chen Lin stepped out. He raised his hand. The Dark Knights Templar, 300 strong, descended in an instant. It was not a series of lights appearing one after another, but rather a singular complete arrival. The hooves of the warhorses struck the ground simultaneously, producing a thunderous roar as 300 kite-shaped shields were raised in unison and 300 lances were pointed forward. Once the legion was unified under the command of the Knights Templar, the summoning was complete in one go. The undead ghouls looked at the orderly ranks of the Knights Templar, displaying clear disdain. The ghouls were mostly transformed from mid-tier necromancers, and they were all too familiar with such undead summons. The leading ghoul was taller than the others, with deep purple flames in its eye sockets and a tattered crown upon it. With a wave of its staff, a grayish-white light spread from the tip, sweeping over the Knights Templar, banishing the undead summons. Only one who truly understands their own kind knows how to deal with them. This spell, reversed from the undead summoning, was the natural nemesis of the undead. The light fell upon the leading Dark Knight, flickering briefly before extinguishing. The soul fire of the great ghoul flickered. The legion was connected as a whole. To banish them, one had to expel all the knights at once. With the great ghoul at level 45, that was impossible. Clear this place. Chen Lin waved his hand. After the reorganization, his control was no longer directed at any individual, but rather at the collective will of the entity known as the Legion. He issued a command, and the Legion decided on its own how to execute it. While they could no longer perform intricate maneuvers like shift lances left 5 centimeters, the knights themselves possessed considerable intelligence and could devise action plans. The ghouls howled in unison, raising their bony shields. Grayish-white bone armor enveloped them in layers. Then they began their assault. Some unleashed psychic shrieks, sending invisible sound waves toward the Knights Templar. Others hurled bone spears that sliced through the air. Some directed necrotic rays, sending ghostly green beams toward the Knights' faces. The attacks were chaotic and lacked any unified coordination. Damage inflicted upon the Knights was distributed evenly among them by the damage-sharing mechanism of the Legion. The shields bore a few scratches, and the plate armor had several charred dents, but no one was lost. The Knights gradually accelerated, trampling the debris and obstacles raised by the ghouls charging towards their target. The great ghoul emitted a sharp psychic shriek. All the ghouls simultaneously halted their actions, focusing their fire on a single ordinary knight on the side. Dozens of necrotic rays struck the knight simultaneously. His body staggered, the plate armor shattered, and the warhorse neighed as both knight and steed were consumed by white light. A gap appeared in the formation of the Knights Templar, but the gap was quickly filled. The black mist that enveloped the knights swirled, converging towards the gap. As the mist dissipated, a complete knight stood in that position, lance raised with the warhorse's hooves striking the ground. They were both a collective and individuals. Targeting a single entity could not destroy the entire Legion. Likewise, as long as the Legion remained, the individual would not truly perish. The iron hooves shattered the obstacles as the Knights Templar charged into the ranks of the ghouls. The Knight Captain led the charge with the lance, gathering the power of the entire Legion, its tip glowing with a ghostly blue and dangerous light. With a thrust, the great ghoul's bony shield was pierced as if it were paper, and the lance drove through its chest cavity. The great ghoul fell to the ground. The Knight Captain withdrew his lance as several flag bearers trampled down, breaking its limbs. The Knight Captain's lance fell again, piercing through its skull. Deep purple soul fire spilled from its eye sockets, dissipating into the air. With the leader dead, the other ghouls were thrown into chaos. Some turned to flee, others continued casting spells, and some stood still, unsure of what to do. The knights surrounded them from all directions, their lances stabbing into the ghouls' bodies from different angles. The battle soon concluded. Chen Lin dismounted from the carriage, looking at the scattered bone fragments without surprise. Below, the expert tier low-tier practitioners relied on organization and cooperation to surround and eliminate high-tier foes, which was a very useful tactic. But it was limited to below the expert tier. The three entered the ruins. The interior of the ruins was even more chaotic than the outside. Rubble and debris piled in the corners, and the murals on the walls had become indistinct, with only a few remaining lines recognizable as human figures and the shape of the sun. The ground was inscribed with runes, but most were worn down, making it impossible to discern their original shapes. Edmund walked ahead, feeling as familiar as if he were back home. He navigated around a pile of rubble, stepping over a collapsed door frame, his steps showing no hesitation. There isn't much controversy over the symbols here. He spoke as he walked in simple terms. They need to carry a token. But what exactly the token is has never been determined or verified. He led the two into the center of the ruins. The center was a round hall, the dome of which had collapsed halfway, revealing a grayish-yellow sky. In the very center of the ground stood a stone platform, its surface smooth with a groove in the center, whose shape was indistinct. Several lines of inscriptions were carved around the edge of the platform, the strokes neat and relatively well preserved. In fact, this ruin has been well studied. Edmund sighed. With a token, it could be fully deciphered soon. But the problem is that there isn't one, and they don't even know what the token is. Chen Lin approached the stone platform and took out a book from his backpack. The Journal of Priest Nemo. In his previous life, players had unlocked this ruin using this tome. He placed the journal in the groove of the stone platform. The remaining symbols lit up. Starting from the edge of the stone platform, the light spread along the patterns on the ground, illuminating circles of runes. In the center of the runes, a hazy light and shadow emerged, resembling a layer of thin mist or ink soaked in water, indistinct. Edmund and Elena stepped forward simultaneously, their eyes lighting up. Great. Edmund's voice trembled slightly. He turned to Chen Lin, seeing his puzzled expression, and excitedly explained, "Don't be fooled by its apparent lack of information. As soon as we grasp the thread, the rest will not be difficult. Please trust us. No rush." Chen Lin halted their eager impulse to explore. He looked at the light and shadow, pondered, and took the journal out of the groove. If the Journal of Priest Nemo is a token, what about other items? He took out the golden balance from his backpack. The moment the golden balance appeared, Edmund and Elena's gazes were firmly locked onto it. As scholars researching the Nemo civilization, they naturally understood the significance of this balance better than Viscount Alvin. Elena's lips parted slightly, but no sound came out. Chen Lin placed the balance in the center of the stone platform. An even brighter light and shadow manifested. What was once a hazy mist now revealed its contours. It resembled the shape of some structure with columns and steps, but it remained blurry, as if viewed through frosted glass. Chen Lin contemplated and the phantom of the Heart of Runes appeared in his hand, simulating the summoned Pharaoh rune. He opened his mouth, reciting the words of molten gold. Appear. The light and shadow solidified completely. A solemn altar appeared in the center of the hall. The altar was square with a stone pillar at each corner, the pillars covered in carvings. The surface of the altar was coated with a layer of golden paint, radiating a soft glow in the dim light. In the center of the altar stood a statue depicting a human body with a jackal head, holding a scepter, the deity of the underworld from Nemo mythology. The father and daughter eagerly approached, squatting at the edge of the altar, beginning to study the carvings and inscriptions. Elena took out paper and pen from her backpack, recording notes as she looked. Chen Lin walked over to the nearby wall. Several lines of inscriptions were carved on the wall, the strokes neat and in line with the style of the inscriptions on the stone platform. He extended his finger to touch the inscriptions, activating the reading spell. You have read the tomb inscriptions and gained a small but profound knowledge of magic. His original knowledge level was at 12 scholar. After seeing the Phantom of Cavendish, it soared directly to 84. Along with his accumulated knowledge during this time, he was not far from reaching 100. The speed of interpreting these inscriptions was much faster than before, with information flowing smoothly and almost without any lag. Elena walked over to him, joining in the interpretation of the inscriptions. The inscriptions roughly describe a calamity yet to come. The pharaohs awakened from the tomb of the dead, simultaneously undergoing a change in temperament, even opening the door to calamity, allowing it to occupy people's bodies at will. The current pharaoh rose in resistance, but ultimately fell at a disadvantage. A group escorted the civilizational treasure, the True Sun Scripture, to escape, but when they reached this place, they were pursued by the calamity, and in desperation, the high priest initiated a forbidden ritual to bury everything. Through combining magical knowledge, you have comprehended the skill dust to dust, continuously conduct a burial ritual, adding a resting mark to the undead within range. When the resting mark exceeds the survival will of the undead, it immediately buries them, and the guide gains a small amount of experience and rewards. Chen Lin withdrew his finger. This place truly harbors the True Sun Scripture. Elena was also surprised, her face displaying an expression of disbelief. The rumors are indeed true. A voice called out from the direction of the altar. I've found a way to unlock the ruins. I have found a way to activate it. Edmund called the two individuals to the altar. He crouched at the edge of the altar, pointing to the relief beneath his feet, revealing its full form from the side. The high priest buried all of this, meaning the true ruins are actually a tomb concealed beneath death. To activate the ruins, there are two crucial points. The first is the token, which we already possess. The second is guidance. His words were professional and confident as his finger moved across the relief. Not to guide us down, but to guide the tomb upwards. Elena nodded frequently. She straightened up and looked at Mr. Can you please wait a moment? We will be ready soon. Chen Lin stepped aside as instructed. Activating the ruins was precisely why he had invited them here, so he naturally would not interfere. Elena began to arrange offerings and ceremonial vessels around the altar. She took out items from her backpack: pottery, a bronze mirror, and jade ornaments, placing each in a specific position. After arranging them, she stepped back to observe, then moved forward to adjust the angles, shifting one pottery jar half an inch to the left and turning a bronze mirror a quarter turn to the right. Edmund continued to delve into the inscriptions on the altar, raising his head to inform Elena after deciphering each section. Elena adjusted the ritual details based on his information, changing the position of a certain offering or modifying the order of a chant. Chen Lin stood quietly aside like a supervisor. He nodded in satisfaction. Each field has its own expertise. Instead of trying to solve every problem himself, it was better to leverage the social status brought by the pioneers to call upon those who could. He intended to focus his energy on enhancing his strength, leaving the finer details to those capable of handling them. Soon the ritual was finally adjusted. Edmund walked over. Mr. Canny, since you possess high-level runes related to the Nemo civilization, please take the main position. What should I do? Chen Lin replied immediately. Don't worry, the ritual will be presided over by Elena. You only need to manifest the runes. Chen Lin nodded, but raised his hand to pause. Wait a moment. He glanced at the system prompt. There were still 47 hours remaining. Edmund and Elena proved to be more capable than expected, not even needing the time set aside for error. Let's take a break for now. There will be no time to rest afterward. After saying this, he logged off to rest. When Chen Lin logged back in, the butler had already arrived at the ruins and handed him a box. The box was small, made of wood, and coated with dark paint. Chen Lin opened it briefly, then closed the lid. He glanced at the countdown. There were still 37 hours remaining. Let's begin. He stood at the main position of the altar, and the Heart of Runes in his hand manifested a summoning spell. The phantom of the runes appeared in his palm, and the altar's patterns glimmered faintly with divinity. Elena stood at the sacrificial position, chanting the words of molten gold. Her voice echoed in the vast hall, with each syllable precisely falling into place within the ritual. The offerings and vessels lit up one by one with her chant, first the pottery jar, then the bronze mirror, followed by the jade ornament, and finally the runes on the edge of the entire altar. The golden balance beam in the center of the ritual radiated sunlight-like brilliance. It remained in place, yet appeared to rise higher like a sun ascending to a higher realm. Correspondingly, the altar sank continuously in a mystical sense, the stone platform, descending, the ground sinking, and the surrounding air also descending. An invisible ritual connected the balance beam to the altar, like an unseen rope tying the sun to the altar. Elena's voice grew increasingly fervent, and the pull of the ritual intensified. Chen Lin stood at the main position, watching the invisible rope between the balance beam and the altar. He understood the words of molten gold, realizing that the ritual used the balance beam as a lure, likening the altar to a hook to draw the tomb up from beneath death. But he felt something was amiss. Why do I feel like we are more like bait? As soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding air suddenly sank. The chilling aura permeating the ruins, the darkness seeping from the cracks of the ruins, surged in from all directions like a tide, converging violently the moment his words fell. Light vanished, sound vanished, temperature vanished. Everything was swallowed by darkness. A light point appeared above. The point was extremely distant, as if gazing up at the water's surface from the depths of a profound abyss. It was a crimson dot, small like a distant star, casting a faint beam of light that vaguely illuminated an area around it. Beneath his feet lay yellow sand. Dry, fine yellow sand that slightly sank underfoot. Beyond the beam of light was an impenetrable darkness. This darkness was not the dark of night nor the black of indoors, but a tangible, heavy darkness that seemed capable of devouring everything. Elena stepped on the yellow sand beneath her, glancing at the terrifying darkness outside the beam of light, instinctively leaning closer to Chen Lin. Mr. Tianyi. Her voice was soft, fading into the vast space, swallowed by darkness without an echo. Edmund pointed at the floating golden balance beam, his expression solemn. The ritual is not yet complete. Once the golden balance beam is disturbed, we will instantly return to the present world, and the ritual will terminate. He glanced at the surrounding darkness. But we don't know. His voice lowered. What will happen during this time? Once it is touched, we will return. Chen Lin smiled slightly. That suits me just fine. He turned to look at Elena. At this point, I will also tell you my purpose. My intention is not to explore the ruins, but to leave a great trouble here. He paused. Miss Elena, to prevent unforeseen circumstances, could you help me set up a ritual to actively terminate the current ritual, a backup plan? All right. Elena agreed without hesitation. Not only was the environment unsettling her, but more importantly, this was Tianyi's request. This? Edmund wanted to say something, glancing at Elena's eager expression, then at Chen Lin's calm demeanor, ultimately letting out a helpless sigh. As an archaeologist, excavating and studying ruins was both his profession and passion. Protecting the ruins was his moral duty. Now a trouble that even the pioneers viewed as troublesome was about to be thrown into the ruins he had researched for years, and it was clear that this trouble would not treat the environment well. But looking at his daughter, he could only helplessly sigh again. There were still 36 hours left. Chen Lin opened his backpack, taking out a series of items shimmering with magical light, laying them on the yellow sand. Let us begin. Chen Lin took out 5 bright yellow jade rods and tossed them onto the yellow sand. The jade rods landed deeply, embedding themselves into the ground. Light emanated from the rods, and simultaneously the 5 jade rods expanded into 5 sturdy pillars, standing tall in the center and surrounding the underground. He then took out a similarly textured jade stone in the shape of a plate and threw it on the ground. The jade stone landed between the 5 pillars, and the light spread across the ground, constructing a step-like foundation based on the pillars. Edmund's expression became serious. As an archaeologist, he had a basic understanding of architecture. He realized that starting with a foundation meant that what was to be built next was not some trivial temporary facility. Chen Lin retrieved a white cube adorned with mysterious patterns. The outer shell of the cube began to disassemble, with pieces of white plates falling off the main body and drifting to the yellow sand. The plates unfolded and connected with each other, replacing the loose gravel beneath their feet with smooth, solid rock. The rock's surface shimmered with vibrant colored light spots, which radiated outward with waves. You are in an environment rich in elements. Mana recovery speed, 20 mana consumption 10. He then took out 4 wall-building scrolls and tore them open. 4 walls over 5 meters high rose at the edges of the rocky ground, enclosing the 3 individuals within. The walls were grayish-white, smooth on the surface, without seams, as if carved from a single piece of rock. Elena, who was studying the arrangement of the termination ritual, visibly relaxed. Her shoulders were no longer tense, and her fingers ceased to tremble. Chen Lin threw out 4 magical cores. The cores landed at the four corners of the walls and light surged from them, ascending and evolving into four magical towers at the corners. The towers had pointed tops, each level featuring arrow slits, and the tops were embedded with fist-sized crystals, within which currents of light flowed. The calm darkness finally stirred. A figure staggered into the light. It was small in stature, resembling a withered corpse, but without flesh and blood, only gray-brown skin enveloping the bones. The skin was abnormally large, layered, and drooping over the skeleton, dragging on the ground. It resembled a child wrapped in an oversized blanket. The walking posture resembled not walking, but rather the skin dragging the skeleton across the ground. Abandoned shell, level 0. Edmund's eyes were filled with confusion, yet his body trembled violently, sensing something before his consciousness did. Chen Lin's movements did not cease. Summoning light flickered. Necromancy summoned, the giant skeleton merged, and 8 skeletal spellcasters appeared beside Chen Lin, forming a semicircle. The Legion command reorganized them into a cohesive unit, merging Chen Lin's consciousness with the will of the Legion, significantly enhancing his spellcasting abilities. Necromancy summoned, and nearby 5 small skeletons appeared, grasping a long rod resembling both a staff and a flag. Skeleton Summoner, level 10. Giant skeleton merged. The 5 skeleton summoners fused into one, their leg bones disappearing and losing all mobility. The tailbone extended downward, piercing into the rocky ground like a nail. The ribs spread outward, the previously closed sternum opened sideways, revealing a twisted light and shadow within the chest cavity, emanating a rich aura of the undead. Bone Gate, level 19. 1, 2, 3. 5 bone gates stood in a row behind the walls. The door frames were made of white bones, and inside was a shimmering light and shadow, gently rippling like the surface of water. The light and shadow fluctuated simultaneously. 3 skeleton mages, 1 skeleton archer, and 1 skeleton rogue emerged from the 5 gates. As the 5 servants approached Chen Lin, they were merged into bone guides. The form of the bone guide was taller than an ordinary skeleton, draped in a grayish-white robe, holding a bone staff. It walked to the left tower, ascended the spiral staircase, stood at the top, and pointed the bone staff at the crystal atop the tower. The crystal lit up. A ray shot from the top of the tower, accurately hitting the abandoned shell. The shell fell with a thud, collapsing onto the yellow sand. But it quickly stood up again. 2 bright points flickered in the hollow eye sockets, faint and murky, resembling 2 oil lamps about to extinguish. Awakening shell, level 1. This is a calamity. Edmund's face changed completely. He finally recalled the fear he had deliberately forgotten, trembling violently, his voice altering in pitch. He looked at Chen Lin in terror, almost shouting, "Stop. It cannot continue. If it does, true calamity." Chen Lin remained calm. "What I want is calamity. After all the trouble I intend to unleash is also a form of calamity." The 5 bone gates opened, and a line of skeletal servants filed out. As they passed between Chen Lin and the skeletal spellcasters, they were seamlessly merged into bone guides, and then moved towards the surrounding towers. More and more shells emerged from the darkness, dragging their oversized skin as they staggered into the illuminated area. The guides atop the towers continuously fired rays, knocking them down. They fell, then stood up, leveled up, and were knocked down again. A cycle repeated. The light points in the sky drew from a distant star. It transformed into a bright pearl, then into a blazing white disk. The light grew increasingly intense, causing the illuminated area on the ground to expand significantly. Once enough guides were present for the 4 towers, Chen Lin adjusted the formula. A new batch of skeletal spellcasters stood behind the walls, collectively casting spells. The light of the spells connected into a singular beam, pushing the 4 walls outward entirely, causing the rocky slabs on the ground to extend outward as well. The spellcasters cast various spells to enhance the walls. The Stone Skin spell increased the wall's hardness, the Resistance spell boosted their magical defense, and the Vitalization spell allowed the walls to slowly self-repair after taking damage. Chen Lin took out 4 modules and tossed them onto the 4 corners of the inner city. The modules landed and transformed into 4 crystal squares, with light flowing between them, constructing an overall elemental circuit. Skeletal servants continuously retrieved modules from the open boxes beside him, climbing the walls to equip them with various alchemical apparatuses. Edmund stood by, awestruck. Just the initial equipment consumed for setting up the field amounted to several tens of millions in real currency. Fortunately, Chen Lin was not short on money. After entering the city, he had his butler liaise with the municipal hall to sell the ordinary standard level 10 green gear available in the main city shops to all players at 30 times the price. High demand, high scarcity, bulk supply, and monopoly. These 4 factors combined felt like an extra button appeared before Chen Lin. Pressing it could multiply his assets 30-fold. The financial magnates, armed with money gained through exploitation and financial games, ended up being harvested by "My resources are endless." Chen Lin gazed at the increasing number of shells emerging from the darkness, his tone calm. "I hope you are the same." The city walls were adorned with a variety of alchemical devices. Crossbows, magic cannons, elemental projectors stood poised between the battlements, their barrels facing outward. Most of them were in a state of readiness, with only a few intermittently firing, testing their range and power. Outside the walls, the monsters had changed. They were no longer those frail and feeble husks. Their skins were stretched taut, still gaunt, but at least they took on a humanoid shape. Their limbs no longer dragged on the ground, and their spines were no longer bent. The points of light in their eye sockets had multiplied from 2 to 4.5, the murky luminescence much brighter than before. The elemental rays from the tower could still easily shatter them. Grayish-white beams descended, exploding the husks' bodies, scattering fragments of skin and bone across the ground. Yet those shattered husks writhed on the ground slowly, piece by piece, inching toward one another, reassembling. There were far too many. One after another they emerged from the darkness, stepping into the illuminated area. The ones in front were shattered while those behind trod upon the debris and continued forward. The husks piled atop one another, the ones in front pushed along by those behind like a tide rising or filth overflowing from an overfilled container. The foremost husks were already nearing the city walls. Edmund lost his sense of detachment. He crouched beside the golden balance, holding paper and pen, studying the layout for the active termination ritual with Elena. The father and daughter whispered in discussion, occasionally sketching on the paper, shaking their heads and erasing. Chen Lin ascended the city tower. He had ceased synthesis, but the skeletal gate remained operational. 5 doors stood open, continuously spewing forth the most common skeleton warriors and skeletal giants. Level 10 apprentices, cheap, mass-produced, and endless. Behind him, apart from a small clearing around the golden balance, the area was packed with skeletal servants. The skeletal warriors brandished bone swords while the skeletal giants moved with heavy steps, standing densely together like a gray-white forest. Counting the eye of the giant necklace, he now had 46 summoning slots. For him, who mastered Legion, command quantity was no longer a limitation. 46 summoning slots meant 46 command units. Each unit could be an entire army. He communicated with the team he named architects, the skeletal spellcasters standing behind the city wall, constantly casting spells to enhance the wall, all raising their staffs in unison. The wall simultaneously pushed outward by 5 meters. The rocky ground extended outward, and the wall's foundation moved forward. As the wall advanced, gaps appeared at the corners. Before the husks could surge toward the gaps, the dense mass of skeletal servants rushed out from within. The skeletal warriors raised their bone swords, and the skeletal giants took large strides, bursting forth from the gaps, like a flood breaking through a dam, colliding with the husks. The ethereal shadow of the silent monument emerged behind Chen Lin. A stable and heavy aura swept across the battlefield, enhancing these most inexpensive skeletal servants. In the moment of impact, bone swords fell and bone fists smashed down. The apprentice-tier skeletal servants faced off against level 4 husks, outmatched in strength, speed, and technique. The husks were cut down, smashed, and trampled into the ground. On one side was the indestructible, on the other the endless. The skeletal servants gradually pushed the husks outward. With every swing of their bone swords, they trod upon fragments of skin and bone. They advanced for dozens of meters, then slowed down. It was not that the husks had the ability to counterattack. They were still being cut down, still being crushed, but there were simply too many. Layer upon layer, the fallen bodies were trampled by those behind, and the broken husks writhed on the ground, slowly reassembling. Toppling one layer, another followed, as if cutting through ocean waves with a bone sword. Knights assemble. Chen Lin's voice was not loud, but echoed throughout. Pierce through them for me. 300 shadow knights simultaneously descended. The hooves of their warhorses thundered on the rocky ground, creating a synchronized din. They gradually accelerated on the open ground, pushed outward by the skeletal servants, the sound of hooves transitioning from chaotic to orderly, then to deafening. The knight commander pointed his spear. The knight regiment arced into the wave of monsters. Their lances raised, the warhorses charged at full speed like a red-hot knife slicing through butter. The foremost husks were knocked aside, crushed, and pierced by the lances. The knight regiment carved a path through the monster sea, like drilling a tunnel out of a mountain. Inevitably, their speed slowed. The frontline knights were obstructed by layers of husks, the warhorses unable to charge at full speed, the lances not retracting in time to strike again. The speed of the first wave of knights diminished. Yet amid their gaps, the second wave of knights surged. They circled past the first wave of knights, their lances raised, speed increasing as they crashed into the monster horde ahead. The speed of the second wave also slowed. The third wave charged out. 3 waves of knights cycled in a relentless charge, one after another, like an unending tide. Each charge tore a gap in the monster horde, the knights behind following through that gap to widen it. They left a clear path strewn with fragments of skin and bone. A series of skeletal behemoths followed behind the knight regiment. Standing 7 meters tall, their bony forms advanced along the path carved out by the knights. They did not participate in the charge, but stood at the sides of the path, turning to face outward, anchoring the road opened by the knights, dividing the monsters on either side. The skeletal servants surged along the pinned path, flooding into the areas on either side. They no longer faced the endless tide, but only needed to clear the limited husks that had been separated. Once the knight regiment completed their charge, the densely packed skeletal behemoths had already formed a square. One stood every 5 meters like a damp-proof embankment, keeping the tide of monsters at bay. Advance. Chen Lin waved his hand. The skeletal spellcasters behind the walls simultaneously pushed the walls forward. The 4 walls began to shift from their original positions, the rocky ground extending forward and the wall's foundation sliding ahead. During the advance, new gaps appeared, but several wall-building scrolls were activated simultaneously, grayish-white light falling upon the gaps, new wall sections rising from the ground to fill the voids. The walls slowly moved forward, ultimately engulfing the skeletal behemoths. Their bodies became embedded within the walls, serving as both reinforcement and support. A square wall 400 meters on each side and 8 meters high stood prominently on the yellow sands. The defense surface was too vast to cover, but being too small also limited its effectiveness. Chen Lin nodded at the newly constructed wall. This length was just about right. A series of skeletal doors unfolded against the wall's exterior. The door frames embedded into the wall, within which shadows flickered continuously, spewing out skeleton warriors and skeletal giants. No archers or mages were needed. The alchemical devices on the walls could do better. No thieves were needed, as there was no opportunity to employ them in this sea of monsters. Nor were priests necessary. Such inexpensive servants did not require enhancement. Dense masses of skeletal servants poured down from the walls, treading on the yellow sands, facing the monster tide pushing upstream. Grayish-white bones collided with gray-brown husks. Bones, swords, and fists struck down, splattering fragments of skin and bone. This was his mode. The intensity of the monster tide directly ahead suddenly weakened. The number of husks emerging from the darkness decreased, and their frequency slowed. Yet the intensity from the 3 sides remained unchanged, still surging in layers. Chen Lin frowned. Was something larger on the way? No, this shouldn't be the case at this time. The light source above drew nearer. That crimson point of light had transformed from a distant star into a palm-sized disk suspended in the sky, casting bright illumination. The area covered by light expanded several times larger than before, illuminating the yellow sands, walls, and monsters, everything clearly visible. In the distance, a stronghold surrounded by wooden and stone walls appeared. The low walls, made of brick and stone, were not the smooth and polished magical walls built by Chen Lin, but rather crude, yet sturdy walls built from stones and mortar. The walls enclosed a stronghold within which stood several low houses, half of their roofs already collapsed. Chen Lin squinted, gazing at that stronghold. The husks no longer surged towards the city walls. They changed direction and rushed towards the low outpost in the distance, gathering from all sides like a tide meeting a reef. Many tall figures emerged from the outpost. They bore the heads of jackals, towering over ordinary humans by 2 heads clad in metal armor, wielding scepters. The scepters were deep brown, with the heads carved in the shape of sacred beetles. They collided with the husks, and with a swing of the scepter the husks fell to the ground. Behind them came figures resembling priests, dressed in linen robes, wearing white high crowns, and holding ceramic incense burners. They formed a circle and began to chant. Their voices were deep and slow, resembling an ancient dirge. The fallen husks turned to dust with their chants, unable to gather again. Chen Lin watched this scene. These must be the natives of the ruins. He recalled the inscriptions on the altar, the ones who escorted the Sun Scripture to safety. Perhaps they had not died or had survived in some form. In his contemplation, he made a decision. He would approach them. Regardless of whether they were enemies or friends, he needed to clarify their stance. Otherwise, he might be attacked from behind at a critical moment, losing all his previous efforts. He pointed towards the distance. Clear a path for me. Beneath the city walls, the dense sea of skeletons turned and surged towards the outpost. They lacked intelligence and, faced with their master's command, chose the most direct way to fulfill it. They pushed, trampled, and killed. The knights regrouped. Ultimately, a vanguard was still required. 300 dark knights formed ranks behind the city walls, with the knight commander at the front and standard bearers flanking the sides. Behind them, several skeletal giants stood poised for action. The same tactics were employed, but this time the task was more arduous, necessitating additional support. Behind Chen Lin, 6 white wings unfurled. They were long and edged with a faint golden glow. With a gentle flutter, they lifted the platinum heart encircled with light into the air. The descent of the divine spirit, level 49 sacred being, health 1 heavenly armament, transforms the chosen one into a heroic spirit, granting them heavenly armament. Divine authority bestows upon a single target, elevating their status to that of a sacred spirit. When not empowered, the descent of the divine spirit remains in an unselectable state. Forbidden call. As a creation that should not exist in this era, each manifestation could attract correctors. The heart throbbed slightly. Platinum light surged from the heart, spreading outward like ripples. The light swept over the dark knights, causing their armor to undergo transformation. The sun motif glowed, shifting from dark gold to blazing white. A semi-transparent light membrane surfaced over the armor as if coated in crystal. The Enlightened Knight Commander, level 49, Enlightened Knight, level 37. The Knight Commander pointed with his spear. The Knight Order charged forth. Their speed was faster than before, and their strength greater, with white afterimages trailing their lances. The horde of monsters was torn apart, the husks blocking their path shattered, trampled, and ignited by holy light. A bright path of light extended from the city walls to the outpost. The Knight Commander reined in his steed, and the Knight Order formed ranks along the path of light. The guards of the outpost halted their actions, gripping their scepters, the glow in the jackal-headed figures' eyes flickering with vigilance. Two figures emerged from the outpost. One was burly, wearing a blue-striped crown and a linen kilt, holding a blackwood scepter. Tribal leader Kanik. The other had a jackal's head, clad in copper-scaled armor, wielding a curved blade. The guardian of the Crimson Sunset. A knight beside the commander, distorted in shadow. Chen Lin held the simulated image of the god-summoning pharaoh, using a spell to teleport from the city wall to the forefront of the Knight Order. The image of the god-summoning pharaoh slowly rotated in his hand, the divine altar patterns standing out vividly in the dim light. The guardian of the Crimson Sunset glanced at the symbol's image, sensing the familiar fluctuations within, then looked at the distant skeletal giant. His expression shifted from vigilance to warmth as he took a step forward and respectfully bowed. "My lord, thank you for your arrival." His voice was deep, carrying a long muted hoarseness. "But please see, this place is the burial ground of a disastrous army. Although the phantoms are no longer present with the ritual underway, they will inevitably return here, thus re-entering the world." Tribal leader Kanik nodded in agreement. "We still have some texts and treasures. Please take them and leave. Let everything be eternally buried here." A reasonable person indeed. Chen Lin nodded slightly. Since that was the case, he would not conceal his intentions. "I have condensed a legendary talent, and will soon face the pursuit of legendary hunters. I plan to leave the hunters here to let the Grim Reaper and the phantoms fight among themselves while I make my escape." "That sounds good." Set nodded at this. Causing some trouble for these disasters would be excellent. This plan might not work. The tribal leader pondered for a moment, realizing that Chen Lin had overlooked or was unaware of certain matters. The cataclysm has destroyed far too much. Some vital information may have been lost. The cause of the cataclysm lies with those buried pharaohs who have transformed into phantoms. They returned from death, opening the gates of disaster, allowing phantoms to invade the world, occupying the bodies of their people at will. The army we buried this time is precisely under the command of the fourth pharaoh Naime. You have already condensed a legendary talent at such a low tier, making you an excellent vessel. At that time Naime may intervene. If that happens, escaping will likely be impossible. Chen Lin furrowed his brow. He realized that ordinary players correspond to ordinary phantoms, while he as an extraordinary reborn individual would attract extraordinary changes. This was already demonstrated during the vocational assessment. There are indeed ways to resolve this. An extremely elderly figure emerged from the outpost. His skin resembled a cracked riverbed, and each step seemed like he would fall apart. He wore a faded priestly robe embroidered with the sun boat pattern, now so blurred it was unrecognizable. Tribal leader Kanik and the guardian of the Crimson Sunset hurried to his side, supporting his arms on either side. "High Priest." He raised his head, his murky eyes glancing at the symbol's image in Chen Lin's hand, then looked up at the hovering descent of the divine spirit. He paused for a moment, then raised his hand. A tome appeared in his grasp. The pages were forged from gold, each as thin as a cicada's wing, intricately engraved with complex patterns. The cover was inlaid with gems, red rubies, and blue sapphires arranged in the shape of the sun. "The sun scripture is in my possession." The high priest's voice was soft like the wind rustling through dry leaves. "If Naime's consciousness descends, then we shall sacrifice everything to teach him a lesson." Tribal leader Kanik appeared calm, but his pupils slightly widened. He gave the high priest a subtle glance, to which the high priest nodded slightly. "That works as well." The guardian of the Crimson Sun's tone carried a straightforward relief and excitement. "Let everything come to an end. Thank you for informing me." Chen Lin's voice grew calm. "But I have decided to terminate this immediately." He had invested so much, essentially seeking no gains or returns, merely to overcome the challenge posed by the legendary hunters. Now an unmanageable factor had emerged, one he judged he could not resolve. He did not wish to place himself in uncontrollable danger merely to resolve someone else's grudge. Thus he decided to abandon his previous investment, return to the City of Wisdom, and seek the protection of the saints. I understand your concerns. The high priest smiled slightly. He took a wedge from his priestly robe. The wedge was dark gray, etched with fine patterns exuding the aura of death and burial. Please accept this as a foundation of mutual trust. He extended the wedge toward Chen Lin, and also as a final resort. The wedge in the high priest's hand was a dark gray, its surface intricately etched with fine patterns. The anchor of the netherworld, a measure that fixes death, maintaining the state of being on the brink of death. The anchor of the netherworld is the core of the tomb. The voice of the high priest was soft, as if it came from a distant place. Burial signifies forgetting, while the anchor point is the starting point of return. Once destroyed, it means that what has been forgotten will completely vanish. Chen Lin looked down at the wedge, understanding the meaning behind the high priest's words. When things reached the worst point, he could choose to destroy it, allowing the entire tomb to seem as if it had perished long ago, as if nothing had ever happened. In other words, when things reach their worst, I can summon the shadow of Michael to settle everything. Is that so? Chen Lin communicated with the descending Holy Spirit. Is it feasible? The descending Holy Spirit was shaped by the shadow of Michael, possessing a hint of spirituality. In such matters, consulting him for final confirmation was more than appropriate. The thought conveyed a faint agreement. That's good. Chen Lin opened his eyes and stored the wedge in his backpack. I agree with your proposal. He turned to gaze at the still surging monstrous sea outside the stronghold. The husks emerged from the dark depths, dragging their loose skins, staggering like a herd of driven livestock. Their numbers were greater than before, and more figures could be seen moving in the distant darkness. Why not gather the troops together and discuss further? The leader Karnak nodded eagerly. He turned around and shouted into the stronghold, his voice deep and resonant, echoing far across the desolate ruins. The people within the stronghold began to move, some carrying things, others forming lines, and the previously lifeless camp suddenly came to life with sounds. Chen Lin entered the stronghold. The door was narrow, the two stone doors ajar, just wide enough for one person to pass through. Stepping over the threshold, the stone slabs beneath his feet were uneven, with some areas covered in yellow sand, making a soft crunching sound as he walked. He was taken aback. There were still the old, the weak, women and children in the camp. Dozens of children crowded behind a half-collapsed wall, peeking out with half their heads, showing their eyes sparkling in the dim light. They wore ill-fitting clothes, with some sleeves extending too long, and others having pants rolled up several times. The smallest one was held in the arms of a slightly older child, sucking on a finger, neither crying nor fussing. Several elderly men sat on the stone steps, tattered blankets covering their knees. As Chen Lin passed by, one of them slightly turned his head, as if listening. Some young women cradled infants leaning against the wall. Their hair was hastily tied back with hemp rope, and their faces bore traces of dried tears. The infants were wrapped in cloth, with only tiny faces visible, some sleeping, others with eyes wide open, quiet as fragile porcelain. They looked at Chen Lin with wary and hostile expressions. No one spoke. Chen Lin's gaze swept over them without lingering. He raised his hand, and the door to the haven opened beside him. You all come in, but it will be safer this way. The old, weak women and children did not move. They looked at the door, then at Chen Lin, their wariness deepening. I'm afraid not. The high priest shook his head, his voice. We are currently bound to this tomb, maintaining a state of being on the brink of death. If we were to move to another space, we would truly perish. Chen Lin glanced at him, nodded, and closed the light door. Karnak stepped into the crowd, issuing commands loudly. His voice was deep, carrying an undeniable authority, each word resonating with impact. He spoke in the Nemo language. Chen Lin could only understand a few words, but the imposing aura did not require language to be felt. In less than a quarter of an hour, everyone was ready. The group began their return journey. The Crimson Sun Guardians walked on either side of the procession. Their jackal heads stood out in the dim light, bronze scales reflecting the light cast by the overhead disc, curved blades held in hand, each swing leaving arcs of light. The husks surged from the darkness. The Guardians met them wielding their curved blades, and the husks fell to the ground with a crash. The priests walked in the center of the procession, chanting softly. The shattered husks turned to dust amidst their chants. The group's pace was steady but not fast. Chen Lin walked at the front with several carts carrying the old, weak women and children behind him. The wheels rolled over the yellow sand, producing a dull rumbling sound. Occasionally a child would cry, and a mother would softly soothe them, her voice quickly carried away by the wind. They encountered several large groups of husks along the way. The Crimson Sun Guardian Seth personally led the charge, the curved blade carving arcs in the darkness, and the husks fell like cut wheat. The city walls finally came into view. The square outline stood 8 meters high, 400 meters on each side, the gray-white walls glimmering coldly under the illumination of the overhead disc. Embedded in the outer wall were bone gates, one after another, continuously spewing forth skeletal warriors and skeletal giants. The guides atop the towers shot beams shattering the approaching husks. The Crimson Sun Guardians stayed outside the city to assist the skeletal servants in dealing with the husks while the priests stood below the city walls, their chants rising and falling as the shattered husks turned to dust before they could reassemble. The civilians entered the city walls in an orderly manner, their footsteps quick as if fearing that staying even a second longer would attract something to chase them. Nearly 1,000 people entered, and the space within the city walls suddenly felt quite crowded. Chen Lin stood atop the walls looking down. People were crammed at the base of the walls, sitting down, placing their bundles on their laps, and cradling infants. No one raised their voice, no one cried out, only occasional whispers, and the soft snores of children could be heard. Edmund and Elena were still busy beside the golden balance. A few children curiously peered in that direction, but were pulled back by their mothers. Fortunately, these civilians were quite well behaved. They did not disturb the father and daughter, nor did they create trouble for the operation of the fortress. The high priest stood beside Chen Lin. Behind them, the leader organized the crowd below to settle in. His voice drifted up, intermittent. Before their eyes, the Crimson Sun Guardians directed the Guardians in fortifying their defenses. The Guardians stood in a line along the inner side of the walls, evenly spaced with their curved blades held upright before them, tips touching the ground. Since the fourth pharaoh will descend, we may need to change our strategy, Chen Lin spoke. My original plan was to allow these husks to fill to a certain level. When the legendary hunter descends, using the hatred between the ethereal spirits and the nether fiends to summon the ethereal spirits instantaneously to engage in battle, while I take the opportunity to escape. The high priest did not respond. He gazed at the endless stream of husks emerging from outside the city, his murky eyes unfocused, as if looking further beyond. If the pharaoh descends, then the legendary hunter will be of little concern, Chen Lin continued. We must reduce the pharaoh's power as much as possible before that. He paused, glancing at the busy Crimson Sun Guardians and Nemo priests below the city. Coincidentally, you can also deal with these husks. The high priest nodded slightly. Perhaps it is more suitable for you to handle this. The high priest smiled faintly, a subtle expression on his withered face like a mark weathered by sand. Dust to dust, earth to earth, those who must leave do not linger. Chen Lin began to lead the burial rite. His voice was soft, yet each syllable bore the force of Rongjinji in the molten gold utterance, stirring faint ripples through the air. Those ripples spread in all directions, the yellow sand quivered where they passed. The high priest stepped back and echoed in an even lower, weaker voice. His voice braided with Chen Lin's like two rivers converging into a single channel. The scope of the ritual suddenly widened, no longer confined to Chen Lin's immediate vicinity, but radiating across the entire city wall. At the instant the rite expanded, the Nemo priests stationed near the wall all began to chant. Their voices surged from every quarter, joining Chen Lin's chanting and the high priest's murmurs into a weighty, relentless flood. You fathom the specialty, to Gui, to earth. Those life forms you bury will be utterly dispersed, incapable of being revived, possessed, enslaved, or controlled by any means. A skeleton warrior swung its blade and cleaved the body before it in two. Those shells that had once refused to end did not writhe, reconstitute, or return under the cover of the ritual as they had before. They crumbled into ash that the wind scattered, blended into the sand, leaving nothing behind. A notice informed him that he had buried a soldier of the 4th Tomb Guard Regiment and gained a small measure of experience and arcane learning. Then a second notice, a third, a fourth followed. Messages stacked rapidly, lines of white text scrolling upward so fast they blurred into motion. Each message carried a trickle of experience and a strand of arcane learning, like tiny streams pouring into Chen Lin's being. The 4th Tomb Guard Regiment. The high priest's voice said near Chen Lin's ear, calm and unhurried. They regard the searing branding iron as an embodiment of the sun's authority, pressing its mark upon their own flesh to gain a means of communion with the sun. They once were famed for endurance and ferocity, yet now they have come to such a state. Chen Lin did not respond. All his mind was immersed in the rite. The molten gold utterance streamed from his mouth like an unceased. Outside the walls, the shells began to change. Those that had been filled to level 8 had acquired a measure of sentience. They no longer merely shuffled forward like lesser husks. They began to observe, to judge, to choose. When they found their ranks truly thinning, they stopped. Then they began to converge. 2 shells walked together, and fused bodies melding into one. 3, 4, 5. Ever more shells converged upon the same point. Their silhouettes overlapped, skin, bone, and light compressed layer upon layer. A figure stepped out from the heart of the fusion. Over 3 meters tall, it was as black as a scorched statue. Its body burned with a dim yellow flame that emitted no heat, licking the air in absolute silence. It was a virtual spirit, thrall level 10. Then it charged. It moved with extreme speed, the black form leaving a trailing blur across the sand. A level 10 skeleton colossus planted itself before it and raised a bone fist to strike. The thrall did not dodge, it slammed straight into the colossus. The giant shattered as if it were paper, white bones spraying outward dozens of meters. But the thrall barreled into a sea of skeletal minions. Thousands of skeleton warriors and skeleton giants surged toward it from every side, bone blades slashed and bone fists smashed into its frame. The dim yellow flames flared and scattered, dense cracks spidered across the black body. It struggled, each swing shattering several skeletons, but more kept pouring in to replace them. Soon it was overwhelmed. Virtual spirits symbolize the ultimate silence that follows the destruction of all things, the high priest's voice intoned once more. In the void, countless virtual spirits appear in pairs from nothingness, and the next moment they annihilate one another in pairs. Their existence by itself is meaningless. Only by borrowing the bodies of living beings to enter the world do they truly come into being. And that is the irreconcilable root contradiction between all living things and the virtual spirits. Chen Lin said nothing. He devoted himself wholly to operating the burial rite, while vast streams of experience and arcane learning surged toward him without cease. The burial notices for soldiers of the 4th Tomb Guard continued to appear, each bringing experience and knowledge. His profession level rose, and his cognition level rose, as well, like two reservoirs steadily filling as water is poured into them. The skeletal cursing spirits of the architect squad raised their staves, and the wall began to extend outward. The alchemical machines mounted upon the battlements began to awaken their powers. Ballisti mana cannons, elemental projectors lit up one after another. Ash-white rays, searing white beams, and pale blue energy bolts poured from the walls, falling upon the mass of shells, and the virtual thrall shattering, annihilating, and burying them. By integrating arcane knowledge, Chen Lin's specialty skeleton reinforcement sublimated into skull branding. Skull branding elevates the skeletons summoned by your undead summoning to become level 19 branded skeletons. New skeleton minions stepped forth from the bone gate. They towered above the previous summoning, their bones thicker, their surfaces tinged with a faint metallic sheen. The soul fires in their eye sockets were no longer ghostly blue, but a deeper, somber dark gold. 19 plus the single level granted by the Jialong was ZBI equals 20. A professional rank. They did not charge into battle at once. Line upon line of branded skeletons took their places inside the wall, standing behind those level 10 minions, silent and waiting. Arcane learning continued to flood in. Chen Lin felt something swelling within his mind, like a balloon being inflated. The thin membrane grew ever thinner, yet it did not burst. He knew it was the harbinger of an increase in cognition, needing only a final push. Arcane learning accumulation was complete. The Great Scholar promotion quest activated. Task 1, reach an intelligence of 100 completed. Task 2, master a higher discipline completed. Rongjin Ji in the molten gold utterance. Task 3, self-refine a skill or receive guidance from a sage whose cognition level is prophet or above. If you separate a person's exterior and interior and then recombine them, is he still the same person? The high priest's voice asked. No, Chen Lin answered. Cognition is the foundation of consciousness. When consciousness recognizes that the body and the self are not one, even if it regains mastery over that body, its cognition shifts from I am myself to I and the vessel. But people do not think that way, the high priest added softly. When a pharaoh dies, we do not say he is gone, we say his spirit is separated from his flesh. When his spirit returns, he is still the radiant pharaoh. Therefore we build vast tombs for dead pharaohs, and equip them with officials, attendants, priests, and troops of equivalent rank. Yet when the pharaohs return, the original spirit, driving the original flesh, may conform perfectly to our civilization's definition and still not be what they once were. That is determined by their cognition, Chen Lin said. They believe things consist of an exterior and an interior. When both are present, then the thing is its proper self. The high priest smiled and nodded. You are right. Your cognition ascended to Great Scholar. Your intelligence increased by 30. You may now refine one of your skills, steering it toward the form you desire. The countdown has begun. 30 minutes. The numbers in the upper right corner of the field start counting down from 1800 seconds, and with each tick the intensity of the battlefield escalates. All the shells have been filled. The once frail and hunched figures dragging their skin on the ground have disappeared, replaced by ethereal vessels of levels 10, 20, or even 30. Their forms are now several times larger than before. Some resemble distorted humanoids, others take on irregular geometric shapes, while some appear as ever-changing shadows of light. Dim yellow phantoms burn upon them, devoid of heat, yet making the surrounding air feel heavy. Ahead, the branded skeleton servants collide with them. The level 20 skeleton servants do not fall behind against the ethereal vessels of lower levels and can prevail against those of level 20 through encirclement. Faced with the vessels of level 30, they can only slowly consume them, like a swamp relying on the skeleton sea. The alchemical devices on the city wall unleash their full firepower. The crossbow's firing rate reaches its limit. The barrels of the magic cannons glow red hot, and the elemental projectors require a moment to cool after each shot. Gray-white rays, blazing white beams, and pale blue energy orbs pour down from the city walls, exploding into ripples among the ethereal vessels. According to plan at this moment, everything should rely on the support of the alchemical devices. With the enhancement of the branded skeletons, the skeleton servants have been upgraded to level 20, sufficient to maintain the front line. The overall consumption is much lower than expected. Roughly calculated, it could save over 100 million. Chen Lin's expression remains serious. He does not care about the expenditure of money, but rather whether he can achieve his goal. With each tick of the countdown, his brow tightens. With each change in the battlefield situation, his judgments become, it's time. He raised his hand, shifting with the skeleton servants left behind at the tribal outpost. As the light flashed, his figure vanished from the city wall, reappearing in the distant stronghold. The Dark Knight Order has descended. The summoned light coalesces at his side, 300 suits of armor appearing simultaneously within the stronghold. Hooves tread upon the rubble, their spears pointed towards the ethereal beings outside the stronghold. Heavenly armaments are in effect. The descending holy spirits behind Chen Lin pulse slightly as platinum light surges from their hearts, showering upon the knights. The sun emblem shifts from dark gold to blazing white, a translucent light membrane appearing on the surface of the armor, signaling their ascension. The knights spread out, utilizing the original defensive structures of the stronghold to form a temporary line of defense. They stand at the breach behind the collapsed walls at every possible point where ethereal beings might surge in. Time flows by second by second. The countdown finally reaches 0. A wave of heat descends from the sky. It is not the heat of rising temperatures, but an indescribable discomfort that permeates from the bones. As if something is tearing at the air, ripping space apart, shattering the facade of order. A bright light appears at the horizon, descending towards Chen Lin at an unimaginable speed. Where the light passes, the air is annihilated. Or rather, the light itself is the energy released as the air is obliterated. Boom. The sound lags half a beat behind the light, yet it is more profound than any thunder, as if someone is striking a drum deep within the earth's core. This is not the might of the legendary hunter itself, but the phenomenon created when the air around it is annihilated and energy is released. Unlike the ethereal beings that symbolize silence and void, the dark calamity symbolizes the irretrievable collapse of order, the very essence of destruction. It does not need to attack, its existence is an attack. It does not need to approach, where it passes, destruction has already been completed. Chen Lin does not look at the falling light. At the moment it descends, he performs a shift. His figure vanishes from the stronghold, appearing atop the city wall. Along with him, the entire Dark Knight Order disappears. A strong wave sweeps across the stronghold. The stone structure collapses like a pile of sand under the wave, intense light piercing through the dust. The falling light lands in the center of the stronghold amidst the rubble and debris. The dark calamity is neither matter nor energy, but the imagery of Order's collapse. Naturally, the legendary hunter does not have a concrete form. What emerges from the dust is merely a luminous point that annihilates everything. A strong light sweeps across the battlefield. All the ethereal vessels come to a halt simultaneously. Their movements freeze in midair as if someone has pressed the pause button. Then their forms suddenly inflate, bursting open from within as if something is pushing out from inside. Dim yellow phantoms surge from the expanding cracks, no longer the formless, temperatureless shadows, but rather blazing, leaping flames with a palpable essence. The ethereal beings choose to forcibly descend. Their levels jump from the 10 and 20 range to 50, transforming from ethereal vessels to ethereal avatars. Their forms no longer take humanoid, geometric, or any recognizable shape. They are merely a constantly changing mass of light and shadow with a dim yellow light pulsing at their core. They abandon the siege on the fortress, forsaking all other targets, and surge towards the legendary hunter. The ethereal beings need a physical existence to embody them, and the dark calamity is the embodiment of annihilation. They do not require hatred, nor do they need hostility. There exists only the most fundamental and irreconcilable contradiction. Compared to humans, the true absolute opposition lies between them. The high priest stands beside Chen Lin, watching the chaotic battlefield. He chuckles to himself. To be precise, it is humanity that hates them. They do not hate humanity. After all, in their eyes, living beings are merely a public resource. Chen Lin does not respond. He observes the scene of ethereal avatars surging towards the legendary hunter, 50-level ethereal avatars, facing off against the 79-level quasi-legendary tier of the legendary hunter. In terms of numbers, they have the advantage, but the quality is vastly inferior. The ethereal avatars charge and torn apart by the force field that annihilates all around the light point, only for new ethereal avatars to rush in and be shredded again. The rate of shredding exceeds the rate of reinforcement, The number of ethereal avatars is dwindling. To us, they are merely a natural disaster we must contend with. Chen Lin retracts his gaze. He will not be swayed by information he already knows. Those who could not accept it had already taken their own lives when the third phase of the horror dawn arrived. Let's go. The real work is just beginning. He uses the shift technique once more. This time he does not bring the Night Order, only himself. As the light flashed, he appears beside Edmund and Alina. The father and daughter crouch beside the golden balance, the ground covered in lines and symbols. Let's begin. Alina looks up at him and nods. She does not speak, placing her hands on the lines on the ground, starting to activate the ritual. Words of molten gold flow from her mouth, her voice deeper than usual, carrying a sense of resolve. Her fingers move across the surface. Each line she traces lights up briefly before dimming. The ritual actively cuts off the connection, not merely halted by touch, but severing the link between the tomb and the present world at its source. Chen Lin approaches the golden balance. The balance hovers half a foot above the ground, slowly rotating. The golden surface glimmers with a warm sheen in the dim light. Nothing rests on the trays at either end, yet it maintains perfect equilibrium. He reaches out, placing the golden balance into his backpack. The moment the balance leaves its original position, the entire space vibrates slightly. All light, shadow, and color shift in that instant. The bright orb in the sky, resembling a small sun, suddenly becomes ethereal. Its edges begin to blur, the light wanes like a mist, dissipating, seemingly on the verge of vanishing. It flickers. At the moment the orb's brightness diminishes, it rebounds, suddenly more dazzling than before. Its edges clarify once more, the light intensifying from its weakened state. It stabilizes. A dark red chain rises from below. The chain is thick, each segment as wide as an adult's arm, covered in intricate runes. It emerges from beneath the yellow sand, climbing upwards like a snake, binding the luminous orb. The other end of the chain hangs down, touching the ground. Chen Lin looks along the chain. At some point a figure has appeared between the fortress and the stronghold. The figure stands about 3 meters tall, wielding a flail crowned with a blue-striped crown. His body is enveloped in a layer of pale golden light, within which countless tiny runes can be seen dancing. Fourth Pharaoh Nime Avatar. Those who come after you are worthy to be the vessel of my return. The voice of Nimue echoed from afar, filled with unreserved gratitude and admiration. The legendary hunter suddenly lunged at Nimue. The point of annihilating light shifted from its original position, aimed directly at the figure of the pharaoh. Nimue extended one empty hand, merely spreading his fingers as if to catch a flying stone, effortlessly pressing the point of light into his palm. The point of light struggled between his fingers, the annihilating force frantically tearing at his skin. Yet when those forces met the faint golden glow on his hand, they shattered like water upon rocks, creating countless fine ripples. Come now, merge with me and share in this glory that transcends epochs. Chen Lin remained silent. In the face of such an absolute enemy, there was no significance in responding. He raised his hand, and the phantom of the rune heart emerged in his palm. The heart-shaped stone slowly rotated, and the outline of the altar rune on its surface became increasingly clear and bright. Simulated rune summon God Pharaoh sub-legendary level. Your skill, giant skeleton synthesis, has transformed into summon God ritual. Let me do it. The high priest stepped beside him. His pace was slow, each step seemingly exhausting all his strength. The worn ceremonial robe fluttered slightly in the wind, the patches casting small shadows in the light. He held a tome with both hands, the golden pages glimmering with a warm sheen in the light. This is our hatred. Chen Lin gazed at the tome, a fleeting smile playing at the corner of his mouth. All right. He took a step back. The door to the cozy nest opened beside him, the gray misty entrance resembling an upright mirror. Chen Lin glanced at Edmund and Elena. The father and daughter showed no hesitation. Elena gathered the line-drawn blueprints from the ground, and Edmund brushed off the dust from his robe. The two quickly stepped into the light portal. The descending Holy Spirit fell from the sky. The 6 white wings folded, and the platinum heart, surrounded by light, slowly descended, hovering behind Chen Lin. When the wings closed, they resembled a cloak covering most of his back. A slender thread of light extended from the heart, entwining with the abyssal anchor in Chen Lin's backpack, wrapping the dark gray wedge within. The high priest did not pay attention to this. He walked to the position where the golden balance had originally been, the very center of the tomb. More profound and fluid words of molten gold flowed from his mouth. Invisible rituals spread out, extending from the high priest's feet in all directions, while Chen Lin, holding the rune heart, approached the throne that symbolized royal power. He did not chant an accompaniment, nor did he need to. By possessing the Summon God Pharaoh rune, his position alone granted the ritual its most essential qualification. The Night Order had been recalled, the descending Holy Spirit hovering behind Chen Lin. Aside from that, the control over nearly 100,000 skeleton minions throughout the fortress was entirely given to the High Priest. The High Priest's chanting suddenly rose in pitch. Inside the city walls, a portion of the nearly 100,000 skeleton minions burst into flames, reducing those skeletons to heaps of ashen remains. The ashes did not fall to the ground, but floated into the air. They rose higher and scattered further, ultimately vanishing into the light of the disk above, as if received by some unknown existence. We return from death based on our shared ideals, adhering to our vows to share in the glory. Nimu's voice echoed from afar, tinged with regret and compassion. You have nourished us for generations, yet when it comes time to reap the rewards, why do you show such fear and avoidance? The phantoms on the ground surged towards the fortress. Nimu's body continued to suppress the legendary hunter. The point of light struggled in his palm, the annihilating force relentlessly tearing at his hand, yet his grip remained unyielding. Chen Lin's previous consumption was not without meaning. Nimu's true condition was not as easy as he appeared. Watch guards. The voice of the Red Sun Guardian resonated from below the city, bold and joyful. His curved blade spun in his hand, reflecting the glow of the disk above. As guardians, the sun scripture stands behind us. As Nimuans, the enemies of our clan lie ahead. Let us put an end to our anger and hatred. The burning sea of skeletons began to contract inward. Those skeleton minions, yet to be sacrificed, retreated from the outer city walls to the inner side, piling up in layers like ever-growing torches. The Red Sun Guards stepped forward. Their jackal heads stood out vividly in the firelight, the bronze-scaled armor reflecting the flickering flames. The curved blades were held before them, the tips pointed at the distant Nimue. Divine power from the void descended from above. The strength gained from the sacrificed skeleton minions fell like rain upon the guards. Golden flames ignited on their curved blades, intricate runes emerged on the surface of the bronze armor, and the light in their eye sockets transformed from a dull yellow to a brilliant white. The guards collided with the phantoms. The golden curved blade struck against the murky flames, resonating with the sound of metal clashing. This time it was no longer a mere restraint, but a true slaughter. The guards hacked down with their blades, and the phantoms retreated with each strike. The high priest's chanting grew ever more fervent. Under the sacrifice of nearly 100,000 professional-level offerings, the falling divine power increased. The burning golden flames on the guards intensified, their figures grew taller in the flames, and every swing of their blades left a trail of golden arcs. In the face of the phantoms, they were even able to achieve victory. The true glory lies before us. Why still seek the protection of false entities? Nimue slowly turned his head. His gaze swept across the battlefield, and wherever his eyes fell, the bodies of the Red Sun Guards exploded simultaneously. Yet the divine power within did not dissipate. The golden flames floated from the exploded bodies of the guards, rushing like water into the body of the Red Sun Guardian. Seth, golden patterns surfaced on his skin, his muscles swelled, and his height increased. Dust to dust, earth to earth, let those who should go not linger. The Guardian's voice grew heavy, each word sounding like muffled thunder, rising from the depths of the earth. His form suddenly changed, transforming from a jackal-headed human into a shape that was grander, more majestic, and closer to divinity. Golden flames burned upon him, and his curved blade was entwined with tangible light. All skeleton minions had been sacrificed. All Red Sun Guards had perished. The Guardian, bearing all this power, now seemed like an incarnation of death. He took a step forward, each footfall leaving a deep imprint in the yellow sand, the ground trembling with each step. He charged towards Nimue. Nimue frowned. The remaining phantoms merged into one, forming a large flesh ball, its surface covered in murky yellow patterns resembling a charred planet. The flesh ball did not attack the fortress. It retreated, rolling towards the position of the legendary hunter, locking in a stalemate with the struggling point of light. The phantom flames enveloped the point of light, which annihilated the flames both sides, tearing at the yellow sand, creating an ever-expanding deep pit. Nimue retracted his hand and turned away. The hand that suppressed the legendary hunter withdrew, facing the charging Guardian. He casually waved his hand. No technique, no skill, just a simple gesture. The Guardian was met by an invisible wall, sending him flying, flipping several times in the air before crashing into the yellow sand 10 meters away. The curved blade fell from his hand, embedding itself in the ground nearby. He quickly steadied himself, pushing against the ground. His body sprang up, knees slightly bent, toes pushing off the ground. In less than a breath, he charged towards Nimue again, his speed greater than before, the golden flames on his curved blade fiercer than prior. Yet the outcome did not change. The civilians within the city watched everything with eyes full of fear and despair. Some whispered prayers, others held their babies tighter, while some sat slumped against the walls with closed eyes. No one spoke, only the sound of the wind and sand and the distant sounds of battle filled the air. Could even the power of the Guardian not prevail? It was not so. We still have the High Priest and the Sun Scripture. The High Priest, who carried the last hope of the civilians, disregarded their gazes. He merely bowed humbly and respectfully, raising the golden tome above his head, reverently presenting it to Chen. Now the last resort is you, the only one qualified to wield the sun's scripture and summon the divine will to descend. Chen Lin received the tome. He opened the cover made of gold. The yellowed pages were blank, devoid of any writing. You have obtained the Crimson Gold Secret Tome. The Crimson Gold Secret Tome, forged from divine gold, embodying the concept of the sun, once carried the solar scriptures of the Nemo civilization, but now it remains merely a vessel. Chen Lin looked down at the blank tome in his hands, the golden pages shimmering with a warm glow under the light, the gem-embedded sun pattern still intact, yet upon opening it all he found was emptiness. Respected secretary, please forgive my deception. The high priest knelt on the ground. His body was bent low, his forehead almost touching the yellow sand. His emaciated body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from a more intense force, as if he had exerted all his strength just to voice those words. When disaster struck, I abandoned the king and deceived Set, all for the sake of survival. Flames of sacrifice ignited upon him. The flames began to burn from his feet, slowly spreading upwards. The fire was devoid of heat, yet with each flicker his body became increasingly transparent, as if he were being gradually extracted from this world. He offered himself along with Set and the divine power he had previously acquired as a sacrifice to Chen Lin. Your arrival is the only hope I have to continue civilization in this realm of eternal ruin. You have received a sacrifice. Your experience points have greatly increased. Your level has risen to level 25. Your level has risen to level 26. Your level has risen to level 27. Upgrade notifications popped up in the right side of his vision, with white text scrolling upward in rows. But Chen Lin did not look at those notifications. He gazed at the high priest kneeling before him. Is this your scheme? The high priest's body trembled slightly, his forehead pressed against the yellow sand, not lifting. Before Chen Lin, the Crimson Gold Secret Tome floated in midair, its golden pages flipping on their own, without wind, each page still blank. Behind him, the descending divine spirit retracted its radiance, the platinum heart tightly enveloping the anchor of the underworld. The dark gray wedge slowly rotated within the heart, its surface patterns opening and closing with the heartbeat. Bang! Below, the city Set was once again struck down to the ground by Nemo's blow. Golden flames splashed from the curved blade, scattering across the yellow sand. He struggled to stand, but as he pushed himself up halfway, he collapsed once more. The curved blade stabbed into his side, its glow already dimmed by more than half. Despite giving it his all, the qualitative gap was ultimately insurmountable. Defeat was already imminent. And once he fell, Nemo would simply turn around and deal with the legendary hunter, at which point it would face no more constraints. The high priest raised his head. His face bore no tear stains, but his murky eyes were filled with pleading. I simply beg you to make a choice. Two choices lay before Chen Lin. The first, to command the descending divine spirit to crush the anchor of the underworld, summoning the phantom of Michael to end everything. The initial objective would be achieved, but nothing more. There would be no reward. The second, to accept the sacrifice. The divine power would be sufficient for him to advance to a senior level, obtaining a new engraving position, inscribing the solar scriptures, and summoning the will of the divine. At that time, not only would the problem be resolved, but he would also gain everything from the entire tomb as a reward. All he needed to pay was merely an engraving position. Even inscribing the solar scriptures, a cherished treasure of the Nemo civilization, would not be a loss. The high priest's body grew more transparent in the flames of sacrifice. His gaze shifted from pleading to waiting, awaiting Chen Lin's answer. But I refuse. Chen Lin's voice was calm, as if he were discussing something unrelated to himself. Under his will, the ritual's operation came to an abrupt halt. The high priest was stunned, the flames of sacrifice suddenly pausing on him. He lifted his head to look at Chen Lin, his eyes filled with astonishment, then despair. That withered face twisted in despair, his lips trembled, wanting to say something, but unable to utter a word. Compared to relic engravings as collectibles, I prefer the very existence of civilization. Chen Lin shifted the topic, raising the Crimson Gold Secret Tome. The tome, forged of gold, shimmered with a warm glow under the light, the blank pages fluttering slightly in the wind. I just happen to have an engraving position right now. The high priest's eyes widened suddenly. Despair had not yet faded from his face when a sudden panic emerged as he thought of something. Without the scriptures in my mind, you cannot inscribe the solar scriptures. His voice was sharp and urgent. He knelt on the ground, hands stretched forward, as if trying to grasp something that was about to slip through his fingers. Am I really that impetuous in your eyes? Chen Lin's voice remained calm, a shroud with golden patterns appearing in his hands. The grayish-white shroud, its edges tattered, bore golden patterns that flowed slowly on its surface. That was the shroud of the divine spirit he brought from the ruins of the Nemo priest outside Jialong town, inscribed with the few words left by the priest who had peeked at the solar scriptures. That thief. The high priest was stunned. The shroud floated up from Chen Lin's hands. The fabric unfurled in the air like a flag blown by the wind. Then it began to shatter, starting from the edges, turning into grayish-white powder that dispersed in the wind. The golden patterns on the shroud did not dissipate as it shattered. They detached from the fabric like golden threads suspended in the air, and then like iron filings attracted by a magnet, they merged into the crimson gold secret tome. The golden tome trembled slightly and golden characters emerged on the blank pages. Not many, just occupying 1/3 of a page. Compared to the complete solar scriptures, this was but a drop in the ocean. But it was enough. When the external and internal aspects of things recombine in the eyes of outsiders, things remain as they were originally. Chen Lin gazed at the page of golden text. To the solar scriptures, he was an outsider. And outsiders do not need to know the full text, they only need to know what it looks like. He closed the tome, pressing his other hand onto the golden cover. Engrave. The illusion unfolded before Chen Lin's eyes. A valiant young pharaoh stood atop a high platform. He wore a blue and gold crown, wielded a flail and a scepter, and draped a golden cloak around his shoulders. In the distance, 10 pitch-black rifts descended from the heavens to the ground. The edges of the rifts constantly expanded as ethereal spirits surged forth from within, densely filling the sky. They continuously occupied the bodies of the commoners of Nemo, twisting, deforming, and inflating them, transforming into new vessels for the spirits. Indeed, this path is erroneous. Ptolemy's voice was calm, devoid of any emotion. My king, we must flee, but it is no longer possible to reverse this situation. The high priest stood beside the pharaoh, his face filled with terror and urgency. His body trembled, clutching tightly to the sun scripture in his arms, his gaze darting back and forth between the rifts and the pharaoh. Even if reversal is impossible, we must attempt it. Ptolemy extended his hand, beckoning towards the sun scripture in the high priest's arms. The golden scripture opened on its own, and all the sun verses contained within floated out from the pages, transforming into streams of golden text like threads drawn from the scripture, gathering in the pharaoh's palm. He reclaimed all his power. The protections that once enveloped every commoner in the kingdom of Nemo dissipated at that very moment. Across the entirety of Nemo, from the royal city to the borders, from temples to fields, all the commoners simultaneously lost their most vital protection. The rampaging spirits in the sky no longer held any restraint. They surged forth like locusts, pouring out from the rifts, pouncing upon every living body. The commoners of Nemo fell one after another, only to rise again, having transformed into vessels for the spirits. Because of us, the spirits now hold overwhelming advantages. Ptolemy's scripture transformed into golden chains. The chains extended from his palm, growing longer and thicker, suddenly piercing into the depths of the void. At the end of the chains came violent struggles, as something was ensnared. Only when disaster and misfortune achieve balance will the rift of continuation appear. Ptolemy yanked abruptly. A sun-like deity was dragged forth from the void by the chains. Its form was colossal, its radiance blinding, with every inch of its body ablaze. It struggled continuously, the chains creaking under the strain, yet it drew closer despite the binding. Whole civilization has nurtured you, and now is your moment to repay. The deity's struggles intensified. Its flames scorched the chains, turning them red-hot, yet they did not break. It emitted a silent roar, not from its throat, but resonating from the very light itself. Like 1,000 bells ringing simultaneously, or 1,000 thunders exploding at once. Ptolemy's expression showed no change. He tightened the chains. The deity was pulled before him, its flames intertwining with the golden radiance enveloping him. The chains tightened, coiling around the deity's body, binding it to the pharaoh. Ptolemy, it is not yet beyond redemption. If I become a being like the vice-ruler of paradise, everything. The deity had lost its former arrogance, replaced by a chaotic desperation. The dream we crafted has awakened. You should cease pretending to be asleep. The chains tightened completely. The deity and the pharaoh's bodies merged into one, and light exploded outward from the center of their fusion, resembling a newly born sun. Ptolemy did not cast a glance at the kingdom beneath him, crumbling into destruction. He did not look at the city he had once protected, at the commoners being occupied by spirits, nor at the temples collapsing. He simply walked calmly into the restless silence, like the setting sun descending into the night. His figure was swallowed by light. The high priest gritted his teeth and turned to leave. He rushed down the stone steps of the high platform, past the crumbling statues and the fleeing attendants. His steps were unsteady, nearly stumbling several times, yet he regained his balance each time. He clutched the now empty scripture tightly to his chest, like holding on to the only hope. He encountered the Qiyang guards, who were preparing to follow the pharaoh into the darkness. Dozens of jackal-headed warriors stood in the plaza below the platform, their curved blades drawn, copper scales dawned. Set stood at the forefront, his curved blade crossing before him, flames blazing fiercely in his eyes. He was about to issue the order to charge. The high priest raised the golden scripture in his hands, his tone severe. You are the Qiyang guards. It is your duty to protect the scripture. Now protect the scripture and escape. Set hesitated. He glanced at the swelling light atop the platform, then at the scripture in the high priest's hands. But ultimately he chose to obey. Oh, and capture a batch of commoners as attendants. The high priest turned, not looking back as he made his way toward the city gates. Behind him the light atop the platform exploded, engulfing the entire royal city. You have obtained the mark of inscription Sun Scripture. Passive effect: the inscription contains all the lost verses of the Sun Scripture. Active effect: the inscription grants the authority and status corresponding to the civilization's treasure. Chen Lin opened his eyes. He extended his hand, placing the inscription upon the scripture in his grasp. The ethereal image of the Sun Scripture emerged from the inscription like a veil covering the surface of the scripture. On the blank pages, golden characters reappeared, more numerous and denser than before, almost filling the entire page. He tossed the scripture to the high priest. Now continue your ritual. The high priest trembled as he received the scripture. His fingers traced the cover page as if confirming something. When he turned the pages and saw those golden characters, tears unconsciously streamed from his eyes. Pharaoh priest, scripture witness. As if the calamity had merely been a nightmare, they had never truly awakened, yet it felt as if they had awakened, returning to before the nightmare began. The high priest turned, facing the city gates. His chanting voice resonated once more. This time it was not in a low, oppressive tone filled with despair, but rather high-pitched, fervent, infused with a power that released emotions suppressed for countless years. Words of molten gold erupted from his mouth, each syllable akin to a burning stone striking the air and creating visible ripples. The will of the deity descended. A beam of light fell from the sky, landing upon Set. This beam was thicker and brighter than any previous ones. Set's body suddenly inflated within the light, his jackal head becoming more imposing, his copper scales transforming into golden armor, and a tangible flame ignited upon his curved blade. From the corpses of the fallen Qiyang guards on the ground, golden specks of light floated out, surging into Set's body. Set let out a mighty roar. Swinging his curved blade, a golden arc of light shot forth from the blade, slicing directly towards Nimue. Nimue raised his flail to block. The iron chain of the flail was severed, and its head flew away. His body was struck by the arc of light, a crack tearing open the golden radiance on his chest. He staggered back 2 steps. The spirit embodiment on the battlefield was slain by Set. Every time the golden curved blade fell, a spirit embodiment was cleaved in 2, vanishing into nothingness. Nimue gazed at the burning golden flames on Set, then looked up at the source of the beam of light in the sky. "O successor, you surpass my expectations." His voice no longer carried regret or pity, but rather admiration. Pure, untainted admiration. "I shall remember you." He did not continue to resist. His body began to dissipate directly. Starting from his limbs, he transformed into a wave of disintegration, fundamentally the same, yet entirely opposite. The entire tomb began to tremble. It felt as if something was collapsing from within, and the light of the disk above began to dim, its edges blurring like a painting soaked in water. The high priest stood at the center of the ritual, which swiftly and smoothly shifted direction, transforming from a sacrifice to summon a deity's will to the impending demise of the tomb itself. The anchor of the netherworld descended to the center of the ritual, a dark gray wedge enveloped in golden light, slowly rotating. Only 1 step remains. Chen Lin spread open the now returned Sun Scripture. Yet we are destined to pursue brilliance, just as sparks ascend. The collapse of the tomb is accelerating. The light of the disk above dimmed continuously, while the yellow sand on the ground began to sink and cracks appeared in the walls. The high priest paid no attention to these events. He commanded Canik to gather all the surviving civilians. Nearly 1,000 people crowded into the small area within the city walls that had not yet collapsed, with the elderly, weak women and children in the center, surrounded by young men. No one spoke. All eyes were on the high priest. The high priest solemnly performed the ritual, using the anchor of the netherworld to stabilize the civilians around him and the valuable items still within the tomb. The Nemo civilization views death as a form of slumber, believing that the dead can return. However, this death and resurrection cannot be done casually. A dark gray wedge floated in the center, its surface patterns particularly vivid amidst the collapsing light. The high priest aimed the stabilization at the civilians. As the wave swept through, the dissipating death aura on the commoners was anchored down. Chen Lin stood aside, pressing the Sun Scripture. The golden tome flipped pages on its own in his hands, with golden words rising from the pages, resembling tiny glowing serpents dancing in the air. He guided the orb of light in the air. The orb was descending towards the ground. It was no longer a distant star, but a sun that was getting closer and hotter. Light poured down from its surface, illuminating the entire tomb without a hint of shadow. The Nemo civilization possessed 2 supreme treasures. The black scripture of death, symbolizing burial, was always kept in the tomb of the first pharaoh. The sun scripture, symbolizing resurrection, was always in the hands of the current pharaoh. Only with the correct burial and the proper revival could true resurrection occur. Although the high priest used the correct burial ritual, the sun scripture had already been taken away by the last pharaoh, rendering it akin to suicide. It was expected that the relics of the past would awaken without the descendants. However, in this life, the choice to sacrifice everything ultimately led to a turning point. Chen Lin remained silent. His entire focus was on the sun scripture and the orb of light. The orb was getting closer and hotter. It transformed from a warm disk of light into something increasingly resembling a sun. The high priest began to chant ancient prayers. These prayers were deeper and slower than the previous molten gold words. Each syllable was drawn out long, as if calling upon the sleeping to awaken. In the end, the orb bore no difference from the sun. No, the real sun was hanging directly overhead. They had returned. They had safely returned to the present world. The sky was no longer the monotonous gray-yellow of the tomb, but a true blue with clouds drifting by. The sun was no longer the orb that had been drawn, but the true sun hanging high in the center of the heavens. Winds swept through the ruins, carrying the scent of earth and grass. You have gained the pharaoh's gaze. When advancing to the expert rank, you will surely enter the Nemo underworld. Chen Lin frowned at this system prompt. The specter of the past is truly unrelenting. He shook his head, not overly flustered. The Nemo in the underworld would certainly not be as trivial as before, but he had ample time to prepare with the initiative in his hands. He opened the door to the sanctuary, the dim space entrance floating above the ruins. Edmund and Elena stepped out from the light portal. Elena's hair was somewhat disheveled, with traces of tension from waiting in the sanctuary on her face. Edmund dusted off his robe and looked around, confirming they had returned to the present world, letting out a sigh of relief. Chen Lin bowed to them. Thank you both for your help. The reward will be delivered shortly. Elena quickly waved her hand. Mr. Canny, you are too kind. We merely did our duty. Edmund nodded as well. Experiencing this exploration with you has already been a rare gain. Chen Lin did not respond, merely nodding. He firmly stated, please accept it, his tone not heavy yet leaving no room for negotiation. The father and daughter exchanged glances and did not refuse any further. You two follow the butler back to rest for now. Edmund and Elena nodded in agreement. The butler had been waiting outside the ruins with a deep blue carriage. The coachman jumped down to open the door. The father and daughter boarded the carriage, which turned and headed towards Celindia. Chen Lin turned and walked towards the Nemo descendants. The tribal leader Canik stood at the front of the crowd, directing the young men to count their numbers. Upon seeing Chen Lin approach, he paused his task and bowed to him. My lord, you are our only hope in this era. Please allow us to serve you. Chen Lin nodded and opened the door to the sanctuary. He said nothing about granting them freedom. As the game progressed, the entire epic world would eventually perish. Rather than letting them fend for themselves, it was better to maximize benefits. In the future, when encountering the relics of the Nemo civilization, there would be no need for deciphering tokens. The true Nemo people were right here. Canik knelt in gratitude, swearing loyalty, and the commoners behind him did the same. The sun scripture rose from his hands, casting a warm light over them. This instinctual action dispelled their confusion and fear immediately. Then Canik stood and directed the commoners to enter the sanctuary. The crowd began to move. The young men walked at the front, with the elderly, weak, and women following behind. They formed a long line, entering one after another through the dim light portal. Some glanced back at the ruins before stepping through the light portal, while others hurried past with their heads down, and some hesitated briefly at the threshold. Nearly 1,000 commoners entered the sanctuary. The space inside was not large. The grayish sky, the gray-black ground devoid of wind or sound. The corrupted attendants originally stationed here had retreated to the edges, with hundreds of knight attendants huddled together, their armor clashing and producing a faint metallic sound. The blasphemous war beasts lay curled up in a distant corner, their massive bodies coiled together, the six-barrel bone spear launcher hanging limply. After the commoners entered the already spacious area, suddenly felt cramped. They sat down on the ground, placing their bundles on their laps, cradling their babies in their arms. The children curiously looked at the armored, corrupted attendants, only to be pulled back by their mothers. Canik stood at the front of the crowd, turning to look at Chen Lin, awaiting instructions. Chen Lin glanced around the sanctuary. The nearly 1,000-person line, along with the original corrupted attendants and blasphemous war beasts, almost filled the entire space. The gray-black sand on the ground was trampled more tightly, and the air was filled with the scent of humans and horses. Please bear with it for a moment, he said to the leader. Once I return to the main city, I will purchase a batch of building materials to properly construct this place. Canik naturally had no objections and nodded repeatedly. He turned around and began directing the commoners to set up makeshift tents in several corners using the cloth and ropes they had brought. Chen Lin took out the crimson gold secret tome. The golden tome glimmered with a warm luster in his palm, the gemstones on the cover faintly shining under the sunlight. He raised his other hand, and an ancient carving knife materialized before him. This was his profession. Wedge of Old Days legendary level creates a physical symbol for your engraving, greatly enhancing its capabilities and maintaining it for a long time. The blade was long and sharp with an unadorned hilt, ordinary, yet seemingly timeless. What could be more suitable as a medium for creating a physical symbol for engraving than the original vessel? The engraving of the sun's scripture rose from his chest, golden flames dancing upon its surface. Guided by Chen Lin's thoughts, the carving knife soared into the air, the tip poised perfectly at the center of the tome's cover. The tome began to melt. The golden pages softened at the edges, flowing towards the center like heated wax. The gemstones on the cover fell one by one, suspended in the air, maintaining the arrangement of the sun pattern. The golden characters on the pages floated above the paper like tiny serpents of light swirling in the air before diving into the molten gold. The entire process was eerily silent. No sound, no light, only the gold slowly and irreversibly transforming its form. The tome was completely melted. It was no longer in the shape of a book, but rather a swirling mass of golden liquid suspended in the air. The fallen gemstones sank into the liquid, and the golden characters danced upon its surface as if alive. The liquid began to contract, solidifying its surface in the process, forming a thin outer shell. Patterns emerged on the outer shell, the sun's design. Sun wheels, radiance, flames layered intricately and magnificently. Ultimately, it transformed into a small sphere, fist-sized golden, the surface adorned with intricate sun patterns. It hovered before Chen Lin, slowly rotating like a miniature sun. Sun of new life, a direct manifestation of the sun scripture. Its radiance can gradually elevate the undead, transforming them into heroic spirits. Distinctly superior in resistance, its abilities far surpass those of similar undead. The disparity between the Dark Knight and the Dawn Knight exemplifies this. Simultaneously, as a physical symbol, the sun of new life also serves as a tool. Chen Lin grasped the sun of new life and invoked the summoning of the undead. A radiant light ignited beside him. As the light dissipated, what emerged was not a branded skeleton, but a robust warrior with a jackal's head. They were clad in copper-scaled armor, wielding curved blades with the image of the solar ship engraved on their pauldrons. The golden flames flickered in their eye sockets, resembling two lit lanterns. Crimson Sun Vanguard, level 36, heroic spirit. Glimmers of light appeared one after another. The vanguards emerged from the light, forming ranks before Chen Lin. Their bodies were taller than the average Nemo warriors, their copper armor thicker, and the golden flames on their curved blades more vibrant. From the last beam of light emerged a figure half a head taller than the other vanguards. The jackal's head was slender and sharp, with an old scar on its snout, silver trim on its copper armor, and a blade broader than that of the other vanguards. The golden flames in its eye sockets resembled two burning coals, white-hot and bright. Crimson Sun Guardian Seethe, level 49 heroic spirit, stepped forward. With his curved blade held horizontally in front of him, point facing down, he stopped before Chen Lin, kneeling on one knee, his right hand upon his chest, bowing his head. He spoke in the ancient Nemo tongue, his syllables short yet powerful. Chen Lin did not fully comprehend, but he understood the sentiment. He was both his summoner and the master of the sun scripture, wielding the authority of the pharaoh, making him unequivocally his master. Chen Lin nodded. Rise. Seethe stood up and stepped aside. Take the vanguards to assist the Nemo civilians in building temporary shelters. Seethe saluted again, placing his hand on his chest, and turned to the busy civilians in the corners. 50 Crimson Sun vanguards followed behind him, their curved blades hanging at their waists, their copper armor shimmering in the light of the sun of new life. The nest of comfort felt a bit cramped at this moment. With a limit of 500 Crimson Sun vanguards, Chen Lin only summoned 50. Once the task was completed, he tossed the small sphere upwards. The sun of new life rose higher and higher. At midair, its surface cracked open, not shattering, but unfolding. The golden mechanisms inside the sphere extended outward, forming 3 mutually perpendicular rings. The rings spun continuously and transformed. With each rotation, the patterns on the rings illuminated. A warm, pale golden light radiated from the center of the rings, soft and gentle. The light illuminated the dim nest of comfort. The gray sky was dyed a pale gold, and the dark ground glimmered with warmth. The corrupted attendants huddled in the corners were touched by the light, their bodies shivering slightly. The rust on their armor remained, and the flames in their eye sockets showed no change, but the restless and fierce turmoil that had always clung to them gradually dissipated. Their shoulders relaxed, fingers no longer gripped their weapons tightly, as if slowly awakening from a long, nightmarish slumber. The blasphemous beasts lay quietly in the distance. The light fell upon its cold skeletal armor. The bones no longer stirred, the bone spear no longer poised. It merely lay quietly like a machine that had its spring unwound. Follow me. Chen Lin led Seeth out of the nest of comfort, closing the door behind them. Outside the ruins the sun shone brightly. He raised his hand to summon the Dark Knight Legion. 300 knights formed ranks before the ruins with the cavalry in front and the flag bearers flanking the sides. The hooves of the warhorses trod upon the grass, and ghostly blue flames burned quietly beneath. Seeth stood opposite the Knight Legion, where golden flames and ghostly blue soul fires intertwined in the air, coexisting quietly, without conflict. Chen Lin mounted the skeletal horse, and the map of Serendia unfolded in his mind. Serendia was to the west while Galong Town was to the east, and they were quite close. Let's head back to Galong Town first. He had promised Benjamin to engrave for Serendia, but that position had already been used. Though the high priest's sacrificial ceremony was interrupted, Chen Lin had already leveled up to level 27. Since there wasn't much time left, he decided to reach level 30 before returning. He also wanted to discuss some matters with teacher Metatron. Let's go. The skeletal horse turned direction and ran eastward. The hooves struck the gravel road, leaving long, thin trails of ghostly blue flames. To invoke the divine summoning rite without any offering, drawing forth the will of a deity, then inverting the runes to subjugate that divine will as an offering-bound servant. To summon an entire legion of offerings from nothing, empty-handed. In the dense jungle, the Qiyang Imperial Guards forged ahead, cleaving through entangling vines and thick underbrush with their curved blades. Their bronze-scaled armor glinted intermittently amid the foliage. The Umbral Knights fanned out along both flanks of the procession, lances held level, vigilantly scanning the impenetrable depths of the forest. Chen Lin rode beside the high priest atop skeletal steeds. Their pace was unhurried, hooves crunched softly over fallen leaves, stirring delicate rustling whispers. Seizing the moment, Chen Lin sought counsel from the high priest. Once a legendary cultivator, though his strength had long since been spent in forcing the burial rite to completion. Yet his erudition as a civilization's high priest, and his prescient, almost oracular cognition, remained invaluable to Chen Lin. Still, the high priest's expression now bore only incredulity. Having endured the cataclysm, he harbored little reverence for the Nemo pantheon. Yet even he found Cardu's proposals sounding like the fevered rambling of a madman. A sacrificial rite is less a transaction than two unidirectional conduits, the high priest murmured, furrowing his brow as his fingers tapped lightly upon the saddle. To reduce a deity to mere offering material cannot be achieved by simple inversion alone. Just as water flows downward by nature, yet compelling it to surge upward defies natural law. The intellect and ontological stature of such beings far exceed the limits of my lifelong study. Boom, boom. A muffled collapse echoed from ahead. Dozens of grayish-brown humanoids burst from the crumbling den, gripping crude stone axes and wooden clubs, their throats issuing guttural, unintelligible roars. Taller than ordinary humans by half a head, their bulging muscles strained against taut skin, fangs jutted grotesquely from their lower jaws. The Qiyang Imperial Guards surged forward to meet them. Curved blades descended, shattering stone axes mid-swing, and cleaved bodies diagonally from shoulder to waist. Golden flames erupted along the wounds. The humanoids fell lifeless before even a cry could escape their lips. Within half a minute the den lay flattened. Experience accrued, with the Pioneer title granting over 200 experience bonus, and the trial crystals adding an equal supplementary yield. The combined multiplier exceeded fourfold, causing Chen Lin's experience bar to surge dramatically. Your level has ascended to 28. Chen Lin paid no heed to the notification. His gaze swept across the scattered remains strewn amid the ruins, several roughly inscribed bones, tattered patches of fur faintly tinged with residual arcane knowledge. He withdrew his gaze and resumed discussing the application of the solar scripture with the high priest. Hooves passed silently beside the pile of debris. No pause, no glance back. Times had changed. Such fragmented rudimentary arcane knowledge no longer warranted his attention. In the same span of time, visiting the library of Wisdom City bearing Benjamin's token would yield more than tenfold greater insight. Though indeed no river forms without countless tributaries, efficiency and return on investment remained decisive considerations. Rather than squander moments on these trivial scattered fragments, he chose instead to continue learning from the high priest. The column rounded a bend, the dense woods receded on either side, revealing a sudden expanse, a distant silhouette of a town emerging on the horizon. Low stone walls encircled gray-white dwellings. At the town gate stood an ancient oak whose broad canopy cast a vast shadow across the sunlit flagstone road, deserted save for a few scattered players moving idly. Jialong Town had arrived. The apprentice path leading to the capital lay in another direction, rendering this place notably quiet. Only a handful of level 6 or level 7 players trained outside the town, battling wolves and evading quills of wild boars. Their movements were stiff, coordination clumsy, an unmistakable sign of raw newcomers just stepping. Chen Lin dismissed his servants, the Qiyang Imperial Guards and Umbral Knights dissolved into shimmering motes of light, vanishing into his inventory and sanctuary. 300 souls dispersed in mere heartbeats. He walked onward toward Jialong Town alone. Along the way he passed several players who glanced briefly at him, then dismissed him entirely, resuming their focused strikes against monsters. Ever since Tian Yi rose to fame, entering the game with unaltered system default visages, eschewing facial customization or real-world scans, had itself become a stylistic choice. Entire streets teemed with identical default faces, anonymous, indistinguishable. Moreover, due to early-stage integration with reality, Tian Yi's avatar now subtly resembled Chen Lin's actual features, not purely algorithmic, but a quiet convergence of self and simulation. Chen Lin entered Jialong Town. Its bustle was extraordinary. Streets thronged with players, some setting up stalls, others accepting quests, still more queuing before NPCs. Most were novices below level 6. Clad in starter cloth robes, gripping system-issued white-tire weapons. Inspired by Fengshen Gentleman's livestream, every high-level player in Jialong Town had already rushed along the apprentice path toward the capital, and many had already reached it, completing their apprenticeship ascension. A flash of light appeared. A level 0 newcomer materialized beside Chen Lin. He swiveled his head, taking in the surroundings, then punched his palm in exhilaration. After 60-plus resets, I finally got Jialong Town on random. His voice rang loud. Nearby players glanced over. One snorted derisively, while others were expressions of wry disbelief. Lucky brat. Huh. I reset all day, over 100 times, just to land here. You got it in 60, and you're still complaining about bad luck. With most other starter villages still struggling to locate even their second outpost, abandoning a level 9 account, even one at 100 progression, in favor of a fresh start, in Jialong Town offered a faster route to the capital and ascension. For new players, it was self-evident anyone aspiring to carve a legacy within the epic began by grinding resets until Jialong Town manifested, the definitive optimal spawn point. Under this gravitational pull, legions of streamers and elite players converged upon Jialong Town, making its guides, leveling routes, and support infrastructure the most refined and comprehensive in the realm. Once an unremarkable provincial hamlet, Jialong Town had now become the undisputed epicenter of novice activity, boasting the highest player density and strongest collective prowess among all starter settlements. Chen Lin smiled faintly and walked on. He crossed the town square, past the rugged log structure of the Hunters Guild, the stately white stone spire of the Mages Guild, then the florist, blacksmith, and exchange, all teeming with queues and animated disputes. He turned onto a narrow western lane. At its end stood the cemetery. An invisible barrier still shrouded it, repelling all attempts to enter. Yet rumors persisted that Tian Yi's legendary genesis had begun here, drawing countless players to linger just beyond its perimeter, probing for weaknesses or hidden entry points. Some crouched roadside, observing minutely, others paced the barrier's edge, as still others unleashed spells into empty air, testing for reaction, seeking to map its unseen boundaries. Chen Lin passed them calmly, never glancing at their faces, never exchanging a word. His stride remained steady, neither hurried nor hesitant, as if treading a path he knew by heart, walked 1,000 times before. He walked past the players, past the barrier's edge, and stepped through. Behind him a rogue squatting roadside blinked hard, certain he hadn't imagined it. Mouth agape, he exchanged stunned glances with fellow observers, then swiftly opened his comms channel and relayed the report to his guild. Master. Chen Lin entered the graveyard. Metatron remained as he always was, with white hair cascading down, dressed in a pure white robe, standing beneath the blank steel. Upon seeing Chen Lin enter, he nodded, and then his expression turned serious. 3 pairs of wings unfurled behind Chen Lin, with platinum light streaming through the gaps like dawn piercing through clouds. The celestial spirit manifested behind him, its platinum heart beating slowly, a halo revolving around the heart, 6 pure white wings extending. Metatron's gaze fell upon the heart, lingering for a moment. Master, this is my harvest from the vocational assessment. Chen Lin began to recount, starting from the moment he stepped out of Jialong Town. The one-eyed giant at the Clear Spring Station, the Dark Knight Regiment of the Pursuit Camp, the Soul Reaper of the Blood and Flesh Outpost. He acquired the skills to desecrate life, subdued the Knight Regiment, and reached Celindia. Then came the vocational assessment. Instructors Altelius, the Phantom of Cavendish, 5 sublegendary runes, the legendary Old Wedge, and the exclusive legendary expertise of Legion Command. He mentioned the tomb of the Nemo civilization. Those buried phantoms, the incarnation of Pharaoh Naim, the high priest, sacrificed the inscriptions of the solar scripture. And the final gaze of the pharaoh. There was no concealment. In less than 20 days since his rebirth, his wealth, treasures, power, and status had far surpassed his past life. Even for him, a reborn level 79 master, the current circumstances were overly advanced. With his insights as a level 79 master, he found himself lacking in many areas. Just like the gaze of the pharaoh with his own knowledge, he could not foresee any means of transcending it. Fortunately, he was self-aware, devoid of the arrogance typical of reborn individuals, and did not intend to show off. Instead, he accepted the reality. Once a thought arose, he felt the vastness of the world. Thus he remained calm, knowing he could seek help from many. Metatron standing before him was one of them. Your experiences along this journey can indeed be considered legendary. Even Metatron, who had seen much and weathered many storms, couldn't help but express admiration. His fingers lightly tapped the blank steel twice, shifting his gaze from Chen Lin to the distant tombstones inscribed with numerous messages. In matters concerning his own fate, Chen Lin dared not conceal too much, fearing that missing a single factor could lead to misjudgment. It all stems from your recognition, master. While his combat power largely came from his primary profession as a necromancer, most of the credit was due to his secondary profession as a finality scribe. There is more than one scribe. Your achievement to this extent is also your own ability. Metatron raised his hand to stop Chen Lin's endless politeness. There are many matters to address, let's resolve them one by one. He raised his hand, and the celestial spirit floated up from behind Chen Lin, affectionately landing in his palm. The platinum heart pulsated in his palm, the halo contracting and expanding like a child that had found its home. Metatron looked down at the heart, falling silent for a few moments. I can roughly speculate on the thoughts of the great sage. It's very dangerous, but also very meaningful. He unfastened a rough hemp rope from his wrist. The rope was coarse, more like something hastily twisted than woven. It bore no decorations, no patterns, plain and unremarkable. He handed the rope to Chen Lin. As the rope secured Chen Lin's wrist, it quickly formed knots. 7 knots arranged in various forms, some loose, some tight enough to dig into the flesh, some tied in one direction, others in the reverse. The fewer knots there are, the closer that existence is to you. When there are fewer than 3 knots, you can hide in a safe haven. When it arrives, you will destroy the safe haven and then draw forth the phantom. He glanced at Chen Lin. If time is short, do not resist, just let it devour you. All right, Chen Lin answered without hesitation. The existence that made both Cavendish and Metatron treat it with such caution likely held consequences that surpassed mere life and death. That noble one. Chen Lin recalled Cavendish's performance that transcended understanding, involuntarily bringing it up. He is merely a fool walking along a path with no end. Metatron waved his hand, unwilling to discuss it further. Now for this. The old wedge materialized in Chen Lin's hand. An ancient carving knife with a slender blade and a sharp edge. Alongside it appeared the sun of new birth, a golden sphere floating beside the carving knife, 3 mutually perpendicular rings slowly rotating. This was presented to Metatron as an example of the rune's function. You really can surprise me. Metatron traced the phantom of the carving knife with his finger from the tip to the handle. This feels more like something Cavendish pushed onto me. Chen Lin understood that his true effort was merely to earn the qualification for its descent. Metatron paid no mind to this humility. The celestial spirit and the runes complement each other, luring those existences to descend with the spirit, and then. In short, if you can successfully handle those existences, bring their remnants back to me. As for the physical symbol, Chen Lin's gaze involuntarily flicked to the blank steel behind him. The massive 4-sided obelisk stood, its surface smooth and flawless, devoid of any patterns or carvings. Metatron smiled slightly. The most suitable physical symbol for Jialong's imprint is not here, but in the land of Wailing. Chen Lin's mind stirred. The land of Wailing. He knew that place not far from Jialong Town, being the only expert-level opportunity for Jialong Town as a novice town, a reward for the first person born in Jialong Town to reach the expert level. Now he was only at level 28 in his profession, but after calculating his strength, it seemed feasible. First go find Alfred, he will help you. Metatron waved his hand. As for the gaze of Pharaoh Nimmo, I cannot intervene or assist you. But you can rely on the imprint. It can serve as a special ability and also bring you critical assistance from others. Do not be stingy with the imprint, but also do not overly cherish it. Not only the most precious treasures can represent civilization. Chen Lin nodded in agreement. This little fellow will stay here with me for a while. Metatron's thumb caressed the wings of the celestial spirit. The platinum heart glimmered slightly in his palm, the halo's rotation slowing down like a cat dozing off. It will be by your side when you need it. Chen Lin naturally would not refuse. He bowed and took 2 steps back, turning to walk out of the graveyard. Behind him, Metatron stood beneath the blank, steely, gazing down at the quiet heart in his palm. The white robe fluttered gently in the wind, white hair falling on his shoulder, without looking up at Chen Lin's departing figure. Stepping out of the cemetery, a crowd had gathered outside the barrier. The few leaders at the front kept a cautious distance from one another, their eyes occasionally scanning those beside them, subtly vying for position. Behind them stood their respective followers, some clad in exquisite mage robes, others in finely crafted leather armor, all equipped impeccably, creating a stark contrast to the surrounding casual players. The moment Chen Lin appeared, everyone's eyes lit up simultaneously. Some waved their hands, others shouted, and some pushed forward. Their actions were grand, their expressions excited, but the sound was blocked by the barrier failing to reach inside. From Chen Lin's vantage point, he could only see their mouths moving, unable to hear a single word. However, there was no need to listen. Chen Lin observed the crowd, their gazes filled with anticipation, probing, calculation, and some deeply hidden anxiety. Some held invitation cards, others cradled gift boxes, while some carried nothing, but stood at the forefront. What they sought was merely a connection with him, laying the groundwork for future probing transactions, friendships, and even subjugation. To achieve this, it was likely that they and the powers behind them, which had reached the peak of authority and wealth, would offer extremely generous terms. I also have my day-to-day, Chen Lin smiled. The pressure that had been weighing on his heart dissipated somewhat unbeknownst. He was not a purely rational person driven solely by the desire for strength. He was merely a survivor forced not to stop under immense crisis and fear. Though those crises and fears still lingered, witnessing these important figures who could stir up storms in reality, or the future flattering him, was inevitably uplifting. Despite feeling happy, Chen Lin did not intend to engage with them. He pondered how to pass through. Having the skeleton thief use stealth to slip past, and then employing shadow shifting, was a good option. At level 20, the branded skeleton's occupational rank would allow it to swagger through the crowd without being noticed. However, why should he avoid their brilliance? A figure appeared beside Chen Lin. With a wolf's head, copper-scaled armor, and a curved blade hanging at his waist, the level 14 Qiang Guardian Seeth cast a cold glance at the crowd outside the barrier. He said nothing, merely letting out a low grunt. The sound, though quiet, penetrated the barrier, cutting through the air and exploding in the ears of every player. All bodies froze simultaneously, as though an invisible hand had pressed down on their shoulders. The skill bars grayed out, and their limbs became immobile, even turning their eyes became difficult. System notifications popped up before everyone's eyes. You have been forcibly intimidated. You remain in a state of fear until the threat departs. They did not possess Chen Lin's bravery skill, which allowed them to face the specter of Cavendish and the might of Nime without being affected. At that moment, these prominent figures and elite players stood frozen, trembling all over their bodies, wanting to flee, but unable to do so. Chen Lin calmly stepped out from behind the barrier. He walked past the crowd that was frozen in place, his pace neither fast nor slow. The players he passed, due to the intimidation, instinctively parted to the sides, creating a path just wide enough for one person to pass. Those individuals watched in astonishment as Chen Lin walked past them. The barrier they had studied for days yet could not breach posed no hindrance to him. The person they wanted to converse with, gift, and test walked right by them, close enough to touch. Yet they could do nothing. Their bodies immobile, their mouths sealed, they could only watch as the figure clad in a dark red mage robe gradually walked away, disappearing around the street corner. My mindset is still a bit chaotic, Chen Lin exhaled as he approached the Mage Guild, calming down from the. Regardless of their status or achievements in reality or the future, to him, at this moment, they were all weak, and dignity, he believed, should not be established upon the weakness of others. Not yielding to the strong and not being dragged by the weak. That was the ideal mindset he aspired to. Although he had gained much during this period, unforeseen events had occurred frequently, and the pressure inevitably accumulated within him. His earlier actions had already deviated somewhat. Perhaps he should find some amusement to release the pressure. Not worth it. Standing before the entrance of the Mage Guild, Chen Lin immediately dismissed the thought that had just risen. Compared to venting pressure, he feared the passage of time even more. If he spent time seeking amusement, the pressure he released would only transform into a tenfold panic about wasting time. Its fine enhancing his own joy was sufficient. Once he ascended to the legendary rank, securing his livelihood and preparing for the next era should be enough. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his mindset and pushed open the door to enter. Welcome. Alfred descended from upstairs, smiling as he led Chen Lin inside. It's been more than 10 days since we last met, and our secretary has already become quite remarkable. Chen Lin's face regained a smile as they exchanged polite compliments. At the same time, he took out an envelope from his backpack and handed it to Alfred. This was the complete formula for the Sun Spirit Potion, which he had copied from the Sun Scriptures before entering Jialong Town. Thank you for your care before. Alfred smiled as he accepted the envelope without opening it. These are what you deserve, but can't be considered care. Now I have to think a bit about how to return the favor. He guided Chen Lin into the reception room and gestured for him to sit down. A maid brought in snacks and then exited. Alfred's gaze fell upon the soul-weaving cloak draped over Chen Lin, examining it up and down, his tone laced with helplessness. I gave you the secret tome of weavers, and this is what you made, eh? What knowledge to learn at what stage? This tome is too profound for an apprentice like me, and it's bound to be misinterpreted. Chen Lin explained tactfully. Now as a scholar of my occupational rank, learning is just right. He was indeed very good at making choices. Alfred sighed inwardly. What he wanted was for Chen Lin to explore the principles when he was still weak and naive. He had hoped the weaver system would serve as the foundation of his profession, but now it seemed relegated to the status of a mere tool. However, this cloak you have is well conceived and executed. It doesn't seem like something an apprentice could create. Because I have a very good assistant. Chen Lin smiled slightly. The door of the cozy nest opened and Ashilia walked out. She briefly bowed to Alfred, the black and white hem of her dress gently swaying at her ankles. Your Highness the Great Weaver, greetings. Alfred frowned, his gaze falling on Ashilia as he scrutinized her from. He had no impression of the woman before him, yet there was a faint sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but could not place it. She is my follower, Ashilia, Chen Lin said. He did not intend to delve into the weaver system, but Ashilia was exceptionally gifted in this regard. If he could earn Alfred's favor and receive some guidance, it would be beneficial. He lifted his cloak slightly. This cloak was completed with her help. Alfred's gaze fell on the red thread that stitched the ghostly fabric together, following the line from the collar to the hem, finally understanding the source of that familiar feeling. So you are the unfinished work mentioned in the miracle, eh? His tone was one of certainty. Ashilia shook her head. I have never met my creator. From the moment I first activated, I have followed my master. Alfred did not dwell on these minor details. He turned to Chen Lin. You are too rational and too purposeful. You didn't come to me just to reminisce. Speak, what is it you need? It's like this. Chen Lin conveyed Metatron's intent. To hunt down that cursed dragon. Alfred, no problem. But you need to wait a bit for me to prepare. Chen Lin had no objections. By the way, he recalled something, and the ethereal image of the rune heart emerged in his hand, the heart-shaped stone, slowly rotating. The professional runes I obtained can create physical tokens for engraving. Do you have any suggestions for the carrier of the rune heart? Chen Lin asked casually. Alfred's eyes widened in shock, fixated on the rune heart, and Chen Lin. This guy is cheating again, he said through gritted teeth. Chen Lin observed his expression and felt he had a plan. The relationship between the two seemed less than harmonious. He retracted his hand with the engraving and slightly lowered his head. I apologize, I was inconsiderate. No worries, our matters won't extend to you. Alfred sighed, not truly blaming Chen Lin. Moreover, you like this, which gives off a bit of an adventurer's vibe. Before you were too clear and decisive. He stood up, walked a couple of steps in the room, then paused. He looked at Chen Lin, then shifted his gaze to Ashilia. He took out a cloth case from the drawer, deep blue in color and neatly folded. He untied the strings and unfolded the case, revealing a row of nails, all uniform in size and arranged neatly. The nails were dark silver with fine patterns on their surfaces that glimmered coldly under the light. This is for you. With it you can deal with that cursed dragon. He pushed the cloth case in front of Ashilia. Chen Lin felt puzzled. Was it prepared so soon? Moreover, he remembered that the task item from his past life was a vial of potion. But he did not ask further, merely gesturing for Ashilia to accept it. Ashilia took the cloth case, retied the strings, and tucked it into her bosom. Chen Lin bowed to Alfred and turned to leave the meeting room. Ashilia followed closely behind him, her footsteps light the black and white hem of her dress, trailing a faint shadow on the corridor floor. Once outside the Mage Guild, Chen Lin quietly asked, Do you know the reason for Alfred's change in attitude? Ashilia's voice was calm and steady. In the early stages of the profession system's construction, the weaving system established by Alfred was in competition with the rune system founded by Cavendish. However, the weaving system was too conservative, focusing on integrating existing resources, and was ultimately outpaced by the rune system, which pursued uniqueness and innovation. Now it made sense. Chen Lin refrained from commenting. He had initially intended to have Alfred escort them partway, but now they would have to make their own way to the Wailing Lands. Outside the guild's entrance, those people were still there. Leaders and representatives from various factions had gathered once more, and in the distance more ordinary players had arrived upon hearing the news. But this time they were all quiet, lacking the previous enthusiasm and initiative, merely watching Chen Lin with expectant eyes. A few new players stood beside them. The names of those new players were a series of real estate or premium stock names, which they offered as a greeting gift, hoping to capture his attention in this manner. Even the players showcasing the gifts were part of their display of strength. They stared at Chen Lin like favored consorts awaiting attention. Chen Lin scanned the crowd and retracted his gaze. Adjusting his mindset, he no longer felt the desire to show off in front of others. The Soul Weaver cloak trembled slightly, the outlines of 36 ghosts appearing on its surface simultaneously. An invisible force lifted his body, and he ascended into the air, flying over the heads of those people. The players silently looked up in awe. They watched as the gray-white cloak rose higher and higher, flying further away until it disappeared into the sky at the end of the street. It was as if people from different levels and paths brushed past one another without any intersection. After leaving the town, Chen Lin summoned a skeletal warhorse and galloped towards the outskirts. The hooves struck the gravel road, ghostly blue flames trailing behind in a slender line. Not long after, a group of players arrived at the place where he had paused. They moved with efficiency, their actions brisk, leaving no room for excess. The ID above their heads was a series of numbered names: JS001, JS002, JS003. The numbers arranged sequentially from 1 to 12. The leader crouched down, parting the grass with his fingers to look at the shallow hoofprints on the ground. His gaze shifted from the hoofprint to the nearby broken branches, then to the direction of the break, and finally to the fresh wood exposed at the break. Following these traces with his gaze, he mentally sketched a clear trajectory of movement. He stood up, walked a few steps along the trail, then crouched down again and rose. The other 11 spread out around, observing different directions, silent and communicating only with gestures. They followed the trail, moving through the thickets around the swamp and over a low slope. Their speed was not fast, but each step landed where Chen Lin had stepped. After a while they stopped. The leader looked up at the dense forest ahead. The light in the forest was dim, the treetops blocking the sun, making it impossible to see the depth from the outside. He looked down at the traces on the ground. They were still quite clear, the outline of the hoofprint intact, and the wood from the broken branches still fresh. It wasn't that they couldn't track him, it was that the environment was too dangerous. As players, they weren't afraid of sacrifice. But this was too inefficient. Unless Chen Lin stopped to wait for them, they wouldn't even be able to catch up to his exhaust. The leader opened the communication panel to report to the higher-ups. Soon instructions came back: do not attempt to catch up, continue tracking to find out Chen Lin's destination. As the name of this place suggests, the land of wailing is perpetually shrouded in a low, continuous sound of weeping. A cold and decaying aura envelopes the entire land. Even at noon, the sunlight can barely penetrate the layer of gray mist, casting a feeble light upon. Most of the surrounding trees are dead, with only a few standing crookedly, their branches bare, the grayish-white bark peeling off in the wind. Under the guard of the dark nights, Chen Lin stepped onto this land. The hooves of his horse sank into the soft, decayed earth, producing a dull, thudding sound. The knights spread out around him, holding their lances at the ready, vigilantly watching the depths of the mist. Nearby, the door of the comfort nest opened, and Ashilia, the high priest, along with Set, emerged. The high priest crouched down, picking up a handful of soil. The dirt slipped through his fingers, grayish-black powder scattering in the wind. He brought it to his nose and inhaled, his eyes gleaming slightly. This land, he murmured. I need more time to study it. It may bring enhancements to the comfort nest. Chen Lin trusted the high priest's judgment and did not insist on accompanying him for the extermination task, but instead assigned a few dozen Qiyang guards to protect him. The high priest led the guards in another direction, the curved blades glinting in the mist before quickly disappearing behind the dead trees. Chen Lin, on the other hand, executed a classic opening move. Summoning the undead, he synthesized the skeleton gate and began to establish his battlefield. The commotion grew louder. The line of branded skeletons increased from dozens to hundreds, then from hundreds. The sounds of clashing bones, the dull thuds of warhorses on the ground, and the metallic clang of armor mixed together, echoing far across the desolate land of wailing. A roar came from the mist in the distance. It did not sound like it originated from a throat, but rather like something being torn apart, painful yet tinged with a strange pleasure. A monster pounced down from above. It barely resembled a dragon, but every part of its body distorted the very definition of dragon. It had no skin, its dark red muscle fibers exposed to the air, with pale yellow fat filling the gaps between the fibers. Its teeth and eyes were engulfed in decaying flesh, with only two deeper hollows barely hinting at the location of its eye sockets. Its wings were shriveled and dry, clinging to its back like two desiccated leaves, appearing ludicrous against its bloated body. Beast of Proliferation, level 50. Health 5. Chen Lin looked at the health bar and thought of the soul-reaping butcher. Another blood cow, but times have changed. 51 million health is not unmanageable. I will focus on summon. Set, you take command. The phantom of the wordless steel appeared beside Chen Lin, its steady and heavy aura sweeping across the field, causing the dark golden soul fires in the eyes of the branded skeletons to suddenly brighten. The heart of runes materialized in his hand, the heart-shaped stone slowly spinning, its altar patterns becoming increasingly clear. He intended to complete the first summoning ritual here. Set took over command. He did not speak, only raised his curved blade, the tip pointing at the monster still descending. The sea of skeletons surged forward. Thousands of branded skeletons surged forward simultaneously, bone blades raised, bone fists clenched. Under the combat techniques bolstered by the wordless steely, they gradually formed a dense and orderly formation in their advance. The beast of proliferation crashed into the sea of skeletons. Its body was too massive, its bloated torso akin to a rolling boulder. The branded skeletons were like paper before it crushed as it passed, leaving a trail of debris. Armor was crushed, bones were smashed, the dark golden soul fires flickered on the corrupted soil before extinguishing. Its speed was only slightly reduced. At the expert tier, the effectiveness of low-tier swarm tactics has diminished greatly. The accumulation of numbers can no longer compensate for the qualitative gap. The skeleton servants still surged forward recklessly, those at the front crushed, while the back stepped on the remains to continue their onslaught, like ancient veterans who withstood armored cavalry charges through organization and discipline. The beast of proliferation finally slowed down, but it only slowed down slightly. The skeleton servants used every means possible. Bone blades, slashed bone fists, smashed bone spears, thrust, with minimal effect. The monster's health remained unchanged. It was not that it could not be damaged, but that it recovered too quickly. With each strike, the damage numbers popped up, but before they could be fully registered, the health bar was already refilled. Set remained calm, steadily directing the various portions of the skeleton servants to encircle the beast. The left flank would contain from the side, the right flank would attack from behind, while the front would hold with sheer numbers. Every charge was repelled, and every repulse was reorganized. Chen Lin observed the monster. Perhaps due to its decaying flesh, it had no defense whatsoever, no resistance at all. Any attack could inflict damage upon it. Even as its bloated body crushed a hard stone on the ground, the stone embedded into the flesh would still yield a 1 damage prompt. Yet its flesh, though rotten, continuously regenerated. The damaged tissues were filled with newly generated decayed flesh in the blink of an eye, like a pool of water that never runs dry. No matter how much blood it lost, it regained the same amount. The beast of proliferation suddenly let out a roar. A bulge wrapped in decayed flesh, presumably its head glowed with a dark red light from within. A thick and blazing flame melted through the decayed flesh, and the opening spewed forth. The flame was dark red, landing on the ground, but refusing to extinguish, instead adhering to the corrupted soil and continuing to burn. It swept across an entire path, the branded skeletons within that path engulfed by flames, their bones turning red, shattering and melting under the intense heat. An empty path appeared in the sea of skeletons. But the skeleton gate continued to operate, new branded skeletons emerging from within, ignoring the still burning flames, filling the gap from both sides. The flames continued to burn while the skeletons continued to fill the void, matching the flames blow for blow. Chen Lin withdrew his gaze, focusing on the summoning ritual. The words of forging gold flowed from his mouth, each syllable landing precisely in the spot required by the ritual. The heart of runes spun in his hand, the altar patterns growing increasingly luminous. A section of the sea of skeletons suddenly collapsed, and thousands of branded skeletons vanished at the same moment. Light shone at the center of the collapse. A figure over 3 meters tall emerged from the illumination. With the body of a lion, a human face, long limbs, and a sturdy tail. Its body was covered in a layer of short, dense golden fur, its facial features dignified and majestic. Sphinx, level 49, it leapt into the air, pouncing towards the beast of proliferation. Its forepaws pressed down on the monster's back, its mouth biting into the decayed flesh of its neck. The beast of proliferation finally faced a slightly formidable opponent, twisting its body as its tail swung back. The Sphinx was directly flung away. It rolled several times on the ground, stood up, its golden fur covered in level 49 against level 50. At this critical divide of expertise, it was still too far apart. The Sun True Scripture appeared in Chen Lin's hand. The golden tome opened, golden characters floated from the pages, transforming into fine little light serpents that surged into the summoning ritual. Another wave of undead disappeared from the sea of skeletons. Thousands of branded skeletons simultaneously turned to ashes, the ashes not falling to the ground, but floating upwards. A divine will descended into the body of the Sphinx. Its size suddenly expanded, its golden fur turning to a golden white, the light in its eye sockets shifting from dark gold to blazing white. Sphinx, level 50. It leapt once more, pouncing towards the beast of proliferation. This time it was not flung away again. The Sphinx's forepaws pressed down on the monster's spine, its hind paws pushing against its hips, its body taut like a bow. The beast of proliferation struggled, decayed flesh, surging flames, erupting, but the Sphinx remained steadfast. The two giant beasts wrestled atop the corrupted soil, neither gaining the upper hand. Chen Lin did not watch them. His gaze remained fixed on the ever-full health bar. The situation stabilized, yet substantial damage was still not inflicted. The Sphinx's attacks struck the beast of proliferation, delivering considerable damage numbers, but those figures were quickly overshadowed by the green recovery numbers. No matter how much blood it lost, it regained the same amount. Suddenly, a nail flew in from the side. The nail was small, dark silver with intricate patterns on its surface. It traced a straight trajectory through the air, accurately piercing into the beast of proliferation's torso. A red thread was tied to it. The primordial nail, a form shaped like a nail possessing no attributes capable of bearing any power. The dark silver nail pierced into the monster's decaying flesh, as Ashaleah stood at a distance, gently shaking the red thread in her hand. Her title is the Needle of Clotho. In legend, it is a tool of the goddess of fate. Even the slightest insights gleaned by Cast could lead to the ability to manipulate destiny. Thus, her core ability is not sewing, but fate itself. Just as a needle guides thread, Ashaleah can also guide fate, directing it towards a suitable course. As for what constitutes a suitable direction, a tool does not require its own thoughts. Mastering the direction her master wishes to take, that direction becomes suitable. At this moment, Ashaleah complied with Chen Lin's will, using the primordial nail as a fulcrum, driving the red thread in her hand to lead the continuously proliferating and immortal monster towards the most absolute and direct fate. Death. The branded skeletal warrior struck at the monster, its bone blade tearing away a piece of rotten flesh. The dark red muscle fibers surged at the gap, new fat and flesh sprouting from the severed surface, instantly filling the wound. As before, the damage was met with immediate recovery. Yet this time a subtle change occurred. Health 5099999950999999, its life limit decreased. The monster sensed the true danger. It struck out fiercely, sweeping its forepaw to repel the Sphinx before it. The lion-bodied, human-faced divine creature rolled twice on the ground, then stood up, its golden fur stained with filthy soil. The monster did not pursue. Instead, it suddenly rolled over its bloated body, crushing the filthy ground, attempting to sever the red thread tied to it. But fate is formless and intangible. The so-called red thread is merely a manifestation of the concept of fate. It exists there, visible, yet untouchable. No matter how the monster rolled, crushed, or struggled, the thread remained tied to the nail's tail, gently swaying in the wind, utterly unaffected. During its rolling, several more primordial nails flew over. The dark silver nails traced slender arcs in the light, accurately piercing into the monster's torso, hind legs, and tail. The red thread in Ashaleah's hand split into multiple strands, each tied to the tail of a nail. The rate of health decline accelerated, as if an invisible funnel was siphoning something from its body. The monster twisted its head, a mass of viscous flames melting through the rotten flesh of its head and exploding outward. This time, however, the flames did not spray towards the Sphinx, but turned towards the forelimb tethered by the red thread. The flames melted through the rotten flesh, the fat, and the bones. But it was futile. The primordial nail could bear any power, and after being tied with the red thread, it possessed the power of fate. The anchoring of fate cannot be removed by simple physical attacks. The monster discarded its forelimb, but the nails and red threads remained unchanged. The Heart of Runes and the True Scripture of the Sun floated beside Chen Lin. The golden tome automatically flipped pages with golden text rising from the pages and drifting towards the Heart of Runes. The altar patterns on the Heart of Runes grew increasingly bright, each pulse triggering a sacrifice. Several areas in the sea of skeletons collapsed again. Thousands of branded skeletons turned to ashes simultaneously, their ashes drifting into the air received by that unseen will. Beams of light fell in succession, and as the brilliance faded, two more sphinxes emerged from the radiance. The second, the third. 3 level 50 divine creatures surrounded the monster in a triangular formation. Coordinated and relentless, their assault completely cut off its options for attack, escape, and struggle. Defeat was merely a matter of time. The light shone again, the fourth sphinx descended, followed by the fifth. Yet they did not join the battle. Instead, they circled on the periphery, vigilantly watching the depths of the mist. Chen Lin kept them as a contingency. He feared that while engaged in battle, an upper-tier force might suddenly, having experienced unexpected incidents and high-stakes encounters, consistently facing interventions from unknown entities at the last moment, he felt compelled to keep a backup plan. He withdrew his gaze, recalling the teachings of the high priest, reciting the words of molten gold in reverse. The sequence of syllables reversed, the inflections of tone inverted, the originally ascending intonation turned downward, and the forward rhythm rolled back. The dust-to-dust ritual began to operate. The effect improved significantly. In his perception, layer upon layer of burial marks fell upon the monster like a stamp, with each layer deeper, heavier, and more difficult to break free from than the last. As long as the accumulation of the marks surpasses its will to survive, it can be directly buried. The monster's life limit began to decline. From 51 million to 50 million, from 50 million to 45 million, then below 40 million. Its body also began to change, the bloated torso shrinking bit by bit like a deflated balloon. Sensing the flow of life, the monster became increasingly frantic. Ignoring the Sphinx's bites and its own wounds, it violently shook its head, biting down on one of the Sphinx's forelegs and tugging hard. A large chunk of flesh was torn from that Sphinx's foreleg, golden fur and blood splattering together. Set did not give it a chance. Under his command, the injured Sphinx immediately withdrew from the battlefield, jumping back a few steps to the periphery. A Sphinx supporting from the outside simultaneously charged in, filling its position. The 5 Sphinxes cycled through alternately. The injured withdrew, the unharmed replaced, maintaining a good state with each rotation, not giving the monster any breakthroughs nor allowing themselves any space for mistakes. The life limit fell below 30 million, below 20 million, below 10 million. The monster's size was no longer bloated. It had shrunk by nearly half from its initial state, with exposed rotten flesh beginning to dry, the layer of fat thinning, and the muscle fibers becoming clearly visible. Its movements became sluggish, its strength diminished, and the intensity of its struggles weakened. Chen Lin furrowed his brow. He had been operating the dust-to-dust ritual, and the accumulation of burial marks on the opponent had reached an astonishing level. In his perception, those marks were layered, nearly covering the entirety of the monster's body. Yet there were no signs of being buried. That will to survive was like a hard stone where the marks fell upon it, sliding off, fracturing, and dissipating. All for the sake of continuation. Continuation is everything. Within the operation of the ritual, Chen Lin sensed the monster's thoughts. Simple and resolute, devoid of any extraneous notions. Only survival. He halted the ritual knowing it would not yield results. Yet he was not disheartened. He had plenty of means to deal with the undead. The heart of runes gradually transformed in his hands. The altar patterns on the surface faded, replaced by a pitch-black shadow. The shadow spread like ink across the surface of the heart of runes, engulfing the golden lines, consuming the outline of the heart, transforming it into a mass of pure non-reflective darkness. Simulated rune nether shadow incarnation sublegendary level effect. The soul energy of the shadow scythe will replace your life force. Until the stored soul energy is exhausted, you will not die. Chen Lin's body gradually became transparent, transforming from flesh and blood into a form closer to his soul. His skin lost its color, bones became visible, and the outline of his internal organs faintly surfaced in his transparent torso. His consciousness slowly rose, remaining at a higher level until the soul energy constituting his body was exhausted. The vast majority of effects could no longer affect him. A pitch-black scythe manifested behind him. The countless white light dots on the blade of the scythe were particularly glaring in the dim mist, each dot representing a harvested soul. With a thought, Chen Lin's body floated up without the aid of a cloak, the gray-white soul-weaving cloak unfurling behind him like a cloud lifted by the wind. He floated towards the now significantly weakened monster, the scythe, held horizontally beside him, the white light dots on the blade trailing behind him as he moved, leaving a slender light tail. To survive, the monster discarded all extraneous abilities, with most of its combat power relying on its massive form. Yet as its life limit decreased, its body was steadily shrinking. Once its body shrank, its combat power dwindled. As combat power dropped, its life force declined even faster. A vicious cycle, like a pyramid without a base, collapsing layer by layer. As Chen Lin approached, the monster's life limit had already fallen below 1 million. Its body had become feeble and weak. Under the pressure of the Sphinx, it could hardly lift its head. The bloated, rotten flesh had been cleaned away, and the surging fat and flesh buds finally ceased their growth, revealing a layer of dry, torn dragon skin underneath. Its murky eyes were also revealed, no longer two pits submerged in rotten flesh, but true eyeballs with visible pupils. At this moment, those eyes were filled with fear. It sensed the true power that could end its existence from the figure growing ever closer. Chen Lin placed his hand on the dragon's head. His fingers touched the dry dragon skin, rough and cold, like feeling a weathered stone. The surface of the dragon's skin was covered in cracks, with grayish-white bone visible through the gaps. The monster's body trembled uncontrollably. Fear filled its eyes, yet its body fought back desperately, rear legs pushing against the ground, tail thrashing, attempting to break free from the Sphinx's suppression. Unfortunately, it was far too weak. Even its utmost resistance appeared like a petulant display under the Sphinx's domination before Chen Lin. Is everything for the sake of existence, say? Chen Lin stroked the dragon's head gently, as if soothing a frightened cat. You and I are quite similar. His caress halted. The monster's body suddenly stiffened, its struggling limbs froze in midair, and its trembling ceased. It was waiting. The murky eyes fixed on Chen Lin, pupils slightly dilating. Is it coming? So, I am willing to give you a chance. Chen Lin's hand moved from the dragon's head to its neck. He did not command the shadow scythe behind him to end its life, but instead activated a core ability of the Necromancer class that he had obtained but never used. Reanimation. The brilliance of the spell surged from his palm, grayish-white light seeping into the dragon's skin, infiltrating the bones, and the almost imperceptible flame of life. Compared to the body, consciousness is the essence of existence. If you can retain your consciousness after transforming into an undead, isn't that a form of continuation? The monster's resistance gradually weakened. It was not abandoning hope for life, but choosing to comply with Chen Lin's intention, cooperating in the transformation while doing everything possible to maintain its consciousness. Those eyes slowly closed, breath ceased, and the body completely relaxed. It relinquished the vitality of maintaining its form. Casting aside the body that had been perpetually sustained by an unusual life force, the monster itself had long been clinging to existence for an indeterminate time. That body should have died long ago, sustained only by the obsession of must survive. Now it no longer held on, and its body withered away in an instant. Bones retracted, muscles shriveled, and dragon skin tightened. With a body that should have long been dead coupled with the guidance of destined demise, this time the transformation into a undead was especially smooth, thorough, and swift. The dragon skin began to condense from the head downward, layer upon layer, wrapping the entire body like a shroud. Eyelids drooped, mouth closed, and limbs folded. The dry dragon skin was no longer loose and riddled with holes, but tightly adhered to the bones, forming a hard outer shell. Chen Lin took a step back. A silent mental shriek erupted from within the dragon's skin. The shriek held no sound, yet directly touched the soul, causing all creatures present to halt their movements. The dragon skin split from within. Not shattered, but like a chrysalis breaking open, a bony claw extended from the crack in its back. The claw was slender with distinct joints and sharp bone spikes at the tips of the phalanges. Then came the second, the third. A pair of bony wings unfurled from the crack, the wing membranes translucent grayish-white with remnants of dragon skin still clinging to the wing bones. A bone dragon burst forth from the withered skin. Her form was nearly half the size of her former self, with a slender frame and smooth lines. Her skull was triangular and silver-white, soul fire burned in her eye sockets. The bony wings spread wide with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, their membranes fluttering gently in the wind. She circled in the sky again and again, her speed unhurried, yet her posture was exceptionally graceful. The soul fire danced in her eye sockets, radiating a clear sense of ease. For her, shedding the decaying, non-living flesh was also a form of liberation. Wings of Morning. Olivia, a level 49. Chen Lin gazed at the bone dragon spiraling in the air, feeling a sense of regret. During the transformation, he could sense her past. Olivia, once a pure-blood red dragon of level 79 legendary status. Yet to continue to survive from calamity, to escape from pursuit, to cling to life in despair, she continuously sacrificed her levels, like a person cutting off their flesh to feed a beast that could never be satiated. From level 79 to 70, from 70 to 60, from 60 to 50. Each drop in level was an act of self-mutilation. Each act of self-mutilation was to live another day. In the end, she no longer remembered her former appearance, only a shell perpetually breeding rotten flesh and an obsession of must survive. What a pity. After the transformation, she could no longer maintain even the expert status of level 50. Olivia spiraled twice before folding her bony wings, landing before Chen Lin. Her size was twice that of Chen Lin, but at the moment of landing, her skull lowered, gently rubbing her forehead. The soul fire flickered in her eye sockets, filled with affection. Forget it. Chen Lin set aside his regrets, accepting her as a mount. At least he wouldn't need to ride a horse anymore while traveling. Olivia sensed Chen Lin's regret. She withdrew her head and turned to the nearby remains. Two bony claws peeled back the dry dragon skin, which had long since dried out and crumbled upon contact. The interior of the skin was empty, flesh and blood having turned to nothingness, and the skeleton had become her current form. Only a diamond remained. The diamond was the size of a fist, wrapped in dragon skin, hidden deep within the chest. Olivia extracted it with her bony claws, held it in her mouth, turned her head, and with evident reluctance and eagerness placed the diamond into Chen Lin's hand. Chen Lin reached out to touch the diamond. A surge of knowledge rushed into his consciousness like a flood bursting through a dam into a parched riverbed. You have comprehended the skill Ultimate Leap. Ultimate Leap. When you encounter obstacles, you can consume the Pioneer title to gain additional breakthrough assistance. This skill requires neither understanding nor mastery. Like instinct, it was etched into his being. A one-time skill specifically for the Pioneer title. Chen Lin pondered, was this diamond's former owner someone who had also attained the Pioneer title? Guiding Star type rare object effect. When you devote yourself entirely to a goal, every effort will surely correspond to a reward. 99. 999. 99, 99. 999. Can I truly traverse this endless road and achieve that greatness within reach? This should be what teacher Metatron referred to as the most suitable vessel for the symbol of the Gallon Monument. He suppressed his thoughts and opened the door to the cozy nest. A grayish light gate hovered above the decayed soil, and within it the warmth of the newborn sun radiated a soft golden glow. Olivia stared at the door, her soul fire flickering. She extended the tip of her tail, cautiously reaching into the light gate. The moment her tail tip touched the radiance, she froze. Warmth. Not the warmth of sunlight, nor the warmth of flames, but a more essential warmth, like the soul being embraced. Through the mental link, a distinct sense of joy and comfort flowed through. Then the entire dragon eagerly dove into the cozy nest. Her skeletal frame was tinted with a soft golden hue in the light. Her bone wings unfolded and folded, her skull raised and lowered. The brilliance of the newborn sun bathed her, and the tiny cracks and were slowly healed in the glow. She soared upward, flying beside the newborn sun. A golden ring rotated around her, and warm rays flowed from the center of the ring, enveloping her whole body. Based on the nature of dragons, she had a strong impulse to gulp down this small orb and claim it as her own. It was a greed etched into her very bones. But the impulse lasted only a moment before being suppressed by another thought. This was the master's treasure and should not be touched. She tucked away that thought and circled around the newborn sun, bathing in the light as closely as she could. Her bone wings spread wide, the wing membranes glinting softly in the light, and the silver-white soul fire was tinged with a layer of pale gold. In the distance, the crimson sun guards escorted the high priest as he emerged from the mist. The bronze-scaled armor was caked with dark gray decay, and a string of unknown items hung from the curved blade's sheath. The excitement on the high priest's face was palpable. He hurried to Chen Lin's side, his frail fingers trembling slightly. "I have found the source of this land which can completely advance the cozy nest." His voice was a few notes higher than usual as he approached Chen Lin. "The next steps require Canic's cooperation. Should I have him come over?" Chen Lin nodded. A crimson sun guard received the order and stepped into the light gate of the cozy nest. "I have discovered the source of this land." The high priest's voice lowered slightly. "At least over 100,000 beings have died concentrated in this place. Their souls and bodies have perished, yet for some reason they have not dissipated but instead gathered here." Chen Lin's expression darkened. He recalled those unsettling memories. "It is a destroyed birthing chamber." His tone was calm, as if stating something unrelated to himself. "The void spirits will gather beings together and apply certain methods to facilitate the subsequent smooth birth of the void spirits." Chen Lin recalled the horrific dawn when he had accompanied the nation's legends on a mission. That town had already been occupied by the void spirits, and the ground was littered with those processed corpses. Even if the birthing chamber was destroyed, those beings that had already undergone the process were irretrievable. The wailing sound that permeated the air was identical to that here. If there isn't enough time to conduct a sufficiently scaled ritual, and they are hastily buried, it will end up like this, dying, without dissipating, lingering in resentment, forever weeping in the gap between life and death. A sense of relief surged in the high priest's heart. His civilization was destroyed by the void spirits, but thanks to the pharaoh's decisiveness at the end, the door to the void spirits was closed, and this tragedy would at least not befall his compatriots. "That's just perfect." Chen Lin's voice broke the silence. No matter how heavy the past was, one must ultimately move forward. Bring them peace and strengthen the cozy nest at the same time. It's a win-win. He paused. "How should we proceed?" The high priest raised his hand, pointing towards the distant gray mist. "To ensure that the pharaoh enjoys the same level of service after death, we will begin constructing his tomb as soon as he ascends the throne. The core of the tomb is called the Netherworld Paradise, which is what I intend to create." He pointed again to the land beneath their feet. "Using a sufficient number of deaths as a foundation, we will mimic the pharaoh's tomb to construct the Netherworld Paradise. Due to the existence of the newborn sun and the cozy nest's peculiar, yet superior core, death will merely be a concept hidden underground. Above the land, everything remains normal. In fact, the introduction of the concept of death will make the cozy nest even more independent and balanced. As long as there is progress, that's enough." Chen Lin wasn't overly concerned about what his rearguard would look like. As long as there was enough power, everything would be fine. "Do you need any other assistance?" He did not forget that although the high priest had once been a legendary powerhouse, he had now lost his strength. Constructing a tomb was clearly not a small project. "The only thing needed is the golden balance in your hands to balance life and death," the high priest said. "Aside from that, the rest we Nemo people can accomplish. This is the most important ability for our commoners, and many have prepared for this throughout their lives." Upon receiving the news, Canic emerged from the cozy nest with a group of priests, bowing to Chen Lin. "Some of the supplies we brought during our escape happen to be useful. All the Nemo people will contribute as a token of gratitude for you sheltering us." Chen Lin said little more. He took out the golden balance and handed it to the high priest, then called for Ashilia. "You go assist the high priest in completing the construction of the ritual. Her guiding powers would greatly help in this ritual and also serve as a form of supervision." After giving his instructions, Chen Lin entered the cozy nest. The light gate closed behind him. The high priest turned and looked at Ashilia beside him. "Miss Ashilia, this is the entirety of the Netherworld Paradise ritual." He took out a booklet from his robe and respectfully handed it to her. "The rituals within the cozy nest require time to organize and prepare. You can first inspect the foundational rituals on the outskirts. We will only begin internal preparations once you return." Ashilia received the booklet and nodded. The high priest turned to the group of priests and commanded, "I have marked the location for the foundational ritual, and the core layout is already completed. You just need to finish the subsequent content." The priests responded in unison, then left with Ashilia. Only the high priest and Kanik remained at the entrance. Wonderful. Kanik let out a long breath, his expression quite joyful. At last we have some value. As the leader, he understood that no one possessed infinite patience and goodwill. Only by demonstrating sufficient value and returns could this relationship be maintained in the long term. The high priest nodded. Work hard. We are the last survivors, and we must continue our civilization. In the cozy nest, Chen Lin approached the corrupted attendants. As his level increased, the enemies he faced, even the cheap cannon fodder summoned from the undead, could reach level 20, leaving little room for the lower-level corrupted attendants to demonstrate their worth. Moreover, they chose to follow him as their own monsters, and would not resurrect upon death, making him reluctant to send them out. Upon Chen Lin's arrival, the corrupted attendants bowed and stepped aside, clearing a space. Chen Lin stood in the center of the clearing. The illusory image of the Jialong monument appeared beside him, stable and substantial. He held the guiding star in one hand while activating the ability of the ancient runes with the other, transforming the gem in his hand into a token. Jialong dedicated his life to simplifying extraordinary abilities, allowing more people to embark on the path of the extraordinary and enabling newcomers to grow stronger in the early stages, establishing a better foundation. However, this did not mean Jialong wished for everyone to remain perpetually weak in their infancy. His focus on the initial fragile stage was precisely to provide more individuals with a brighter future. The gem in Chen Lin's hand gradually dimmed, transforming from a brilliant diamond into a pitch-black monument. A point of light detached from the monument, its glow small yet clear. Enlightenment of the future's light. This is the light of ideals, visible only to those with unwavering conviction. Those who bathe in it shall advance as long as they are willing to invest effort. Even the experiences of others can be utilized for oneself. Chen Lin pondered. In simple terms, it means using experience points to level up oneself. For players, this is the most fundamental ability, yet for these natives, it is a long-desired dream. The dark nights descended. The knights rode out from the light, filling the surrounding space. They gazed at the point of light in Chen Lin's hand, their soul flames flickering in the gaps of their helmets, as if they saw the path they devoted their lives to follow. Chen Lin planted the monument into the ground. A feathered pin for future plans and a crystallization of sub-legendary level experience appeared in his hand, laid out before the Dark Knights. Go forth, pursue your ideals, and possess the strength to act, he encouraged. The Dark Knight dismounted and approached Chen Lin. He accepted the feathered pin, but declined the crystallization of experience. Chen Lin was perplexed, but respected his choice. The standard bearer waved the flag, a ripple spreading from its surface, connecting all the corrupted attendants and Dark Knights together. The knight wrote the first stroke on the monument. His fingers were steady, and his pen fell with strength. A golden mark emerged on the surface of the monument. As a cost, a part of the chilling aura flowing from the knight was drawn out, like a wisp of smoke blown away by the wind. He did not pause, continuing to write the second and third strokes. 33. The third character. 31. As the characters increased, the knight's level continued to fall. 35, 30, 33. The third character. 31. As the characters increased, the knight's level continued to fall. 35, 33, 31, 29. By the time he completed the first paragraph of the sentence, his level had dropped to 29, matching that of the standard bearers. The connection that had long been established came into play. The knight and the 12 standard bearers bore the cost together, all losing levels simultaneously. 29, 28, 27. They fell to the level of ordinary knights at 24, then to 16 for the corrupted attendants. Their momentum weakened, the luster of their armor dulled, and the ghostly blue flames on their steeds' hooves flickered faintly. No one resisted, no one fled. They stood there in silence like rows of trees awaiting the storm's passage. Levels dropped to 14, 11, 10, 5. Finally, all their levels fell to 0. The chilling, cruel aura that had always enveloped them dissipated. The bodies of the corrupted attendants became thin, their armor resembling ancient relics that would shatter upon touch. Cracks appeared on the Dark Knight's plate armor, and the skeletal steeds emitted faint creaking sounds. At this moment, even a first-tier player could easily wipe them out. Yet their eyes shone brightly, brighter than ever before. The soul flames in the gaps of their helmets were no longer the cold, ghostly blue. They radiated warmth, pulsating like real flames. Ashilia had finished her patrol and returned to the cozy nest. She stood at the edge of the clearing, red threads entwined around her fingers. In the distance, the high priest Kanik and the other priests had unknowingly paused their actions, quietly watching this side. No one spoke, no one moved, only the light of the newborn sun, slowly rotating above. Chen Lin gazed at the 0-level knights and attendants. Is this so? Chen Lin understood. Ashilia, go lend them a hand. The red threads fell from Ashilia's fingers, landing on each knight and attendant, resembling a path unfurling beneath their feet. Chen Lin had never liked manipulating others. He provided suitable assistance to the right individuals, guiding them to the right places to fulfill their roles. As for the Dark Knights, they possessed unwavering beliefs. At this moment, the future plans provided momentum, Achillea guided the path, and the light of enlightenment anchored the future. All of this was simply to assist them in advancing along their steadfast path. The heart of the runes appeared in Chen Lin's hands, simulating a rune composed of bones, yet radiating a holy warmth. Simulated rune, Heroic King, sub-legendary level. Heroic King sub-legendary level, you can gradually elevate the undead to heroic spirits, and the more heroic spirits you command, the higher your rank will rise. Do you still remember what you once looked like? Finally, they shed the old shadows. Their faint momentum rebounded. Starting from 0, they surged upward level by level 5, 10, 15. The speed of their ascension grew faster, like a volcano ignited, releasing energy that had been suppressed for too long in an instant. Level 20, 25, 30. Their momentum far surpassed before. Their armor was no longer the cold, rusty dark silver, but a bright, lustrous silver white. The sun motifs transformed from dark gold to blazing gold, shining brilliantly on their breastplates. New bone armor sprouted on the skeletal steeds, and the ghostly blue flames of their hooves became golden. The chilling, decayed, and cruel aura dissipated, replaced by warmth, determination, and a sense of relief that had been long suppressed. The standard bearer waved the flag. The red base and golden patterns unfurled in the light, the image of brightness cutting through the long night, clearer and brighter than before. The golden patterns on the flag appeared to come alive, swirling on the fabric. The Radiant Knights return.